A man must be loyal to what matters. A man must be strong so the weak will not come to harm. A man must lead others to a better life than his own. A man must be humble and so must truly know himself. A man must have a sense of humor in order to laugh at life's pain. A man must know that he is mortal and always be prepared for the end. A man must accept the world as it is, but strive to make it how it should be. A man must not be dominated by pride, because revenge produces no fruit. A man must have a code, but must not be afraid to rewrite that code. A man must acknowledge that he is flawed, broken, and sinful, and seek redemption anyway. One of the most obvious and yet most notable traits of Arthur Morgan is that he acknowledges his own immorality. He doesn't delude himself by justifying the lying, stealing, and killing, but simply admits that he is what he appears to be.
We're bad men. We ain't them.
That moment happens in the first hour or so of the game, and though the player likely knows that this is a gang of outlaws, and is aware that they are on the run after the mysterious boat robbery goes sideways, it is still a shock to hear such a frank admission of self-despondency. This tells us right away that Arthur believes in some sort of code, that he knows he is a liar, a thief, and a killer, but not one who acts with wanton disregard for the good of anyone other than himself, that he has some measure of humility within him. C.S. Lewis said that the humble man will not be thinking about humility, he will not be thinking about himself at all. I dare say that's Arthur to a T, not perfectly, of course, as we will discuss in due time, but there can be no doubt regarding Arthur's dedication to this gang, to his adopted family. It's clear from the outset that Arthur is the rock of this group. Not their leader in the traditional sense, but one to whom they can all look when some difficulty is staring them in the face.
You're the only one I can rely on to stay strong right now.
When Dutch needs backup, when Pearson needs meat for a stew, when Abigail needs someone to rescue John, they all turn to Arthur. Which of course they do, he's the player character and this is a video game, but this is not a Private Ramirez situation.
Ramirez, get away, kill it, SOB!
It makes complete diegetic sense because Arthur is clearly the most loyal and dependable member of the Vanderlinde gang. Even before Arthur brings up the fact that Dutch taught him to read, thus implying a decades-long relationship and mentorship, we can tell that Arthur has a history of doing whatever needs to be done and doing it well. However, it is also apparent from the get-go that for all Arthur's skill and capability, he is not a man of initiative. He does not typically choose how to employ his talents, he lets others do that for him. Again, you could say that this is because he's a video game protagonist who do tend to get bossed around to move the plot forward.
Ramirez, neutralize that enemy armor!
But it runs deeper than that. Arthur acts so often at the behest of others because he doesn't know how to react to the rapidly changing world around him. At the beginning of our story, Arthur is a fairly static character. He has clear and definable personality traits, some of which I've already begun to examine, and there is depth and complexity to him, but for a significant portion of the game, Arthur simply does not change that much. But his circumstances do. That is how you properly write a steady, set-in-his-ways type of character, how you make him interesting and engaging despite a lack of significant development. You explore his personality, his traits and tendencies, his deepest desires and fears by dropping him into unfamiliar and tumultuous situations. Arthur is not a man accustomed to change, or at least a certain kind of change. Excitement and danger, yes, but the existence of those was predictable and reliable. The Wild West was his home. It was where he felt comfortable and safe, even in the midst of whatever shenanigans the gang got up to before we end up meeting them. But now, things are changing. The world is changing, and Arthur has a difficult time accepting that.
Suppose we'll have to keep heading east.
East? Into all that's civilization.
I know.
Facing one's own mortality is, of course, a major theme in this game, but it comes into play long before a certain fork in the road, which we will not reach for quite some time here. That motif starts unraveling itself right now, in this snowed-in mining camp high in the mountains, where our protagonist is faced with the reality that the world he left behind might just be gone forever.
When we heading west? Soon? I don't know. Feels like things have changed. The whole world's changed. They don't want folk like us no more.
Arthur likely knew the answer to that question before he even asked it. He simply had to hear it from Dutch's own mouth. And while Mr. Vanderlinde didn't exactly say, "We're not going west," well, Dutch doesn't really say no. He's not a man who admits any kind of defeat. His demeanor makes it clear that he knows the West is now locked to them, but he can't and won't really admit it, even if Arthur is realizing that he himself will have to do just that. And that scene highlights a fundamental difference between these two characters. Dutch is a dreamer, while Arthur is a realist.
Dutch, being Dutch, he is busy making plans, and Dutch being Dutch, those plans involve robbery and dreams.
There is hardly a plan proposed in this game that Arthur doesn't question or doubt. From right at the beginning, when the gang moves to attack the O'Driscoll camp up in the mountains, to every bank and stagecoach they rob, to, of course, the final sequence of Dutch's infamous noise and chaos. This isn't because Arthur is morally opposed to the proposed course of action, and certainly not out of any fear for his own life, but rather because he tends to avoid getting caught up in the supposed glory of the crimes.
See? I told you this would be fun, Morgan. This is fun for you.
When several members of the gang suggest returning to Valentine, a town they fled due to their involvement in a rather deadly shootout to rob its bank, Arthur isn't too thrilled about the proposal.
Can't believe you got me going back to Valentine.
Don't tell me it ain't hurt you leaving that bank behind.
Not really.
Work a town and not hit the bank? That's downright pathetic.
One of the first effects that humility will have on a person is stripping away silly and prideful ideas. And while Arthur does have a significant ways to grow in that virtue, he clearly is among the humblest members of the gang, and his pride isn't wounded at the idea of not robbing a bank just because outlaws are supposed to rob banks, and what kind of self-respecting outlaw doesn't rob a bank? He is not so caught up in the pursuit of riches, not so enamored by the adrenaline and excitement of dastardly deeds that he is willing to take excessive risks just for the sake of a score. And yet Arthur is quite committed to this life that he has chosen, or rather fallen into. I said a minute ago that the character of Arthur Morgan is quite static throughout a decent chunk of the game, and yet is still worth exploring because it is rich and deep. One such level of complexity is that the man himself knows, or at least believes, that he is stuck, that the life he has now is the life he will always have. Despite his awareness that he is a bad man, Arthur has no hope of leaving the gang, of going straight.
Truth is, there's never really any getting out. And staying in, it's hard. You know that. But Bessie and I made it work. Why? You thinking about getting out?
Me? No, of course not.
This is the downside of Arthur's realism. When one takes the world, takes one's circumstances and situations as they are, as Arthur does, it can be easy to lose hope for a better world, for a better life. Despite all the change happening around him, Arthur has no intention to change himself, nor does he have any belief that he could change in any meaningful way. Things are how they are, and he is who he is. The thing about people who realize their own faults and failings, however, is that they do not necessarily want others to walk the same path they once did and end up in the same rotten place. A sign of a good man, or at least a redeemable one, is that he does not desire others to be as despondent and miserable as he is. Even if he cannot see his way to a better life for himself, Arthur is more than willing to give others what he could not attain. This concept is highlighted when the player first meets Mary Linton, Arthur's former beloved, and a reminder of the life he believes he can never have. Mary asks Arthur to rescue her younger brother from a cult, and Arthur does so, even sharing a bit of wisdom with the kid in the process.
There ain't no shame in looking for a better world.
Or I could point out how Arthur willingly, though not for free, helps out two lovebirds as they reenact Romeo and Juliet in fake Louisiana.
I love her, you know.
Love who?
Penelope. But it's impossible.
Well, love tends to be complicated.
Clearly, Arthur is speaking from experience. It's worth noting that his courtship with Mary ended due to their socio-economic differences, and Arthur feels no small amount of bitterness about that fact. And yet, when he encounters two young fools willing to attempt to bridge the chasm that would otherwise stop their own love from flourishing, Arthur does not resent them for pursuing what he so badly wanted for himself, but which was denied him simply due to who he was. A lesser man would begrudge Beau and Penelope for succeeding where he failed, or simply for having wealth and opportunity through no merit of their own. You think an O'Driscoll would be out here delivering messages and shooting cousins so these two can forge a better life together? I think not. Like Arthur said, he's a bad man, but he ain't them. Or you might say he's an outlaw with a heart, and something of a conscience to boot. The gang does, after all, have a code.
We shoot fellas as need shooting, save fellas as need saving, and feed 'em as need feeding.
In other words, we give people their just due. Arthur, to some extent, believes in that philosophy, at least as an ideal. It's a pretty classic justification used by those who swindle and steal for a living, and one that will come up repeatedly as the story goes on. It is also key to Dutch's maintaining control over his gang. If he can make them feel that their actions are righteous, or at the very least, not condemnable, then they will be all the more willing to follow him. We like people who validate us, who make us feel good about ourselves, who give us purpose. As John explains to Kieran early on, he views Dutch as a teacher, as someone who actually seeks justice in the world and isn't merely concerned with survival.
This is why you're an O'Driscoll, O'Driscoll. You're out to survive. We're out to live. Free.
It's clear that Arthur has been a consistent adherent to Dutch's philosophy since he fell in with the gang, and that worldview is no doubt responsible for his continued loyalty. Now, loyalty is an oft misunderstood concept. It is not blind obedience or subservience, as Dutch, especially late-game Dutch, would have his followers believe. Rather, it is the acknowledgement of the fact that we have a duty to someone or to some ideal, and that we must work to uphold that ideal or to seek what is good for that person. Arthur is perhaps one of the best examples of true loyalty I have ever seen portrayed in fiction. Again, because of who he is and the life he lives, his loyalty, like all his virtues, is far from perfect. But he absolutely understands that being loyal does not mean being a mindless drone or a gutless simp. When Dutch proposes an unprovoked raid against their rival gang, Arthur questions his logic.
He's here for us.
I doubt that.
No, you're just doubting me.
I would never doubt you, Dutch. You always said revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
Our loyalty to our loved ones demands that at times we challenge them, that we ensure they really are acting in their own best interest and do not give in to their pride or their base emotions. By pointing out Dutch's questionable motives, Arthur is in fact being loyal to the man who saved him from the life of a street urchin. Loyalty is a commendable virtue, but only if it is properly ordered. Loyalty to a lesser good cannot be allowed to subvert loyalty to a higher one. Arthur understands this, even if he can't quite articulate it yet. But that is why he challenges Dutch, because his loyalty to the well-being of the gang comes before his loyalty to Dutch, specifically to fulfilling Dutch's designs and desires. But sometimes people we love will make mistakes despite our best counsel, and often the only thing we can do is walk with them and attempt to guide them off the road they have chosen, if possible. Not that Arthur is exactly the mentor type in the early game anyway, certainly not to Dutch, who he views as something of a father figure, and who he knows is the only reason he has this adopted family that has stuck together through thick and thin. Despite his own internal reservations regarding Dutch's plans or motivation for those plans, Arthur tends not to voice those fears publicly lest he sow dissent and cause strife within the gang. He is in fact quite defensive of Dutch whenever doubt is cast on their leader.
It just isn't like Dutch to lose his head like that.
Things go wrong sometimes. People die. It's the way it is. Always has been.
Arthur clearly has his own concerns about what happened on the ferry, and we'll hear later that he was sour on that job before the gang even embarked on it, but he keeps that to himself for now. Even well into the story, after moving twice due to the gang's unscrupulous behavior, Arthur still supports Dutch in public.
Trust me, Arthur.
If it's business, well, business is business.
But questions him more in private.
You better be right about this one.
I am.
I've heard that before.
And usually I've been right.
If you say so.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. I know we've strayed past this on a few occasions, but at this point in our story, we have barely left the mountains and set up camp at Horseshoe Overlook. My intent in the past 10 minutes or so was to outline and preface before examining them more deeply Arthur's essential traits. His loyalty, his strength, his quiet leadership, his humility, his acceptance of his own mortality, and his acknowledgement that he is a bad man, yet one restrained by a code. Oh, and his humor. I forgot about his humor.
How much you cost, anyway?
Well, ain't that a nice way to talk to a lady?
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady.
In the intro, I said a man must have a sense of humor in order to laugh at life's pain. So often, humor is a coping or defense mechanism, something we resort to in order to lighten the tension in a room or to stop ourselves from going down a spiral of negative thoughts. Arthur certainly uses humor in this manner. He's surprisingly witty, but his jokes, even when directed at himself, are often biting and sarcastic. For example, when Abigail asks him to take her son fishing, Arthur deploys this quip.
Why? Because I'm your preferred nursemaid?
Because you do what you say.
But he takes Jack fishing anyway. Why? Because he's loyal to the gang, and thus is loyal to each and every one of its members, even the one who can't exactly contribute to the camp fund quite yet. And on that note, let us commence our in-depth discussion of Arthur's masculinity and how it manifests through those various traits and virtues as his story progresses, up until a certain fork in the road, anyway. Beginning with loyalty. A man must be loyal. As we've already established, Arthur is supremely loyal to the Vanderland gang and all its members. It's clear from the few times that Arthur mentions his life before meeting Dutch, and especially when he talks about his father, that if it weren't for this collection of outlaws, he would be long dead in a gutter. Joining up with Dutch and Hosea gave Arthur the safety and meaning he needed. Safety in that he now finally had a man in his life who would care for, teach, guide, and protect him. Meaning in that Dutch's gang gave Arthur something to live for. One reason that loyalty features so prominently in this discussion of Arthur's masculinity is because when men choose to be loyal to something, we obtain that thing which men universally seek. Purpose. A man who exists only for himself is hardly a man at all, but one who lives, fights, and is willing to die for a cause other than his own well-being is far more worthy of praise. When Agent Milton shows up and offers Arthur his freedom in exchange for Dutch, Arthur doesn't consider the proposal even for a second.
They want you, Dutch. They offered me my freedom in exchange, they did.
Why didn't you take it?
Very funny.
The idea of turning on the man who practically raised him doesn't find the slightest purchase in Arthur's mind. And while Arthur's loyalty is to a gang of thieves and murderers, okay, I don't really need to keep reiterating that point, right? You get it. Arthur was raised in messed up circumstances and has made a living through less than perfectly moral means. I think at this point I can praise Arthur's virtues wherever they can be found without injecting a caveat every 30 seconds. Anyway, it's clear that Arthur's loyalty is ingrained deeply, and that his ultimate allegiance lies with the gang as a whole, and not to any one member.
You know, nothing means more to me than this gang. The bond we share. It's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it, I would happily die for it. But in spite of all of that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me.
I don't believe a word of that, Arthur.
Get him out of here.
You're a great man, Arthur Morgan. The kind of young whippersnapper can really admire.
Oh, shut up.
Now, to be fair, I think Arthur was being at least a little facetious with Sean there. But I simultaneously believe that there was some truth to what he said. Arthur is not the kind of man who would risk the lives of two of his friends in order to save a third, if he could help it. Saving Private Ryan would not be his cup of tea. When we are loyal to others, we often come to feel responsible for them, to value their good as higher than our own. So while Arthur would happily give his own life for any other member of the gang, except Micah, obviously, he wouldn't ask others to do the same. He does ask others to care about the gang as he does, however. Arthur's dislike for John Marston is entirely due to John running off on the gang and on his son while Jack was still a baby for a year or so.
I've spoken to him many times. He knows he did wrong. He just wants to put it behind him.
I'm sure he does. Running off on that kid is one thing, but there's code. He knows that.
Arthur does not tend to be the accusatory type. His self-awareness of being a bad man makes him far less judgmental than most towards other people's mistakes. But when it comes to abandoning loyalty, well, that's the one thing that Arthur can't quite find it in his heart to fully forgive and forget. Does loyalty matter more than any other virtue? Not inherently. It depends on what that loyalty is ordered toward and how we live out our loyalty. But as Arthur does with loyalty, we all tend to have a favored trait that we hold up as the most important. Coincidentally, that always seems to be the virtue that we exemplify the most. The avid book learner believes the pursuit of knowledge to be of utmost importance and scoffs at those who are content in their education. The athlete believes all men should seek to perfect their self-discipline and maintain their health at all costs. The charismatic and charming socialite cannot imagine how those shy and introverted people even begin to function. I'm exaggerating, obviously, but the tendency displayed by Arthur is absolutely one toward which we can stray. We expect others, especially those in our close social circles, to care about what we care about. And it can be difficult to realize that maybe, just maybe, the thing with which I am obsessed doesn't matter quite so much to others. And perhaps I have overinflated its importance, have held it up as an ultimate good when it simply is not. Such is the case for Arthur and loyalty. But he won't come to that realization quite yet. How strong is Arthur's loyalty, you ask? Exactly how much does Dutch mean to him? Well, he goes to rescue Micah, so there's that. Now, I'm not going to go in depth into Micah's character and explain why he's a rotten little toadstool who should have been shown the door a long time ago. But I really would like to one day, so please help this video out with a like or a comment, but you're not allowed to do both.
Pretty sure that's illegal.
So instead, let's simply let Micah tell us all about who he is.
Up with you boys because I thought you liked action. Couple of days on the lam, and you lot have all turned yellow.
When someone tells you who they are, believe them. Micah is in this life for the excitement, the thrill, the adrenaline rush that comes from robbing stagecoaches and gunning down their poor guards. He has no real sense of honor, no code, no behavior he won't stoop to if it gets him what he wants, and of course, no real loyalty. Except apparently to his firearms.
Ain't much I care about more than those guns.
So of course, Arthur doesn't want to break him out of prison, but he does, because he's loyal to Dutch, because he trusts Dutch's judgment over his own. I do love how he delays rescuing Micah until he's gotten Lenny drunk to assuage the kid's worries, though. Yeah, that blowhard can wait. Lenny and I are gonna do shots. Fun fact, I played through this mission while I was in the midst of a nasty stomach bug. That was a really, really poor decision. But poor decisions are kind of Micah's thing, like when he hears from an O'Driscoll about a stagecoach that they like to rob on the regular, thinks, yeah, there's no way they'd beef up security to prevent further robberies, and goads Arthur into joining him on said raid, conveniently failing to consider the fact that he heard about the coach from a rival gang who was in the habit of robbing it and wouldn't be too appreciative of the competition.
It concerns me when you put us in danger and we don't realize till it's too late.
Arthur wants to give to others what Dutch gave to him.
Safety and meaning?
And to state the obvious, Micah's philosophy, if you can call it that, of seeking action, excitement, and danger runs counter to Arthur's desires. But at the very least, not that I'd want to compliment the slug, Micah does produce for the gang. He does earn his keep, just in a more violently unbridled manner than the others are accustomed to. By contrast, we have Uncle, the other member of the gang for whom Arthur has obvious contempt.
Hey! Careful not to work yourself to death there, Uncle.
I was thinking.
Yeah, does it pay well?
Oh, eventually.
So, while the rest of us are busy stealing, killing, lying, fighting to try to survive, you get to think all day.
I find this an interesting moral question to ponder. Which is worse, to lie, kill, and steal in order to provide for yourself and your family, or to willingly and knowingly accept that others are lying, stealing, and killing so that you can eat, but refuse to partake in said immoral acts? I don't imagine either scenario has more than a hint of justification in it, but it's clear to Arthur which is worse. Being a hanger-on to a group of outlaws, refusing to dirty your hands unless absolutely necessary, is far worse than being upfront and honest about being a low-down criminal. Not that Uncle has any real moral objection to the lying, killing, and stealing, mind you, he's simply lazy, so really he's just compounding his sins. But I bring him up because his interactions with Arthur highlight our protagonist's steadfast belief that loyalty comes with a duty. Which of course it does. If we want to be loyal to someone, we must be willing to work, even to sacrifice for their well-being. Loyalty cannot be a flippant word used to describe some vague feeling of attachment. Lip service does nothing to demonstrate loyalty, only our choices and our actions can do that. Although, when our loyalty is to an imperfect good, demonstrating said loyalty will often be done in rather distasteful ways, ones that even an outlaw will turn his nose up at.
I prefer robbing banks to usury. Seems more dignified somehow.
A man must have a code. If you're not familiar with this character or don't remember this plotline, let me summarize it real quick. Leopold Strauss does his fair share for the gang by being a loan shark. He gives money to desperate folk whom he must know will have an exceedingly difficult time paying him back, and then when the debt comes due, he, being an entirely unintimidating fellow himself, sends Arthur to collect. This is not a line of work that Arthur is particularly enthusiastic for.
And here was me believing Dutch's bluster about us helping folk.
But he does the jobs quite convincingly nonetheless. Why the apparent enthusiasm? I would refer you to the section we just finished. Arthur's loyalty to the gang, to its overall well-being, is paramount. Nothing trumps doing what the gang requires. And if you were to see Arthur only when he is actually in the act of retrieving those debts, you wouldn't have the slightest clue about his reservations. He does, after all, beat an already dying man further into his grave over whatever pittance Strauss lent the man, and recommends some rather drastic measures to pay off the debt.
Sell your place.
We already owe more than it's worth.
Then sell your wife, or your family, or something.
He even jokes about enjoying the perverse actions that he undertakes for the gang at Strauss's behest.
There's no need to thank me. Like you said, it's pleasure I'm after.
As is mentioned earlier, humor is so often used as a defense mechanism, as a way to deflect one's true feelings, to keep them from taking root and beginning to eat away at you. So what does Arthur really think about threatening and beating up poor indebted losers to recover a few dollars? Well, I'll let him tell you.
This is filthy work.
All of this begs the question, why does Arthur hate it so much? Why does he resent Strauss for sending him on these debt collection missions? Well, to answer the second question, we should remember his feelings toward Uncle, who lies on the ground and thinks, while others go out and earn their keep through various criminal activities. Strauss's work, as he reminds Arthur, is not forbidden by law.
It's legal work, Mr. Morgan. Debtors belong in prison. We are doing them a favor.
But it certainly goes against Dutch's philosophy of giving each man what he needs and deserves. Preying on the poor and weak, who are Strauss's sole clientele,
Well, people who aren't desperate don't seem so interested in my propositions.
Of course.
is a clear and obvious violation of the principle we feed fellas as need feeding. Or as Arthur tells Sadie when she is finally allowed to accompany him on an errand away from camp,
We rob fools that rob other people. These people, they're just trying to get by.
Arthur believes that some lines should not be crossed, but if he is called upon to cross those lines for the good of the gang, he will, because his loyalty, as I've established, is paramount. This is how you write a bad man, but one with whom your audience can sympathize, and one whose redemption will not feel forced or come out of nowhere. Yes, Arthur is willing to do horrible things for the sake of the gang, but he is aware of the horrific nature of his actions, and given the choice, he would rather not do at least some of them. He feels the weight of his sins in a way that few of the others appear to.
Well, of course Marston's scared rotten. We killed all those people. We stirred up all that trouble. For nothing.
No, not for nothing. For living.
That snippet of conversation is a beautiful illustration of how Arthur and Dutch's worldviews begin to diverge, where his mentor becomes obsessed with living on, begins to hold his own survival as his highest good. Arthur never really valued his own life that much. The lives of others, certainly, but his awareness of his own wretchedness made him less than fervent in his desire to save his own skin at any cost. As the story progresses, the two men begin to merge more decidedly into their own separate lanes. Even before that fork in the road, Arthur becomes troubled by Dutch's unrestrained desire for continuing on.
I will do whatever it takes for us to survive.
I guess that's what I'm afraid of.
In days gone by, Dutch sought to give each man his due, or at least what he deserved in Dutch's eyes. Arthur respected that. He made that his code. Sure, he was forced, as he would see it, to violate that code from time to time, threatening poor debtors, killing lawmen who didn't appreciate their robbing from the rich, and shanking idiots who tried to start fist fights with me right after I cut them free, but he never fully abandoned the code. Now it appears that the man who raised him, the man whom he trusts or used to trust when everything else failed him, is willing to leave that code in a roadside ditch if it means survival.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
I am just trying to make sure that some of us survive, Arthur.
In other words, Arthur is finally realizing, or at least finally admitting to himself, that Dutch is not a good man, that he is a man willing to betray his code, his loyalty to any higher principles or to other people if it means mere survival. That would make Dutch a worse man than Arthur is, which is not a truth Arthur would have ever considered in the past 20 years, as our protagonist has famously low self-esteem, a trait of his which we will now thoroughly examine up to that point. A man must be humble. I don't doubt that Arthur himself would argue wholeheartedly that he is not a humble man, if only because he understands that humility is a virtue, and those are things with which Arthur repeatedly insists he is unfamiliar. I could probably show dozens of clips to get this point across. Arthur rejects every compliment anyone ever sends his way, but I'll play just a few from early on in the story that drive the point home well enough.
Look, you seem like a decent feller behind it all.
Then you ain't a good judge of character.
You saved my life. You're a good man, and here. You want a pen? It's one of them steel ones.
Oh. That's very kind of you. But I'm not a good man.
I always looked up to you, Arthur.
Well, that's your first mistake.
As one might expect, Arthur's measure of humility is not exactly commendable. But considering how he was apparently treated by his own father and the fact that he then fell in with a gang of outlaws led by an exceedingly prideful man, well, he certainly could have been a much bigger jerk than he turned out to be. Arthur is a perfect example for why humility and low self-worth are not, contrary to common belief, one and the same. Like with any virtue, there must be balance, must be a golden mean. On either extreme of the virtue of humility are the vices pride and shame. And as any fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender can tell you, the two lead to one another. The only antidote is genuine humility, a true understanding of oneself. And when we truly understand ourselves, when our self-awareness is full and complete, then, as C.S. Lewis said, we will no longer think about ourselves. We will not have to. We will not be thinking about our humility or pride. We will simply think of others. In this, Arthur does excel. Assuming you play as High Honor Arthur, an assumption I have been making and will continue to make throughout this video, Arthur is really a helpful and giving person. He donates money to the poor and the lame, he befriends the lonely one-armed veteran in Valentine, and he helps out any number of random strangers, such as this fella whose horse ran away without its cart.
To be honest, if you lot hadn't been here, I probably would have robbed him.
Why would Arthur have robbed the wagon driver? We know he wouldn't have done so for the thrill of it. He's not Micah. He certainly wasn't seeking to further his own cause, but rather that of the gang. As I have said a few times now, loyalty to and providing for his people are of paramount importance to Arthur. And in that, we see his humility, his lack of pride, his placement of those whom he loves and even those whom he merely happens to stumble across above himself. I'd like to discuss one such encounter in a little more detail, as I think it highlights Arthur's pre-fork-in-the-road humility and selflessness quite poignantly.
You, kind sir, will you help the poor?
I ain't so kind.
Yes, you are, sir. You have it in you, I can tell.
I'm a nasty bit of work, Father.
You're wrong on 2 counts, sir. I'm a humble brother, a penitent monk, not a priest, and you're a magnificent bit of work. You may have made some poor choices, but which of us hasn't?
You have no idea.
But you do. And God does, and that's enough for me and for him.
We shall see.
That we shall, sir.
Brother Dorkins then asks Arthur if he will investigate the suspected slave trader around the corner. Arthur complies, executes the pawn shop owner for being French, and then rescues 2 would-be slaves from his basement and returns them to the brother.
Well, they are blessed to have met you, Arthur.
Trust me, in that they're very unusual.
I want to focus on one of Brother Dorkins' earlier lines, though, where he tells Arthur, "You have it in you, I can tell." it being the capacity to do good. One of the foremost ways in which Arthur will develop over the course of the game is in his ability to recognize goodness where it exists. In his journal, Arthur writes, "The monk, what was his name? Brother something or other, was a good fellow. One of those innocent people who make you feel better about human beings, and even about yourself a little. Must be odd to see all that goodness in the world. Place always seemed dark and brutal to me. If we can't see goodness in the world, how can we see it in ourselves? If the world is in fact a hopeless, irredeemable hellscape, how can we possibly be any good?" It's almost a shame that Red Dead 2 doesn't force the player to read Arthur's journal, because it contains some of the most insightful lines in the entire story. Surprise, surprise, something that lets us get inside the mind of the main character, lets us get underneath his ever-present tough guy veneer, provides a new and enlightening viewpoint into Arthur's worldview. Arthur never really believed in anything. Not in God, not in goodness, not in love. Why not? It's a simple question with a simple answer. Because he never experienced any of them. Sure, Dutch likely showed him some kindness when he rescued the teenage Arthur off the streets, but such a love was clearly not unconditional, and was instead meant to inspire the one thing Arthur does now believe in: loyalty. And when a man, after years of listless wandering and aimlessness, finally finds something to work toward, someone to give him purpose, then of course he throws himself into it wholeheartedly, even if he knows, as Arthur clearly does, that the work he is called to do is, in his own words, dark and brutal. Now, one might say that Arthur's depressing and despondent worldview is something of a defense mechanism, a way that he, if not excuses, then at least explains his own depraved actions. I believe it's a bit of both. As I just said, Arthur's life, especially his early life, was one lacking any genuine goodness and love. But I do also think that he embraces that darkness because it lets him deflect criticisms and morally equivalize.
You have to be more reasonable.
You ain't such a do-gooder, are you? If you're running out on debts...
This mission, like most of the debt collection missions, is one of Arthur's lowest points in the story, morally speaking. He's doing a job that he really does not care for, that goes against a part of his code, but that he is unwilling to refuse because of his doggish adherence to his ultimate tenet of loyalty. What is a man to do when he finds himself engaging in base, despicable behavior and can see no way off the path he finds himself on? How will he assuage his conscience and ease his pride? Easy. Minimize his sins. And one way to do so is to suggest that others are no better than he is, that their failings, however minuscule, are equivalent to the massive millstone that he has hung around his own neck.
Then sell your wife, or your family, or something.
If the world really is just a dark and brutal place, then such abhorrent recommendations are in accordance with the world, with how it is in reality. Thomas Downes was a man who strove to make the world how it should be. Arthur, unwilling and unable to do the same, yet deep down desiring to be such a man, and being asked to beat this man to recover his debt, felt the only way he could justify his actions was if he found some way to drag Downes down to his own depraved level. What kind of do-gooder runs out on a debt? What worthless, pathetic scum would sell his family to pay off that debt? Not Thomas Downes, obviously, but if he did do as Arthur suggested, well, that would simply show that Arthur is right, that goodness and selflessness are false fronts, that people, when the rubber meets the road, or rather when the wagon wheel meets the mud, will simply do whatever they have to do in order to survive this barbaric world. Arthur is humble in the sense that he recognizes his own wretchedness for what it is, but as you might expect, his humility and his ability to see clearly and to put others first fails when the words or actions of others call him out for being a low-life criminal, which he admits he is on any number of occasions, but when the Pinkertons show up, well, his tone changes.
You see, I haven't done anything wrong, aside from not playing the games to your rules.
It is so much easier to accuse ourselves than it is to tolerate the accusations of others. In pointing out our own sins and flaws, in calling ourselves wretched and depraved, we may think we are showing humility. And to be sure, if we genuinely believe what we say about ourselves, that is at least a step in the right direction. But if we suddenly get defensive when rightly called out by someone else, that is a sure sign that our growth in humility has a long way to go, that we have a problem with conflicting self-images. How Arthur views himself is very different from the man whom he presents to the wider world, and that image differs from the facade that he shows even the Vanderland gang. While we all change to some extent in different circumstances, and doing so is normal, expected, and even healthy, the magnitude of such changes in Arthur demonstrates his underdeveloped humility. While we cannot define this virtue merely as accurate self-knowledge, such a trait is absolutely crucial in the formation of true humility. We do have to answer the questions, who am I? What kind of man do I want to be? And then we have to try with every ounce of our being to live according to those answers. Arthur struggles because he doesn't know the answers, or perhaps because when he asks himself that question, he immediately comes up with two conflicting and mutually exclusive answers. This is most obvious when we see him interact with Mary Linton, a woman he desperately wanted to marry, but who was ultimately incompatible with his lifestyle choices. A wound that clearly has not healed over the years, as we see when Mary asks Arthur to rescue her brother from the cult.
So, I'm too rough to marry into your family, but it's okay to ask me to help in saving your family.
I'm sorry. I just want him back, Arthur. If you find him, bring him to me at the station.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll owe you.
You already owe me.
Those last words of Arthur's are indicative of his defensiveness. He implies that it's ultimately to Mary's discredit that she decided not to marry a man who makes his living by thieving and murdering. Of course, he ultimately blames himself, but it is far, far easier to accuse ourselves than to accept the accusations of others. If we hate ourselves, well, that's only natural. But to be looked down on by someone I admire, to be thought of as lowly and base by the woman I love, that hurts more than words can describe. And to Arthur's credit, he would not see others whom he cares about suffer the same fate when it comes to love.
Just do one thing or another. Not be two people at once, that's all I'm saying.
It ain't that simple. You know that as well as anyone. Same as with you and that girl. What was her name? Mary?
That was different.
No, it ain't.
I love that John immediately calls out Arthur for apparently being a hypocrite. But what is a hypocrite, other than a man in the process of changing? Even at this point in the story, when the gang hasn't yet been run out of Valentine, we are seeing Arthur start to open up, knowing that this life of theirs cannot endure, and encouraging the people he cares about to seek a new and better life, even if he can't quite phrase it that way. Despite his constant verbal jabs at John, he cares about the young man, who, with his family, represents a life Arthur longs for but cannot now have, and Arthur wants John to make his decisions with the good of Abigail and Jack at the forefront of his mind. A freedom of choice that Arthur never believed was his, as we see when Mary once again asks him for his help, this time with her drunken father who has taken to pawning off family heirlooms so he can keep gambling on the ponies.
I know Daddy was not kind to you, but surely you cannot hate a man for the sin of loving his daughter and wanting better for her than
me?
Than the choices you make.
What choice did I have? Did I ever have?
Oh, I know. You had to live by your code. But your code is... well, it's not right.
Has your way been right, Mary?
If I had to sum up Arthur's struggle with his humility and self-image in one sentence, it would be with those words.
What choice did I have? Did I ever have?
Arthur knows that the life he lives is one rife with a great number of evils, ones in which he willingly participates, and he tends to hate himself for it. But he feels stuck, static, unable to change to be better than the man he is now. And while there is little to admire in an outlaw who robs and kills mercilessly, what this story does fantastically is show us that Arthur's path to redemption is open, if only he would believe that it exists. The first step on such path is to admit his own lowliness and despondency, and one scene which beautifully and subtly illustrates his self-knowledge and his lack of pride in the crimes he commits takes place at the high society party in Saint Denis, when the mob boss Angelo Bronte literally looks down on all the various partygoers and sneers derisively at them.
And all these people, these are friends of yours, Senor Bronte?
No, not quite. But they certainly are afraid of me. Like that one. See that wretch? He's the mayor. Henri Lemieux. He'll do anything for $1, and I mean anything. All these vulgar people. They hate me. Non vedo l'ora di guardarti morire.
The occasional cuts to Arthur's somber expression during this scene are so telling. Such pride and vanity are completely foreign to Arthur. He would never look at any group of people, except perhaps an army of Micah clones, and pronounce them vulgar, filthy, or base. Even when John and Kieran are arguing about the comparative morality of the Vangelis gang and the O'Driscolls, Arthur stays relatively silent. He views himself about as lowly as any man can, and while that is not ideal, it is at least accurate, and more importantly, it means that he is not interested in preserving his own pride or even his own well-being. It means that he can put others before himself, because he believes them to be far more worthy of whatever service he may offer than he himself is. And because of that humility, imperfect though it may be, Arthur is, perhaps surprisingly, an effective and genuine leader. A man must lead, and a man must be strong. Leadership and strength are highly correlated. No one wants to follow a weak man. Dutch may not be physically the strongest of the gang, nor even the best shot, but his strength of mind, along with his competency and ability to participate in the activities demanded by the life of an outlaw, allowed him to lead. Arthur exemplifies strength of body and will. No one is as resolute as he is. Men who can outduel him are the rarest of breed, and so on and so forth, but talking about Arthur as a leader sounds a bit ridiculous at first. Obviously, the leader of the gang is Dutch van der Linde himself, with Hosea being his oldest friend and most trusted advisor, whose cautious and softer nature serves as something of a counterbalance to Dutch's ambitiousness and grandiose plans. Arthur is more of an enforcer, a senior gun, someone who doesn't plan, strategize, or philosophize, he just does. There are practically no schemes in the entire game, at least up until after that fork in the road, which Arthur concocts through his own initiative. As I mentioned in the intro, part of that is due to this being a video game, and having other characters ask you to join them on their various hunts, robberies, and sheep wranglings is the classic way to move the plot forward.
Ramirez, take your team and secure the Burger Town.
However, the writers and developers could very easily have given Arthur the lead in those cutscenes, could have had him ask Hosea if he wants to go hunt a bear, or John if he wants to rob a train. But they didn't, because they wanted to underscore that Arthur is largely pulled around by the currents of his life, rather than taking charge of the direction in which his life travels. Arthur's leadership is still present in those instances, however. Instead of acting like your stereotypical leader, coming up with ideas, thinking up strategies, and handing out orders and directions, though he does do the latter on occasion, Arthur tends to lead by example. When a job needs doing, Arthur steps up and is the first to put himself in harm's way, rather than ask any of his fellow bandits to risk their lives.
When she slows, order.
And you?
I'm gonna make sure she slows.
Let's do or die with you. I like it.
Get moving.
You can hear in Sean's voice how much he admires Arthur, despite Arthur's earlier proclamation that he would have happily left Sean to rot in the hands of the bounty hunters if Charles hadn't urged him to save the little Irish bastard. And so, in his own way, Arthur cares for Sean in return, as he does for the rest of the gang. Well, most of them, anyway. Especially the ones who are young, inexperienced, and seeking to prove themselves. Those who are weaker than he is. Arthur, as mentioned earlier, is the rock of the group, one whom they all know is loyal to the bone, who will always be there when things go wrong and they need someone to step up. Arthur could get along perfectly fine on his own, but rather than use his strength to forge his own way and look out for himself, Arthur chooses to use it to protect and guide the less weathered members of the gang.
I know Sean's been bringing in quite a lot lately, and I wanted to... It's good to have something to show like this.
Sean's a loudmouth bragger. Don't worry about what Sean does.
Hey, I like him, you know?
Yeah, well, so do I. It's my better judgment. Just worry about you. Me and Dutch, and everyone who counts. We know what you do for this gang. We notice.
Dutch led young Arthur by giving him the gifts of safety, meaning, and purpose. Good man that he is, for an outlaw, Arthur desires to lead in that same fashion, bolstering the spirits of Lenny, assuring him that they notice and appreciate his efforts and contributions, that he belongs in the gang. A leader, after all, can only be effective if his unit, be it a platoon of soldiers, a team of corporate accountants, or a bunch of bandits, is cohesive, if every member feels like he has a place and a role within that team. In order to be a good leader, a man must then care about each jarhead, bean counter, or outlaw under his direction and care. If he loses sight of the individual, he loses the whole unit. This is where Arthur excels. When it comes to placing their lives at risk, or, well, more at risk than usual, considering their chosen profession, Arthur is by far the most risk-averse of the Vanderland gang. When Bill, Karen, and Lenny come to Arthur with their plan to rob the Valentine Bank, Arthur isn't quite as eager as the rest of them to go back to the town where, well, this happened.
Y'all think it's worth the risk?
It's a bank, Arthur.
So? Is the take good?
The rest of the gang seem to strut about with an air of invincibility, which, to be fair, is totally earned within the context of the game, since the characters cannot in fact die until their appointed times, but they don't know that. Anyway, what I'm saying is that Arthur seems to be the only member of the Vanderland gang who even attempts to make a risk-benefit calculation when it comes to pulling the various stunts that make up their daily lives. This risk aversion of Arthur's begins to emerge more noticeably when Dutch and Hosea inject themselves, and thus the rest of their merry band, into the middle of the feud between the Montagues and the Greys and the Braithwaites, with Dutch proclaiming on several occasions his steadfast belief in his own cognitive and moral superiority over the two southern families.
Amongst these drunkards, hillbillies, and slavers? Good honest thieves like us. We're bound to be moralizers in a place like this. We have a like it on a land so stupid, a backwater so backwards that even we are like geniuses.
Arthur, however, is not quite so enamored by the rumors of buried rebel gold which the two families are supposedly squabbling over, and not nearly as certain as his mentor is that their attempts to dupe both sides into thinking that the Vanderland gang is working exclusively for them will work as intended. Whenever something goes wrong, as it often does, Arthur wonders whether that might have been by design. For example, Arthur and Hosea take the Braithwaites' moonshine to a tavern run by the Greys, give it out for free at Catherine Braithwaite's request, and then get into trouble with the local militia, which of course results in a massive firefight because this is a video game, after which Arthur expresses his worries.
You think that woman set us up?
No, I don't think so. Maybe. This place is odd.
And then after the Grey Patriarch promises them a score of nearly $5,000 or $200,000 in today's money if they steal and fence the Braithwaites' prize stallions, which of course turns out to be a load of nonsense, Arthur really begins to sour on the situation.
Believed a yarn spun us by one of that Grey family, and imagined we was gonna be wonderfully rich. At the end of it, we felt like prize idiots.
And then we have two missions that pound the point home that Arthur is a risk-averse man who cares more about lives than he does goals. First, Blessed Are the Peacemakers, where Dutch and Micah walk willingly into a trap set by the O'Driscolls under the guise of it being a parlay. Personally, I theorize that Micah, after Pearson's initial contact with the rival gang, got in contact with Colm and promised to deliver Arthur, figuring to get his rival out of the way and secure his already tightening stranglehold on Dutch's trust. When Arthur escapes from the O'Driscolls' camp and returns to Clemens Point, Micah is nowhere to be seen, until we see him turn and walk away from Arthur and the others. Not really relevant to our discussion of Arthur's leadership, but I wanted to point it out because they included that little detail for a reason. Anyway, in the second mission, which I played immediately after this one, as evidenced by Arthur's uncut mane, Arthur once again questions the wisdom of the course of action that the others have chosen.
What's the plan?
We're meeting a couple of the Greys over at the saloon. They spoke to Bill about a job, needing security.
After the farce of stealing the horses for them, why are we doing this?
Because we need to stay in with them, and they're paying.
So what kind of security they want?
We're about to find out. Now come on.
This seem legit to you, Bill?
Sure. Dutch said we was to keep on dealing with them until we find this gold.
Can we trust them?
Can we trust anyone?
Yeah. Let's just see what they say.
They said there was some big misunderstanding about them horses.
And what about boarding their fields?
They don't know we had anything to do with that.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, they think it was the Braithwaites. Listen, I know these Grey boys a bit now. This is on the level.
We're stuck in the middle of some ancient feud, but instead of playing both sides, we're being used by both of them.
They were saying that Catherine Braithwaite...
Hey, hold up. This don't feel right.
Now it don't feel right. I could have told you.
I'll say this for Micah. The slimy little ratfink is quick on the draw. He takes out 3 of the Grey's gunmen, including the one who killed Sean, before anyone can even blink an eye. For me, these missions felt like a turning point that, in a way, prefigured the fork in the road, which is the obvious course correction in Arthur's story. In the first, Arthur very nearly dies after being taken captive by the O'Driscolls, fights with all he has to escape in order to prevent a rescue that would have brought the law down on their gang, and after collapsing back at camp, he sees the noble buck for the first time. And then immediately afterward, or well, after he rests for a couple of weeks to heal from the bullet wound in his shoulder, Arthur is once again faced with the reality of mortality, just not his own.
He was a good kid.
Well, how the hell was I to know?
Let me see. They set us up once before. They didn't like us. We destroyed their farm. Should I go on?
Go easy on him, Morgan.
Bill, take the boy's body. Bury him proper someplace, quiet. He was like an annoying little brother to me. What fun we had riding together.
I apologize for playing 2 long clips back to back, but trust me, they're worth it. Arthur, as we have noted, feels responsible for the gang, especially the younger men like John, Lenny, and Sean. While I wouldn't describe his leadership style as compassionate, he is quite caring in that he, unlike Bill or Micah, is hesitant to place his fellows in harm's way unnecessarily. Is Arthur's leadership in this regard perfectly virtuous? No, of course not. Even if he does care for the young men who look up to him, he isn't exactly leading them to a noble path. Despite his best efforts, he is, in fact, leading them to their graves. There are, by my count, 5 men younger than Arthur in the Vanderland gang. Though Charles might be about Arthur's age, and he's clearly more independent and capable than the others, so we'll focus on John, Lenny, Sean, and Kieran. Sean, as we just saw, was killed due to the gang's collective hubris, their belief that they could dupe a bunch of inbred former rebels, even when Catherine Braithwaite explicitly told them that she knew what they were up to.
We didn't take it, at least not without orders from...
Oh, I know exactly who gave you your orders. Old Sheriff Grey.
Like, what the hell, Hosea? How did you not go back to Dutch and call off the whole triple agent business right then and there? Anyway, after Sean, Kieran is next on the chopping block, and oh, that got dark fast. After the headless Kieran shows up at camp and the gang slaughters a bunch of O'Driscolls, Arthur has simply this to say.
He saved my life, and I could not save his.
And I'm thinking, okay, we might get some more reflection from Arthur about how he feels regarding Kieran and what Arthur wishes he would have done differently. But nope, the next words out of his mouth are about an entirely different person.
Mrs. Adler fought braver than any of us. She is driven by powerful forces I scarcely understand. That's what love has done to her, I guess.
At first, that seemed like a jarring transition for Arthur's train of thought. Then I remembered what he told John a few days before when the gang is moving to Shady Belle, as Marston bemoans the ruckus the gang has caused, the people they have killed, and the apparent meaninglessness of it all.
We can't change what's done. We can only move on.
But one day, we need to start learning from our mistakes.
I think that might be the first bit of actual original wisdom that comes from Arthur's mouth. Dwelling on the past is a favorite activity for, well, just about everyone, I dare say. There are countless memes about our stupid brains reminding us of the idiotic things we've done or the social faux pas we've committed right before we're about to go to sleep. And yet, story after meaningful story will reinforce this fundamental and universal truth. The past is the past. What you do now is what matters. Not that history, personal or otherwise, doesn't matter at all. As John said in that clip, we need to learn from our mistakes, but we shouldn't dwell on them. We cannot let them drag us down, convincing us that we will never be better than the man who committed that sin, that we are doomed to repeat those errors time and time again until we die. Yes, we can examine the past, ponder our motivations for our prior deeds, and study our mistakes, but we must do all of that with the intention to leave it where it belongs, in our rear view mirror. We cannot change what we have done, we can only do better in the future. Or as another epic cutscene puts it,
don't you know what I've done? Yes! But what will you do now?
Whatever you or I have done in the past need not, must not define who we choose to be now. Arthur, at this point in the story, as the gang has established their pattern of causing an undue amount of chaos due to their delusions of grandeur and overconfidence in their own abilities and cunning, is becoming increasingly concerned with the well-being of those for whom he feels responsible, and is beginning to acknowledge for the first time that he needs to step up and lead. His thoughts about Kieran being interrupted by his reflection on Sadie Adler's actions and state of mind are not indicative that he is an uncaring bastard who will quickly discard the memory of fallen brothers, but rather that he is seeking to care for and protect those whom he still can. Sadie, if you don't remember, was the newly made widow whom the gang rescues from the O'Driscolls in the very beginning of the story, and whose house Michael burns down because he's a dumbass. We'll examine her character and how Arthur relates to her more when we talk about pride and revenge, but for now, suffice it to say that she has also become one of the young and relatively inexperienced members of the game whom Arthur has taken under his wing. And she is also one of the last. Most of the game's heartfelt and poignant moments play out during the cutscenes that break up the time spent horseback riding, hunting, and decimating the population of various towns. But on occasion, something dramatic happens in the middle of such a firefight, and there is no time to say what we would like to say. I am, unfortunately but inevitably, referring to the bank job, the one big score that was going to get them to Tahiti, which of course went horribly wrong because this gang has become utterly sloppy and predictable, and it cost them dearly. Hosea first, then John, according to Dutch anyway, and then, just when you think you might be home free, Lenny. The way Arthur stops beside Lenny's body, hardly believing what he just saw and having to force himself to let go and move on, it's heartbreaking. Also, keep in mind that he just lost John, who was reportedly arrested by the Pinkertons, so Arthur's failures as he sees them are suddenly compounded even further with the death of his drinking buddy, a young man who looked up to him, who trusted him, in no small part because Arthur is about as good an example of a virtuous servant leadership as you could possibly find in a life such as theirs. With respect to his leadership, the virtue that Arthur does his best to exert is that of prudence, of using reason to best discern what is the right choice to make in any given circumstance. Problem being, Arthur is an outlaw, a subset of society whose lives revolve around taking stupid and unhealthy risks.
The Outlaw's Trinity. Luck, skill, and just a dose of stupidity.
The prudent man looks where he is going, but the Vanderlyn gang? Well, they like to plunge headlong into trouble at the behest of their leader, his sights set on a tropical island while barely paying attention to the chaos that he himself is stirring up and refusing to consider its consequences. Even after the disaster at the Saint Denis Bank, the shipwreck, and the tumultuous escape from Guarma, Dutch refuses to give up on the dream.
Working it all out. Once and for all, Arthur.
What now?
We're back, and I'm sitting here, and I am contemplating the great journey of the sun and considering a famous chess move. Those oily enactors of a mediocre justice, the Pinkertons, and their benefactor, the depressing millionaire Leviticus Cornwall, they want us, Arthur. They want us. And they are going to have us.
Maybe they ain't the problem.
Meaning?
I don't know, it's just, well, I can't help but feel we would have been better running off someplace else.
But the game ain't over, Arthur. I mean, I ain't played my final move, but...
I guess I'm more interested in saving lives than winning at chess.
We are very close now to that fork in the road, and it's clear how the story has been building to that point. After everything they have gone through, all the commotion they have caused, all the people they have killed, and the friends they have lost, Arthur is ready to give up on the money, on Tahiti, on the whole lot of it, if it means saving lives. But Dutch, well, Dutch wants to win. The losses he suffered at the hands of the Pinkertons and Leviticus Cornwall have wounded his pride, pushing him further and further away from being able to properly and prudently make decisions that are for the best of the gang, for the men and women who look up to him, who trust him, who rely upon him. And we can see Arthur's newfound hesitation to follow Dutch, even as he wholeheartedly voices his support for the man, because he has some measure of prudence within him. He knows that the path Dutch would set them on is going to be unnecessarily dangerous. Unlike his supposed leader, Arthur refuses to let his pride get the best of him, but rather is beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, he might know better what is best for the gang, whereas Dutch has gotten lost in his own dreams, ambitions, and ego. When Dutch talks derisively about the Pinkertons and Cornwall, we hear in him an echo of Angelo Bronte, a man whom Arthur clearly despised with every fiber of his being, as he was a man utterly beset by smug self-satisfaction. Dutch's language refers to all of this, the plans, the chaos, the very lives of his fellow outlaws, as a game, one which he must win for his own sake to fulfill his desire for vengeance against those who have antagonized him, to satiate his pride. A man must not be dominated by pride. Pride manifests itself in all sorts of ugly ways. It lies behind practically every single vice and sin, but in Red Dead Redemption 2, pride is most unmistakable in the desire for vengeance. See, pride is always about seeking one's own perceived good, whether that be wealth, glory, or emotional satisfaction, over and above the good, usually a higher good, of others. And when we seek vengeance, we are chasing after what we might think or say is justice, but really is just shallow self-vindication. Revenge has absolutely no survival or communal value, which is why Dutch had the attitude toward it that he had.
You always said revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
The gang, according to early game Dutch anyway, shoots fellas as need shooting. In that same scene, he tells Arthur that his proposed attack on the O'Driscolls is really about stealing their intel and supplies for the train robbery they were planning to pull. It's not personal, it's just business.
It kind of feels personal.
Revenge violates any number of ethical principles, but let's focus on concepts that we have already discussed. First, humility, putting others before self. By nature, seeking vengeance serves only oneself. It says that my twisted sense of justice is worth whatever price must be paid, by others or by myself. In a collective such as the Vanderland gang, where the actions of each and every person have a notable impact on the well-being of the rest of the group, one member could cause significant damage by deciding that his own need for vengeance is more important than his duty to keep the gang safe and provided for. These men and women are outlaws, and as such naturally make enemies on a daily basis. If Dutch encouraged or even allowed them to serve revenge up to whomever they so choose, they would have all been dead within a month. Second, prudence. You can't change what's done, you can only move on. To seek vengeance is to live in the past, plain and simple. It's seeking to right a wrong that can never be righted, because it has already been done.
We gotta convince each family that we're on their side, and then we rob them both. Before they figure out it was us that done it, and not the other lot, we'll be long gone. Think of it as payback for my daddy.
Payback? I ain't in the revenge business, Dutch. Least of all for something happened a long time ago.
That scene, where Dutch is outlining part of his complicated and obviously ill-fated rebel gold-stealing plan to Arthur, comes right on the heels of this one, where Arthur visits the widow of Thomas Downs to collect the man's debt.
Either you got a lazy eye or lack of respect. Which is it, boy?
I ain't got no lazy eye. No respect for the likes of you.
Well, maybe when your mother's finished mourning your father, I'll keep her in black, on your behalf. You think on that, boy?
Well, maybe you shall, sir. And maybe other events will transpire.
You best stick to them books, because mark my words on this. Vengeance is an idiot's game.
The positioning of those two scenes is no accident. Arthur has just finished dispensing his wisdom, Dutch's wisdom, to an angry young man, albeit in a rather coarse manner. And then what does he find when he returns to camp? The very same man who taught him not to seek revenge, forming an elaborate plot and justifying it because a Confederate soldier killed his father on a battlefield some 35 years ago. I'm talking a lot about Dutch here, which isn't exactly the point of the video, but it's necessary because when it comes to pride and how it manifests itself in a desire for vengeance, Arthur never really struggles with that vice himself. After all, most people who seek revenge do so because they felt they were wronged, that someone treated them or their loved ones as they ought not to be treated, and so retribution is in order. Arthur believes he deserves every bad thing that happens to him. At least since the death of his father, I don't think Arthur really resents anyone. He knows he's a bad man, and he believes men deserve their due. Ergo, he believes he is owed no small amount of pain and suffering. If someone would attempt to dole that out, well, he's not going to lie down and die, but he's not likely to hold a grudge either. Dutch, the very man who taught Arthur this philosophy, on the other hand. Okay, quick background first. Angelo Bronte invites Dutch and his men to the big party, gives them a tip about the trolley station being loaded with cash, implies they're nothing more than low-down killers for hire, and sends them on their way. Despite his obvious dislike of Bronte, Dutch believes the man's intel and rushes with Arthur and Lenny into the trolley station without doing much research, springing a trap which they barely escape with their lives and a whooping $15 each.
Oh, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter.
Dutch then reacts like any prideful man might, and convinces the rest of the gang's guns to go after Bronte, claiming they need to get him out of the way before hitting the Saint Denis Bank. That all leads to this scene.
Our friends the Pinkertons are gonna come and rescue you, you repulsive little maggot! Call them now! You call them!
Part of your philosophy books cover feeding a fella. He'll get alligator, Dutch.
The part that covers weakness. That part.
I don't know.
Well, I do. It ain't nice. I know it. But it is us or him. I figure it might as well be him.
Of course, it wasn't the gang or Bronte. They could have come up with a plan to hit the bank that accounted for Bronte's continued presence. They could have come up with other, less glamorous and thus less obvious targets. Or they could have realized that maybe, just maybe, they're getting sloppy and careless, and their indiscretion is going to cost them if they don't get out of Dodge and fast. I say they, but I mean Dutch. Where Dutch goes, the gang goes. So what happens when Dutch's pride takes him down a road that will inevitably and inexorably lead to self-destruction? Well, that's the question that Arthur has to answer for himself, but not quite yet. However, before we leave this theme of pride and revenge behind, I have to mention Sadie Adler, who is the most obviously vengeful member of the gang, at least when it comes to the men who killed her husband. When they receive news that Colm O'Driscoll is in custody and set to hang, Sadie insists that they be there to ensure it happens.
They got Colm, the government. They got Colm O'Driscoll. They're gonna hang him in Saint Denis.
Hang him? Okay.
He's already been tried twice for murder and found guilty.
Sure, no doubt he'll escape again.
No, he won't, because we're gonna make sure of it.
Now, I do want to point out that the nature of Sadie's and Dutch's vengeful missions do differ, but I am getting ahead of myself yet again, so if you'll excuse me, we must continue down the list of traits and cover Arthur's humor. A man must have a sense of humor. Sorry about that. We were getting a little bit too dark, and I wanted to lighten things up a bit by discussing how Arthur's humor fits into his character. And, well, if I wanted to lighten the mood, honestly, I should have just picked a different character to examine entirely, but whatever. Arthur is quite funny at times, don't get me wrong. His wry, no-nonsense, sarcastic style of humor is right up my alley. Humor helps keep us balanced, keep us sane. The world is a mess and getting messier, even if it thinks it is getting more civilized and progressive. And if you can't laugh at your own pain, you're gonna have a hard time. When you are, like Arthur, constantly in life and death situations, being able to lighten the mood, even if that is simply your own mood, is an invaluable skill. Now, Arthur's humor, like any of his other admirable traits, is imperfect, as he frequently uses his wit in a rather insulting manner.
But I know you love me. Desperately. You're my favorite parasite. No, ringworm's my favorite parasite. You're my second favorite parasite.
Very funny.
I lied. Ringworm, then rats with the plague, then you.
However, there can be no doubt that his humor is genuine. He does not use it to cover up his real feelings, but to express them. Too often, we can use humor as a shield, attempting to keep our own feelings hidden, or we try to pass off the insulting things we say as jokes. Arthur isn't so coy or timid with his insults, humorous or not. He tells people what he thinks of them, and sometimes does so in an amusing way.
You know, that attempt to seem all enigmatic and interesting, that might work for Dutch, but for you, it just makes you look stupid.
But don't let me fool you into thinking that Arthur's humor can be summed up as delivering playful insults. As I said a moment ago, one needs to be able to laugh at the absurdities of life to laugh at one's self.
Well, that could have gone smoother.
That'll be on my gravestone.
If I was fair with you and a good person, I'd have had you hanged a long time ago.
Well, that's true. You're not a very nice woman, Mrs. Lynn.
Well, look at the company I keep.
I know, it's quite dreadful, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because I'm a huge fan of self-deprecating humor. With my hairline, embracing it has become a survival tactic. But moments like those are when I really admire Arthur. I think that's also because I highly value humility in the fictional characters which I examine, and humble men are able to laugh at themselves, whereas prideful men can never seem to bring themselves to even feign self-mockery. G.K. Chesterton once said, "It is the test of a good religion whether you can joke about it." I'm not going to go into any amount of detail examining that statement, but I wanted to bring it up in order to alter it a bit. It is the test of a good man whether or not he can laugh at himself. Or at least a potentially good man. I said earlier that Arthur doesn't tend to mask his true feelings with humor. Well, as the gang approaches their lowest point and Arthur's faith and trust in their leader are beginning to slip, he does up the sarcasm level a notch or two.
Does this trolley go to Tahiti?
Mind you, there's a lot of gators. Uncommon number, big ones.
Great.
Come now, Arthur. It'll take more than a prehistoric reptile to scare you, surely.
I just want to see you meet your match when it comes to an aging predator with a big mouth, Dutch.
Arthur here is something of a comedian, Thomas. More of a jester than a gunslinger.
Well, if you say so.
There could hardly be a surer sign that the relationship between Dutch and Arthur is eroding than these moments when they send supposedly lighthearted jibes back and forth. It's not that Arthur is devolving or moving backward here, but rather that he is experiencing something he never could have imagined and is trying to cope as best he can, trying to maintain a front of trusting Dutch even as the verbal barbs slip out with the thin veneer of a joke spread over them. It's not exactly right, but it is understandable. Sometimes when things are going worse than ever before, all we can do is laugh. A man must have a sense of humor so he can laugh at life's pain. Dear viewer, we have arrived. I suspect most of you knew exactly what fork in the road meant. After all, that's the name of the mission. For those of you who don't know or have somehow forgotten, Arthur has been having increasingly intense coughing fits, and finally gets one so bad that it knocks him off his horse, causing a good Samaritan to help him up and lead him to a doctor. And, well, I'll just let you watch and experience this moment as I did.
What's wrong? I mean, what appear to be the symptoms?
Well, I think you've heard them. I'm coughing.
Is there any blood?
Sometimes.
Okay, now here. Breathe. Again. Yeah. Let me see your tongue. Now say ah.
Ah. What is it?
It's not good news.
I guess that.
You got tuberculosis. Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
What do you mean?
You're real sick. It's a progressive disease, and you'll be... Now, the best thing is rest, and getting somewhere warm and dry, and taking it easy. Now, is that possible?
Sure, I can just take my winters in my country club in California. No, it's not possible.
Well, like I said, I'm real sorry.
Yeah, well...
Now, I can't exactly tell you that Arthur takes this news in exceptionally good spirits or that he faces the concept of grim death with a smile and a joke on his lips. He always was a fairly serious character, and his wry style of humor was befitting of such a man. That doesn't really change now. If anything, he makes fewer wisecracks after his diagnosis than he did before. But in that earlier humor, we witnessed Arthur's lack of self-importance, a trait that becomes undeniably crucial at this point in the story. The pompous, egotistical man believes that he is the ruler of his own fate and destiny, that he can control the events of his life and alter them to his will. A man such as Arthur, one who can laugh at himself and life's absurdities, shows that he understands that he controls very little of what happens to him, that he is not the ultimate master of his circumstances, and that one day, like it or not, he will have to stare death in the face. A man must know that he is mortal and be prepared for the end. Obviously, Arthur's acknowledgement of his own impending death comes into clearest focus after his diagnosis, a scene we will return to shortly, but that acceptance did not come out of nowhere. The story had been building up to that moment from the very first scene, when the opening text proclaimed that the time of the outlaw was reaching its end. As we talked about in the intro, Arthur is a highly pragmatic and realistic man, in sharp contrast to the ever-scheming and dreaming Dutch. It's not that Arthur doesn't long for the days when civilization hadn't taken over, when he could roam free in the open country, but he simply sees the writing on the wall that others don't or can't. Still, he's not one to just roll over and accept the end of everything he loved and treasured. He will put up a fight. So when the Pinkertons, the harbingers of the end of the age of the outlaw, accost him on his fishing trip, Arthur pushes back while still accepting his own inevitable fate.
You enjoy being a rich man's toy, dear.
I enjoy society, flaws and all. You people venerate savagery, and you will die. Savagely. All of you.
Oh, we're all gonna die, Agent.
Some of us sooner than others.
Even at this relatively early stage in the story, before the gang flees Horseshoe Overlook, it is clear that Arthur does not cling too tightly to his own existence. He'll fight and kill for his life and the lives of his friends, but, well, he's an outlaw and a bandit, surviving on luck, skill, and a dose of stupidity. It would be foolish to imagine that he can simply continue to live the way he has been living forever. And for all his flaws, Arthur is not a fool who goes around only staring at his feet. He looks up. He sees what's coming, and he accepts it while simultaneously preparing himself for the inevitable.
New century's coming. This life, this way, well, we're the last, I reckon. And we ain't long for it.
This line was apparently a favorite of Roger Clark, Arthur's voice actor, and I can absolutely understand why that is. Arthur is, on the surface, a no-good, low-down, thieving, lying, murdering outlaw who takes whatever the hell he wants. And he truly is all those things, but he is also a deeply introspective man who gains no small amount of wisdom through examining himself and his own despicable actions. The fundamental attribution error is a psychological tenet which states that people are more likely to blame others or their environment for their own failures, while they credit their successes to internal factors such as their own intelligence and skill. We are all prone to this error. After all, who doesn't want to take the credit and feel good about his victories, and deflect blame and avoid shame for his losses? It certainly is in our instinct to do so. Humans by nature seek to obtain pleasure and avoid pain. And of course, we aren't necessarily always wrong in attributing our successes to ourselves and our failures to others. Our environments certainly matter. Arthur says multiple times that this life chose them, or that he is what his circumstances made him through no fault of his own. At the same time, especially when he's not on the defensive against one accuser or another, Arthur admits his own folly and wretchedness. Deep down, he does blame himself for his sins, even if he can't really find the strength to admit that to others. Okay, sure, but what does this have to do with the acceptance of his own mortality? Well, the man who believes that he is the cause of all the good in his life and his surroundings or his fellows are the cause of all his apparent failures might decide that, if he simply puts his mind to it, he can triumph over his environment, which maybe he can in another circumstance, but no prudent man could look at the Vanderland gang's situation and think that they were going to escape it intact by continuing their usual escapades. Arthur saw that. He understood that success in their venture wasn't dependent merely on the force of will of Dutch and his loyal followers, at least not in the way the man dreamed. When Arthur runs into Rains Fall and Eagle Flies, and their advocate asks him to help them avoid getting their land stolen once again, this is his response.
I'm not a do-gooder, Mr. Miller. Gentlemen, I'm very sorry for your predicament, but I'm a working man. I got problems of my own.
We will pay you very handsomely, Mr. Morgan.
How much?
I told you, they're all mercenaries.
There's a price on my head in 2 states, my friend. The government doesn't like me any more than it does you. Like you, I've been running for as long as I can remember. And like you, my time here is nigh undone.
The third act of this game is largely driven by the impetuousness of the chief's young son, who refuses to accept the reality that Arthur just expressed, and who is willing to fight and die to the last man in a hopeless battle against an overwhelming force. The same could be said for Dutch, who also purposefully blinds himself to the impossibility of his dreams. Arthur sees it all crashing down around the gang. He just doesn't really know what to do about it. At the moment, he is content to do what he has always done. Follow Dutch's orders and do whatever needs to be done right now for the sake of the crew. That attitude changes a bit after the bank disaster, shipwreck, and escape from Gorma. Arthur is now as sure as ever that their way of life cannot continue, but for the first time, he is ready to give it up, to let go, and move on.
We've been on the run for a while now, and it feels like our luck has turned. You know, and it ain't turning back. I had a good run of it, I guess.
Of course, Dutch refuses to back down, to accept defeat and let Cornwall, Milton, and their army of expendable targets break up his family, tear down what he has built, rob him of his dream. Which brings us to this conversation shortly after the massacre at Le Gras, which, since we've seen already, I will play just a bit of to emphasize the most relevant lines for our current discussion.
I guess I'm more interested in saving lives than winning a chess.
And maybe life ain't such a thing to cling on to so tightly.
No doubt. What about the women?
It's not that Arthur doesn't mean what he says. As we've already covered, the man does not value his own life all that highly and will happily put himself in harm's way if it means those for whom he feels responsible are kept safe. But it's one thing to accept death as an inevitable yet remote concept, one that could happen any day, sure, but not one that is decidedly and undeniably imminent. That all changes when Arthur receives his diagnosis. The scene where Arthur walks out of the doctor's office and hears the voices from his past is one of the most poignant and moving moments in the entire game, and it deserves to be studied line by line.
We can't change what's done. We can only move on.
All of the other lines we hear are framed by this one, which speaks of the uselessness of regret, an emotion Arthur is doubtless feeling right now, and the need to look to the future, even if that future is suddenly a lot darker and shorter than previously anticipated.
You have it in you, I can tell.
How can Arthur move on? By accepting that he does, in fact, have some capacity for goodness within him, a claim that we will hear reasserted shortly.
He didn't have a choice. He was good and he did good.
The man whom Arthur beat and threatened, whose death he certainly hastened, gave himself totally to the service of others, raising money for orphans, working in his family's garden, even stepping in to break up a fight and preventing this idiot from getting beaten to death by Arthur.
I understand if you don't want to help me, but I think of you often.
Arthur is continuing to remember and reflect on all the ways which he has gone wrong. Obviously, his failed relationship with Mary stands out as one of the biggest regrets in his life, but what can he do about it?
If we don't stop soon, we'll all be dying.
He can move on. He must move on. Hosea's words, spoken in the middle of a blizzard at the very beginning of this story, were then simply about finding shelter, but now they are seen in a new light, speaking of the gang's need to change their ways, to stop blundering about in a reckless and foolish manner in the vain hope of striking it rich and escaping to a tropical paradise. They have to move on, and Arthur has to lead them.
Well, she was a fool then, Arthur.
Arthur's response when Mary Beth says this to him back at camp is,
well, she put a lot of good years in on an outlaw. She definitely was a fool.
In other words, moving on was the safe and sane thing for Mary Linton to do. In that same conversation, Mary Beth explains why she sticks with the Vanderland gang.
You boys cared for me before no one cared for me. Well, life weren't very nice, Arthur.
This is what Arthur is seeking. This is the goal he needs to be chasing. Not harvesting mangoes on some far-off island, but rather helping, saving those people who need him right here, right now. But before this scene ends and Arthur can begin to become the man whom the others so desperately need him to be, he has yet another vision of the stag who this time runs across his path, stops, and looks him dead in the eye. Now, I'm not going to try and examine the entire buck symbolism iceberg, but it could mean a few things. Deer are typically viewed as noble creatures, so it could be merely as simple as that, seeing as this is a high honor playthrough. Or it could represent the importance of deer to the American Indian peoples, one of the animals they relied upon to sustain themselves. Or perhaps the buck is a reference to Psalm 42. As a deer longs for flowing streams, so my soul longs for you, O God. The stag is also in Christian tradition a symbol for Christ, at least in part because they were known to show no small animosity towards snakes, symbols of Satan. Apparently, stags would flood the snake's holes with water that they held in their mouth and then spit out, and then they would trample the snake to death. I had no idea deer could be so hardcore. Anyway, while the game obviously isn't explicitly Christian, its main theme of redemption is, well, kind of Christianity's whole thing. So it only makes sense for Arthur to be heavily influenced by characters such as Sister Calderon, people who hold as a fundamental truth of their faith that redemption is possible for all men.
You know, a long time ago, I was like you.
I very much doubt that.
Oh, no, I did terrible things, awful things. And I could not stop doing terrible things because I did not believe that goodness existed. And then one day, I saw that love did exist. And ever since then, doing bad things became, well, not impossible, but ridiculous.
I love that motion capture actually lets actors act in video games now, instead of them just voicing the lines. The look of disbelief and wonder on Arthur's face as the camera slowly zooms in is just perfect. Arthur never believed there was any escape from this life, physically, mentally, morally, whatever. He got pulled into it by sheer circumstance, which is true, and then stuck with it simply because there was no way out, which wasn't really true. But of course, a man who grew up in such a grim and hopeless world doesn't believe there is any escape. No one showed him the way out. Should he have tried with all his might and will to get out of that life of crime? Yes, absolutely. Do any of us think we would have done any better? I certainly doubt I would have. I'm a fairly grounded, even cynical person. I'm quite sure I would have ended up with the same fatalistic attitude. And remember, Arthur is one of the good guys in this gang. While Dutch is dreaming bigger and bigger and the others are following his every whim and increasingly doing what Micah says, Arthur, Charles, and Sadie are the ones, or at least the only active ones, who see the plight they are in for what it is, who still hold fast to the gang's philosophy of giving people what they are rightly due and being loyal to the end, never leaving a man behind. John Marston, if you weren't aware at this point in the story, is arrested and in prison, and Sadie and Arthur hatch a plan to rescue him.
It's best just the two of us go.
The two of us is all there is, anyhow.
Now, one thing I didn't spend quite enough time doing in this game was simply walking around camp and talking to gang members. So perhaps because of that fact, Sadie's development felt a bit rushed. She's a great character overall, especially in the upcoming scenes, but to me it seemed like she kind of disappeared after Arthur rescued her and then suddenly turned up again as a cold-blooded killer hell-bent on revenge. But like I said, maybe that's on me. Anyway, Arthur sticks by her because he feels responsible for her, and because she's not dead set on dragging the entire gang to their deaths. Herself, however, well, she doesn't really care about herself, her own well-being, but she wants vengeance against the men who killed her husband. And while Arthur, true to character, isn't too keen on that idea, he is willing to lay waste to the O'Driscolls on one condition.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it, but there's something you could help me with. Abigail, Jack, John, make sure they make it. I mean, this whole thing is pretty much done, but when the time comes...
How do you mean?
When the time comes, you help them.
What do you mean?
I mean, help them escape when I... You know, you and me, we're more ghosts than people, but them...
That last line hit me hard. I mean, what an incredible, succinct way to communicate how empty Arthur feels, how he has nothing left to live for, at least not for himself. And Sadie, well, yeah, she has a purpose, but one that both she and Arthur know is ultimately hollow and meaningless, driven purely by sorrow and loss. A man must not be dominated by pride, because revenge produces no fruit. Vengeance can take many forms, the kind which Sadie wants to exact being the most obvious and common kind in a setting such as this. Eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. But any time that someone has wronged us, and we seek to return the favor in any way whatsoever, that can be a form of revenge as well. When Arthur stumbles across the now widowed Mrs. Downs, a series of scenes we will examine in detail later, and offers her money so she can stop selling her body, she rejects his generosity.
Mama can't leave. Won't leave. I don't know. I said I had the money. She said your money weren't moral. She said it'd be better to die than to take it.
Maybe she's right. I don't know. I don't know anything about morals. I ain't looking for forgiveness. It ain't about that. Don't forgive me. Just take the money and get out of here, please. I know I ruined your life. I suffer for it every day. But don't let yourself get killed for pride. I've seen it kill too many folk.
Trying to organize this script has been an absolute beast of a challenge, because Every time I want to talk about one of the story's themes or a virtue or trait of Arthur's, there is always some other key element in that scene. So like I said, we'll revisit this moment soon enough to discuss the themes of forgiveness, repentance, and redemption. But now let's focus on pride. What would Mrs. Downs' pride, her refusal of charity, gain her here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Except a small feeling of smug self-satisfaction at telling her husband's murderer, or close enough, to piss off. Our pride can only survive if we refuse to admit the universal truth that we are insufficient, that we desperately need the help and love of other people, sometimes those whom we'd rather not accept it from. Pride tells you that you are enough, and the more we reject the goodwill of others, the deeper into that vice we sink, slowly losing all actual purpose but our own base desires. Dutch, as we previously noted, and despite all his exhortations to the contrary, has fallen into that prideful pit and is descending inexorably downward until there is nothing left for him but him. As he says regarding the news of Colm O'Driscoll's hanging,
"We're gonna attend the event ourselves."
And follow him onto the scaffold?
Well, let's hope not. But if I could see that son of a bitch breathe his last, I think I'd die a happy man.
They do in fact see him swing. Sadie starts a ruckus because she's gone kind of crazy, and this is a video game, so you gotta have enemies to shoot on any given mission, and then Arthur lets Tilly know his thoughts on the whole ordeal.
Well, we saw the bastard hang okay, but the whole thing ain't gonna save us.
So if Arthur believes that these prideful, vengeful ventures are in fact empty, pointless, and dangerous, why does he go on them? Why does he agree to help Sadie exact her final vengeance against the remaining O'Driscolls, despite his proclamation that
I don't have it in me no more. I saw Colm swing. I just don't care.
The answer is simple. He cares about Sadie. He feels responsible for her, and he's taking the advice that Reverend Swanson gave him as he was leaving.
Save who you can and let the rest rot.
Plus, it's not like Arthur has scruples about killing O'Driscolls. He just knows that this little venture won't help the gang, nor will it save Sadie. And she knows that too. For all Sadie's flaws, she recognizes what she has become.
He was a good man, my Jakey. We was always sweet on one another.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I miss him every day, every moment. They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
I ain't even got that.
A man must be humble, and so must truly know himself. Arthur admits time and time again throughout this story that he is not a good man. As we've just heard, he doesn't even have memories of a time when things were different. Hardship, suffering, and surviving through undesirable means have been constants as long as he can remember. What changes now after his diagnosis is how that acknowledgement of his own wretchedness affects Arthur. Before, he would tell people who mistook him for a kind or helpful soul that he was in fact a no-good scoundrel, and do so rather flippantly, almost eagerly. It was easier for him to commit evil acts if he simply admitted that he was no better, that he had no desire to be better than the sins he committed. Now, however, Arthur does want to be good, or at least to do good, in the time he has left. Such a change does not come without a price, however. The reason that Arthur was so casual about his own badness before was because he instinctively knew that if he tried to be a good man, if he stopped blaming the world and his upbringing for making him into the rotten scoundrel that he is, then the weight of all his sins would come crashing down on him. It's easy to live in moral filth if we believe that we cannot be, that no one could be, any better than we currently are. But if our eyes are opened, whether suddenly or gradually, to the reality and immensity of our wrongdoings, and to the fact that we can and should know better and do better, well, that can be quite soul-crushing. That is the place where Arthur is right now. He finally wants to do good, but his circumstances have always pushed him from one evil to another, and so he feels weighed down by his sins.
I saw death being handed out so freely by the most foolish of men. I never could equate it with victory. Glory has come in service. Maybe. Maybe not, I don't know.
I've killed a lot of people. For a whole lot of dumb reasons, and I ain't never seen much glory in it.
Arthur's initial and highly imperfect humility, his acceptance of his own degeneracy, grows into a truer humility as he finds within himself the capacity to rise above, or at least to stick his head up out of, the muck and filth that had held him captive his entire life. His journal reads, "I know my path is to try to do some little good with all the bad I've done." True humility exists in knowing your place in life, in understanding that your own desires and designs are not more important than the good of others, and thus to seek that good. Dutch's now infamous rule is, as we've noted, supposedly about justice, but clearly it is currently being treated as more of a guideline, and one that Dutch is happy to dispense with in pursuit of his grand plan. And in the midst of all the chaos and fighting, we find Herr Strauss going about his usual business, asking Arthur to collect a few more dollars from whatever poor sod listened to him this time.
Couldn't one of the boys do this?
I tried. They lacked your vigor.
Vigor, huh? All right.
A man must have a code, but he must not be afraid to rewrite that code. We aren't quite done wrapping up humility, so forgive me for blending the two themes here, but it wasn't really avoidable. As any C.S. Lewis enjoyer will tell you, and as we've noted already in this video, the humble man thinks of others first. And for Arthur, that means finally acknowledging that his highest good, loyalty to the gang and specifically to Chutch's whims, is not an ultimate good and cannot be placed above the well-being of others who are just trying to get by, such as the poor souls who were desperate enough to take money from Leopold Strauss. There are two debtors whom Arthur is asked to retrieve payment from: a deserter/conscientious objector from the army on the run with his pregnant wife, and the widow of a miner whose house is being repossessed. And just in case you think the game is saving the most pitiful for last, remember that one of the first debtors Arthur comes across is a man who spent his days raising money for charity while simultaneously dying of tuberculosis. These people are, on average, no more pathetic than the rest, and yet their plights are finally able to break through Arthur's tough debt collector facade. These will be fairly long clips, but they're worth it, I promise.
I probably should have helped you fix the damn wagon.
We could probably still save something.
Really now?
Look, you can take this silver locket for the debt.
Damn the dad. Just get her somewhere safe. Go on.
Thank you, fella. You know, there ain't enough kindness in this world, that's for sure. But you...
I don't know nothing about kindness. We lent Arthur some money, you see, and...
So it was you. You son of a bitch. What do you want now? You want my boy's shoes? You want the food out of our bellies, what little there is? You want me to lie down for you?
No.
Arthur gave everything to pay your bills. Everything. And now there's some fellas coming to take the house. There ain't nothing left, mister.
I just wanted to say the debt's canceled and here, take this. It won't bring your husband back, I know. You need money and I don't.
Well, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave. But you know, maybe you and your friend that lent him the money could do things differently. Like, not threaten a man. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I really am.
Before we even talk about the content of those scenes, I have to praise the acting, animation, and motion capture. The woman who plays Mrs. Londonderry absolutely crushes her tiny role. She makes lines that might sound silly coming from the mouth of a lesser actress sound genuine and heartfelt, and Arthur's facial expressions during those scenes, absolute perfection. He is trying to play the tough, uncaring enforcer just like he always has, but he doesn't have it in him anymore. Because he's a better man now, one who is finally willing to rewrite the code he has lived by his entire life, or at least reinterpret it. One could easily, Dutch likely would, say that having to feed fellas is need feeding, justifies whatever morally distasteful actions they need to take in order to provide for the gang. As we saw earlier, Arthur could be made to do just about anything for the sake of his fellow outlaws. But as Dutch's plans become more and more chaotic and harebrained, and Arthur recognizes them for what they are, he comes to understand that this isn't about people, it's for a dream, for a vision, for pride. For pride that says, me and my designs supersede all other concerns. The man who embraces pride cannot put the good of others before his own, will refuse to amend his ways when they are shown to be destructive and ruinous. He will march forward oblivious or uncaring to the sufferings of others as long as he gets what he desires. The humble man will, say, stop to help a poor widow in desperate need of aid, one who is unaccustomed to the wilderness and would have died of starvation or wolf attack without his help. The amount of character building that happens in these side quests of this game is both wonderfully rewarding and somewhat unfortunate. Red Dead 2 definitely takes the approach that you get out what you put in. I played practically every side quest I could find, and I still missed out on moments that would have fleshed out the characters in the world. And while I did play the missions we're about to talk about, it's shocking to me that the game allows players who just not do the questline in Annisburg where you come across Mrs. Downs, who has decided that selling her body is preferable to starvation. I guess the reason that this quest is technically optional is because it's only available if Arthur has high honor, which makes sense because if you have been playing as an unrepentant, uncaring murderer who hog-ties people and feeds them to alligators for fun, I don't suppose you'd have much guilt over seeing a destitute, disease-ridden woman even if you played some role in her misfortune. But man, if you skipped this quest, you missed out. These scenes contain some of the most impactful and thematically important moments of the entire game. You probably have noticed that I have not yet discussed the theme of redemption in anything more than passing, but we have been building up to it this entire time, examining Arthur's loyalty, humility, sense of righteousness, and every other trait, exploring how they evolve as the story unfolds, as what is really important to Arthur comes into clearer view, especially after his fatal diagnosis. Now, some might say that Arthur's redemption isn't pure, doesn't really count, that if he were a really good man, he would have had that change of heart before he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. And, well, yeah, ideally a man in Arthur's situation would have stopped being an outlaw long before that point. Ideally, he would have never been an outlaw to begin with. Ideally, he would have grown up with a father and a mother who loved him. Not that Arthur bears no fault for being who he has free will after all, but to suggest that our redemption doesn't count just because we only came to it after facing our own mortality is silly. We're all going to have to face that inevitable fact one day. Some may have years to anticipate death, others mere moments, but a man can have a change of heart in an instant. He can choose to hope where he had so long despaired at any time. However, the longer we spend in sin and depravity, the harder that choice will be, and making it in a single moment may be nigh on impossible. So yes, Arthur was given a gift, you could say that, but not one that should invalidate his redemption. He still had to choose. The mission where he is diagnosed with TB is literally called a fork in the road. That is to say, now that you know your time is nearly done, which way do you want to go? Who do you want to be? Facing one's own mortality does not mean in any way that one will necessarily become a better person. See, for example, Breaking Bad. With that objection dealt with, let's return to Arthur's actual redemption arc. A man must acknowledge that he is flawed, broken, and sinful, and seek redemption anyway. It should be noted right off the bat that forgiveness and redemption are not the same thing, certainly not in the context of this mission. To briefly summarize its events thus far, Arthur runs into Mrs. Downs, makes a feeble excuse about this country being man unleashed in an attempt to assuage his guilt, finds out her son is working in the mines and getting bullied by the foreman, rescues the kid and gives him some money. Mrs. Downs refuses to take that money and goes off with a customer into the woods. Arthur tracks the two of them down, runs the creep off, and gives Mrs. Downs a ride back home.
I'm sorry it had to come to this.
Stop saying sorry. Sorry won't bring Thomas back.
I know.
So you're sick now too? And you think that affords you the opportunity for penance for cutting his time short?
No, I ain't looking for that.
Okay then. So just forget about me and the guilt you're carrying, because no good can come of that for either of us. And all you can do now is decide the man you want to be for the time you have left. Help someone who can still be helped. Or help yourself.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, hang yourself for all I care.
You're right to dislike me. I ain't looking for that to change. I ain't looking for forgiveness. It ain't about that. But don't forgive me. Just take the money and get out of here, please. I know I ruined your life. I suffer for it every day. But don't let yourself get killed for pride. I seen it kill too many folk. Don't say anything. Don't thank me. Just take the money and pack your bags. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I said don't thank me. Get out of here. Please.
Forgiveness is something that we are never owed. It is a gift that we can and often should give, that others give to us freely without coercion or obligation. If we have wronged someone, especially in a grave manner, and then say we're sorry and demand forgiveness, is our sorrow really sincere? If Arthur had shown up, expressed his remorse, and been insulted by Mrs. Downs' refusal to accept his apology, that would have been a clear sign that his pride was in control, declaring that he deserved to be forgiven. To forgive means to absolve a debt. We see this explicitly in the subsequent missions with the widow and the deserter. When we talk about forgiveness in a situation such as this, Arthur's debt is more of an emotional one. Were the Downs to forgive him, it would be by letting go of their anger and resentment toward him. But Arthur doesn't feel he deserves that forgiveness. He beat their husband and father half to death. Of course, they're going to hate him for that. He certainly does. And if he can't find forgiveness for himself, how could he possibly feel he deserves it from those whom he has wronged? Of course, forgiving ourselves is often the most difficult step we must take on the road to redemption, but it is a necessary one. Because if we do not let go of our self-hatred, if we let the vileness and vastness of our failings and sins weigh on us day in and day out, how can we move forward? If we are constantly besieged by thoughts that tell us that we are no good, that point to our past mistakes and misdeeds, proclaiming that we will never grow beyond them, how can we do anything but despair? Arthur certainly doesn't have an answer. For most of the story, he felt stuck, static, a bad man trapped in a worse world.
He was good and he did good. There wasn't no choice in that. And you've as good as killed him yourself, and don't kid yourself. You had a choice.
You speak as if killing was something I cared about.
You ever wonder about eternity? You should.
I hope it's hot and terrible, Mrs. Downs. Otherwise, I'll feel I've been sold a false bill of goods. Now, please.
Damn you, Theodore Levin! You're a snake! Damn you! Damn you, nobody!
Hey, I'm already damned.
Those words, said so flippantly and casually before, now weigh more heavily on Arthur's mind. What kind of man have I been, he writes. What kind of man am I? What world is this we live in? A land of fury or a place of love? Am I being prepared for eternal damnation? Am I past any kind of saving? Is that all fairy tales? Man ain't got much good in him. I ain't got no good in me, I don't think. And yet, I see goodness. I see it, if not in me, in good folk. In Abigail and her love for Jack. In that silly monk. In Downs, I guess, begging not for himself, but for the poor, even though he was near starving himself. Maybe I don't want salvation. Part of me has always longed for death. Well, here it comes, I suppose. Did you know you can just not read the journal? The game lets you. You never have to open the thing up, which is almost a shame if freedom of choice weren't so vital to the game's story. Because ultimately, Arthur has a choice, like we all have a choice. He can listen to those thoughts that tell him he will never be more than the scum of the earth, that his past will always define who he is, or he can tell those thoughts they can go to hell. He can forgive himself, firmly implanting the idea in his mind that who he was need not be who he is. We cannot change what's done, we can only move on. How? How does Arthur, how do we move on from the horrible things we have done? How do we seek salvation and redemption anyway? Simple. We try.
The whole world seems different somehow.
How so?
I can't explain it. Like better, almost.
That a good thing?
I guess it is. Only sometimes I ain't doing the good thing.
Maybe it's a sign, Arthur. Try. Try to do the good thing.
I guess. Only it ain't always clear what that is. Not with the big stuff.
I know. Trust me, I know.
A man is always pursuing something. Men desperately want to work toward a goal, to have a purpose which drives them. problem is, the world is full of a whole host of shallow, temporal, and ultimately useless purposes, which tend to be quite alluring. This is where Arthur's struggle is now. What should he be working toward? It is clear as day to him that Dutch's whole plan is toast, that the Van der Linde gang will soon be history, and that he needs to do things differently from here on out. But how? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to let this scene play out. It's quite possibly the best conversation in the entire game, and I missed the whole questline when I first beat Red Dead 2. So I went back to an earlier save just so I could experience it for myself. It's so good, let's watch it together.
What's wrong?
I'm dying, sister.
Okay.
Yeah, I got TB. I got it. Beating a man to death for a few bucks. I've lived a bad life, sister.
We've all lived bad lives, Mr. Morgan. We all sin. But I know you.
You don't know me.
Forgive me, but that's the problem. You don't know you.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but whenever we happen to meet, you're always helping people and smiling.
I had a son. He passed away. I had a girl who loved me. I threw that away. My mama died when I was a kid. And my daddy, well, I watched him die. And it weren't soon enough.
My husband died a long time ago. Life is full of pain. But there is also love and beauty.
What am I gonna do now?
Be grateful that for the first time, you see your life clearly.
Sure.
Perhaps you could help somebody. Helping makes you really happy.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I. But then I meet someone like you, and everything makes sense.
You're too smart for me, sister. I guess I'm afraid.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
All aboard? I shall try.
I know you will.
So many wonderful moments in that scene. The way that Arthur is able to open up to Sister Calderon, since she isn't a member of the gang and thus will not fault him for his vulnerability, nor is she relying on him to stay strong, is simply beautiful. Arthur has been the gang's rock for months, probably years, but until recently he could rely on Dutch and Hosea for their wisdom and guidance. Now Hosea is dead and Dutch crazed with delusions of mangoes and glory, but by the grace of God, he runs into Sister Calderon right before she leaves. Or if, like me, you missed that questline at first, reference Swanson, which is also a solid scene.
You lived your life like a man, Arthur, and you turned into a good man. If we were all like you, things might have turned out differently.
Belief systems guide us in our everyday lives, in our interactions with others, and how we treat ourselves. So what do good men believe in? Without a belief system, we are helplessly and hopelessly lost. And when we are lost, we are afraid. Hearing Arthur admit his fear of death, of the unknown, is incredibly moving. Here is a man who never really had much hope for his life, who just went about his business day by day, doing his best to stick to his code and be loyal to those who he called friend, whose time on Earth is now rapidly coming to an end, and who is witnessing the slow but certain destruction of everything he held dear. Arthur looks at his life, at every crime he committed, every person he robbed or killed, and then turns around and finds himself face to face with eternity. Of course he's terrified. What would you do if you were Sister Calderon, knowing you have only a few seconds before you have to board your train, having to distill 1900 years of Christian theology into a few sentences in order to help this poor lost soul? I honestly think you'd be hard-pressed to get through to him better than she did. I absolutely love the phrase,
take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
It can be so easy to believe that love, goodness, and beauty do not exist, that the world is simply a dark and cruel place where every man is out for himself, and all you can do is stockpile as many goods and pleasures as possible, and try to exist for as long as possible, while experiencing as little pain as possible. Contrary to that depressing and fruitless worldview is that of Sister Calderon. We have all led bad lives, we have all sinned, but we need to choose love anyway. If I wanted to go in depth a bit more on that idea, I would quote Carol Wojtyla's personalistic norm. The person is a good for which the only proper and adequate attitude is love. All other earthly goods are of far, far less worth than the well-being of other human beings. Using people to further our own selfish ends is one of the basest and most despicable things we can do. See Dutch urging eagleflies to act more and more recklessly in order to stir up the commotion Dutch desires. If we treat people in such a manner, we cannot help but consider ourselves in the same light. Also Carol Wojtyla. If other people can be merely a means to an end, then I myself am essentially just a vessel through which I happen to feel pleasure. But people are more than that. Taking a gamble that love exists means believing that others matter, that their lives mean something, and thus that yours does too. A man must be loyal to what matters. My friends, we are nearing the end. Technically, we are going to rewind a bit in the story, at least how I played it, but we have reached the concluding section on the first and final major theme of this story. Arthur, ever the loyal and trustworthy servant, finally goes against Dutch's orders and rescues John from the state penitentiary, which was actually pretty easy. All we had to do was take one guard hostage and then shove him away, even though Arthur definitely could have used him as a shield while they retreated to the boat, or even brought him with while they rowed back across the bay, but whatever. It's a video game where you play as an outlaw, you gotta shoot people, I get it. Little narrative dissonance, blah 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 blah. That is the biggest issue with Arthur's redemption, by the way. The fact that he shoots, like, 500 various guards, soldiers, and police officers, most of whom were just doing their jobs even after his change of heart. The themes of the game and the actual required gameplay clash quite discordantly. I'd be a lot stickier on this point if this was a movie or a TV show, but since it's a game, I'm going to chalk it up to more or less Arthur not really knowing what else to do as he tries to watch out for those whom he feels responsible, and then just move on. Arthur does, after all, go rather unwillingly to almost every engagement after his diagnosis, and he doesn't glory in the killing.
These boys ain't the problem. They're only kids.
We don't need to think too deeply about the fact that these were all someone's sons. Also, we should keep in mind that men do not typically go from complete and totally unrepentant degenerates to saints with the purest of hearts in an instant. Conversion takes time and largely happens in stages. We have to become better before we become good. Anyway, Dutch doesn't appreciate being undermined.
John! What are you doing here?
It's good to see you too, partner.
I meant I hadn't sent for you yet.
I will.
But I said that.
Yeah, I know what you said. I felt different.
Is that so?
Yes.
Quite a shift in attitude from earlier when Arthur proclaimed that he would have happily let Sean rot in prison if Charles hadn't urged him otherwise. After losing Sean, Lenny, Hosea, and Kieran, Arthur simply isn't willing to lose anyone else, especially not John and his family. One of the marks of a good man is that he wants others to obtain that which he himself does not have, which he may have lost. Resentment and jealousy are ugly and unbecoming, but in Arthur they are nowhere to be found. He does not begrudge John what he has with Abigail or Jack, or really what he could have if he got his act together, despite the fact that Arthur failed his chance to have that same thing. Yes, Arthur had a son. He mentioned him in the conversation with Sister Calderon, but he goes into more detail during a ride with Rainsfall, in a bit of dialogue that you can completely miss if you simply ride too fast. And by too fast, I mean at a normal clip. I swear I basically had to stand still in order to give Arthur enough time to tell his whole story, so here, you get to listen to it too.
I had a son once, years ago. Don't talk about him much.
Oh, what was his name?
Isaac. His mother, Eliza, was a waitress I met. When she got pregnant, she knew who I was, what my life was. I didn't want to promise nothing I couldn't keep, but I said I'd do right by them. Every few months, I'd stop by there for a few days. He was such a good kid. She was too, I guess. Just a kid, 19.
What happened?
I got there one day and saw 2 crosses outside. I knew right away. Turned out some bastards had come through. Robbed them. And shot them dead. And offered $10. It hardened me. Feeling that kind of pain. But I know now that you don't get to live a bad life and have good things happen to you.
Those last words are particularly telling. Arthur believes that he deserves the death that is rapidly approaching, with every pain that may accompany it. But he does not wish that same pain on John, Jack, and Abigail. He does not want to drag anyone down with him. Instead, he would lift them up even as he sinks.
I don't know how long I got, but some of them, they still got a chance to have a life. I just think if I could give them that, then maybe this ain't all for nothing.
To be clear, Arthur's loyalty to Dutch and the rest of the gang hasn't disappeared. No matter how much he may rightfully distrust Dutch now, the man still saved him when no one else would. And Arthur isn't exactly thrilled that he is apparently determined to send his whole gang headlong off a cliff in pursuit of a hopeless dream.
I guess I just keep thinking, there must be a way to save the situation, to pull Dutch out of the place he's in.
Arthur's loyalty has always been to Dutch and the rest. As we examined his story, it was eminently clear that Arthur cared the most about people. That hasn't changed, but it has been somewhat purified. Before, the needs of the gang, as determined by Dutch, were paramount. Now, Arthur is most loyal to the true good of those whom he cares about. The ones who have a chance at a life that isn't marked by lying, thieving, and killing. A life he could have had if only he were brave enough to seize it while the opportunity still existed. And while that door was left open a lot longer than it probably should have, Mary definitively closed it with her letter to Arthur and the return of the ring that he had given her long ago.
When I'm with you, the world makes sense, but when we are apart, I see clearly that your world is not a world from which one can escape. I'm so sorry for everything. For everything long ago, and for starting up that business again. There's a good man within you, Arthur, but he is wrestling with a giant. And the giant wins time and again.
I cannot emphasize how necessary this closure was for Arthur. Before he died, he needed to know that Mary had moved on, that his seemingly hopeless dream of a normal life was in fact out of reach for good. But he also seeks to prove Mary wrong. He now believes that this world, that this life of the outlaw is escapable, just not when one relies only on his own strength. Arthur has received a great deal of wisdom and guidance from others during the story, whether it be the gentle urging of Sister Calderon, the selfless example of Thomas Downs, or even the simple words of the miner's widow. And while he wasn't completely unwilling to hand out advice in the past, especially to John, his adopted kid brother, he did so in a more general, even vague manner, especially since John wasn't the most receptive to being taught. Now, however, Arthur isn't holding back. He sees the writing on the wall clearer than ever, and with events rapidly coming to a head, he lets John be the beneficiary of all that he has learned in the past months.
I feel like you should take your woman and child and get lost.
Do you?
You could give something to Jack. It's that or... Well, I don't see no way out of this.
Well, what about loyalty?
Be loyal to what matters.
Tell the truth, I ain't even sure I fully understand Dutch's plan with all this.
Like I said, John, when the time comes, you go.
What about loyalty to everything?
You've been loyal. I've been loyal. Look what that cost. You know, all that ever mattered to me was loyalty. It's all I knew. It's all I ever believed in. Well, not anymore, John. Soon, you gotta go. Go. Don't look back.
Here's where, if you ask me, the themes of the story and the plot clash somewhat again. Arthur tells John to get lost with Abigail and Jack when the time comes, but why couldn't that be, right this very second? Sure, Dutch is kinda controlling, but it's not like they're locked in a prison cell, which wasn't really a problem for John anyway. Pretty sure Arthur and Sadie could have busted the other three out of camp whenever they want. I suppose you could chalk it up to the simple fact that it takes a lot of nerve to walk away from the life that people you have held dear for so long, that something really dramatic would have to happen in order to drive you away from everyone and everything you have ever known. And, well, something dramatic does happen. Eagle Flies decides enough is enough, and it's time to fight back once and for all against the army and the oil company, which honestly goes really well, all things considered, until Arthur gets accosted and Dutch leaves him behind, forcing the young brave to step in and save Arthur's life, getting himself shot for his efforts. And that's pretty much the final nail in the coffin when it comes to Arthur's trust of Dutch.
We need to go.
You ran away?
Oh, I did no such thing. Don't be a fool. They could be back here any minute. We did it, gentlemen. Well, we got some money. And with the train job, well, we got a whole lot of money. Come on. Everything is coming together. Exactly as I planned.
I've got to take the boy to his father.
As you wish. Usually is nowadays.
The snark in Dutch's voice. Yeah, that's a clear sign of a relationship that has gone down the tubes. I love how Dutch doesn't offer any excuse or explanation beyond, I did no such thing, and then he skips straight from that denial to his grand plan, which is, of course, working out perfectly, and perhaps would have worked out even more perfectly if Arthur had died on that refinery floor. Arthur has stuck by Dutch, that old loyalty, refusing to die no matter what, and look what it cost.
You okay, Charles?
Not really. All this death, and for what? Just so we can have enough money to be able to run away from what we've done?
There used to be some reason to it. Lines that couldn't be crossed. We even helped some folk. Those lines have been gone for some time now.
For Arthur, however, there is no running away. His time is just about done, and although he may spend much of that remaining time enacting Dutch's harebrained plans, at least now it is with a nobler goal in mind. I apologize for there being so many clips of the game and not as much commentary at this point, but by now, I think we've established Arthur's character pretty well, and I want you to get the payoff of witnessing his transformation for yourself. So with that in mind, let's watch Arthur demonstrate how he is now loyal to what matters, to the lives of those whom he loves.
This is all going to plan. We rob Uncle Sam, and we leave. The poetry of it all. What do you think?
It sounds wonderful. Hell, yeah. I ain't got much to lose, but... You know, the women and the children. And John and his family. I'm afraid I have to insist. I mean, we gotta let them go, because if the Pinkertons come through again, they will kill everyone.
John? Insist?
Yeah. Insist.
Again, is Arthur a truly good man now? Not really. He is, after all, agreeing to go rob a train that is carrying funds and supplies to repair the bridge that he himself blew up, and he knows as well as anyone that such a job will mean casualties. Again, little narrative dissonance, video game got a video game, but there is still beauty and goodness in how he has grown, how he has come to understand that the life they live cannot be sustained without descending into utter depravity. The gang may have been the noble thieves, but if you allow yourself to treat others, even those to whom you have no inherent loyalty or obligation, as a mere means to an end, you will eventually find yourself willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. The Vanderlyn gang will eventually become the O'Driscolls. The O'Driscolls will eventually become the Murphy brood, and so on and so forth, unless someone steps up and puts a stop to that vicious cycle. That is Arthur's mission. He sees the futility and the fruitlessness of their every venture and vows to help those whom he can escape the otherwise inevitable downward spiral.
Knowing the three of you got out, well, maybe all of this will still mean something.
Maybe he'll never be a genuinely good man. Maybe he'll never be truly redeemed or find salvation, certainly not in the eyes of the world, but at least he can lift others up, help them reach a place where they can obtain what he felt he never could. I want to be clear, though, that to be redeemed, one does not have to make up for all the evils that one has done. In a case such as Arthur's, that is obviously impossible. To be redeemed essentially means to be changed, to resolve to do good now, where we had so long done evil. Is that the fullness of redemption? No, but it's where we all must start. I know I'm repeating myself on that point, I know. So let's move forward with the story. We are so close now. During the train robbery, John gets shot and Dutch says he got killed, which if he did, it was probably Dutch that did it at this point. But Arthur doesn't really have a choice except to believe him and move on. He still has others he needs to save, one of whom is Abigail, who we find out has been arrested. Dutch refuses to risk his own neck to save her from the Pinkertons, and so the job is up to Sadie and Arthur once again.
Now he don't care if he orphans his friend's child so long as he gets rich.
They rescue Abigail, she returns the favor by blowing a hole in Agent Milton's haircut, and then Arthur bids goodbye to the ladies before riding back to camp. And I wondered why. John is gone, presumed dead, maybe captured. Sadie, Jack, Abigail, and Tilly are all safely away. The other women have already fled the gang. Why go back? For Miss Grimshaw, I suppose, but Arthur never seemed to feel the same level of responsibility for her. The camp mom could clearly handle herself. What's the real reason? Well, it's Dutch, of course. After all, Arthur's primary mission is accomplished as far as he knows. The women and children are gone, and he has no hope of escaping with what remains of his life, but he still has some small hope for Dutch. For all the man's failures during the past months, despite his growing disdain for Arthur due to Arthur actually thinking for himself, despite his giving in to pride and revenge, despite him leaving Arthur to die, Arthur still loves him. He still wants Dutch to step off the path he chose, to escape and find a new life. Because Arthur is loyal to what matters to the end. He simply had to realize that loyalty means not simple obedience, but rather wanting what is best for those whom we love, no matter what. As Arthur rides back to face off with Dutch, Micah, and whoever is left, we once again hear voices from his memory play out.
Well, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave.
And all you can do now is decide the man you want to be for the time you have left.
You saved my life. You're a good man. You know, there ain't enough kindness in this world, that's for sure.
Maybe it's a sign, Arthur. Try to do the good thing.
Arthur's mission here seems hopeless. He's a bad man trying to do good, and Dutch appears too far gone, too deep in his own machinations to possibly consider giving it all up, walking away, changing everything about how he lives. But Arthur has to try.
I just saw Agent Milton, Dutch. Abigail shot him. She's okay. Not that you care too much about that. You wretch. Dutch, think.
Dutch, be practical now.
Dutch!
John?
You left me! You left me to die! My boy, I didn't have a choice. John, I didn't have a choice. Left me!
All of you, pick your side now, because this is over. All them years, Dutch, for this snake.
Now, unfortunately, the game doesn't let you end the standoff by just shooting Micah in his stupid mustache. I mean, if the devs had let you kill Micah, I don't think he'd survive Act 2 in 95% of playthroughs. Instead, the Pinkertons show up with their inevitably impeccable timing, and the ensuing chaos allows Arthur and John to escape through the caves, up over the mountains, and to the end of Arthur's road.
All right, Arthur, come on, let's go.
You go.
Keep pushing, Arthur.
No. No. I think I've pushed all I can.
Come on.
You go.
We ain't got time for this, not now.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now. I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur.
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man. You're my brother. I know. I know.
What else is there to say that I haven't already said? We have been building to this moment for 50 some hours of gameplay and more than 2 hours of video essay. Arthur takes a gamble that love exists. He acts in a way entirely devoid of self-interest, completely devoted to the good of another. He valued highly the lives of those whom he loved and counted his own life as worth nothing. By contrast, we have Micah, the little rat, who is apparently so hell-bent on getting rid of Arthur that he follows him all the way up the mountain. Pride will stomach no rivals. Micah finally lays out the rest of his philosophy, if you can call it that, in no uncertain terms.
I'm a survivor, Blacklog! A survivor! That's all there is! Living and dying!
If you don't remember, that is exactly the worldview espoused by the O'Driscolls, the Vanderlyn gang's bitter rivals whom Dutch's crew see as inferior, base, and morally bankrupt. I don't know if Dutch hears Micah say that, but when the gang's leader does arrive on the scene, he appears to finally come to his senses, if only a little bit, as he sees what he has become in the vision of Micah standing over a dying man whom he has beaten further into the grave. Arthur has nothing to gain by telling Dutch lies here, and he should, by all accounts, hate the man for refusing to believe him earlier, not to mention everything else that's happened over the past few months. But instead, Arthur begs one last time for Dutch to listen.
Oh, Dutch. He's a rat. You know it, and I know it.
He's sick. He's dying. He's talking crazy.
There! Up there on the ridge! I gave you all I had. I did.
Even in his dying moments, with his last breaths, Arthur is thinking of someone other than himself.
John made it. He's the only one. The rest of us... No. But I tried. In the end, I did.
What did Mary Beth tell Arthur when he was struggling to see the goodness in the world, to distinguish right from wrong?
Try.
What did Arthur say when Sister Calderon urged him to believe in and act out of love?
I shall try.
Even Dutch, when Arthur was expressing his cynicism regarding the potential peace with the O'Driscolls, echoed that sentiment.
Try. All I ask is you try.
I'm going to make Yoda mad here, but really that's all we can do. Try. That's not an excuse, mind you. We can't just say, oh well, I tried to become a better person, but it's just too difficult. Bro, Arthur Morgan lost his mother as a kid, watched his abusive father die, was raised in a life of crime by an egomaniacal con man, lost friend after friend to sudden and horrific deaths, and he still found a way to divest himself of his own self-interests and give his life for the love of his friends.
In the end, Micah, despite my best efforts to the contrary, it turns out I've won.
As Arthur's life finally fades, he is not facing west as he had earlier told Hosea he would like to, in order to remember all the good times that the gang had together. Instead, he is facing east, watching the dawn of a new day, a new life. Throughout this story, we heard Arthur time and time again observe how he knew their time was running short, how he longed for days gone by when the world was different, more open, freer, and wilder. But as he grew in wisdom, he came to understand that a man must move forward, that trying to reinvent the past in the present is a foolish and destructive venture, and that a new day is not something to fear, but to embrace. Even, as it turns out, if that new and brighter tomorrow was not a gift he could receive, but rather one he could give to others. The path to redemption for all of us shares at least that theme with the story of Arthur Morgan. We must try to give of ourselves, to be emptied out for the sake of those whom we love. Was Arthur truly a good man when he died? I think you could argue that he was. At the very least, I'm certain he became a far, far better man than I would have if I were in his shoes. Despite being distrusted and betrayed, Arthur was loyal to the end to what mattered, to those whom he loved, to those entrusted to his care. Despite falling victim to disease, Arthur stood strong for those who needed his protection. Despite losing faith in the man who raised him, Arthur became a leader who could guide others to a better life than the one they had known. Despite his own shame and lack of self-worth, Arthur found his humility, found the man whom he needed to be. Despite his own failures to uphold his code, Arthur sought to write a new and better one. Despite his own pain, Arthur laughed, even as he died. Despite the temptations of pride, Arthur never sought revenge on those who wronged him. Despite his own inevitable and inexorable death, Arthur never stopped trying to be ready to meet that end. Despite seeing the world as the dark and brutal place it so often is, Arthur found goodness and fought to preserve it so that it might flourish. Despite his own sinfulness and depravity, Arthur sought redemption and salvation anyway. Did he do these things perfectly? No, of course he didn't. But he tried, and so must we. I must admit, this game caught me by surprise. Oh, I'd heard the nice things people had said about it online, how its story and world were poignant and beautiful, but I was woefully unprepared for the brilliance of God of War's narrative. I was struck by the incredible growth and transformation of the two main characters, how their arcs intertwined and affected one another, how father and son struggled to connect and yet desperately clung to each other at the same time, and how Kratos' example of masculinity, while certainly imperfect, is nonetheless beautiful and has much to teach us. So many themes surrounding virtuous masculinity permeate this story. The tale of Kratos and Atreus delves into the motifs of righteous anger versus rage and wrath, true humility versus ego or the denial of one's true nature, the importance of relationships, using your power and strength for the good of others instead of for your own gain or ambition, and the persistent and unrelenting hope for growth, the belief that we can be better than the men we were yesterday. You might find all that a bit surprising. I know, I certainly did. How is this hulking brute of a man, whose very nature is to deal death and destruction, an example of authentic, wholesome masculinity? The examples of masculinity we've previously examined on this channel are all far gentler and kinder than this spectacular Spartan specimen. Surely Kratos should be a model of harmful hyper-masculinity. Well, yeah, he was. The previous God of War games followed Kratos on his journey of vengeance, as he sought to destroy pretty much the entire pantheon of Greek gods, brought on by them tricking, backstabbing, and bamboozling him in various ways because, you know, they're Greek gods. They're all a bunch of dicks. I mean, Ares drops Kratos' wife and daughter into his warpath, and then the Spartan kills them in blind rage because killing things in a blind rage is just what he does. Kratos may have been the victim of Olympus' schemes, but he was hardly an innocent one. He became the monster we see in those games because of the choices he made. In particular, because of his pride and his desire to achieve victory at any cost. Old Kratos was motivated almost entirely by the desire for revenge, his guilt and refusal to let go of his failures, and of course, his unyielding anger. However, that trilogy did not end with its protagonist, despite all his crimes and sins, including plunging all of Greece into utter chaos and killing his own father, painted as an irredeemable monster. Instead, its climax gave us a glimmer of hope, showing the audience how Kratos had come to understand the corrupting nature of power and the need for hope to blossom within every human breast. That brings us to the beginning of our story. There's a lot one could speculate beyond what we know for sure about Kratos' journey to Midgard and his transformation from bloodthirsty specter of vengeance to quiet, forest-dwelling behemoth. But the weight of his past could hardly be clearer. After the death of his first family, Kratos' all-consuming purpose was to exact vengeance on those responsible, transforming him into a monster he can never fully escape. And yet, he tries to do so, living as a mortal in the woods of Midgard, taking on an assumedly human wife, bringing a child into the world. Thus begins our observation of Kratos' struggle with humility. To be humble does not mean to think less of oneself than one deserves, but rather to accept one's own strengths and weaknesses, to not be obsessed with one's self-image, to have accurate self-knowledge that allows one to look beyond ourselves, turn outwards, and seek the good of others. Kratos, for the past decade or so, has not been humble. He was terrified of the monster within him surfacing, and thus he distanced himself from the person whom that rage-filled brute could hurt most easily, his son. Kratos loves Atreus, there's no doubt of that, but he was so caught up in seeking his son's survival, on keeping his own nature hidden lest he harm Atreus, that he forgot to teach his son how to live.
Что ты тут?
She knew.
Show me.
There is so much meaning packed within that single line. One would think, especially in this more primal environment, that the father would be the one to bear the responsibility of instructing the son on how to engage in various traditionally masculine endeavors, such as hunting. Especially a dude like Kratos who could probably kill, skin, and cook a deer simply by giving it a stern look. Even if Kratos did not take sole responsibility for Atreus' education on tracking wildlife, he should at least have been involved in the process and not have to ask his son if his mother had taught him. Assumedly, this family of 3 has been hunting and foraging for food for the past 11 years, and yet during all that time, Kratos apparently never bothered to take his son hunting even once. Where was he? What was he doing? Those questions largely go unanswered throughout the campaign because they aren't really relevant. What matters is that Kratos simply wasn't there. He wasn't around to see his son grow up, and now with the loss of his wife, Kratos and Atreus are thrust together, yet each of them is still very much alone. This is often what happens when we suffer trauma, regardless of whether others or ourselves inflicted that pain upon us. We turn in upon ourselves. We get lost in our fear, anger, grief, and guilt. We forget that there are others out there who are dying to care for us if only we would give them a chance to do so. Seeing this in Kratos humanizes him, pulling down this incredibly powerful being to the level of any broken man, and setting an example for how to grow beyond these wounds. That's not to say that the process will be easy, quick, or painless, of course. The bond between Kratos and Atreus will develop gradually, and the relationship journey will hardly be smooth. It certainly doesn't start out all sunshine and rainbows.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
In the direction of deer.
As much as I love this clip as a brilliant portrayal of Kratos' character, it also breaks my heart to see a son look to his father, one whom he barely knows, but his father nonetheless, for guidance and instruction, and get brusquely told, "Figure it out, boy." Not that it's wrong of Kratos to tell Atreus that he needs to rely on his own instincts and training to find the deer, but rather that, well, there's a much more fatherly way to do so. There's a big difference between simply instructing and actually teaching, taking time to connect with your pupil and impart your wisdom through that relationship of trust. Kratos and Atreus simply do not have that bond yet, which is why we get moments like this.
There it is!
Hold! What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire. Only fire when I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
No doubt, seeing Atreus rush toward the kill, heedless of the consequences, reminds Kratos of when he acted in like manner in his past, a memory that causes his anger to flare in true Kratos fashion. Seeing our own vices, especially those we are still struggling to overcome, present in our children, is undoubtedly one of the most infuriating experiences for a parent. And yet, this is not old Kratos. Incomplete though his growth may be, he has become gentler and more patient. There is still a lack of connection in his teaching. He instructs in a utilitarian fashion, telling Atreus what to do, with little if any explanation on why or how he learned these lessons he now passes on. Nonetheless, we see that connection is something desired by both parties. We can, in Atreus' eyes, see how badly he needs his father, how much he seeks his approval. And Kratos, for his part, is not unaware of his son's need to connect with him, and he himself clearly desires that their relationship flourish, but he holds himself back. Fear and guilt are powerful motivators, and their ability to keep us from making ourselves vulnerable, or worse, making others vulnerable by entering into relationship with them, cannot be understated. Not that Kratos doesn't try. He does have wisdom to share, and he wants Atreus to learn what he knows, but again, his teaching methods could use some work.
Why are you doing that?
Too slow. Try again.
Cut it out!
Weak. Again. Again.
Again!
Stop it!
Again!
He's not wrong, he's just kind of an asshole about it. It's hard to be gentle on someone for a flaw for which you've been so hard on yourself. Kratos is clearly speaking from experience when he says,
"Your anger, you can get lost in it."
And he has Atreus' best interest at heart. That is, he does not want his son to become the man he was. I can hardly think of a more universal experience for a parent than wanting your child to be better than you are, which is, as it just so happens, a major theme, arguably the dominant theme throughout this journey.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
However, as a parent, you also must understand that your child has not obtained the breadth of knowledge that you have, and unfortunately, that knowledge is often won through the errors and failings, the missteps and wrong paths that we take and make as we go through life. There is a distinct parental desire to keep your child from making mistakes, to keep them focused on the goal you've set for them, and to shelter them from the evils of the world. Gradually, all those desires of Kratos are worn away. While their journey begins with the singular purpose of taking Faye's ashes to the highest peak in the realms, it becomes so much more than that as Atreus finally experiences life beyond their protected forest home. And what an introduction to that wider world Atreus receives, running into desperate cannibals and being forced to kill one of them in self-defense. This is where we get another hint of Kratos' deeply hidden love for his son and his anxiety about losing him.
Atreus!
This is the first time Kratos calls him anything but boy. The gentleness displayed here by the hardened Spartan warrior is remarkable. It speaks of the memory Kratos certainly has when he first took a life, how he knows the experience is one that leaves an indelible mark upon a man, but it cannot be allowed to consume him.
Close your heart to it.
Honestly, it's just beautiful seeing Kratos finally reach out to his son and comfort him. The experience they now share creating a bond that allows this father to do what he was unable to do before. This scene also provides an excellent setup for much of the rest of the journey. As father and son canoe across the Lake of Nine, they encounter many people, both living and dead, who request assistance. While Kratos' focus remains solely on their goal, Atreus, finally experiencing the world so long hidden from him, is eager to aid all those who ask it of them.
It's sad the elves can't work things out. Alfheim's such a beautiful place, but war makes it ugly.
You see with the eyes of a child. In war, a soldier sees beauty only in the blood of his enemy.
It's amazing how little snippets of conversation like this have so much meaning packed into them. We hear in Atreus' comments his idealism, his appreciation for natural beauty, and his desire to simply make the world a better place. In Kratos' response, we not only hear of his past, but also are informed of how he views the world now. He has a singular purpose from which he cannot be deterred, and he will sacrifice everything to accomplish that goal. This is another point in which Kratos will have to grow throughout the course of the story. Having a purpose is incredibly important, to be sure. The lack of purpose is a significant driver of the endemic loneliness for young men today, but rigid, unflinching devotion to that goal is not typically good or virtuous. Not everything is war. Atreus may see with the eyes of a child, but Kratos sees with the eyes of a man who has known nothing but war. He does not yet understand the true purpose of this journey. Instead, he was given an objective, and will stop at nothing to carry it out, just like any good soldier would. Contrast that with Faye's war, as told by Kratos in yet another canoe storytelling hour.
Mother was a warrior. Was she in a war too?
Of a sort, her war was to live on, to brave an unforgiving world alone.
And that's why she has Sindri and Brok to make her the axe?
She had the strength to wield such a weapon, and the wisdom to use it for good. She found purpose in protecting the weak.
This introduces us to another of the story's themes, a theme that pervades storytelling featuring strong characters with any sense of what virtue is. It is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak. As one of my favorite novels puts it, strength does not make one capable of rule, it makes one capable of service. Kratos clearly knows that his late wife exemplified this ideal, and yet he doesn't seem to believe himself capable of living up to that same standard. That's not really a surprise. Kratos' lack of humility at this point in his life story causes him not to think too much of himself, but rather too little. He believes that Faye simply was far better than he was, is, or ever will be. We tend to think far more of our loved ones than we do of ourselves. That's completely normal and natural. And it's clear from the very start of the story that Kratos did truly love his wife. The tender care with which he treats her body displays that love. And in Alfheim, the reality of this genuine affection is made even more evident. This sequence where Kratos enters the light of Alfheim is just plain stunning. Right away, we see Faye's ashes float away and begin to hear her music. I absolutely love the reoccurring musical themes in this game. The echoing siren-like chorus that accompanies Faye's scenes is hauntingly beautiful. As Kratos chases after the woman he loves, we hear Atreus bemoan his mother's death and being left alone with a father he hardly knows.
You left me here alone with him. He always leaves. He's never here. He doesn't want me and he never will. I don't know him and he doesn't know me. He doesn't talk to me, doesn't teach me. It should have been him. Do you hear me? Him, not you.
This reinforces the knowledge we already have, if we've been paying attention, that father and son barely have any semblance of a relationship, but that Atreus, for his part, very much desires one.
Except... I don't mean that. You know I love him. I just wish he was better. I know he can be. So if he tries, I'll try.
When Atreus pulls Kratos out of the light, away from Faye's voice, it marks a shift in how each of them views the other. For Atreus, the act of waiting and fighting all the while increases his fear of being alone, while Kratos witnesses his son's fear that has turned to anger as he waited outside for seemingly ages, terrified that his father had abandoned him. And he learns the strength of Atreus' need for his presence, a fact that the voices in the light did not betray. The two are struggling to understand each other. They have a common goal, yes, but approach it in vastly different ways. The Light of Alfheim scene depicts Kratos' total devotion to Faye, and how that dedication could, even if for a short while, cause him to forget about his son. To this point in the story, Kratos has largely only made any attempt to connect with Atreus when it came time to teach him something. A relationship between father and son cannot be so utilitarian if it is to be genuine and loving. Kratos must learn to care about Atreus himself, not his abilities or discipline, if he is to become a truly good father. Caring for another's mental well-being when your own is so damaged and fragile is an incredibly difficult undertaking, hence Kratos' continued inward-looking nature, which confuses and upsets the expressive, communicative Atreus.
Was she in the light?
Who?
You know.
Oh, she was not there.
Not like you would even care if she was.
Mind your tongue, boy! Until our journey is over, one of us must remain focused. Do not mistake my silence for lack of grief. Mourn how you wish. Leave me to my own.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
No. Why would you? You do not know my ways.
I love that in every lesson Kratos teaches Atreus, there is growth for him as well. While Atreus is too quick to judge and thinks he understands his father, believing him to be cold-hearted and uncaring, Kratos gives him every reason to think that.
Now?
Now.
As Kratos says,
do not know my ways.
Again, there is a gap that must be bridged by both parties. Atreus must seek to truly understand his father, while Kratos must take up his masculine duty of teaching and instructing his son in his ways and customs. It's no wonder that he had been hesitant to do so before. Kratos' ways aren't exactly the healthiest. His way of living had brought him untold pain and suffering, and caused the deaths of all those whom he loved. If there is one thing Kratos does not want his son to do, it is follow in his footsteps. So why would he bother to teach Atreus his ways, his point of view, and how he perceives and interacts with the world around him? If Kratos viewed himself with true humility, he could have embraced what was good about his customs and manners and raised Atreus with such instructions, but his scars keep him from seeing himself in so generous a light, and instead force him to hide as much as he could from his son, until Faye's death forced him to do otherwise. It's remarkable how central of a role Faye plays in the story without once showing her face. She is the catalyst for the entire journey, responsible for bringing father and son together, enabling them to grow both separately and in relationship, healing their wounds and learning to rely on one another. Indeed, it is their shared love for Faye that begins to truly bridge the emotional gap between them.
In the light, I felt only moments pass. If that is of some comfort to you.
That's good to know. Really.
This is the first time we hear Kratos offer Atreus consolation or comfort just because. There's no practical or utilitarian reason Atreus would need to know that Kratos did not realize how long he had been in the Light of Alfheim. But Kratos reassures his son nonetheless that he did not mean to abandon him for so long. It's a small thing, but so important. Kratos has loved Atreus before, teaching him how to survive and adapt, protecting him and watching after his physical well-being and his ability to simply continue living. But now, he speaks out of a desire to reassure and connect with his son, to strengthen their relationship, and for no other reason. Kratos could have just let it go. The past is the past, after all. But he spoke up because Atreus needed to know that his father truly does care, that he is trying.
So if he tries, I'll try.
It's hard to overstate the importance of knowing that you are loved. Love is meant to be a selfless gift, and yet if it is not reciprocated, or if you are not aware that your spouse, parent, whoever does in fact truly love you, the relationship will struggle to flourish. This is why love languages are so important. Kratos has always loved Atreus in his own way, providing for him and protecting him, and more recently teaching him to survive the harsh world into which they have been thrust. But what our favorite hulking Spartan did not realize until this point in the story is that his son needed to be loved differently, that Atreus speaks a different language of love. His son requires kind words and encouragement from his father in order to know that Kratos truly does care. His father had always cared for him, but now Kratos is learning to show that he truly cares about Atreus, that he wants much more for him than mere survival. The chill in their relationship is beginning to thaw, and father and son are finally beginning to act as father and son should. This turning point also highlights an important lesson taught by Kratos' developing virtuous masculinity. No man exists in a vacuum. We cannot be good men if we retreat into ourselves and become isolated from the world, from those who would love us and are in need of our love. Human beings are made for relationship. And when Kratos is able to begin the process of overcoming his past wounds and bonding with his son for the first time in his life, he provides an example for us of authentic, flourishing masculinity. Of course, the journey is far from over, both physically and psychologically. Kratos and Atreus have a long way to go, both on their quest to the peak and in their pursuit of genuine relationship with one another. The former appears to be nearing its end, as the two are just feet below the summit. And yet, even now, Kratos has a lesson to teach Atreus about patience and preparedness.
Your quiver.
Strap broke when we fought the dragon. It's all right. I can hold it.
Stop. Broken quiver will slow your draw. Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not.
Despite being apparently moments away from what they believe to be their ultimate goal, Kratos takes the time to gently impart his wisdom. This exchange is a sign of how Kratos is warming to his son, now becoming willing to teach Atreus his ways.
Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not.
That's a very fatherly thing to say, isn't it? In this case, I actually do mean that in contrast to motherly nature, which tends to seek comfort and safety as higher goods, but more on that later. Speaking of mothers, however, when the pair re-encounters Freya, Mimir's head in tow, we see that Kratos' desire to share his ways, share the truth about himself and how he has come by the wisdom he now has, is severely limited. Our protagonist at this time simply cannot bear the thought of revealing to his son that Atreus shares a nature that Kratos has taught him to despise, a state of being that the Spartan, not without cause, believes will only bring suffering and death.
You are God.
Leader of the Vanir, once yes, but no longer.
You did not think it important to tell me.
Are you really going to lecture me about that?
In doing so, Kratos once again displays his lack of humility and self-acceptance. Denying who we are simply is not healthy. Growth is not possible if we do not admit that we are starting from a deeply flawed and broken state. Hiding from ourselves, burying our past or our traumas can only delay pain. It cannot prevent it entirely. Eventually, if not faced and conquered, our demons will come for us in one way or another. Dread it, run from it, the past agony arrives all the same. And now for Kratos.
Sickness. Fever has returned.
Atreus begins to fall ill as his human and immortal natures clash. Or rather, his belief that he is mortal clashes with the reality of his godhood. Now, I can't exactly explain the mechanics of this illness or why exactly it's caused by this cognitive and physical dissonance, but that's not really important. What is significant is this. Why did Atreus experience discord at all? The answer, of course, is that Kratos kept his true nature, their shared nature, from him, burying his own past in an attempt to protect his son. The sins of the father have a way of reaching the son, no matter how deeply they are shoved into a closet. Kratos believed that if he could simply sever all connections between who he is now and who he was then, Atreus would be safe from the monster he left behind. Alas, that is not the case.
Freya! Open the door! We need your help! Woman, do you hear me? It is urgent!
I'm still a god. Go away.
The boy has fallen ill! Freya!
Let's pause our analysis of Kratos' failings for a moment to recognize something. He really does love the boy in his arms. The superb tenderness with which he says, "He's ill," his voice almost quivering with pain and distress, is incredibly moving. This hulking, brutish Greek warrior cares deeply for this boy, to the point that he will finally face the demon he has been hiding from for so long. That is, himself.
Then I must return home, dig up a past I swore would stay buried.
Who you were before doesn't matter. This boy is not your past, he is your son. And he needs his father.
I can't say I entirely agree with Freya that it doesn't matter who Kratos was before. Our lives are continual, unbroken stories, and who we were becomes who we are. But in another sense, I completely agree with her. Regardless of the mistakes we have made, the sins we have committed, and the burdens we carry, we are always called to do the right thing, to grow in virtue, to serve those who need us. Often, adversity is required for us to heed that call. It is typically in times of greatest danger and in the threat of grave evils that men achieve the heights of virtue, bravery, perseverance, and self-sacrificial love. So it is with Kratos. Faced with an unthinkable loss, he is finally able to find his humility, to think of himself less, to accept the reality of who he was without letting his past overwhelm and define him. Before he can do so, though, he needs to leave Atreus with Freya, and giving his son over to the care of another god, a class of being that Kratos doesn't exactly love, wouldn't normally be his first choice. But Freya isn't just a god, she is a mother.
I will keep him safe. That's a mother's promise.
I wanted to make sure we note this moment. Now is not the time for a full discussion of Freya's motherly nature, her choices, and her mistakes, but this line makes it clear that at the heart of her maternal philosophy is one thing: protection for the child placed under her care. Again, more on that later. The scene of Kratos returning home to unearth the Blades of Chaos is one that most movie studios wouldn't dare put in their films these days, because it goes on a solid few minutes without someone yammering on to make sure every member of the audience is aware of exactly what is happening.
So who is he? Ezekiel Sims. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
Shut up. Get out.
Only a few words are spoken.
Athena, get out of my head.
And the scene simply lets the audience experience the journey with the character and wonder, what is he thinking? It brilliantly sets the stage for what is to come, as the once bright and vibrant woods turn dark and cheerless in the presence of Kratos' somber mission. This is seemingly our protagonist's lowest point. He has so far failed to bring his wife's ashes to the highest peak, he could not protect his son from the sickness caused by his own nature, and now he is being forced to embrace the weapons he had buried beneath his home in an attempt to entomb the memory of whom he once was with them. And yet, this is the moment where his redemption truly begins.
Pretend to be everything you are not. Teacher, husband, father. But there is one unavoidable truth you will never escape. You cannot change. You will always be a monster.
Every word of Athena's is calculated to cut to Kratos' very heart. We hear in her tone her vitriol and spite, the hatred that she has for this man-turned-god who killed her, her father, and her siblings, who decimated Olympus and who left her land in ruins. How could one who had experienced such suffering and tragedy at the hands of the man in front of her not proclaim that he is incapable of change and will forever remain a brute and a beast?
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
Kratos seems to agree with her, that he is still a monster, that he cannot change. But this line goes deeper than that. Certainly, Kratos has embraced his role as teacher and father, and by carrying out Faye's last wishes, he is proving himself to be a loving husband.
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
These 9 words are not a rejection of all that he has done over the past decade. Rather, they are, finally, an indication that he has accepted who he was, that he is the same man who decimated Greece and all its gods in the pursuit of vengeance, and most importantly, that he can be that man, and yet not become lost in the anger that once consumed him.
But I am your monster no longer.
Kratos' past will always be with him. He's beginning to accept that now. But he is now also a new man, no matter what Athena may say. And while he may always struggle with the vices that drove him to become the monster he once was, he has found a new purpose. Where once he was merely a weapon to be wielded by the gods of Olympus or simply by his own rage, now he fights for his son and for his wife's memory. A man who has not found his own driving purpose is easily swayed by outside forces, convinced to use his strength and abilities for whatever objective, fair or foul, is given to him. Men desperately need a purpose, a reason to work, to fight, to live. All self-serving purposes, money, fame, power, and ego, will ultimately leave us feeling empty, dissatisfied, and unhappy. True, lasting happiness can only be found in relationship with others. Genuinely loving another, seeking their happiness and well-being, is the greatest purpose of them all. Kratos has found that now. He may still be the monster who caused unfathomable pain, but he is no longer a mindless beast being played like a marionette by Athena, Ares, and their kin. Instead, Kratos is simply who his son needs him to be. As with all relationships, however, that sort of service has its limits. Unconditional love for one's child is a beautiful thing, but all powerful forces, no matter how inherently good, can be corrupting. Most goods are not ultimate goods. Take, for example, Freya's words to Kratos about her own failings as a mother to her son.
Did I tell you that I have a son, too? At his birth, the runes foretold a needless death. The babe in my arms was so small, so helpless. I knew right then I would do anything to protect him, no matter the sacrifice.
What mother would not do everything in her power to stop her child from suffering and dying needlessly? Isn't that love? Certainly, seeking to protect one's child is admirable and necessary, but survival is not an absolute good. The continuation of life cannot be bought regardless of the price we pay.
Of course, everything I did for myself. I let my needs, my fears, come before what he needed. And I couldn't see his resentment until it was too late.
This is where unconditional love can lead if it is not prudent. While no parent should have to experience the death of their child, the desire to guard and shelter them should be for the child's good, not for the sake of the parent avoiding the pain of losing that beloved child. This sort of altruism is an incredibly high and challenging call, even for a parent, and Kratos is only now taking steps on the path to living up to that ideal. Atreus had always been shielded from Kratos' true nature, and remains unaware of his past, but now that reality has set in, Kratos must accept that he can no longer keep his son in the dark, and thus avoid any chance of repeating the pain he had suffered, the agony he had caused all those years before. Atreus, for his part, and just like about any child, does not want to be sheltered. His first words upon waking from his illness are,
Don't leave without me.
I will not.
For 11 years, Kratos left Atreus out of the perceived need to protect his son from himself. Now, Atreus speaks clearly and directly his need to be with his father, something that had not happened before. We've known all along that Atreus is afraid of losing Kratos, but seeing him speak so readily and hearing Kratos respond with reassurance is just flat out heartwarming. The two have come a long way. However, I need to touch on the concept of fear as a motivator. Kratos and Atreus are both deathly afraid of losing one another, both because they love each other and because father and son have only each other left in this realm. Without each other, they are lost, and that desire to remain whole is a powerful one. Fear and love can certainly coincide, but as mentioned earlier, acting strictly to avoid pain can only backfire in the end. Fear must be tempered and balanced, and we must be afraid of the right things for the right reasons.
Why would Odin trap you in Midgard?
Petty cruelty would be reason enough for him. But as with all his rash decisions, he's driven by fear.
What is Odin afraid of, according to Freya? Almost certainly, he is afraid of losing his power and control over the 9 realms. Those in authority frequently seek to cement their dominance by any means necessary, especially in mythological stories meant to teach us a thing or two about good and evil. Additionally, kings and rulers tend to see assassins in every shadow and swords dangling by a thread above their thrones. When power becomes one's purpose, one's very reason for living, the thought of losing even a sliver of it is incomprehensible. And so, despite their strength, tyrants such as Odin live in a constant state of terror, dreading the moment when it will all slip away and leave them powerless and destitute with nothing left to live for. The pursuit of power for its own sake or for one's own glorification is a great evil, and a vice that we see Atreus begin to slip toward as Kratos reveals their shared true nature to him. One of the hallmarks of good storytelling is that it does not feel the need to have characters grow and change at the same rate or at the same time. While Kratos and Atreus largely experience the same events, they each have their unique perspective and thus are affected in different ways.
I'm a god, boy. From another land far from here. When I came to these shores, I chose to live as a man. But the truth is, I was born a god. And so were you.
For Kratos, this is a moment of release, letting go of a secret long held in, knowing the danger inherent with accepting godhood, but also now acknowledging the need for his son to know who he really is, even if that past may bring pain to them both. For Atreus, who sees with the eyes of a child, this moment is quite different. It is one of empowerment. He does not understand all the implications that come with being a god. How could he? He hasn't been taught them. Instead, he sees godhood as an elevation of his status, a sign that he is capable of more than he ever thought, and a license to act as he sees fit.
Can I turn into an animal?
Can you turn into an animal? No. No, I do not think so.
This moment is undoubtedly hilarious, and I love how Kratos doesn't dismiss Atreus' silly questions out of hand. I mean, they're not really silly. This is Greek/North mythology after all. There's much weirder stuff than turning into animals in those stories. More importantly, this exchange highlights what can happen when power, even just perceived power, is thrust upon one who hasn't yet developed the maturity to understand the responsibility that comes with that strength. Simply put, it goes to one's head.
We don't have to go right back to Tirzval, do we? I mean, we're gods. We can do whatever we want, right?
Before, Atreus' questions to Kratos about what should we do next were couched in a desire to explore and wonder for the world around them. Now he relishes in their nature and the authority he assumes that it brings.
I wish I'd known I was a god in Elfheim. I wouldn't have felt so bad about killing so many elves.
Well, I'm not sure that's the lesson.
We had god things to do, and they were in the way, dragging us into their little problems.
Again, are we just leaving that there?
What's most interesting about this scene is not just that Atreus' ego and sense of self-importance are inflated. As already noted, those are expected when one so young is told he is more than a mere mortal. Instead, I find it intriguing that Mimir, not Kratos, is the one who responds to Atreus' arrogant comments.
I mean, just knowing we're gods makes me feel so much stronger.
Maybe you feel a little too good right now. With power comes a big choice, lad. You can either serve yourself, or put your godhood in the service of others, like Tyr did.
It's a bit odd, isn't it, that Kratos mostly stays silent here? This seems to be the very thing he feared, his son getting entangled in the world of gods, becoming obsessed with his own power, and being overly certain he is justified in whatever he does, simply because he is not mortal.
I'm a god.
And yet, he lets Mimir do the talking. Why? I would suggest that Kratos simply does not feel ready to respond to his son's words, in part because he deems himself an unworthy teacher in this field. The boasts of Atreus are nothing compared to the sins of Kratos, so maybe he is not so ready to remove the speck out of his son's eye when his own eyes are still quite full of lumber. Likely, the words of Athena still ring in his ears, and his fear of the truth in them holds back his tongue. Kratos also simply isn't the kind of man who offers wisdom at the drop of a hat. He's the strong, silent type, more comfortable leading by example. Actions come to him far more naturally than words do. However, he still does try. One of the most poignant scenes in the story happens shortly after Atreus' inflated ego first makes an appearance, as Kratos attempts to impress upon him the weight that his godhood brings.
So I'm a man now, like you?
No. We are not men. We are more than that. The responsibility is far greater.
Everywhere I go, I hear his voice.
Great power comes great responsibility.
Seriously though, there's a reason this sentiment exists in so many stories about superheroes, Greek gods, or whatever beings you may have who are beyond normal human ken. Masculinity is so often tied to strength, since size, bone density, and muscle mass, and the confidence and assertiveness they often bring, are some of the most significant differentiators that set men and women apart. Toxic masculinity, failed masculinity, or just being an asshole, whichever term you prefer, occurs when men use those advantages to their advantage, using their strength to serve themselves. The stronger you are, the more good or harm you can do with that strength. To him whom much is given, much will be expected. This is the wisdom Kratos now feels ready to impart to his son, connecting with him, physically getting on his level to look him in the eye as he would an equal.
And you must be better than me. Understand? Say it.
You will be better.
The inflated ego wants to be the best, to feel superior, to look down on others. The humble spirit acknowledges its strengths but also its weaknesses, and the humble man wants to teach his son how to be better than he was. This is not done out of pride or the desire for family legacy, but out of genuine love. Kratos' challenge is also encouraging and heartfelt. Despite being forced to reveal to Atreus the dangerous truth, he still hopes that his son can understand the responsibility he now carries in a way Kratos did not for far too long.
Power of this weapon, any weapon, comes from here. But only when tempered by this. By the discipline, the self-control of the one who wields it. That is where the true strength of a warrior lies.
It's a beautiful scene, a wonderful moment of connection between father and son. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite take. With the journey nearing its end, at least that's what Kratos believes, again, and having passed his hard-won wisdom to his son, Kratos shares a lovely moment bonding with Atreus over some well-aged wine. But then, as Atreus begins to question his father's origin, we see that the kid's ego is still very much not in check.
You only killed those deserving, right?
Yes.
Ah, but who's worthy enough to judge?
Quiet, head. We are. We know better.
Character arcs are not smooth rides. Well, most of the great ones aren't anyway. The journeys that our favorite characters undergo should be full of ups and downs, bumps in the roads, and deviations from the path. The trials and errors that characters encounter during their stories make their redemption, or the fulfillment of their potential, that much more satisfying. If his arc was constant and unwavering, Atreus would take his father's words to heart and be judicious in his speech. But, he's 11. He's fine with the idea of responsibility, but hasn't really gotten it into his head that having the mandate to carry out great deeds does not automatically bring with it the proper judgment to know which deeds should be carried out. And Kratos, for his part, is still holding back.
You only killed those deserving, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lie. For all his growth to this point, Kratos is still not fully humble, not yet ready to admit his many failings to his son. He is still not telling the complete truth, still clinging in part to his ways of secrecy and sheltering, hoping that he can spare his son the pain of truly knowing his father. Which is unfortunate because without that knowledge... Actually, hold that thought because I want to highlight a little bit of storytelling.
I think I'm gonna like being a god.
This is the first time we see the roles reversed. Kratos wants to take a moment with his son, connecting and bonding as their journey nears its end, but Atreus is so caught up in himself and his quest that he completely misses his father's gesture and runs off to turn into an insufferable little twerp. And there's not much to stop him because, as I just said, his father isn't being entirely forthcoming.
I can tell you a thing or two about family matters.
Let me guess. Your brother isn't as talented as you, and his work is junk.
Those things are accurate. Your point?
It's all you ever talk about, over and over. Do something about it or shut up already.
I see.
Yeah! We're sick of hearing about little people's little problems!
All right. That hurt a little.
Earlier, I touched on Atreus' youth and inexperience making him vulnerable to the allure of power, but there's more to it than that. As we've seen throughout the story, Atreus has suffered from a chronic sickness that has left him weak and frail and thus feeling incapable, insufficient, and powerless. When the boy who has felt that way for so long is suddenly thrust a great deal of power and authority, it is no wonder that his newfound godhood causes Atreus to act so pompously. Atreus swings rapidly from thinking of himself as pathetic and helpless to the other end of the spectrum, fashioning himself rightful judge, jury, and executioner wherever he sees fit. Before, he felt ashamed of his condition, of his fragile nature, but now he is overwhelmed with self-importance. And while shame and pride are opposite ends of a spectrum, they are more closely related than one might think. As Uncle Iroh puts it, pride is not the opposite of shame, but its source. True humility is the only antidote to shame. The prideful person focuses too much on himself, putting his needs ahead of the needs of others. His desires and goals are his ultimate goods. If he is incapable of reaching those objectives or carrying out his given purpose, he wallows in shame, turning in upon himself and closing his heart to anything but the removal of the feeling that makes him feel so small and useless. Only the willingness to accept who we really are can break that cycle of pride and shame. That acceptance need not be a resignation to our vices, but rather a recognition that although we are broken and will have to struggle mightily, we can grow in virtue nonetheless. Atreus was not always overtly prideful. His openness and desire to help others during the early story were genuine. When he saw himself as merely a boy, the needs of others, shipwrecked sailors seeking a final resting place, a husband desiring to speak with his dead wife one final time, as more pressing than the immediate demands of his own quest. Which is all well and good, except now we see that Atreus' shame had kept him down, making him think himself worth less than he truly was, because he could never live up to the standard of his father. Kratos' reluctance to help was never about the problems of others being less than theirs, but rather simply that they were not his problems. He was incredibly pragmatic about it, perhaps to a fault, without being dismissive or needlessly unkind. Pride causes us to act and speak with hostility. The prideful man must assert to those beneath him just how much he despises them, and how little they matter to him, in order to inflate his own ego and confirm his superiority. And ultimately, pride is the chief vice that leads us to all other vices and a great many evils.
Why did you speak to the dwarf like that?
Aren't you sick of hearing about him and his brother?
Of course. But it serves nothing to make an enemy of him.
You should know the truth, even if it hurts.
It was needless and unkind.
Truth is more important than kindness.
Your mother would disagree.
She wasn't a god.
Oof, I mean, yikes. You see what I mean about pride, right? This was a woman for whom Kratos should have nothing but love and admiration, and yet
she wasn't a god.
At least now Kratos is able to reprimand his son, and he does so sternly but not harshly, condemning the words Atreus spoke, but not the boy himself. And considering Kratos' past, it's certainly a sign of growth to see him reprove Atreus for merely being unkind. I mean, the man who once upon a time did this.
Thank you! Thank the gods you came back for me!
I didn't come back for you.
No!
Or this.
I'm begging you, on your humanity, don't do this, please!
Is admonishing his son for saying mean things. He's come a long way when it comes to restraint, a journey that his son has yet to complete. Atreus' pride reaches its apex when the pair encounters Modi once again, beaten to a pulp by Thor for letting Magni be killed by Kratos and failing to exact revenge.
No. He is beaten. Not worth killing.
He should pay for what he said about Mother.
I said no.
But we're gods. We can do whatever we want.
Pride doesn't just put one's own needs above the good of others, it holds one's wants as a greater good than even the very life of another. Atreus longs for vengeance even for the smallest insult, and since his elevation to godhood has planted in him a sense of supreme self-righteousness, he acts according to his basest desires.
What are you doing?
This is a much better knife than Mother's.
However, the blame for this horrendous act cannot fall squarely and only on Atreus' shoulders.
Haven't you been teaching me to kill?
I've been teaching you to survive.
While Atreus isn't exactly correct as to why some of the responsibility lies with Kratos, he is most certainly correct that his father is in some way responsible for his misdeeds.
Nobody cared about him anyways. What's the difference?
There are consequences to killing a god!
Why? How do you know? How do you know?
Watch your tone, boy.
Again, Kratos does not answer the question. He deflects, demanding the respect of his son instead of responding with honesty. His arc is also far from complete, his humility still developing, his ability to forgive himself not fully present. Even after all this time, Kratos still cannot bring himself to reveal to his son the full truth of his past, and that failing has allowed Atreus to misunderstand the truth that his father has revealed to him. Knowing a partial truth can be more harmful than simply being in the dark. Atreus knows he is a god, and Kratos has told him how great of a responsibility that is, but he has not yet learned that with that responsibility comes the potential for failure on an unimaginable scale. How could he? The man who could teach him that lesson has withheld it from him, and still refuses to share it with him, even though he has just seen the consequences of Atreus' incomplete education on the meaning of being a god.
I've done everything you asked, and all I wanted was the truth. Where did you get your fire blades? Why did you hide them? You said there are consequences to killing a god. You used the blades to kill one. Who else did you kill? Before Magna? How many? Do you hear me?
I heard you, and these are not subjects for discussion. Do not push me, boy.
Once again, this is beautiful storytelling because character arcs are not meant to be arrows pointing straight to greatness. They are full of plateaus and depressions that stall or undo progress as characters make mistakes and fail over and over. I said a few minutes ago that Atreus' pride peaked at the murder of Modi. Well, I might have misspoken, because when father and son reach the Midgard peak, things really come to their breaking point. Literally. Kratos straight up shatters the portal to Jotunheim by body slamming Baldur into it. That honestly feels a bit contrived, which is a rarity for this story. Dude, the ground was right there, you didn't have to aim for the big pillar, but hey, maybe it's meant to be a lesson in the dangers of anger. Kratos certainly isn't immune to seeing red and getting lost in his own rage, even now. But more importantly, this fight is where Atreus loses himself in his anger, driven by his pride.
Run, boy! Cross the bridge!
No! I'm a god too! I can do this! Get off him!
Really?
Showing courage in the face of danger is commendable, but Atreus is now instead displaying bravado, an unearned confidence created not by reality, but by his own ego. And that same ego will not let him back down, even when it's readily apparent that he can have no effect on this fight.
Get out of here, boy.
Yes, by all means, Junior, run away. Let Daddy do all the heavy lifting for you.
Let go!
Calm down, boy. You are not ready for this.
I am ready!
This is what pride, unconstrained and untempered, can do. It puts what I want right now, in this moment, above all other concerns. Atop the highest peak in the realm, Atreus and Kratos are at the lowest point in their relationship, as Kratos' failings as a teacher and father combine with his son's immaturity and pride, causing Atreus to very nearly repeat his own father's deadliest sin. Where do they go from here? How can they heal from the wound that their relationship has just been dealt? To Kratos' credit, he doesn't hesitate in the slightest when chasing after Baldur and the captured Atreus. His son may be unrecognizable, but he is still his son. Kratos does not just abandon his duty because Atreus has rejected his. He still loves him and would readily die to save him. That doesn't mean Kratos will go easy on Atreus, nor should he. The anger he displays in Helheim is much closer to righteous anger than the anger he showed at the beginning of the story.
I am your father, and you, boy, are not yourself. You are too quick to temper. You are rash, insubordinate, and out of control. This will not stand.
Too quick to temper, rash, insubordinate, and out of control, you say. Sound like anyone you know? Our own vices are the ones we most easily recognize. That is, if we have relatively good self-awareness. Kratos has never lacked that quality. He just has had, and still does have, a problem with self-acceptance and self-forgiveness. But oh, does he ever know his own flaws. But he also knows two other crucial pieces of information.
You will honor your mother and abandon this path you have chosen.
First, Kratos knows Atreus' love for Faye. He knows how much this quest meant to his son, how he would stop at nothing to fulfill her last request. And so he invokes Faye in an attempt to break through Atreus' pride.
It's not too late.
Second, Kratos knows that no matter how many wrong decisions we make, as long as we draw breath, we always have the opportunity for redemption. We can change. We can choose virtue where we had so long given into vice. On both these points, Kratos could be speaking to himself as much as he is to Atreus. To honor his wife, and to truly be a father to his son, he must be better than the man he once was. That kind of growth is not easy or painless. As I will never tire of repeating, we cannot ignore our past if we are to change for the better. We cannot be obsessed or preoccupied with our previous failings, but we simultaneously must accept that we have failed, and that those failures make us stronger if we are mindful, intentional, and actually strive to learn from them. But it takes time. Healing is slow, and learning to forgive yourself is a painful and arduous process, and the longer you wait to do so, the deeper the wounds are buried, and the more difficult the healing will be.
But we're gods. We can do whatever we want.
Turn away, boy.
Atreus has only recently, that is, today, committed the sins for which he will need to atone. His failings have not had time to ingrain themselves into his psyche. He can see and hear the echoes of his crimes and say,
It wasn't me. I couldn't have done that.
Because for so long, that wasn't him. That reality was a flash in the pan, a momentary fever dream, and snapping out of it can thus be as quick as falling into it was.
Grace me, Father. It is time to end this.
Yes, my son. It is time.
Kratos, by contrast, has carried his sins with him for many years, reflecting on them, letting them haunt him, never truly able to move past them. Where his son, although shaken by the visions, can quickly dismiss them, Kratos is struck dumb and left paralyzed, only moved to action by Atreus breaking through the literal nightmare. Perhaps now, you might think, Kratos will reveal his past to Atreus. The visions in Helheim have shown too much, surely. There's no reason to hide any longer.
Boy. Before. When you saw.
Kratos is on the brink of letting it all out, finally revealing to Atreus exactly how he knows there are consequences to killing a god, fully unveiling his past and thus truly explaining his present. But
I didn't see anything.
You did not see me with someone. An old man.
What old man?
Atreus is clearly lying. Kratos could see his visions, and they could both see and hear Baldur's, which we'll talk about in a moment. So there's absolutely no reason Atreus could not see his father's vision. But remember, the sins of the father. Kratos has repeatedly and pointedly refused to talk about his past more than absolutely necessary, and those refusals have worn Atreus down, smothering his natural curiosity and desire to learn. That's likely not the only factor. Atreus is not an idiot. He knows what he saw, that is, his dad in the midst of murdering an old man, who Atreus could assume from context
Grace me, Father,
was Kratos' own father. That's not a truth that any son would readily want to hear from his father, especially a son who so recently almost committed patricide himself. Father and son now share an uncomfortable, unthinkable similarity, one that they would both rather leave unspoken, even though doing so hampers their collective ability to heal and bond. The sins of the father. But let's address that vision that was tormenting Baldur in Helheim, shall we?
Death has no power over you now. You would rather die?
Never feel again? Yes.
Yes.
I love it when foreshadowing is paid off. The hints and clues were there, and now the reveal is complete as we discover the origin of Baldur's curse. His invulnerability and the inability to feel pain is not a utilitarian use of magic designed to make him an unstoppable weapon, but rather a motherly gift from one who could not bear the thought of her son suffering and dying needlessly. That brings us back to this moment.
Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not.
Where fathers tend to accept pain as a part of life, as something to be endured and pushed through, mothers are far more sensitive to their children's pain and seek to prevent it. A dad might roughhouse with his kids, leading to one of them getting a bump or a jolt that was a bit too rough, and that's when the mother swoops in to save the day. I imagine this scenario plays out roughly 8 million times a day across the world. Heck, Bluey made an entire episode about it. Yeah, bet you didn't expect me to reference that in a God of War video. Neither of those roles or tendencies is inherently better than the other. Both are necessary and good depending on the situation, and both must be properly tempered with prudence and right judgment. A father might ask too much of his children, and a mother might pay too high a price for her child's safety.
She only hoped to spare him pain and spare herself loss. But such impulses can lead good parents to make terribly stupid decisions.
Motherly love is beautiful in its ferocity, but when not balanced, it can be controlling and indulgent. The well-being of a child is undoubtedly a good, indeed a very high good, for which parents can and should sacrifice, but it is not an ultimate good. Freya learned that lesson, but not until it was too late. By contrast, Faye knew that Atreus needed more than simple survival. She was aware of her son's nature. He and Kratos could have simply persisted in their hidden home with nothing but the elements to bother them for as long as they desired, being immortal and all that. But Faye knew both father and son would need far more than that. To truly live, not just survive, they would need to come to know and understand one another. By having Kratos remove the trees that held together the protection stave, Faye essentially forced her husband to finally take up his fatherly duty and carry out her final wish. Yes, the journey that they would embark on would certainly be dangerous, but Faye understood that. The safety of her son was not all important to her. Rather, she desired most that he have a real relationship with his father, that the two love and protect each other.
Wish Mom was here to see it.
Love can never be self-indulgent. Where love exists, so does the potential for pain. We have to be vulnerable to be authentic and genuine in our love. Refusing to open ourselves up to the possibility of sorrow and grief simply closes our heart to true, self-giving love. Ultimately, this is a concept that Kratos comes to understand. To be fair to Freya, she seems to as well, at least to some extent, but her realization only comes well after the damage is already done.
Of course, everything I did for myself. I let my needs, my fears, come before what he needed.
This brings us to the game's final battles. The physical conflict between Kratos and Baldur, the emotional struggle of Baldur and Freya, and of course, Kratos finally conquering his own fear of his past for the sake of his son. In Baldur, we see what Atreus could become if his father were to refuse to acknowledge the full truth of who he was, causing his son to resent Kratos for holding back, needlessly protecting him, not trusting him to have the strength to handle the truth.
I've spent the last 100 years dreaming of this moment. I rehearsed everything I ever wanted to say to you, every word, to make you understand exactly what you stole from me.
If left to fester, some wounds become seemingly impossible to heal. After a century of constant torment inflicted upon him by his mother, Baldur simply does not have forgiveness within him. We saw earlier in Helheim that he was not always quite like this. The vision of Baldur there stops short of killing his mother, even as present-day Baldur urges his past self to carry out the deed. Perhaps there was a time when Freya could have broken the curse and received her son's forgiveness, but that time is now long gone. However, Kratos does not accept the idea that Baldur's fate is chosen for him, that he must act according to how he now feels.
This path you walk, vengeance, you will find no peace. I know.
We always have a choice. Maybe Baldur cannot find in him the peace needed to forgive his mother, but choosing to kill her is another step entirely. Kratos knows this. He has learned that lesson through unspeakable pain. It's an important recognition for all of us. Even if we cannot attain the highest good, due to something lacking within us, we can choose a lesser good, or at the very least, choose to not do evil. No matter our past, our pains, and our traumas, we always have a choice. Who we were yesterday does not dictate what we must do today. Acknowledging this and striving to live up to this ideal is the only way we can grow and change. Being better than who we were remains a constant theme throughout this story, even in the little moments that we might miss if we dare to blink. When Kratos is trapped by Freya's magic, defenseless against an approaching Baldur, Atreus simply stands his ground. where once he recklessly charged at the invulnerable Aesir god, his pride and ego driving him forward, he now simply states,
I won't let you hurt him.
That's love right there. And since this is a mythical tale with a moral, doing the right thing and acting out of selfless love tends to pay off in fantastic ways.
No! No! Atreus! You're bleeding. Breathe, boy. Breathe!
Not my blood.
I wanted to show this scene because one, it's just plain stunning, and two, it highlights a fact we know from earlier. Freya hates mistletoe. She hates it because she knows what it is capable of. Now, I'm not sure how long she was aware of its power. In the original myth, Baldur's mother does not seem to be aware of mistletoe's refusal to promise not to harm her son, and so doesn't stop Loki from fashioning the spear used to kill Baldur. Wait, Loki breaks the spell of Baldur's invulnerability? Point being, Freya knew how to remove the curse that her son so badly wanted to be rid of. Had her love for him not been self-indulgent, had she not been more afraid of her own pain than of him not being whole, perhaps she could have sought him out and granted him his wish before it was too late, before his resentment took permanent hold. But to the end, Baldur's survival and the defeat of the prophecy regarding his death remained Freya's ultimate and highest goal, which of course backfires completely. But not yet.
He's beaten, Father. Not a threat.
I was getting a bit ahead of myself. This line from Atreus, of course, echoes the lesson his father tried to teach him earlier.
No. He is beaten. Not worth killing.
Violence, like love, must never be self-indulgent. Really, no action should be. Self-indulgence is a manifestation of pride, of seeking one's own desires regardless of circumstance or the needs of others. Restraint is one of the most necessary traits for the strong. It is only through temperance and self-control that power can be used for good. However, that doesn't mean you can't let loose and kick ass every once in a while. Let this be your reminder that you are watching a video essay about a video game about Greek and Norse gods. There's going to be some phenomenally spectacular action taking place. And this is probably as awesome as one can feel during a QuickTime event. Really, it's just so satisfying to see Kratos and Atreus working in harmony, to witness father and son coming together as a team, the fluidity of their actions demonstrating the bond that they have formed over the course of their journey. But that journey has not quite ended yet. Kratos and Atreus have several steps to take, starting with this one.
You've seen me dead. We'll make things right. I won't stop you.
Why do you even care? You could have walked away.
The cycle ends here.
So much is packed into these few seconds. Freya's failure as a mother, her overwhelming zeal to protect Baldur, ends up costing her the very son she sought to shelter from harm.
At his birth, the runes foretold a needless death.
Prophecies in fantasy certainly have a way of coming true no matter how hard characters work to prevent them, don't they? Then we have Kratos breaking the cycle, proclaiming,
The cycle ends here. Must be better than this.
In those few words, he acknowledges his role in that cycle of violence, accepting it as a part of his past, but refusing to let it restrain his growth any longer. And finally, as the light fades from Baldur's eyes, 2 flakes of snow land and melt on his cheeks. Even in his dying moments, Baldur is taking joy in feeling, reveling in the sensation that was stolen from him, relishing being alive even as his survival comes to its end. Simply living can never take priority over life itself, with all the pains and sufferings that may accompany it. This is the lesson that Kratos has been absorbing throughout the story, and one he is finally ready to pass on in fullness to Atreus.
You were just an animal. Passing on your cruelty and rage, you will never change.
And you do not know me.
I know enough. Does he?
We hear in Freya's agonized words an echo of Athena's accusation.
You cannot change. You will always be a monster.
What's remarkable is not that the two goddesses cannot see the change that has in fact happened within Kratos. Whether they knew him or just knew of him, their perceptions were going to be fixed and static. We do not change our view of someone as easily as they change themselves, and growth largely happens within the human heart, invisible to those who do not truly know us. No, the remarkable thing is that Kratos does not try to convince Freya. Letting someone believe awful things about you, allowing them to perceive your righteous actions through a spiteful lens, takes incredible maturity and humility. Kratos knows that trying to sway Freya's opinion of him would be futile and pointless. Instead, he turns to his son, finally ready to brave whatever pain the truth of his past may bring.
Boy, listen close. I'm from a land called Sparta. I made a deal with the god that cost me my soul. I killed many who were deserving, and many who were not.
It's a poignant, moving speech, Kratos opening up who he was to Atreus, trusting that his son, who has come to know who he is now, will not abandon him, decrying his own father as a monster. But there is one final, unimaginable truth that must be revealed, and for this, Kratos must turn to face Atreus. Nothing can be held back, not even the pain present on this Spartan warrior's face as he admits his gravest sin.
I killed my father.
Zeus usurped, imprisoned, and enslaved his father Kronos. Kratos murdered Zeus. Atop the Midgard peak, Atreus loosed an arrow into his father's chest. These gods are, by definition, incredibly powerful beings, and power is one of, if not the, most corruptive forces in existence. The temptation to use strength and authority for one's own desires is far too much for so many. It's no surprise then that some of the greatest and most virtuous leaders in history were thrust into their positions of power rather than seeking it out for themselves. Those who covet power tend to be the least deserving of it. But power, even supreme power, need not be a curse.
Is this how it always ends? Sons killing their mothers? Their fathers?
No. We will be the gods we choose to be, not those who have been. Who I was is not who you be. We must be better.
We always have a choice. The past informs us, shapes us, and deeply affects us, but it does not define our futures. As long as we draw breath, we have the ability to grow and change, to seek redemption, and to forgive others. This process is never easy, and the road to healing and wholeness will never be smooth, but humility, mercy, especially for ourselves, and selfless love make it possible for even the worst of us to become better teachers, better husbands, better fathers, better men. One final thing before we move on to Jotunheim and the end of our story. I touched on the music of this story very briefly near the beginning of this video, and I'd like to do so again now. Have a listen.
I'm from a land called Sparta. I made a deal with the god that cost me my soul. We will be the gods we choose to be, not those who have been.
I can hardly express how much I love the transition from the deep, almost harsh chorus of Kratos' motif to the soft, tender violins of Faye's. The music in this scene speaks of healing, of acknowledging the past but moving beyond it to a better future. The musical themes are in perfect accord with the themes of the story, to the point where even a musical plebeian like me can recognize them, and that's just plain awesome. But now,
we should finish this journey while I still have strength.
Any good story knows how to provide an emotionally satisfying ending, even after the action and character development are done. The audience or the player needs to see the reward for all the pain and struggle that our heroes have gone through. For some 20 hours now, depending how long it takes you to play through the campaign, we have watched Kratos struggle with his past, failing repeatedly to reconcile who he was with who he is, with who he wants his son to be. This massive Spartan warrior was so afraid that his sins would always stay with him and be passed on to his son that he distanced himself from the boy who desperately needed a father. Only through the wishes of his late wife is he able to embark on the journey that forces him, step by arduous step, to embrace the painful reality of his past, to forgive himself for the unimaginable, and to resolve to be better for the sake of his son. Now that all of that has happened.
What are you doing?
I have nothing more to hide.
What an incredible release for all the emotion that is built up throughout the story. This is genuine humility, accepting and acknowledging that we are flawed and broken men, but we always have the ability to grow if only we accept the lessons, however painful, that our past might teach us.
Can we go now? We're so close.
I love how Atreus is just like, Dad, stay focused. Kids don't have the perspective of adults, obviously, and I appreciate how much Atreus just remains a kid throughout the game, regardless of all the incredibly messed up stuff that he witnesses. And yet, he has grown and changed so much, going from weak, frail, and nearly helpless to a raging egomaniac drunk in his own perceived power, to a humble yet capable boy whose selfless love for and fierce devotion to his father proves to be the difference between victory and defeat. He has earned this.
Boy. Carry her.
Faye, of course, is the reason for all of this. She was the target of Baldur's hunt. Her last wishes sent Kratos and Atreus on their journey, and her wisdom in doing so becomes even clearer as father and son reach the room that foretold their journey. Though he never knew these prophecies existed, Kratos followed his wife's final request nonetheless, out of love and respect, yes, but also out of trust. Love is a two-way street. One spouse wills the good of the other and trusts that the same selfless desire is reciprocated. For all his failings, Kratos never doubted the goodness of Faye's heart nor the power of her mind. However much he may have desired to remain safe and hidden, he accepted that his wife might know better what he needed than he did, because he knew she loved him, despite all his flaws and failings. What gives this scene weight is not just the implications for the future of Kratos and Atreus, but how it paints the beginning of the story in a new light, recoloring our view of the entire saga as events that are not merely significant because of the bond they created, but for the impact that they will have, that Faye and her kin knew they must have, on the future of all the realms. But that story is not told here. Instead, our tale ends as it should, with Faye's last wish finally accomplished.
Father?
No. We do it together. Son.
You knew it had to happen. After 1,000 iterations of, boy, this moment was inevitable, and yet it's still so poignant, beautiful, and satisfying. Affection from a parent is such a natural and normal thing, and yet from the reserved and reluctant Kratos, it means so much more.
Goodbye, Faye.
I love you, Mom.
And yet, with the end of every story comes the potential for a new one.
My name on the wall. The Giants called me... Loki?
Loki. That's the name your mother wanted for you when you were born. She must have called you that to her people.
I wanted to play that because what follows is one of my favorite scenes of the whole game. Faye wanted to name her son Loki, perhaps in accordance with the prophecies, but Kratos desired Atreus for the name, and now we find out why.
So, why'd you want to name me Atreus? I know it can't be for a god.
No. He was a soldier. A Spartan.
A great warrior?
All Spartans are great warriors. We trained from birth. Our lives were discipline, duty, battle, and death. Life was grim, and we greeted it grimly. But Atreus of Sparta was unlike the rest of us. He wore a smile even in the worst of times. He was happy. He inspired us to hope that though we were machines of war, yet there was humanity in us. Goodness. When the day came for him to lay down his life in battle, his sacrifice saved countless others and turned the tide in our favor. I carried him home on his shield and buried him with all the honors of Spartan custom. His memory was a comfort in dark times.
The overarching theme that dominates this story is simply be better. Be better than you were yesterday. Be better than your sins tell you you are. Be better for the sake of those you love. The Spartan Atreus was better. He saw more in life than the grim reality of violence, blood, and death. In him, the dour Kratos, who once proclaimed,
"In war, a soldier sees beauty only in the blood of his enemy,"
is able to see beauty in life itself. Kratos did not name his son after himself or even some great noble figure, but rather after a truly good man. A man whose example of ultimate sacrifice is a model for how to live, an example he hopes his son will follow. We can be better. Through learning to temper our passion and anger with patience and prudence, humbly accepting our faults and sins along with our virtues, growing in relationship with those who need us and whom we need, and persisting in the hope of redemption, we can be better. The masculinity Kratos displays is not just through his raw physical power, but more through his rejection of the urge to use that power for himself, through the lessons he imparts and the relationship he forms with Atreus, and most of all, through his gradual, painful growth in virtue as he strives in every moment to be better. That is what this incredible, beautiful story that reaches deep into our hearts is all about. Tradition, courage, self-control, loyalty, integrity, honor. The modern male mind is often fascinated by warrior castes of ages past, with samurai among the most prominent of such groups. And those traits I just listed are in large part responsible for the thousands upon thousands of katanas and kabuto listed for sale on Etsy. Of course, this is also due to our tendency to have a highly romanticized view of the past. Samurai were, after all, men in positions of authority, and people in power have a pretty good track record when it comes to abusing that power and using their strength for their own selfish ends. To think that the samurai as a group were an exception to that rule would be foolish. The famous Bushido was not an unchanging doctrine that every samurai adhered to on the pain of a dishonorable death. It adapted, it evolved, it at times allowed samurai to kill those beneath them for the slightest offense without fear of repercussion. And no doubt even its most morally just dictates were not followed exactingly by every samurai ever. However, just because these samurai were not a perfectly honorable class of warriors who never committed any injustices does not mean that we cannot look to them, to their life and their code, and admire what was and is good and true about what they believed and how they lived, fought, and died. Now, the samurai code as presented in Ghost of Tsushima is an incredibly simplified version of Bushido, which wasn't even formalized until centuries after the game is set anyway, but it's worth examining, so let us start there at the samurai tradition.
Tradition. Courage. Honor. They are what make us. We are the warriors of Tsushima. We are samurai!
If you've played the game, it should be absolutely no surprise to you that Lord Shimura lists tradition first. Can you blame him, though? Tradition is, at its simplest form, doing things the way we have been taught to do them, the way they have been done for generations. Everyone has traditions they follow, from Christmas trees to fireworks on the 4th of July, to that squash and rhubarb dish that your aunt always makes for Thanksgiving but no one ever eats, but she can't stop making it because her mother made it, and her grandmother made it, and dang it, the tradition's not gonna die with her. I would guess that we never even bother to question most traditions which we observe, and if we did, we'd find that the reasoning behind them is quite banal and ordinary, like squash and rhubarb being the only things that great-grandma Gertrude could get to grow in her garden during the Great Depression. But when it does come time to challenge tradition, such an examination of its origin and reasoning is of utmost importance. In the case of our story, the tradition is that of the samurai code, their method of dispatching justice, that is to say, death, openly and honestly, not striking from the shadows, but facing their enemy head on.
Before the samurai, this island was ruled by criminals. We changed that by creating order and delivering justice in the open. We live by a code of honor, and sometimes we die by it.
When chaos, unruliness, and backstabbing were the law of the land, of course the samurai enforced their complete opposites as right and necessary. Doing so showed the island's people that the samurai stood in stark contrast to the barbarous, deceitful rabble that previously held sway over Tsushima, and thus that they were good for the island. And this method worked, so it became law, I think. It's not actually clear initially how much of the samurai code is actually codified. It seems at first more like an unwritten rule, but certain events that transpire near the end of the game make me think that face your enemy head on is in fact the law of the land. Anyway, the problem with course corrections is that they're often not meant to last forever. Just like if you're driving and you find yourself drifting into the left lane and turn the wheel back to the right, you do at some point need to find the middle ground once again. Rigid structure certainly was necessary when it needed to stand in opposition to chaos, but now, not so much. Our introduction to this conflict in the character journey of Jin Sakai comes after he is rescued by a peasant woman/thief, and the two are attempting to recover his sword and get out of town as the Mongols take over the village in which they found themselves.
We can get close, slit their throats, and kill them without a sound.
Without honor, I will not break my code.
That sentiment that Jin expresses is no doubt part of what makes the samurai, or at least a somewhat romanticized version of them, so appealing to the modern man. We live in a world of opaque and manipulative algorithms, targeted marketing created from our personal conversations, and terms and conditions statements that aren't even comprehensible to the lawyers who put them together. We are constantly being subtly molded and prompted without our knowledge by dozens of unknown sources, all competing for our time, attention, and money. It's all decidedly underhanded, sneaky, invasive, dishonorable, and, dare I say, fake. But this, stepping out into the open, declaring yourself to your enemy, laying your cards face up on the table, saying, "Try me if you dare," pitting steel against steel and skill against skill, that's real. It's pure. Anybody could catch a lucky break and find himself with his opponent's back turned. It takes a real man to actually best his enemy in a fair fight. I say that somewhat facetiously, as combat prowess is hardly the true measure of a man, but for 12th century members of a warrior caste, yeah, of course your skill with a katana was of utmost importance. The samurai had to be better than everyone else. Even if they allowed more underhanded tactics, i.e. stealth, at some point they would be forced to rely on their own ability. Believe me, I know. No matter how many times I went into Mongol territory fully intent on taking them down all quietly, it always ended with a clash of blades. The practical problem, of course, emerged when stepping out into the open and shouting, "I'm here!
Face me, invader!"
proved to be insufficient or even downright stupid. When Jin and Yuna are contemplating their strategy for rescuing her captured brother, their clash of codes reemerges.
If something goes wrong, they'll kill the prisoners. I've seen them do it. We have to go in quietly.
Like thieves.
What's wrong with that?
I promised my uncle I'd never break our code.
Then bend it. To save my family. And what's left of yours.
We can admire Jin's desire to stick to his code. All men, I hope, believe in something bigger and more important than their own desires and whims. They seek a noble cause to which they can give themselves fully and totally. Which begs the question, is the way of the samurai worthy of such devotion? Now, I'm a pretty traditional guy. I enjoy the reject modernity, embrace tradition meme almost every time I see it pop up. But I'll also be quick to tell you that just because something is old, doesn't mean it's better. Conversely, just because something is old does not mean it's bad or outdated, which is a term that gets applied far too broadly. Technology and ways of doing things can be outdated, but not beliefs about what is good and what is evil. Those are either true or false. The time period is irrelevant. But to cling tightly to tradition just because it was handed down to us is, as G.K. Chesterton puts it, giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is the democracy of the dead. It's worth noting that Chesterton was a Roman Catholic, a member of an organization absolutely steeped in history and tradition, and he's hardly the only Catholic to proclaim that tradition, small t tradition to be clear, is not necessarily of value just because it was. St. John Henry Newman wrote extensively about how traditions could become mere formalisms, things that are done simply because they have always been done. A tradition corrupts as soon as it loses its hold on truth. Traditions, he argued, should develop and evolve as long as they remain rooted in the truths that prompted their original creation. With that in mind, let us ask more focused questions. Are the values inherent within the samurai code timeless ones? Do they still ring true just as much now as they did back when the code was written? Does the principle of the tradition matter more than the people it was established to serve? For Jin Sakai, the answer is clearly no. When the choice was a binary one, act against his code or lose his uncle, he chose the former. Even then, it wasn't an easy choice. After all, his uncle, acting in place of Jin's deceased father, was the one who taught him the importance of their code.
And look him in the eye. And teach him that samurai never acts out of anger or fear. And take his life with honor.
Just in those two sentences, we can hear the value, the timeless good that does exist in the ways to which Shimura clings so tightly. Of course, one shouldn't be moved to violence by base emotions, and a samurai, a man charged with caring for and protecting the island's people, a man given power to choose between life and death, is called to master his emotions and control his response to them with rigor and discipline. However, Shimura believes in a false equivalency. Because the samurai needed to set an example, needed to stand in stark contrast to the emotionally charged, backstabbing rabble that once dominated Tsushima, they have come to believe that proper emotional regulation, which is a timeless good, can only be displayed through their narrow and restrictive rules of engagement. The challenge that Jin faces then is how to live up to what is and always will be true about the code he has followed all his life while letting go of the rest of it, the parts that were only necessary at a given point in time. Ultimately, he does choose to relinquish his strict adherence to the way, and, well, it doesn't go super smoothly at first. In story-driven video games, there exists a phenomenon called ludonarrative dissonance, which is a fancy way of saying that the story and the gameplay don't mesh well together at certain points. Like when someone tells you you have to double time it to the next town over before it gets completely leveled by a dragon, but in reality, you can spend as much time as you want wandering around the open world and collecting cheese wheels, before finally deciding you want to progress the story. Or perhaps you are playing Arthur Morgan as a good and honorable man, for an outlaw anyway, but the game still requires you to mount a Gatling gun while you're in the middle of robbing a train and mow down poor lawmen just trying to do their jobs. I say all that because in the case of Ghost of Tsushima, Jin's evolution from a samurai who upholds every letter of his law to a near mythological figure happens slowly and progresses along with the video game mechanics. As you level up and unlock technique points, you are able to increase the speed with which Jin kills from the shadows. This doesn't just make for better and more efficient gameplay, it also fits neatly into the themes and narrative of the story. Jin's first break from tradition was messy, sloppy, and just a real struggle for him. By the end of the game, he is opening Mongol throats in one deft motion and then swiftly moving on to the next unsuspecting victim without a second thought. Lord Shimura, of course, would call such behavior cowardly. So the next question we should ask is simply this: is Jin Sakai a coward? To answer that question, let's revisit the opening scene of the game.
We are 80 samurai against an army, fighting to slow the invasion. Today, I die for my people.
Those don't sound like the words of a coward to me. Quite the opposite, in fact. The virtue that Jin displays most consistently and unwaveringly is, without a doubt, courage. The brand of bravery embodied by our protagonist is the classic kind. He charges into battle against overwhelming odds, repeatedly. He refuses to give up even after suffering setbacks and defeats. He endures an enormous weight of responsibility under which lesser men would buckle and break. Like any good story that deals with this theme, which is hardly avoidable given the game's setting, Ghost of Tsushima prompts us to ask, what is courage? Is it the willingness to throw oneself headlong into battle against an impossibly strong foe? Is it loudly declaring your presence to the enemy so you might engage in honorable combat? Is it the lack of fear and doubt even in the most tumultuous and dangerous situations? No, not really, anyway. Those might be manifestations of courage, but they also might be foolhardiness, the vice that a man might arrive at when all that matters to him is not being a coward. Ultimately, courage is simply the willingness to do what is right in any given situation, no matter the odds or the consequences. It is, as C.S. Lewis put it, the form of every virtue at the testing point, which means at the highest point of reality. Another word for courage is fortitude, so I think of it as fortifying all the other virtues. Choosing temperance when tempted by gluttony requires fortitude. Exerting self-discipline when sloth is so much easier requires fortitude. Persisting in difficulty when the easy way is oh so inviting requires fortitude. And of course, standing up to rampaging Mongols definitely calls for courage, but not a lack of fear. After all, how can any virtue be at the testing point if it is not opposed by vice? If a man is not afraid, he is likely just a fool.
Fear drives you to be stronger, fight harder. My father taught me that.
Without fear, bravery cannot exist. Jin's courage under fire is evident from the very beginning and never wavers throughout the story. We should note his why, however, as that is of utmost importance. Men have charged into battle for all sorts of reasons throughout history. Some were bloodthirsty conquerors, others were swept up by a wave of propaganda and national enthusiasm. Still others simply because their duty demanded it and their brothers relied on them. But true heroes love not the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory, but only that which they defend. Jin fights for the people of Tsushima, the ones he has been chosen to protect and serve. He didn't choose that duty.
But it was that or starve. I didn't have a choice.
I didn't choose to be a samurai either.
But he carries it out with persistence and fortitude nonetheless. Again, one of the best illustrations of Jin's courage comes near the beginning of the story. Shortly after Yuna has nursed him back to health and the two are on the verge of escaping the Mongol-ridden village.
We can save everyone.
I'm done running, and I can finally help.
Damn it!
Thank you, my lord. They said all the samurai were dead.
Just before, Jin had witnessed villagers being run through by the Mongols, but was powerless to intervene as he had not yet reclaimed his katana.
There's nothing we can do for her.
But I can save the others.
And it was clear that having to make such a decision wounded him deeply. Hiding in the shadows, surviving while the people he was duty-bound to protect were being cut down in front of his very eyes urged Jin to swear never again. While I certainly wouldn't hold Jin up as a paragon of virtue, he's far too conflicted for that, I do appreciate that his selfless love for the people of Tsushima never falters. Having that true and pure driving force behind his actions is what makes him a hero, albeit an ultimately tragic one. It is also what drives him to break from his code, as he is repeatedly forced to choose between the lives of those whom he serves and the code which has been instilled in him since childhood. Having to make that choice and dealing with the consequences creates these central internal and interpersonal conflicts for Jin, because it seems that whether he chooses one way or the other, in doing so he will damage or even destroy his integrity. Now, integrity is an interesting concept because you could reasonably say that one who has integrity will act predictably according to a given standard set of rules, laws, etc. Lord Shimura, by that definition, is a man of utmost integrity. He is true to himself, he has his code, and he sticks to it unflinchingly, regardless of what it costs him and the men who serve him. I think you can see we're running into a familiar problem, but rather than reiterate it myself, I'll let a young would-be superhero lay out the issue at hand.
You always say be true to yourself, but you never say which part of yourself to be true to.
Human beings, after all, are remarkably complex. We have within us a swirling mishmash of desires, motivations, and convictions that constantly clash with each other, which is why integrity is both so valuable and so rare. How is a man to know to which part of himself he should be true? Which set of feelings or beliefs are the ones which he should allow to guide his actions? That's a much larger question than the scope of this video, but often the answer we choose is simply whatever works at a certain point in time, when we reach a testing point. And if we continue acting according to whatever belief or guideline we decided to follow at that critical juncture, we will form a habit. Continue acting in that same manner and you will have a form of integrity. An imperfect one, likely, as found in Lord Shimura, but not without merit. I say imperfect because consistently acting according to one's convictions is only truly good, so long as your beliefs are actually true, so long as your priorities are properly set and your conduct properly ordered. Perfect integrity would require one to be guided in his actions by a perfect set of external standards. And, well, perfection is something that has largely evaded humanity's grasp throughout our history. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try day by day to get ever closer to it. In Jin's case, he displays an integrity that, ironically, shifts and changes. For his whole life up till now, being a man of integrity meant adhering to his code, his tradition. In realizing that there exist higher goods than the democracy of the dead, Jin began to reforge his integrity. It feels kind of odd saying that, claiming that Jin found a better and nobler way when that way involves sabotage and killing from the shadows. And I don't mean to suggest that every new tactic Jin adopts as the Ghost is in fact honorable and good. He himself wouldn't make that argument, as we'll see later on. We've barely touched on the idea of honor itself to this point in the video. Sure, it's been present as an underlying theme, but what is honor? This is a question Shimura asks young Jin early on in our story.
What does honor mean to you?
I guess protecting people. The ones who can't fight for themselves.
You have a good heart. But first, we must show everyone that we serve our Lord with courage, integrity, and self-control.
You say that like it's easy.
It's never easy, Jin. I struggle with it every day. But we must set an example for our people by remaining true to our code and to ourselves. That is the meaning of honor.
Jin's answer is one of childlike idealism. Perhaps it would be a bit foreign to feudal Japan, but the desire to protect the weak, to fight for those who cannot defend themselves, to become the champion of the people, and to stand in the breach against all who would do them harm has doubtless been a dream of young men for thousands of years. Now, that desire can certainly tend towards pridefulness, if one is caught up in visions of glorious victory and the desire to be lauded by the people as their hero and savior, and all the various benefits such a status would confer. But it isn't wrong to want to do great deeds. We all should have the desire for greatness within us. The longing for and willingness to perform great acts is the virtue of magnanimity, one that Jin displays naturally and consistently.
Can you take a dozen enemy soldiers without me?
If I must.
Good answer.
Samurai.
You tortured and abused my people.
Accept Mongol rule, and your people will not suffer.
You're a liar and a coward. You deserve nothing less than death.
It's important to remember that magnanimity and humility are not at all opposed to one another. Jin is, in fact, quite humble despite his confidence and self-assuredness. Or, I should say, his humility allows him to be confident and self-assured without being an obnoxious blowhard. The humble man does not waste time bowing and scraping or belittling himself, but instead knows his role, his purpose, and he seeks to fulfill them. For a samurai, his duty is one that, especially in time of war, will naturally call for the doing of great deeds. Jin does not seek to crush the Mongols under his heel because he wants the people of Tsushima to admire his strength and prowess, but simply because that is what he's called to do in this place and time. And although he doesn't have any desire to revel in the people's praise, he does acknowledge the importance of what he is doing in the example he sets.
Some of them are calling you the Ghost.
After you put the idea in their heads.
These people stay because they believe in you.
They should believe in the samurai.
To them, you're both.
At that point in the story, Jin has clearly begun to become something of a legend among the people of Tsushima, and not in a particularly pure way. Sure, his people love him, or at least the tales of his exploits, but when they see them firsthand, things are a little bit different.
That man fought like an animal, or a demon.
The way he killed them. He's not human. Maybe you're right.
This theme is only beginning to build here, but we can already tell that Jin doesn't exactly love being viewed this way. It's one thing to do what is necessary, but it's quite another to have a spotlight pointed at you while you do. In this case, that spotlight's name is Yuna.
I've never seen a samurai fight like that.
It was nothing.
You are more than a samurai. He is a vengeful spirit, back from the grave to slaughter the Mongols.
It's to Jin's credit that he doesn't immediately and wholeheartedly accept the mantle of the Ghost. He never longed for fame and notoriety, even as he sought to be an example for his people. His reluctance tells us that he does believe the way of the samurai is better than the path he has chosen out of necessity, that he does not relish in the deeds he does and the way he chooses to fight. That is important. We are, after all, discussing Jin's integrity, which he seems to violate by acting as he does, striking with ferocity and brutality from the shadows. I think the man would accuse himself of being a hypocrite, which is, in this case, kinda good. It would feel wrong for Jin to abandon his code and then be happy about it. Again, his first assassination is a wonderful portrayal of how much of a struggle this choice is for him. And while making that decision in the moment might become easier and easier the more he does it, the weight of those choices will certainly add up, continuing to pile more and more guilt on Jin's head. Whether or not he actually should feel that guilt isn't really the question, however. I mean, to this point in the story, Jin's crimes against the samurai code are basically just not shouting his name before charging into combat.
My name is Kyobu Masataka Oniwa! As I breathe, you will not pass the castle gate!
He is openly at war with the Mongols. The moral difference between hitting an enemy from 100 yards away with an arrow and sneaking up behind them in order to open their throats is, if you ask me, quite negligible. Enemy combatants are enemy combatants. Oh, you failed to detect the samurai coming and he stabbed you in the back. Sounds like a skill issue, bro. But that's easy for me to say. I wasn't raised by a man who soundly rejected even the smallest departure from his rigid code of honor. Jin should wrestle with changing his code. His struggle shows him to be a man of integrity, a man who believes in acting in a moral and upright fashion, but also one who isn't quite sure what that means anymore. In times of crisis, we so often look to a single guiding principle, and with his island in flames, his friends lying dead, and every vestige save one of his old life destroyed, Jin finds his North Star. Defend the people of Tsushima. Protect those who remain, those who cannot protect themselves. A just cause, however, does not by itself sanctify acts taken to further it, and while I can't say that I find Jin's actions thus far to be worthy of reprimand, it's important to emphasize that redrawing lines and rewriting codes can be good, if done in accordance with objective moral truth, but the lines need to be redrawn, not simply erased. Jin needs to have a new line that he will not cross. Does he? Well, kinda. I do wish the game had presented him with more choices. It kinda does later on, but that option is a clear no-brainer. Would Jin be willing to sacrifice a few of his people, say those who had already been taken captives by the Mongols for some nefarious purpose or another, in order to keep the invaders satiated and not invoke their wrath on a particular village to save dozens or hundreds of lives? The danger of departing from his code, even if doing so was justified, was that it's all too easy to simply keep going, thinking that as long as he is serving his people, or even just most of his people, he can do whatever he judges must be done. As we see when Jin and friends rescue Shimura, that is his uncle's worry.
I heard of your exploits while I was in prison. Your methods were brutal. Impulsive. Without honor.
I did what I had to. For you.
I know, Jin. And I will be forever in your debt. But you can't continue down this path. All of Tsushima looks to us for guidance. We must save our home together. As samurai.
Okay, I thought the writing in this game was generally good, especially in the main story, but there are moments that I thought could have been improved. 5 or 10%. In that clip I just played, I would have preferred Lord Shimura question Jin more intensely about his methods. Yes, he had been told by Khojin Khan about the ghost stabbing Mongols in the back, but why would he believe such stories? In fact, he doesn't believe them.
Then why have my men found their brothers stabbed in the back?
Lord Sakai would never resort to such tactics.
War brings out who we truly are.
But then we get to this scene, and Shimura just assumes every nasty rumor about Jin is true. Which, of course, they are. But I think that this scene would have carried more weight if Shimura demanded answers and Jin was forced to confess to his so-called crimes to his uncle. And perhaps to then pledge his refound loyalty to the samurai code and promise to fight honorably in the future. Instead, they just kind of changed the subject, and it's not as impactful as it could have been when Jin once again resorts to using stealth and deception, which, of course, he does. I mean, he basically conquered an entire castle single-handedly, even beating Ryuzo in a duel in the process. Super easily, I might add. I definitely didn't die 30-some times in that fight. Okay, actually, this seems like a good place to broach this subject. I'm going to talk about the game's combat for a bit. If you want to skip ahead to the rest of the story analysis, here's a timestamp to go to. So I played the entire game on lethal difficulty, which overall was an incredible experience. I cannot stand hard modes that turn basic enemies into massive damage sponges, as that completely ruins the immersion the moment I step into combat. Looking at you, God of War, how am I supposed to believe Kratos is this mighty warrior when it takes him 10 plus hits to kill a stupid Draugr? But in Ghost of Tsushima, the hardest difficulty makes it so that, depending on your armor choices, you die in a hit or two. Sometimes you might be able to tank more, but so do your enemies. I think the most hits you'll ever need to dispatch the tankiest of enemies during normal combat is 4, and that's only if you're not using a kit that optimizes your damage. I cannot emphasize enough how fun this was for me. I like it when my character will die with only a few hits, as it increases the tension and improves the immersive experience. It makes it feel more realistic, basically. It forces me to play thoughtfully and intentionally, using all the tools the game gave me to conquer any given encounter. In a game where you are supposed to conquer your enemy through your superior training, having to actually rely on my own developed skill is so much more satisfying than simply blasting through enemies by pressing square. But I'm only going to have the patience to develop that skill if enemies go down with a reasonable number of hits. When things go right, skirmishes in Ghost of Tsushima end very, very quickly. Yes, there's the chance that I'll have to retry an encounter over and over again, but I know that if I just got good, I could be done with this in a matter of moments. If I know that I'm going to have to juggle 5 enemies who each take a dozen hits every time I respawn, I'm not going to waste my time on that. Lethal difficulty is the ultimate tough but fair mode, if you ask me. That is, until you get to the duels. And look, I get it, the devs wanted these to feel like proper boss fights, to differentiate them from the ordinary Mongol horde whom you can mow through like wheat if you're good enough. But in reality, they just felt cheap. There were so many attacks that would one-shot me, but I had to whittle my opponent down bit by tiny bit. Thankfully, at some point, I realized that I could actually be more aggressive in these duels, and that made things a lot easier, but it still felt odd to have to hit an enemy 20 plus times to win the fight, as opposed to maybe 2 or 3. I, for one, would have been totally okay with these duels being like any other fight, except perhaps your opponent's guard is harder to break. That way you could actually display their superior skill, but it wouldn't become tedious. But the duels ultimately were a very small part of the game's combat, which was absolutely superb overall. Some games like Red Dead Redemption 2 have combat that is okay, and while I might enjoy it, I'm mostly looking forward to the story or simply roaming the world. In Ghost of Tsushima, I was excited and eager to clear every Mongol camp, occupied farm, and captured fort. Truly a superb combat system with one minor blemish. But that's enough of that. If you skipped ahead, welcome. We will now continue our analysis of the story and characters. What Jin finds shortly after rescuing his uncle from captivity is that his legend has grown far beyond he could have ever expected. The next stage in their little insurgency's plan to wrest control of Tsushima back from the Mongols involves recruiting the people of Yarikawa to their cause, a task that is, on the face of it, practically impossible due to the fact that that region rebelled against the Jito's rule some 20-ish years ago and were put down by Lord Shimura, their clan officially, if not actually, disbanded. The people of that region have no love for Clan Shimura and by association Clan Sakai, but for the Ghost, well, things are different.
First, tell me the name of the dead samurai you stole your gear from. He's not a thief. He's the Ghost. The Ghost?
I never thought Lord Shimura's nephew would be responsible for the Ghost. You best be careful, or he'll punish you, as he punished my once great family.
I know you're a Sakai, but you didn't mention you're the Ghost. Will we have your help breaking the siege? The stories are true. I've never seen anyone fight like you.
Jin desires to be humble, and he already has a pretty solid grasp of what true humility is. He doesn't try to make himself out to be less than he is. His status as samurai as the nephew of Lord Shimura demands that he rise to meet a high responsibility. Humility in that instance would not be saying, no, I couldn't possibly, but rather to accept the truth of the circumstances, that the people of the island look to him for an example, for protection, for guidance, and in order to best serve them, he must be as good, as great as possible. Jin never sought status as a legend, and that is what makes him a suitable one. Those who aspire to greatness almost never reach it, not true greatness, anyway. Most often, their greatness is simply power and wealth, corruptive forces that tend to preclude the virtue of magnanimity. It is not so with Jin Sakai. The mantle of the ghost is something he accepts with reluctance and hesitation, but he does accept it, because it is, right now, what his people need. In a time where they feel trapped and powerless, the ghost has become a sign that resisting the Mongols is not only right, but is possible. The problem with looking to the samurai for everything is that such an attitude naturally creates a reliance upon them. When the samurai are gone, the people feel powerless. By standing apart from the samurai, by being a warrior for and of the people, the ghost encourages and empowers them, as we see in the battle for Yarikawa.
Hey, the ghost!
The ghost! Save us!
For the ghost!
Wipe them back! Hold this gate! The ghost! Hold the gate!
With that battle won, Jin reaches something of a crossroads. In order to have any chance at winning this war, he has to embrace the legend he has become. The ghost can no longer merely be a samurai who also engages in stealth tactics when necessary. Whether or not he asked for it, Jin has been given a status far above what he expected or desired. He can use it to inspire those who believe in the ghost, or he can abandon that title, discarding along with it the ability to motivate, galvanize, and empower the people whom he cares about, whom he has sworn to defend to the death. So of course, Jin chooses, as he has always chosen. The safety and survival of the people of Tsushima come first. If that means he must accept that he is the ghost, then so be it.
We saved your town. Now, we help Lord Shimura save our island.
We are not soldiers.
Who killed these Mongols? Who stood against the siege? Who saved Yarikawa? We did.
You can't just stay here and wait for the Mongols to try again.
You say you are not soldiers. You are warriors. We can defeat the invaders and save our home, but only if we stand together.
I liked this game's story, I really did, but some of the dialogue would have benefited a lot from just another pass to make it less basic. Sorry, this isn't really a critique video, but when a game looks and plays this freaking good, I want the writing to match. Thematically, it absolutely does, but the moment-to-moment and line-to-line dialogue is somewhat inconsistent. But that's really beside the point here. What's important is Jin's complete and total acceptance of his status as the people's hero, as a legend. The problem with legends, however, especially those who earn their reputation through violence and bloodshed, is that they are easily twisted into monsters. We'll get to Act 3 in a bit, but even before Jin goes down that path, he has a couple of encounters that act as a warning for him, for what truly and fully becoming the ghost might mean. First, there is the mystery of the ghost and the demon sensei, where innocent travelers are being slaughtered and the murders pinned on Jin and Sensei Ishikawa. This naturally leads to the people of the surrounding area experiencing abject terror when Jin Sakai himself shows up on their doorstep.
Ah! The ghost! Don't kill me!
What's going on?
This incident is an excellent illustration of why the samurai code is the way it is. No one would ever suspect Lord Shimura of wantonly killing travelers for the crime of traveling, as is apparently the case here for the ghost. But when Jin broke from his code, he opened the door to such suspicions. The people of his island cheer his unrestrained war against the Mongols, with good reason, but his newfound freedom of brutality is, we see, not without cost. The samurai were upfront and open about meting out such punishments, as Jin tells a villager early on in the story who expressed some trepidation about Sensei Ishikawa.
I'd hate to cross an archer like that.
Do you deserve death?
I hope not, my lord.
Then you're safe from Ishikawa.
The people knew what to expect from the samurai. They may love the ghost for what he does, but he is also an unknown, a mystery, one capable of any number of brutalities. Who is to say that this unpredictable, vengeful spirit won't turn on the islanders?
But our people know what you did to the others.
Now they're afraid the ghost will come for them next.
Good people have nothing to fear from me.
What do you believe, Ichi? Are we monsters?
I think you did what you had to.
I say all of that because to be a man of integrity, a man must know what he believes, must act accordingly, and must be in control of those all-important elements of his identity. A man who acts out of impulse or the emotion of the moment is not a man of integrity. He is wild, unpredictable, and, if as skilled and lethal as the Ghost of Tsushima, dreadfully frightening. This is the challenge that Jin faces in becoming the legend, even one that his people badly need at this hour. He is in danger of fully losing himself to the ghost, becoming whatever and doing whatever is needed for his people. If he becomes a man without limits, one who will cross any line for the sake of survival, even that of others, he loses his integrity, he loses himself.
Don't become like me. Don't let the ghost consume you.
Jin Sakai is a hero, yes, but a tragic hero. The story of Ghost of Tsushima is not a happy one. Jin Sakai does not love doing what he does, fighting the way he has been forced to fight.
Forgive me, Uncle.
And the recognition of his brutal methods by those close to him undoubtedly hits home, stirring the conflict within him.
Butchered them.
Nevertheless, he persists, even in that same scene with that same character, an old family servant who essentially raised Jin after the death of his mother, who makes the mistake of telling Jin about the poison she uses to keep rats at bay, and whom Jin then coerces into making it more potent. Like, really potent. That has got to be the fastest acting poison I've ever seen, even in a video game. Said poison will, as it turns out, be the main linchpin for the story in the third act, both for the plot and for Jin's character arc. To set the stage properly, though, Jin, his uncle, and their allies are in the process of retaking Castle Chimera when Jin, well, I'll just let you watch.
Run, cowards! Jin! What are you doing?
Clearing the way.
Not like that. Never like that. Face them as a warrior, with honor, not a monster.
It's all they understand.
Terror is not the weapon of a samurai.
Following that confrontation, the samurai forces proceed further into the castle and are poised to assault the keep when Khoten Khan sends out his version of the Berserker Urukai from the Two Towers movie. And yeah, that could have gone better. This disaster naturally stokes the flames of conflict between uncle and nephew.
The Mongols are on the defensive. We will strike before they regroup and end this war tomorrow.
You sent our men to die.
They are soldiers.
Their blood is on our hands. I can find a way past the bridge. Poison the enemy.
An act of terror.
I am trying to save our people.
By teaching them to fear us. If you continue down this path, you will be no better than the Mongols. I trained you to fight with honor.
Honor died on the beach. The Khan deserves to suffer.
You are ruled by your emotion.
I sacrificed everything I knew to save our people. I gave them hope. You did nothing! No. We're finished.
At this point in the story, there's not really much else I can say about Jin's adoption of the ghost. He has clearly found the old ways of fighting to be ineffective and even harmful, their usefulness expended in this new era and against this new foe. Does he venture into dangerous waters by sneaking into the Mongol camp and poisoning their milk? I would say so, yeah. It is certainly crossing yet another line, a step beyond killing with the blade or bow from the shadow, but he is at least not targeting innocents to further his cause, unlike someone we will discuss later. Could Jin have come up with a better way, a more honorable way of using stealth? Cutting down a few guards so we could open the gates to Shimura's forces, perhaps? Again, I would have preferred if the story actually showed Jin tempted but refusing to cross some line in the sand. I want to know that there are methods he would not employ, even if he thinks they might result in the quote-unquote greater good. Without such a moral test, Jin's integrity is simply acting by the question of whether or not he is acting to save as many people of Tsushima as possible, which is a noble goal, but there have to be costs that he wouldn't be willing to pay. What are those? I don't know. The question never really gets asked. That's not to say that there aren't costs to Jin's newfound course of action, however. For one, there is the fact that he gets disowned and arrested for acting against the samurai code, which apparently is in fact a law and not just an unwritten rule that everyone follows out of respect for tradition.
The castle is yours. The Khan marches north. We can head him off.
You defied me!
I did what I had to. For them.
Is this how you want to be remembered?
He defended us.
By spreading fear and chaos.
We are at war.
And you are acting like the enemy. This is not our way.
Your way can't save our people.
The Shogun will demand a head. But it does not have to be yours. I know she drove you to this.
Uncle.
Renounce the ghost. You must blame her for this outrage. Tell them. You are Jin Shimura. Loyal servant to the Shogun. My heir. My son.
I am not your son. I am the ghost.
And you will be judged for it.
Find the Khan.
Jin.
Futaka. Go.
Jin's imprisonment doesn't last long, however, at least not in game time. I guess the developers figured people didn't want to spend half an hour playing the flute and watching the sun rise and set. And when Jin does escape, he finds another cost for his actions. This one, paid by the very same people he has been fighting to protect.
The Mongols learned how to make my poison. Now they're using it against us.
Now look, I get that we wanted this theme of the cost of Jin's chosen path, how terror is an indiscriminate weapon that when wielded cannot be trusted to only target enemy combatants. But if the Mongols wanted villagers dead, they could just cut them down or burn their houses while they sleep. Sure, Jin gave them a new way to sow fear among the local populace, but it's not exactly like the Mongols lacked ways to do that before. Basically, I like the idea of this theme, but I think it could have been executed a lot better. The poison feels kinda weak, especially as it supposedly gives Khotun Khan what he needs to conquer the mainland, and thus kicks off the final confrontation in the battle for Tsushima. If you haven't played the game or have forgotten, I'm really not kidding. Jin and Yuna find barrels of the stuff and act as if they've discovered a nuclear bomb.
Ships full of men, explosives, and my poison. If we don't stop him here, the Shogunate will fall.
Bro, what? It's a bunch of poison. You're talking about an army that figured out how to make a weapon that fires dozens of explosive arrows hundreds of yards. I refuse to believe that a few flowers that can be ground down to a paste, which must then be ingested or injected via dart, move the needle at all when it comes to Mongol military might. I fail to see even how this poison grenade of theirs would be any more effective than the aforementioned Hwachas. This whole time, the Quan has been trying to recruit the people of Tsushima to join his forces for the assault on the mainland. First, he attempted to convince Lord Shimura, then when the Jito proved too stubborn, Khoten had Jin captured, which happened way too easily, and tried his luck with the ghost, figuring that people would listen to their legend. But those efforts ultimately failed, and he is slowly but surely losing control of Tsushima as Jin and friends wrest it back from the Mongols. But now that he has some poison on hand, the Khan thinks he is able to take on all of Japan. Maybe he should, actually conquer Tsushima first? If he can't handle one lone samurai who plays a little loose with the rules, what chance does he have at subjugating an island full of thousands of potential Jin Sakais? I am, however, getting off track. I do appreciate the game at least trying to show the broader cost of Jin's new ways. It wouldn't feel right if he abandoned his code of honor and then found his new methods to be not only utterly effective, but without any repercussions. I just don't love how the poison plotline was handled. Good theme, mediocre execution. Jin does acknowledge, by the way, that he recognizes the ugliness of this new way of killing.
But we must set an example for our people by remaining true to our code and to ourselves.
The poison's just for now. After the Mongols are gone, I won't need it.
But do we think Jin could ever really give it up? Obviously, he intends and wants to, but if he were to only use the poison when needed, well then just for now doesn't really mean anything. If you're not willing to do what is right in all places and at all times, then you can hardly be a man of perfect integrity, which Jin is not, and that's alright. As I said a bit earlier, he is very much a tragic hero, one who seeks a noble goal but is tortured and haunted by the decisions he makes and the failures and losses he endures, but one who pushes forward anyway, who does not lose himself in his fear, anger, and lust for vengeance. Jin is, as all samurai should be, a solid model of temperance. Now, when I say temperance, I do not mean that Jin is a member of the movement responsible for the 18th Amendment in the United States Constitution. Instead, I mean that he is an example of restraint, of not letting his emotions control his actions, but rather acting out of a sense of moral duty. The samurai were, in a sense, Eastern Stoics, but perhaps even a bit stricter with their attitude towards showing emotion.
My uncle taught me that a samurai masters his emotions, like you master a horse or a blade.
That's a hard way to live.
It's not supposed to be easy.
I personally wouldn't consider myself a Stoic, mostly due to the generally negative attitude that said philosophy bears toward hope, which is, to my Catholic mind, a foundational virtue. But exercising mastery over your emotions, or at least not letting your emotions dominate and drive you, is an idea that I am fully behind. One Catholic teaching is that before original sin, humans possessed control of the passions by reason. We weren't emotionless robots who only acted out of pure logic, but people who could properly order our emotions and direct them toward the good, the true, and the beautiful. The samurai, at least as they are depicted in Lord Shimura, skew too far toward the emotionless end of the spectrum, living by their code and their code alone, rejecting emotions as weakness, rather than seeking to find the strength that exists within them. As with many vices, this one was born out of a rejection of the opposite vice. As we've discussed before, the samurai code was established on Tsushima due to its prior lawlessness, where people were doubtless killing and stealing because, well, they felt like it. The samurai changed that, and often the chosen way, if not the best way, to counter a given bad practice is to swing hard in the opposite direction.
Teach him a samurai never acts out of anger or fear, and take his life with honor.
It's important that we recognize the good in that way of life and death. If a samurai is going to make a choice that cannot be undone, he must do so with a clear head, and because it is right, not because he wants to, because he is driven to by his anger, fear, or desire for vengeance. This is the main theme depicted in most of the tales of the side characters, Masako, Norio, Yuna, and Ishikawa, all of them seeking vengeance in one way or another. And some struggle with that desire, while others have given themselves to it without hesitation or remorse. An example of the latter would be Lady Masako, whose husband was ignominiously killed by Khoten Khan at Komada Beach, and whose family was then mysteriously murdered by unknown assailants. To the shock of nobody, she then resolves not to rest until those responsible for her family's deaths are found and brought to justice. And if you're wondering what her brand of justice looks like, well... which, as far as I know, is pretty accurate for feudal Japan. The death penalty was the most common one, and practically the only one in some cases, and the samurai were generally allowed to hand it out for far less grievous crimes than the ones perpetrated by the people whom Masako kills. Which makes it weird then when she talks about a servant who was found stealing from her family.
She looted Clan Adachi's estate after the attack, stole valuable heirlooms, personal items. What makes it worse is that Mai was our former servant. 3 years ago, my husband caught her stealing. He wanted to have her flogged. I did what I could for her, but she had to go.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Maybe I'd buy Lord Adachi wanting to execute the thief on the spot, but Masako convincing him to instead having her publicly flawed and denounced. But telling me that this samurai allowed a grave insult to his honor to go essentially unpunished is absurd. Adachi wouldn't just fire the thief. His honor would absolutely demand that she be punished, and she'd be lucky to escape with her head. This is an instance of one of the main problems I have with this game's writing. It is, at times, altogether too soft. It wants to depict the uncaring nature of the samurai code and show how its lack of respect for the individual is harmful, but it basically restricts that attitude to Lord Shimura. Almost everyone else could fit in pretty well in a modern Western society. Jin himself is far more forgiving and understanding than I expected him to be, most of the time anyway. When a man abandons his wife and daughter to save his own skin, Jin is remarkably chill about it.
Like a coward. I should be dead too.
It's not your fault. Don't let their deaths be in vain. Resist the invaders. Help those in need.
I'm not saying that Jin is wrong in saying that, and it's not like this guy needs more grief piled on his head, but I think this moment would have hit harder if this guy asks you to kill him, to spare him from having to live with his shame, and you as Jin have a choice whether or not to honor that request. Remember I said that because we're going to come back to it later. Same sort of thing happens when this other guy works with the Mongols to ship goods across the island, resulting in the death of his own brother, who joined men attacking a Mongol caravan. Shockingly, Jin is incredibly forgiving.
You're free to go. If I hear you're working for the Mongols again.
They'd sooner kill me. And I cannot face my family after this. I have nothing. Nothing. What can I do now? What do I live for?
Again, Jin shouldn't take on the role of judge, jury, and executioner from an objective moral standpoint, but as a samurai, that's literally what he was. Or there's this lady who straight up lies to Jin's face about some bandits stealing her food. So Jin, believing her, goes and steals it back, gets noticed by the bandits, and, well... Once again, no option to mete out any punishment when she confesses to lying, other than a mild scolding.
You lied to me.
Bandits don't deserve food at a time like this, my lord. Besides, I asked you not to hurt them.
It gave me no choice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have lied. I still would have helped you.
I won't do it again. I promise.
Bro, she just got a half-dozen people killed because she lied to you. You don't think that earns her a fire arrow? The game, unfortunately, falls into this recent trend where it morally whitewashes its protagonist in certain areas because of this oddly puritanical view of people, which doesn't fit at all in a story that is all about moral complexity and making difficult choices. Jin refusing to perform summary execution, even when it definitely seems deserved, except in the case of the one dude who was selling women to the Mongols, which, fair, is one example. Another is when Masako admits that the servant whom she miraculously saved from any sort of actual punishment was in fact her lover. And Jin is just like, yeah, okay, makes sense. Now, look, I don't expect this 12th century samurai to share my Catholic views on sexual morality and denounce Masako and Mai's relationship as immoral, but I do expect him to act like who he is depicted to be. The attitude in feudal Japan toward sexuality was quite permissive, but that generally only applied to men, especially highborn men, being allowed multiple consorts in addition to their wife, and homosexual relationships/mentorships between older and younger men, especially samurai. Two women being an item simply wouldn't make sense to them because, you know, human anatomy. Can games set in a time period please at least try to write without injecting modern Western quote-unquote values and sentimentality into their characters? For another example, when Jin is on Iki Island, he has this exchange with one of the raiders.
May they find peace in the next life.
I didn't take you for a religious man.
I'm full of surprises.
That is modern language that just doesn't fit into the setting of this story, where I'm fairly certain the characters wouldn't have the first idea what being religious would even mean. Or take Lady Masako's sister, the surprise villain in that tale, complaining about the marriage that Masako arranged for her.
Left me with that abusive drunk in this frozen land.
Similarly, we hear Jin's disgust at hearing about an abusive father and husband.
We excused his behavior until the day I caught him beating his wife and daughter.
A coward, hurting his own family.
I dismissed him immediately.
This may come as a shock to you, but most pre-modern societies didn't view spousal abuse as a problem. It's not that Jin isn't right to condemn such disgusting behavior, it's that he simply wouldn't view it as base or depraved. According to the norms of 12th century Japan, the man was the master of the house, and if he wanted to beat his wife and children to discipline them, he was free to do so. Yes, it's cowardly, yes, it's weak and shameful, but these characters would not think that. I don't want Jin to speak or act like anybody I could meet on the street today, because this is a samurai game, and he's a samurai. The value in stories such as these is not that they reflect the attitudes of our own time, but rather that we might find in the actions and choices of these men and women from so long ago some timeless wisdom and ageless truths. You should be able to root for, relate to, and appreciate characters even if their attitudes towards certain issues do not match yours. If you can't, that's your problem, and it appears to be one the writers weren't able to conquer when creating Jin. But, for all its flaws, Ghost of Tsushima depicts the self-destructive reality of revenge quite well. This is best shown in the tale of Norio, the warrior monk who also embraces some measure of stoic philosophy.
Hochi thinks warrior monks are driven by anger and hate. But when I swing my naginata, I sacrifice the few to save the many. And I do it without hatred.
Of all the side character tales, this has to be my favorite. I would certainly argue that it is the best and most consistently written, so let's save it for last while we talk about the good and the bad of the other side quests. Masako's tale, while decent in theme, is repetitive, as you just track down one person after another that were written down on a convenient list of conspirators, and no, I'm not making that up. There's also apparently one monk on all of Tsushima who knows where all of these people are, and he consistently won't talk to Masako, but will talk to Jin. This happens 3 different times, if memory serves me, before Masako finally gets up and tries to kill the monk, prompting Jin to intervene and kicking off a duel, which leads to this exchange.
Masako, don't ever try to kill me again.
I won't. I promise.
I'm all for a forgiving and merciful protagonist, but when stuff like that happens, it just makes Jin look like a gullible, too trusting simpleton. I didn't mind the ending of this tale, though. Masaka and Hana both losing quite literally everything in their respective quests for revenge was a darkly satisfying conclusion. Yuna's similarly somber story features a mission where she has to face a reckoning from her past, hunting down slavers who once owned and sold her and her younger brother. By the time you get to this tale, the war has been raging for some time, and its effects on Jin are becoming clear. Throughout most of the side tales thus far, the supporting characters have been seeking vengeance, and while Jin doesn't stand in their way, he also doesn't encourage them.
I told Hina I would try to save her husband's life.
You know I'm going to kill him.
I had to gain her trust somehow.
So you lied.
I told her I would try to save him. And I will.
What will you tell her when you fail, Jin?
That you cannot forgive his crime, and that I would not stand between you and justice.
Revenge, Jin understands, is not the same thing as justice. The former is driven by emotion, by anger and grief, and the latter by a sense of duty and responsibility. He will mete out lethal punishment if need be, but he will not relish in it.
The Mongols are gone.
Did they scream?
Their suffering isn't your concern.
Naturally, if you are not acting out of emotion, you will not find emotional release in your actions. Even when he departs from his strict rules of engagement, Jin does not discard the part of his code that states how he must conduct himself and govern his emotions.
You're quite the butcher with that sword.
The bandits would have killed those people.
You don't know that. You could have tried talking to them.
It would not have helped. You know that. You asked for my protection.
It's just... watching you, I can't help but wonder if you enjoy the violence.
I kill only to protect our people. I think about that every time I reach for my sword.
Of course. I'm sorry, my lord.
However, In the tale of Yuna, we see the toll that weeks of war have exacted on our hero's ability to maintain his stoic composure when faced with the memory of suffering, and given the chance to exact vengeance on those who have committed and continue to commit grave evil, enslaving innocent people, their own people, and selling them to the invaders.
I can't go back in there.
You don't have to. Stay here. I will deliver your vengeance.
Make them suffer, Jin. Taka. For every scar they gave us. For every head they collected from the tired workers who just asked for more water. Make them suffer for me.
I can repay their cruelty and take their heads.
That won't be enough. Not after Altan pushed them to this.
I will kill them where they sleep, without being seen. Show Altan that no one is beyond the reach of the ghost.
Jin then does as he promised, and I have to ask, where exactly did he keep the severed heads while he went to collect the others? Anyway, these scenes clearly show that Jin is not the same man as he was back at that bridge, or even with Lady Masako. He is, as Yuna said, a vengeful spirit.
Tell me they suffered.
Not as much as they deserved.
However, that side of Jin disappears almost completely when you reach the end of the Iki Island questline, where he finally finds and confronts his father's killer, who I thought was dead.
Your father was murdered. Did you talk with his killer? Lord Shimura tracked him down and collected his head.
Whatever. I wish I could say I loved this storyline, and I'm all in favor of a hero choosing forgiveness instead of vengeance, but the way it was handled here was odd. We get a few flashbacks / dream sequences / hallucinations that try to make us believe that Jin, as a boy, wasn't the son his father wanted.
I tried to teach the child all I know, but he acts more like a poet than a samurai. Soft, clumsy. He dies in battle. The future of our clan is in danger.
The game also tries this tactic later in another side quest, and I just don't buy it. What about Jin Sakai suggests that he was ever soft and clumsy? Also, samurai are poets? That's the whole haiku thing that they do? Jin forgiving himself for failing to die in a vain attempt to protect his father is fine. Good even, if handled well, but it's pretty clear that they retcon some stuff here because they wanted Jin to reject his father's vision of who he should be for some reason. I mean, the initial flashback where you see Kazumasa die is pretty clearly not in the middle of a canyon, but then you find out that he was apparently killed in an ambush in a canyon, but actually I guess he fought his way out to this little hut in which Jin hid while his father was dealt the final blow. Also, this bandit totally sees young Jin, right? He's not exactly hiding super well. Whatever. In the middle of this questline's final boss battle, which is against a 70-year-old woman, Jin has a vision where he talks to his dad's spirit, I guess, one last time.
Jin. We should have died here together. Like warriors.
I'm sorry I failed you, father.
Not me. Our clan. The Sakai name is tarnished.
The people here accuse us of terrible things.
Sometimes, what is necessary is also terrible. The actions I took were not easy. But they needed to be done.
You did what was needed on the battlefield. Not at home. I needed a father.
When we lost your mother, I was left with a son I didn't know how to help. So, I raised a samurai. It's time, Jin. Do what is necessary. Rid our clan of shame and defeat. Avenge me.
Kill him, you coward!
No. I will never be like you. The way you lived was not my choice. And your death was not my fault.
I'm sorry. I will never be like you? Bro, your dad just said, sometimes what is necessary is also terrible. You, Jin, are the man who caused dozens of men to die horrifying, agonizing deaths in order to save the lives of your people. How is that not at all like what Kazumasa did? I mean, yeah, they make Jin's dad out to be a bit of a butcher, but we aren't actually shown in any amount of detail what he did when attempting to subjugate the literal pirates with whom Jin is now allied. So I don't know how the player is supposed to believe Jin isn't full of malarkey when he proclaims himself different from his father. I'd be more okay with how all that ended if Jin at least told the raiders that they better knock off their habits of robbing merchant ships, or the ghost will come for them next, but no, he's just kind of chill with them. His father was the problem, apparently, not the merry gang of pirates. But hey, at least this questline unlocked the ability to horse charge. I do enjoy feeling like one of the Rohirrim on the causeway at Helm's Deep. Okay, we were talking about the tales of the various side characters and how Jin demonstrates self-control, although not perfectly consistently, and we have two remaining. The first of which is the tale of Ishikawa, the samurai archery master whose peasant student attacked him and fled. Sensei Ishikawa is one of the more complex stories in this game, a man who wants to be noble, to truly be samurai, but who is racked by pride and an unhealthy obsession with his art, his way of the bow, which his student Tomoe apparently inherited. Jin is initially trusting of Ishikawa, but that attitude starts to unravel as the sensei is found to be less forthcoming with the truth than he ought to be.
I should have killed her.
Sensei?
Tomoe won her freedom, and she joined the Mongols.
Why would she do that? What happened?
I pushed her too hard.
Pushed her how? What are you hiding? I demand an answer.
She attacked me. Not bandits. Tomoe.
That revelation kicks off a series of questions and future revelations that Ishikawa does not give up willingly. The sensei is quite the prideful man, and as any Avatar: The Last Airbender fan knows, pride inevitably leads to shame. Despite his mastery with the bow, Ishikawa's legacy is one of failure.
She knows the last student I trained before her was Hironori Nagao.
You said he wasn't your student. Which is it?
I was young, prideful, callous. Hironori learned from my example. He led a rebellion to seize the clan, and lost, but only after butchering Lord Nagao's best men.
Hironori didn't die fighting bandits.
That was a story to protect Nagao's legacy. There was no saving mine. As his teacher, I could never be trusted again. I was granted the mercy to resign my position. I convinced myself the way of the bow had to survive. But the truth is, I am a coward who should have ended it long ago.
The actual why behind Tomoe's betrayal isn't exactly clear, but what is clear is that A, she did use Ishikawa's teachings for evil, and B, he blames himself for that.
She used my teaching to help a band of assassins. They paid well.
It still doesn't explain why she attacked you.
Sakai, how does a samurai deal with an assassin?
You retaliated and attacked her.
I dealt with Tomoe as I would any common murderer.
Those failures weigh heavily upon him, and he feels the need to make up for them.
This is my fight. I don't need your weapon.
No, you need me.
And I'm not about to condemn Ishikawa for wanting to right his wrongs, but the man's unyielding need to take down Tomoe to protect what little is left of his legacy is not the healthiest of desires. While Jin wants to stop Tomoe because she is training Mongol archers and thus poses a threat to his people, Ishikawa's reasons are far more personal and less altruistic. As a result of his emotional attachment to this hunt, Ishikawa gets sloppy.
Even I make mistakes, Sakai.
No, you don't. Except with her.
Jin, by contrast, practically never lets his emotions cloud his ability to make judgments, at least not tactical ones. As we've noted earlier, Jin is a remarkably humble samurai who knows his role and carries it out for the sake of his people. Unlike Ishikawa, he doesn't have any major failures in his past, at least not ones from when he was an adult. Honestly, I think the Iki Island plot would have been much improved if it had centered on Jin's hunt for his father's killer, rather than him randomly stumbling across the guy by sheer dumb luck, and only realizing it's him because Tenzo was stupid enough to say, in front of Jin, the same line he said when he killed Kazumasa.
May your death benefit all beings. May your death benefit all beings.
It would have been interesting to watch Jin struggle with the same challenge as Ishikawa, helping him understand the sensei better. You could still have had the same general ending if you wrote it in a less daddy issues way, with Jin accepting that choosing to live instead of helplessly throwing his life away as a teenager really was okay, acknowledging that his duty to the people of Tsushima is more important than making up for his failure, and ultimately forgiving his father's killer. That certainly would have been more compelling than the magical slurp juice that drives the Iki Islands storyline, and it would have made the contrast between him and Ishikawa in their abilities to regulate their emotions and act logically and according to their duties more profound. Anyway, the reason I placed the Ishikawa storyline below that of Norio's in terms of quality is largely because of the ending. To briefly summarize what happens. Jin runs into Tomoe pretending to be some random mountain woman. They talk. She asks about what it's like to be samurai and hold the power of life and death, and he gives a fantastic answer.
It's a heavy responsibility.
But you secretly enjoy it.
Only a monster would enjoy it.
Throughout this side story, we have heard time and time again how Tomoe is a born killer, and not just from Ishikawa.
She used to ride with a group of thieves who lived here.
That's not possible. Tomoe is from Umugi Prefecture.
She found her way here. Her bow terrorized Utsuna for years.
She has been painted as a bloodthirsty, remorseless monster, but all of a sudden, the story wants you to sympathize with her. Now, Jin, not knowing Tomoe, was at first open to the idea that she could be redeemed, could be an ally to them. After all, who is he to turn down a skilled archer in this fight against the Mongols? But then that goodwill fades after he witnesses one camp after another of Tomoe-trained Mongol archers and comes across this poor woman.
We're here to help.
She said...
Tomoe? What did she say?
She said I could live until the samurai came.
No!
Now, however, apparently the Khan has betrayed Tomoe. It's not clear why or how, and she is seeking to destroy her creations.
The Mongols turned against me.
After you trained them to slaughter our people.
A mistake I tried to fix. But I can't kill all my archers. Not alone.
Lady, that wasn't a mistake. You showed off your skill with the bow and offered to train the Mongols to kill better so you could survive.
They were being tortured. I offered a quick, painless death. And the Mongols spared me. I won't apologize for surviving.
Yeah, you should though. Would Jin have willingly helped the enemy, enabling them to kill his own people more efficiently? I'm pretty sure he would have died first. Any decent person would. I had to do it to survive is a garbage excuse when the it costs your own people who knows how many lives. Oh, but Tomoe claims...
Most of the time, I convinced them to spare lives.
Right, sure you did. It'd be nice if we had any evidence of that. We do have evidence that she orchestrated the murder of that innocent woman whom she used as bait. Oh, but once again, Tomoe claims.
That was not my doing.
And no one pushes back on that. Maybe it's supposed to be obvious that Jin and Ishikawa don't really believe her, but why don't they say anything? She's clearly lying, but does the game think she's lying? Does it want the player to think she's lying? If not, then why let her have the last word? Why ultimately let her sail off into the sunset, I guess the Mongol blockade doesn't exist anymore, without paying for her crimes? And just to be clear, Jin absolutely believes in lethal punishment for such crimes. There's a side mission where he investigates a town and discovers that one man has been orchestrating the selling of women to the Mongols, and has killed other men who try to stop him. At the end, after Jin has freed the woman, he gives the perpetrator his due punishment. See, that is how samurai dealt with criminals. I don't know why Jin is so soft on others throughout the game. Not that lying about bandits having stolen your food or leaving your family behind when the Mongols attacked is as bad as selling other human beings, but surely training enemy soldiers and using innocent civilians as bait is right up there, no? Sure, you might say it is, but ultimately Tomoe is Ishikawa's responsibility and Jin is content to let him decide her fate. Okay, fair enough, except he doesn't. At the end of this tale, after you have worked with Tomoe to blow up her archers, which of course gives her the chance to slip away unnoticed, she is sailing away on a boat, and Ishikawa is ready to put an arrow in her heart when Jin stops him.
Wait.
Sensei Ishikawa, we have judged each other harshly, but the Buddha tells us that our greatest enemies can be our best teachers.
I am grateful for your teaching, and for the chance to fight by your side a final time. I have been your student. I would have become your daughter, but the way of the bow is behind me now. What lies ahead? I am like an arrow, shot from a bow. Who knows where the wind will take me?
It's over.
Maybe she'll reach Kyoto after all.
If she were anyone else, I'd say that's impossible.
We still have a war to finish, a home to rebuild.
I have no more lessons to give in this life, except one. Promise me, you won't repeat my mistakes.
And that's that. I liked Ishikawa's character. I loved how he was man enough at the end to give Jin that final lesson, but the handling of Tomoe's fate was incredibly lame. I'm all for redemption, but for that theme to land properly, we need to spend far more time with Tomoe. A few lines from her own mouth, some of which are patently and obviously false, and the others, quite doubtful, are not enough to convince any rational person that she is truly changed from the woman who terrorized villagers, who used her priceless training to help a band of assassins, and who killed the civilians so she could get at Ishikawa. The game could have redeemed her if it was willing to put in the work, but it wasn't, and as a result, the ending of this otherwise really solid tale falls totally flat. Let me assure you, however, that the tale of Norio does not end in such a lame duck manner. I will allow the man to introduce himself.
Our warrior monks rode south to fight the Mongols after we heard about Komoda. But our journey ended here.
Throughout most of his story, Norio is a model of self-restraint and proper temperance, fighting to protect his people and their home without being driven by anger or hatred. He is steadfast in his belief that doing so is right, even when challenged by a fellow monk whose profession as a healer has led him to be a pacifist. In doing so, Norio aims to honor the memory of his brother, the man named the Guardian of Tsushima, who sacrificed himself in Norio's place after they had been taken captive by the Mongols. And when it turns out that his brother was not, as he thought, killed by his captors, but was instead tortured for information, well, things change a bit for Norio.
The Mongol you're looking for. Harucho. Have you found him?
He's not far from here.
Norio, Sira Temple needs your leadership.
This comes first.
Revenge is not the first duty of a monk.
Before I was a monk, I was a brother.
However, Norio's anger is not only directed at the Mongols for being dirty, despicable mongrels, but at his brother as well. Why, you ask?
Mongols promised to spare you. If I told them everything.
I'm here, Enjo. It's all right now.
I told them about the abbot. Ochi, Kuchitsera, and Akashima.
Anjo, the Guardian of Tsushima, gave it all up, handed over to the invaders everything they could want from him in order to preserve Norio's life. A life that Norio himself does not hold in high regard.
I wish I had died fighting.
For many, many years, Norio had looked up to his brother, had allowed Anjo's example to guide him, even following him to Cedar Temple to become a warrior monk, but now he finds himself condemning his only remaining family, who sold out all of Tsushima to save the life of one man.
Your brother was the Guardian. He died a hero.
No, he didn't.
And that anger isn't going to stay bottled up, which leads to one of the most haunting scenes in this entire game.
Burn! Burn for your crimes, butcher!
The way that tale builds is fantastic. Norio starts out as your run-of-the-mill Survivor's Guild victim, who wants to make up for the fact that he didn't die along with his fellow warriors. Solid enough, but nothing new or exciting. He then has to explore his purpose now that he is essentially the last of his kind, and finds with Jin's help that he is capable of leading, of meeting the standards set by his assumedly late brother. And then, after that awful aforementioned revelation, he throws it all away in his anguish and despair, reveling in the pain he inflicts on the evil men who stole everything from him, not once, but twice. And then, if it were up to him, he'd be done.
When he screamed, it filled me with joy. And I would do it again. I'm no longer a monk.
You don't get to give up. We all have regrets and broken promises. But this island needs you. The last warrior monk of Cedar Temple.
I can't go back to what I was before this.
I'm not asking you to go back. I'm asking you to keep your faith and move forward.
It's incredible how often that theme emerges once you start noticing it. We can't change what's done. We can only move on. What will you do now? We can't have what we once had, but we can make a new future. Norio, throughout his whole character arc, was essentially living in the past, fighting to honor a memory. It's not even that doing so is without value, but what matters more is what is in front of us. This is what Jin recognizes better than anybody else in this story, that people who need us right here, right now, take precedence over our need to make up for our mistakes, to seek vengeance or even justice for those who have wronged us, or to preserve the legacy of those who came before. He understands the true meaning of loyalty. The main theme of the game's story, after all, could be summed up by saying that loyalty to people is a higher good than loyalty to principles. Such a saying is itself a principle, but we don't really need to go into that right now. However, we should note that that is also the attitude adopted by Ryuzo, Jin's former friend turned rival who betrays him and joins the Mongols because they have food. No, seriously, there's a whole series of missions after you first meet Ryuzo where you try to find food for his band of Straw Hat Ronin who are running dangerously low on rations. This involves raiding multiple Mongol encampments and forts, none of which have food because they're all shipping it off to somewhere else, and I can't help but wonder what on earth the soldiers living in those places were using to sustain themselves. But whatever, I guess the Straw Hats failed to look under the Mongol saddles for horse jerky. Anyway, when Jin is in the process of storming Castle Canada to free his uncle, he finds Ryuzo there ahead of him.
The Khan put a bounty on the ghost. Anyone can claim it.
You wouldn't.
My men are starving, Jin.
Bro, just steal food? Sure, it wouldn't be honorable to take it forcibly from farmers and peasants, but surely that's less bad than joining the invading army, no? Anyway, Jin bests Ryuzo in a duel, which ends up with him barely scratching Ryuzo because that's how combat with ultra-sharp swords goes, and then makes him an offer.
Help me save our home.
It belongs to them now.
Okay, so ultimately Ryuzo chooses to side with the Mongols because he believes that is the surest path to survival, and yeah, we hear about how the Mongols fed his captured men to entice such a betrayal earlier on, but this wasn't a binary choice. Ryuzo could A, join Jin and Lord Shimura as part of their resistance, and likely sentence his men to die in honorable combat, B, join the Khan and maybe have a better chance of fewer of his men dying in battle, though that doesn't end up happening anyway, or C, just become a bunch of bandits, stealing food from whoever has it and simply surviving in the wilderness of Tsushima. If all he cares about is the lives of his men, why the hell doesn't he take option C? This betrayal would have been far more compelling if the game abandoned the food plot point entirely and crafted Ryuzo as a leader who feels he must choose a side in this war due to his sense of honor or duty, and who ultimately lands on the Mongols because they do legitimately seem like the safer choice. The Ryuzo we are presented with seems like he'd be totally fine sitting this one out if it meant his men could eat, and there were much safer ways to do that than throwing them into the middle of the conflict. But putting aside those issues, I do enjoy how Ryuzo's and Jin's commitment to their respective people conflict and contrast. Ryuzo is willing to pay any price if it ensures the safety of his men, which, again, it does not. But Jin does have lines he won't cross. And as I've said before, I would like him to approach those lines, to have his resolve tested more often. But such a test does occur at least once when Jin is taken captive super easily. Who is the Randu who managed to sneak up behind him? Anyway, the Khan has a proposal.
Convince your people to join me, and I will give them peace.
We will never serve you.
Jin, of course, says absolutely not, which leads to one of the most heartbreaking moments in the whole game.
If you kill him, you can go.
Run.
This is the price of war. Neither Jin nor Taka does anything wrong leading up to these events, aside from Taka acting rather foolishly by attempting to come and rescue the captured Jin, but we can hardly fault the guy for trying to be brave when he had spent his whole life running and hiding. Doing what is right, what is courageous, what is noble and just does not bring with it an assurance of a good outcome, but we do those things anyway, though the price we pay be our own lives. Taka died a hero. There better not be any Taka slander in my comment section. Anyway, Jin escapes by escaping, and then runs into Yuna, who managed to get every single Straw Hat and Mongol to leave the safety of their fort by burning a few bushes, I guess, and who then discovers her dead brother, insists they stay to bury him, leading to a final showdown with the Straw Hats.
That's the last of them. The Straw Hats have finished. Ryuzo's alone.
So much for keeping your men safe, Ryuzo. This leads to Yuna choosing to stay on Tsushima and join the battle for Castle Shimura, which we've already discussed. So now we can move on to the fallout of the decisions made during said battle. After Jin escapes aboard his reliable steed, Kage, and you've got to be kidding me. Right after I play Red Dead Redemption 2, you're gonna do this to me again. After all that suffering, after finding out that the Mongols have discovered his poison and are using it against the local populace, after being cast off and denounced by his only remaining family member, one might wonder whether Jin has any regrets.
I made my own choices. Even knowing what they've cost me, I'd make them again.
Perhaps regrets is the wrong word. Certainly his falling out, to put it lightly, with his uncle is regrettable and tragic, but I appreciate that Jin is able to look back with a clear head, acknowledge what he has lost, and resolves to move forward anyway. That brings us to the poison story beat, about which I have already aired my complaints and will not do so again. All of that really is just set up for the final clash between Jin and Khoten Khan, the rematch that we have been waiting for since Jin got his ass thrown off a bridge way back in the beginning of the story. However, this is not a fight that Jin needs to take on. After all, the Khan is prepared to sail for the Japanese mainland, since the discovery of the poison has apparently replaced his need to recruit the people of Tsushima to his cause, which was becoming an increasingly impossible task anyway due to the fact that he is rapidly losing control over the island. Again, I don't know how Bro thinks he's gonna conquer all of Japan, but whatever. The fact remains that this is not Jin's fight if he doesn't want it to be, as pointed out by Yuna.
I can't lose you, Jin. After everything we've been through. Everyone we've lost. I can't.
I have to stop the Khan.
No, you don't. We could find a boat, sail somewhere quiet, while your uncle fights his samurai war.
Do you really want that?
No.
If I fall, promise me you'll keep fighting.
You're a real bastard, Jin Sakai.
But of course, Jin doesn't run. What kind of a hero would he be if he left his people, even those not of his island, to the mercy of the Mongols? This is the tragedy of his story. He is compelled by his duty to give others a chance at peace and prosperity, gifts he will almost certainly never get to experience himself. Instead, he will fight. He will become whoever he needs to be in order to protect the people of Tsushima, but not alone. I do love that Jin trusts his uncle's loyalty to their island enough to send him a message asking Shimura to bring his army to attack the Khan, and that Shimura actually does so. As much as the Jito is the villain in this story, he is still a courageous and duty-bound man who leads from the front, except in that one instance when it would have gotten him killed and the story needed him to keep living. However, don't be fooled into thinking that this brief alliance means relations between uncle and nephew are suddenly repaired. That conflict is coming, but in the meantime, we witness the Khan's death.
We will be remembered forever.
No. You will be forgotten.
Another reminder of why Jin's heroic deeds are nonetheless tragic.
My whole life, he was part of me. And now, I'm alone.
You're not alone. You have me.
A ghost. You belong to everyone.
And then, when Jin and Shimura are reunited, we hear of his continual commitment to his chosen path.
I sacrificed everything for my people. And I would do it again.
One such sacrifice, one casualty of Jin becoming the ghost was, of course, his honor. Or at least what he had believed honor to be. Which brings us to the all-important question when it comes to discussing the themes of this story. What is honor? One might say that honor is your good name. But what if you are well-liked and respected by a bunch of depraved lowlifes and criminals? Do you still have honor then? On the contrary, if you, like Lord Shimura, act according to a strict code, even if it costs many lives and causes resentment and distrust among those whom you love and respect, do you still have honor? Is a man who does what is right because it is right but is hated for it by his fellows still an honorable man? Ultimately, honor, like tradition, like integrity, must be founded in moral truth if it is to be true. Respect one through less than truly good means is not true honor. Shimura's idea of honor is simple. Act according to the established code that demands samurai act in certain ways people expect the samurai to act. Why? Because that is how it has been done. Depart from those ways, and the consequences are fatal.
The Shogun has declared you a traitor.
He ordered you to kill me.
The Ghost was an outlaw. He taught our people to defy their leaders.
To defend themselves.
With poison. A gift you gave to our enemy.
I had to stop you from throwing away our people's lives.
You have no honor.
And you are a slave to it.
The truth is, all of us are slaves to something.
Such is the tragedy of the human condition. We might not feel bound by our tradition, but there is doubtless one vice or another whose grip we cannot seem to escape. In that, we should see ourselves in Lord Shimura. This is what good stories do well. And while Ghost of Tsushima is far from perfect, it does an excellent job of presenting characters who are morally complex. Not morally gray, that's a nonsense term that doesn't actually exist. Moral complexity means that people make good choices, and they make bad choices. Sometimes they choose good things for the wrong reasons, and sometimes they choose bad things for the right reasons. Shimura's desire to stand as an example of openness and honesty for the people is good, but it led him to making choices that devalue human life, both of the soldiers under his command and then finally of his nephew, his would-be adopted son, the boy whom he raised and who, ultimately, is given the choice between Shimura's life and death.
Honor me with a warrior's death.
Remember forever ago when I expressed my wish that the game had let you make any meaningful choices, like whether or not you would exact samurai justice on those who had trespassed against the code and the law. Imagine if you had a choice to spare or kill the man who worked with the Mongols, or Tomoe, or Ryuzo. That would have made this choice feel less out of left field. Jim has taken the life of one non-combatant this entire story, and that was a dude who had been selling women to the Mongols. What sense would it make for him to kill his only living relative who now poses no threat to him? Of course I chose to spare Shimura.
I have no honor. But I will not kill my family.
The ghost will be hunted for the rest of his days.
I know.
Yes, Jin will be hunted, but that would be the case whether or not Shimura lives. Jin has sought his new path because it prevented needless death of those people whom he loves. Why deviate from that now? Unless you were willing to let the player make exceptions from Jin's new code throughout the story, giving him one now makes no sense. But putting that aside, this is a perfect way to wrap up the story. Jin is far from a paragon of virtue, but his journey is still a remarkable one. It reminds us that the way we do things, the way we have always done things, is worth questioning and examining to see if it aligns with what is and always has been true. Jin's refusal to back down despite facing overwhelming odds and hopeless battles shows us that there are worse things than death, ridicule, and dishonor, that neglecting to do our appointed duty and love in the way we are called to love is among the greatest failures we could make. Jin's struggle to know who he is and to become the heroes others believe him to be serves as a reminder that we are all called to greatness, and yet at the same time to humility. The side tales provide beautiful, if imperfect, narratives of self-control and temperance, letting us see how easy it is to lose ourselves in our pride, regret, anger, and despair. And of course, Jin's choice, time after time, to put people first, to protect those whom he has since birth been called to protect, no matter what it costs him, tells us once again that timeless truth. The person is a good toward which the only proper and adequate attitude is love. And if he holds on to that one single, most basic and foundational truth, then Jin Sakai truly is a man. An imperfect and pain-stricken one, but a man of honor nonetheless. Not all our heroes need to be Uncle Iroh or Aragorn. Sometimes they are messy, conflicted, and tragic. So are our lives. It's okay to admit that, but only if, like Jin, we resolve, no matter the odds or the consequences, to keep fighting. My brothers, we are gathered tonight for a story. A tale of fathers, mothers, sons, and brothers. Of suffering, loss, vengeance, and justice. Of holding on and letting go. Of fate, prophecy, life, and death. Of the choices we make, the paths we walk, and the men we become. The writing team for God of War Ragnarök had to tackle a challenge the size of Kratos' biceps. How do you follow up the story of one of the greatest character arcs the gaming world has ever seen? At the beginning of our present story, Kratos has already transformed from the closed-off brute who hid his past from Atreus into a loving yet still demanding father, inextricably bonded to his son. Where does he go from here? Well, let's ask the first game.
We must be better.
These words are not a situational motto to be forgotten when our heroes have overcome a given struggle. They are instead words that permeate every moment of their lives, that ought to inform every decision they make. That is, of course, not how things turn out. This would be a rather boring story if Kratos and Atreus always made the right choice every single time. The second saga in their narrative is full of impulsive decisions, rash words, and the struggle to understand and trust one another, even as father and son cling desperately to each other. Those mistakes, misunderstandings, and clashes of personality are a significant part of what makes this such a human story. What teenager alive could not relate to being frustrated by a parent not supporting you in your every desire and plan? What parent of a teenager would not understand the mental tug of war between holding on and letting go as your child forges on ahead on his chosen path with or without your blessing? Despite its cast of gods, dwarves, and giants, and its epic existential stakes, Ragnarök is effortlessly relatable, and thus also informative and inspiring. No matter how much we have grown, it tells us we can always be better. With that in mind, let us begin our story and examine the state of things now that some time has passed since we left Kratos and Atreus as Fimbulwinter began. The very first scene demonstrates the trust and understanding that now exist between father and son. Atreus is a boy of fewer words now, I can't imagine why, and there's this unspoken sense of united purpose.
What's next?
home.
And yet, they each have their own inner journeys that will soon be set at odds with each other. Kratos clings to the pouch that held the ashes of his late wife, to the object that symbolizes the bond that he and Atreus have formed, while his son gazes at a marble of yet unknown origin and meaning, an item that represents his desire to find answers that lay beyond the confines of their forest home. This is the state of things. Kratos is content to wait, to train, to survive alongside his son, while Atreus is decidedly less patient and actively seeks out the path he believes he must walk. As much as their characters have changed, they still retain their foundational characteristics, the traits that make them them. From the first hours of his story, we knew Atreus as an optimistic and hopeful boy who sought to help others wherever he could, and so he is now. Even when Freya attacks them, and hardly for the first time, even after she stabs his father and he nearly puts an arrow through her neck, Atreus holds out hope that Freya will forgive Kratos.
I keep hoping she'll let it go. You saved her life.
I killed her son. There is no letting that go.
Kratos, by contrast, remains the ultimate pragmatist. He accepts that Freya will seek vengeance as long as she or he lives. I mean, he saw the look in her eye, the same as we did. Those are the eyes of a woman who has lost everything. All purpose in her life has been stripped away save for vengeance. Freya's desperate scream as her pursuit fails, for what we can assume is the 100th time, is bone-chilling. And yet, Kratos persists.
But the worst is still ahead of us. We must be strong.
Did we expect anything less? Kratos has always viewed the world through this incredibly practical lens. Freya wants to kill me. I'll do my best to not let her, and she can sort out her own issues. Or not. It is what it is. Atreus' favorite wolf is dying. That's a shame.
Atreus, the time draws near. You must prepare yourself.
I wonder if there are other impending deaths that Kratos knows about and for which he wants Atreus to be prepared.
Come. We train.
What?
Here we are introduced to the early story's central conflict between father and son. Kratos is concerned with preparation, uncertain of exactly what is to come, though he has a pretty good idea of at least one notable event. He pours his energy into readying Atreus to face whatever the future holds, especially if that future is one his son will have to face alone. But Atreus is not content with waiting. He wants answers. He wants to fulfill his destiny.
Whatever Loki's supposed to be doing, he's supposed to be doing it now. My story doesn't end hiding in these woods. I should be out there, finding out who I am, who Loki is.
It's no surprise that Atreus has this attitude. For one thing, he's a teenager, eager to prove himself. For another, at the end of their previous journey, the shrine in Jotunheim revealed that the giants had foreseen their entire adventure. The adventure that had brought great healing to the relationship between father and son that enabled said relationship to exist in the first place. What reason would Atreus have to not trust prophecy? Whereas Kratos is a Greek, so he has every reason to not trust prophecy, considering its famously deceptive nature in his homeland. He is also quite adamant that Atreus still has much to learn before he's ready to face Ragnarok. And although Kratos' trust in Atreus has certainly grown, it is far from complete, which is appropriate as Atreus' judgment is far from perfect. And therein lies a crucial point in this story. Neither character is right or wrong all the time. Is Atreus too headstrong and impulsive? Definitely. Is Kratos too protective and controlling? Absolutely. And yet, they are both understandable in their flaws.
I will not allow you to pick a fight with gods.
I don't want to fight anyone. I just want answers.
And if those answers lead to war with Asgard?
Maybe that's what Mother wanted.
You do not know what Mother wanted.
Looks like we never will.
First off, this is a phenomenal shot. It's no accident that Faye's shield is in the foreground, as we are told she brought suffering on the Dwarven realm when she tried to inspire an insurrection against Odin there. And of course, Kratos himself knows how destructive such fights can be, even when one wins, especially when one wins. Second, what kind of parent would want their child to run headlong to war against the very god who created the realm in which they live? The safety of one's child is one of the highest goods for any parent. And yet it is not, or at least should not be, the highest. At some point, we have to let go. We have to trust our children to choose for themselves. Naturally, Atreus, like all teenagers, wants to have that freedom of choice far earlier than his father would like to grant it. The problem is, of course, that Atreus is still young and immature, despite his growth during and since their great journey to Jotunheim. He is easily overcome by strong emotions, such as grief and the loss of a loved one, namely Fenrir, which leads him to, well, this.
Atreus, where are you?
Imagine finding out your kid can turn into a giant bear when they get sad, angry, or afraid, and then you're just like,
You did not do anything. They overcame you. That is why we must not abandon your training.
Kratos, the dad of war, is just an awesome dude. He takes Atreus' transformation and subsequent panic when he finds out what happened in stride as if it's just a normal Wednesday, and says, well, gotta keep training, gotta learn discipline.
You've already taught me discipline.
The confidence of youth. Yeah, Dad. We covered discipline last semester. I want to take Prophecy 101 and Jotunar Secrets this year. As if, of all things, discipline isn't a constantly undulating trait for all of us. Atreus is like the guy on January 3rd who got up early and went to the gym 2 days in a row, and he thinks he's got this self-discipline thing down. As if in 2 weeks he won't be sleeping till 8:45 and eating an untoasted Pop-Tart for breakfast. Discipline, as being discussed here, does not mean unyielding control over one's emotions, but rather not letting your emotions control you, which Atreus clearly did. Our passions are never going to be completely and totally under our sway, but we can, with discipline and training, regulate them and choose whether or not to act based off of them. Refusing to give into a strong negative emotion will lessen it in the moment and improve your ability to regulate it in the future. This is why Kratos tells Atreus,
Close your heart to it.
in the first game. Such advice should not be unqualified, of course, and that idea will play a major role in the later stages of development for these two characters. But at the moment, it's safe to say that Atreus is hardly in danger of closing his heart too much as his father had, since we did just witness him have the entirely opposite problem. And now we see him snap from shock and horror at what he did, or rather what happened to him, and into anger and frustration as he and Kratos argue yet again over his desires for answers about his future.
I need answers. Answers you don't have.
Answers only your mother had. Answers she withheld.
Faye, the progenitor of their entire quest, the reason father and son have enough of a relationship to bicker at all. She knew so much about their journey, and yet she gave them nothing else. Well, almost nothing else. If she was granted this gift of foresight, why would she not use it to guide her husband and son? But Kratos is, of course, not one to go chasing after answers if they are not readily available, and he is not pleased with Atreus' dogged insistence at doing so himself.
What if there was someone who could help us? Someone that could give us answers about the giants and who Loki's supposed to be.
Atreus.
Wouldn't it help to understand what I'm becoming?
Atreus! Listen to me. I might have killed you.
This simple gesture from Kratos goes so far to show how much he has grown as a father over the past few years. For once he couldn't even bring himself to reach out to pat Atreus on the shoulder to comfort the boy, he now naturally and genuinely shows physical affection in a manner that says louder than his words ever will, I love you, I cannot lose you. It's an incredibly heartwarming moment. That is, if you're only paying attention to Kratos. Atreus, on the other hand, doesn't return the gesture in any way and just stares his father down. The boy who longed for his father affection and love now all but ignores it as he obsesses over prophecy and destiny.
Stop thinking like a father for a moment and start thinking like a general.
No!
Yeah, Dad, just undo all the character development you've had over the past 15 years. No big deal. And Kratos' reaction here is just perfect. There's the initial violent no that tells us how passionately he hates who he was and how tightly he holds on to the new life he has embraced. But in that single word is the anger that made him who he was all those years ago, an impulsive and reckless man driven only by his hatred of Olympus and his desire for revenge. He is better than that now, and he knows it. Instead of allowing that small outburst to set him off, he breathes and answers as he knows he ought to have answered.
No.
It reminds me of...
Only fire! Only fire.
when I tell you to fire.
Kratos is still Kratos, but now he is quicker to control his temper, which has led to it being less hot than it was when Faye left him alone with a son he was ill-prepared to raise. We rarely, if ever, leave our character flaws and vices behind for good, but if persistent and dedicated, we can temper them and lessen them, at least to the point where they do not shape our actions as they once did. And if the aftermath of Atreus' emotionally charged Ursine rampage proves anything, it's that the boy has a long way to go when it comes to properly curbing the control his emotions have on him.
What's with all the blood?
Yours, Atreus.
Seriously?
That, or any prey you might have been dragging, I suppose.
Not sure that makes me feel any better. I didn't mean to.
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
Now, I'm not a consequentialist, and I doubt Kratos would describe himself as one either, but there's absolutely wisdom to be found here. Good intentions do not absolve us of the consequences of our actions. Our intentions and actions must be tempered by prudence and forethought for potential consequences. We must be aware that good intentions do not always correlate with good outcomes for ourselves or for others. Atreus didn't mean to create 2 bear orphans, and Kratos didn't mean to flood all of Greece, and yet those things happened, because each of them got lost in his own anger and grief. Any idiot can be well-intentioned, but that doesn't absolve them from responsibility when they act like an idiot and people get hurt. We should know better. We must be better disciplined. But Kratos already told Atreus that, so I won't belabor the point just as the man himself doesn't. He has said his piece, and now it's time for home and bed. That is, until the Aesir come knocking.
What was that?
The ball!
These characters are so wonderfully consistent. Kratos has no time for questions. Questions mean you take longer to grab your weapon and head out the door to face down the God of Thunder. And the introduction of Thor and subsequently Odin in this scene is simply brilliant.
Can I come in? I have mead.
You would not find me good company.
It's incredible how many of Kratos' lines are just so Kratos. I gotta remember to use that the next time I get invited somewhere I don't want to go. But I was talking about the Aesir. Thor projects this incredible presence due to his size and his overly casual nature.
You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you? A calm and reasonable person.
He acts like the man across the table from him has not slaughtered an entire pantheon of gods and killed Thor's own sons and half-brother, because he's not here for a fight, not yet anyway, but simply to make sure Odin doesn't get an axe to the dome the moment he steps across the threshold. In barely a minute of screen time and with maybe 10 words of dialogue, we understand that Thor is exceedingly confident in his own strength, and that said strength is entirely in the service of his father. As for Odin himself, well, he's a little more verbose.
Back before winter set in, there were some misunderstandings.
One might think that he's here to exact vengeance on the god who has wronged his family 3 times over. 4 times if you count freeing Mimir, which Odin absolutely does.
You have a debt. You're no fun anymore.
Oh, but Odin is a good, generous, and forgiving god. He is willing to let all that go if Kratos will simply agree to, well, not be Kratos. Also, side note, he is not so subtly trying to get Thor to drink here. Keep that in mind.
How does peace strike the esteemed, retired god of war? How about we just don't kill each other? How about you stay home, kick up your feet, seek no quarrel with me, and I'll have none with you.
Sounds pretty good, right? All Kratos wants is for Atreus to be safe, and yet...
So what do you say?
No.
Again, they have this character down so well. One single word said with firm eye contact and perfect posture that all combines to say, I refuse. Final answer, now get out of my house before I throw you out. There might be those among you who wonder, why did Kratos reject Odin's offer? And the key to answering that question lies in its penultimate word. Yes, Kratos wants peace, but not Odin's peace. He has absolutely no reason to trust the Allfather, and a lifetime of experience that tells him not to trust the likes of Odin. And although he only just discovered Atreus' search for Tyr,
of course it means that that one has to stop his search for Tyr.
he's wise enough to know that there is no way Atreus could be dissuaded from pursuing answers about his destiny, about who he is. Also, Kratos simply isn't an idiot, so of course he doesn't trust Odin, and his rejection of the alleged peace offer leads to this.
About time.
While Thor is ostensibly taking his blood payments for the deaths of Baldur, Magni, and Modi, his true intention is to goad Kratos into unleashing his former self.
That was for Baldur. Now show me this god killer I've heard so much about! Was it luck? Did my son die to blind fucking luck?
Why? Curiosity, perhaps, but the morbid sort. Thor is essentially a dead man walking. Not that he has a terminal illness, he is immortal, after all, but rather that he has nothing to live for, save for the fight itself. His life, at least as he perceives it, is empty and devoid of meaning. The only thing worth doing, the only thing that excites him, is the thrill of combat. So why not seek out the strongest opponent he could find? And in the process, the two swap parenting advice.
This is for Modi! You put him last, even in death. The fuck you say? Modi sought out in fear of you. He died of the wounds you gave him. Oh, we got a model father here.
Okay, maybe not advice. And when that failed to produce the desired result, Thor broke out Old Reliable.
And your boy, Allfather, has plans for him. There he is. There's the god of war. Consider your blood debt paid. Be seeing you.
So Kratos loses control, punches Thor hard enough to jar his teeth loose, and then immediately goes into breathing exercises to calm himself down and stop himself from going full Ghost of Sparta and tearing Thor to shreds right there and then. All because his son's well-being was threatened. He will never truly be rid of who he was. The old instincts are still there and may break free, but now at least he can rein them in before he fully loses himself. Although his demeanor upon returning home to Atreus after the fight is a bit more in line with his early game self from the last time around than we've seen so far in this game.
Why were you searching for Tyr?
If I told you I was looking for him, you would have said not to.
So you hid the truth from me.
I wanted to tell you. I really did, but now that you know, there's something you should see.
No.
Just trust me, you'll want to.
Trust! You have broken my trust.
This is an escalation point in the ongoing struggle between Atreus and Kratos. As their story progresses, we will see this occur several times over, as their disagreement over how best to proceed and how their drastically different views of the world will clash, and that conflict will be followed by a resolution, only for tension to build up beyond its previous point and require more effort on each of their parts to reach reconciliation. But now the offense is relatively small, and while Kratos doesn't love the idea of seeking out fate, he is, as he was before, compelled by his son and by his wife to depart on a journey for which he feels unprepared. Though this time, Faye's inspiration comes in dream format, dreams which I assume are thematically appropriate memories.
It was not our concern. Now it is.
A problem doesn't have to reach our doorstep for it to be our responsibility.
It's no wonder that Kratos is hesitant to choose to act. He has a history of making rather terrible decisions when picking out the path he would walk. What is one to do when you can't trust your own judgment? At the very least, you can stay close to those you love. So if Atreus is going to persist in seeking out the giant shrines in search of Tyr, Ragnarok, and Loki's destiny, then Kratos will walk with him.
Zoe.
Though that hardly means complete submission to Atreus' plans. Kratos challenges his son every step of the way as Atreus describes what he has discovered and how he hopes to find Tyr, the prophesied leader of the armies that will oppose Odin at Ragnarok.
Tyr was an ally to the giants, so he'd be on our side if we find him. And if anyone might know who I'm supposed to be, it's him. If he's out there, we gotta find him. How can we not?
Those are many ifs, Atreus. What do you know?
Atreus is leaning hard into prophecy, his enthusiasm for it growing, certain that it will mean great things for him as it did before. But Kratos understands how prophecies deceive those who hear them. He desires his son to act according to his own judgment, which must be formed under Kratos' tutelage, of course, instead of taking actions that he believes will lead him to a glorious foretold end. Self-control is far more important than control over future events, mostly because the former is actually possible, and Kratos never misses an opportunity to reinforce its importance.
Remember when we fought our first troll out this way?
I remember you lost control.
No doubt the memory of his fight with Thor, in particular the end of it, is fresh in Kratos' mind. One of the most painful failings as a parent is to see your child fail in the same way you have failed, because you know where they got it. It's dreadfully convicting to witness your child lash out as you have. The last thing any parent wants is for our children to become our failures. We desperately want our sons and daughters to be better than we are. Kratos certainly does. And yet, he still struggles with raising a son in a manner so unlike that of his own youth.
Don't hold the lad's curiosity against him. It goes with being young.
In my youth, we learned obedience.
And is that what you wish for him? Brother, he's going to walk his own path. If you don't want him walking away from you, then smarten up and walk with him a while.
Father, what was Spartan training like?
Unforgiving.
Is that why you didn't train me like one? Did you not think I could handle it?
I did not think you should have had to.
Thanks.
Hardships and suffering can produce wondrous effects in those who are able to endure them, sharpening their minds and toughening their bodies and wills. But to look back on those hard times with rose-tinted glasses is folly. Spartan training produced obedient, fearless, and ruthlessly capable warriors, but that did not mean that it produced good and virtuous men. If he truly wants his son to be better than he was, he needs to let go, to walk with Atreus along his own path, to counsel and guide, not to impose his own will. Again, this struggle is a human one, a relatable one, an experience shared by millions of parents who have watched their children grow up to be different people than they are, and who have had to change their own ways to best help their children on their journeys. For most of us, though, that thankfully does not mean wandering into the realm between realms and mudding up poor Sindri's house. I mentioned this scene mostly because this bit made me laugh out loud when I first saw it.
Your bedrooms are there, the kitchen is just over there. Anybody need a snack? Kratos? Snack?
I do not need a snack.
Kratos saying the sentence, "I do not need a snack," is top-tier comedy. You can't tell me any different. But also because Brok shows up and doesn't recognize Atreus, and Kratos takes him hilariously seriously.
What the hell is he anyway? That is my son.
And finally, because before they venture off to Svartalfheim to rescue Tyr, Kratos asks the dwarves to fix Faye's damaged shield.
Wouldn't you rather I just whip you up a new one?
It is important to me.
The voice acting in this game is absolutely top-notch across the board, but Christopher Judge just knocks it out of the park at every turn, especially when he allows into his voice those hints of softness that convey how deeply he loved and misses his wife. It's important to note that Kratos loved Faye for the woman she was when they were married, and that he knew little, if anything, of her past, quite on purpose.
I still can't believe Mom led a whole rebellion here against Odin and never talked about it.
The fact that it didn't go well might have killed that notion.
What your mother did before we met was her business.
Did you ever ask?
Eyes on the water.
Doubtless, discussions of their individual past lives weren't popular with Kratos, who distinctly lacks his son's curiosity and eagerness to know every detail about Faye. She was a good woman, smart, strong, capable, but most importantly, willing to put up with his rather dour attitude without taking it personally. That was enough for him. He didn't even know she was a giant. Point being, Kratos was then and is now content to simply be, to not ask questions, to live and let live. As long as he is not sowing chaos and causing destruction, he is satisfied. But as my friend Will likes to put it,
That's
not good enough!
Kratos is no mere man, free to live out his days as he so chooses because he doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. He is a deity, a being of immense power, and thus, well, you know. Even if he had no particular plan or purpose, his very existence in the Nine Realms meant that Odin had to factor him in, to account for his presence and make a plan to deal with him. Perhaps if Odin had simply never sent Thor to Midgard, Kratos and Atreus would never have acted as they did, and Ragnarok itself would never have come about. All the same, Kratos' desire to simply escape with Atreus is set at odds with his son's eagerness to fulfill the prophecies of Ragnarok.
Perhaps we find a new home, where neither he nor Freya can trouble us.
But once we find Tyr, he can help us fight.
Fight?
That's, not what I meant. Obviously, we have so much to learn from Tyr. Any way he can help us is good, right?
And you, the player, might be wondering, who's right? Should father and son find a new home, or should they declare war on Odin, take the fight to Asgard, and bring about the end of the world? The answer, of course, is neither, and both. In a story such as this, both main characters undergo significant growth, their desire to remain united keeping them bonded even through difficulties and disagreements as they work to purify their motivations and purge their selfish ambitions. For Kratos, that will mean eventually ridding himself of the idea that he is only beholden to those whom he calls family, while Atreus will have to shed his devotion to prophecy, to his idea of how things should go, and instead learn to act as he ought. However, those two are hardly the only characters in this story who harbor secrets and feel the need to atone for their mistakes. There are at least 3 others by my count, but let's start with Mimir, since we are moving through this story chronologically, and we happen to be in Svartalfheim, where Odin's former advisor convinced the dwarves to build mining rigs that poisoned their water and soil and forced them into effective slavery to Asgard. Once Kratos has rendered the machines inoperable, he offers Mimir comfort.
You must live with your deeds, but do not be troubled by them, brother.
Oh? And why not?
You were given an impossible problem. Do not blame yourself for failing to solve it.
I'm sure the dwarves would feel differently. This doesn't fix things.
No, but it is a start.
It is often so easy to forgive our loved ones for their failings, and yet so difficult to treat ourselves with that same mercy. Kratos has only ever known Mimir as a loyal companion and true friend who has looked out for him and Atreus, has counseled and advised them time and again, has said things that Kratos could not when Atreus needed to hear them. So it's no surprise he offers his friend leeway that he certainly would not give himself. There are, however, limits to such generosity. I said a second ago that it's easier to forgive our loved ones than it is ourselves, but that tends to be true only as long as the target of that offense is not us, or at least someone with whom we identify. Such is the case for Kratos when Mimir hesitantly reveals that he captured, enchained, and enslaved, well, let's call it a giant whale.
What is this?
A loonbocker. I captured it many years ago.
This creature, you enslaved it.
Aye.
But why?
Because I was young and stupid. And I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time, with nothing to occupy your mind but pain. But we're going to free it.
But it will always be chained. You know that as well as I.
This sin of Mimir angers Kratos far more than the mining rigs, despite it being far less heinous, in part because it was simply something Mimir did in order to curry favor with Odin, but mostly due to the sight of the chains binding the Loonbacher, causing him to envision Mimir as one of those who had bound him and used him as a pawn in their schemes. When we have been the victim of a wrongdoing, we tend to villainize those who have hurt us. So the realization that a man Kratos deeply trusts acted in a manner similar to that of the Greek god who tortured Kratos is a painful and anger-inducing one. But of course, such sins tend to lay heaviest on the ones who commit them.
Whatever anger you're feeling, whatever loathing toward me, it's nothing to what I've said to myself.
You would still save this broken creature.
I know what it is to be imprisoned like this. I can't just leave it.
And if it is beyond saving?
I don't understand.
Let us continue.
Yeah, that's because he's talking about himself, Mimir. Despite all his growth in the past decade plus, Kratos remains convinced that he is a wretch, a man broken beyond repair, unworthy of redemption. If the dumbest nerd on YouTube can see that, maybe the smartest man alive could puzzle it out too. But I suppose at the moment he's distracted by his quest to free the beast, and thus he hopes to be free of his guilt. How can we forgive ourselves for the damage that our sins have caused, especially when those wrongdoings have done irreparable harm? Mimir hoped that they would cut the chains and the Loonbacher would swim away, reveling in his newfound freedom, in the gift of life restored that Mimir had granted it. Instead, it simply sat there, too resigned to its fate to understand that it was no longer beholden to its chains, and thus refusing to let Mimir cast off his own. Can we really speak of redemption if we are unable to undo the harm we have caused? I get the feeling that topic might be better covered when I get around to talking about the Valhalla DLC, but for now, I will simply say yes. While undoing the harm of the past is largely impossible, redemption is always possible. It simply requires a promise to act as we wish we had, not as we actually did. Assuming, of course, that we now have formed sound judgment and know the proper decision we should have made, which is far easier with the gift of hindsight and the passing of time. That all sounds so simple, and yet it is one of the most difficult endeavors we face as humans. Forgiving ourselves is often the last step on the road to redemption, and it can be made far more difficult when we still see around us the fallout of our sins.
Dina and I wondered where she went after our little coup here failed.
Failed?
Jump. Failed.
Faye is dead.
Best of them all. One's left alive have to pay the price.
Now, obviously, Faye isn't here to witness the price being paid by those who followed her to defeat, but Durlin's words certainly hit home for Mimir, who failed the dwarves and their realm and is incapable of restoring what he took from them, for Kratos, who himself is one still living with all the scars of his misdeeds, and for Freya, who is emptied of purpose save for vengeance following the loss of her son that she caused. It's amazing how lines like Durlin's can have different meanings for each character, even those who don't hear them. And that is only possible because the writers crafted complex, unique characters who nonetheless share many of the same struggles. Such internal conflicts humanize these gods, making them relatable and sympathetic, which in turn causes their triumphs to be that much more inspiring. Kratos' constant and unrelenting battle with doubt of his path forward, of his son's abilities, of his own goodness and self-worth is eminently engaging for anyone who has ever struggled to know how to best act with prudence and justice. By contrast, we have Heimdall, as told by Mimir.
True believer, that one. There are few things so dangerous in a man as lack of doubt.
The irony of Heimdall's lack of doubt is that the man to whom he is totally devoted is filled to the brim with questions about the nature and meaning of life and death. I said man and not God very purposefully there, because this story's depiction of Norse mythology clearly shows that there is a higher plane of existence for these deities. Odin, as we'll find out in more detail later, is frantically searching for answers about why he is here, what any of this means. That is an incredibly human pursuit. And of course, such doubts mean that Heimdall's total trust in him is misplaced, that Odin's captain is unwilling or unable to think for himself. Being beholden entirely to the will of another person means subverting your own ability to judge rightly and act accordingly. You could pick any number of examples throughout history of men who inspired this total lack of doubt in their followers, and it didn't tend to end well for any of them. Mimir's words also speak to Atreus, or at least they would if the boy would heed them, as he has been since the start of this narrative, confident that the path laid out by prophecy is the one he must walk, even if he does not yet know what that will look like. Atreus has complete and total trust in the giant's visions, despite the fact that they are, like him, fallible creatures who could very easily be wrong. That, and he might not exactly love everything they have predicted will come about, but more on that later. In the meantime, we'll continue our journey in the mountain train until things go awry due to a monster attack, the brakes fail, and Atreus unleashes his inner Brok.
Get up!
Kratos also unleashes a bit of his old self there between the gruff words to Atreus and the extremely quick takedown of a troll that made me stare at my controller and look for a new attack button that I've clearly not been using this whole time. As we've noted, Kratos tends to revert back to form somewhat when Atreus is in danger, and that transformation seems to be happening a bit easier now. It took a lot of goading from Thor for Kratos to unleash the Ghost of Sparta for a single punch, but here all it took was a mild derailing and a hug from a troll. Of course, Kratos also isn't too happy with Atreus' behavior on the train car.
So, quite the mouth you had on the train, lad.
It's just a word. I've heard way worse from
The word does not matter. You lost control.
We were falling through the air. I thought we were gonna die.
Is that what you truly wish your last word to be?
No.
In moments of crisis, panic does nothing. Harness it. Let it serve you.
Use the energy it gives you to decapitate a being 10 times your size. I love that the man who separates limbs from torsos as a day job is upset at his son for saying another word for poop. Yes, I know that's not the actual point, but I wanted to make that joke. I don't exactly know what to make of Kratos' advice here, but maybe that's just because it sounds suspiciously like Sith talk. Let the panic flow through you. Use it to empower yourself. Of course, his point about losing control is quite valid. Curse words in particular are ones we often drop when we do momentarily lose control of what is coming out of our mouths. Then people take those 4-letter words and incorporate them into their daily vocabulary, which kind of defeats the point, but I digress. Kratos is, of course, ever focused on Atreus' discipline, and the repeated evidence that it is far from perfect. His advice is just so very Spartan for some weird reason. It has this bias towards action that I'm not sure is truly wise, though. Even if you harness your panic, it would still be metaphorically pulling you along. Sure, you can steer, but if you're being yanked along by a negative emotion, you're likely going to end up somewhere you won't like. Perhaps it would be best to simply drop the metaphorical reins altogether. But letting go is difficult. And that is, after all, why we're here on this quest. Kratos cannot let go of Atreus, who in turn cannot let go of his search for Tyr, and the future the Norse god of war is foretold to bring about.
We spend all of our time fighting bad stuff. And I don't get why we can't do that alongside Tyr.
We do not know him.
We saw his shrines. He's a leader. He stood up to Odin when no one else would. If he's done it before, why wouldn't he do it again?
Images from long ago do not tell a whole story.
Again, Atreus trusts prophecy, Kratos does not because, you know. And bit by bit, we get a little more flavor added to the big man's opinion on such matters. Tyr may once have been the force that united the realms, but who is to say that he is still that same god now? Kratos knows better than anyone that people can change in drastic and unexpected ways. Not to mention he's about the last person in the 9 realms to blindly trust a god, considering his experience with them and as one of them. Of course he's not going to encourage Atreus to go be best friends with Tyr.
Ever since we got to Svartalfheim, you've been critical of my every move.
I don't know if you've noticed, Atreus, but he's always been like that. Okay, jokes aside, yes, Kratos is clearly a demanding father and trainer, but the opening scene of this game showed us that the two were in sync with each other, needing few, if any, words to know what needed to be done. And even the fact that Atreus was able to explore Midgard and find the Jotnar shrines tells us that Kratos trusted his son to be away from home for a while, likely under the guise of a hunting trip, though I do suppose he had Sindri with him, so that would cut down on travel time. Anyway, it's clear that Atreus believes that he deserves, that he has earned more trust from his father in his abilities.
If you don't think I can lead us, just say so.
It is not your competence that is in question.
Okay, but what does that mean?
Consider your intent.
Hang on a second there, Muscles. What about...
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
Again, I'm being somewhat facetious. Kratos' earlier admonition was about losing control, how Atreus is responsible for maintaining his discipline, and that failing to do so was not an excuse that absolved him of blame for the harm he caused. Now, Kratos is questioning Atreus' motivation, prompting him to examine the path he's walking, asking him to consider who he intends to become.
Your question from before, about my intent. I intend to help the god of war stop Odin, and that means freeing him from whatever prison he's in right now.
Atreus, what do you intend to stop Odin from doing? You speak as if you know his plan.
I don't know his plan. That's why we're...
Brothers, with Fimbulwinter underway and Ragnarok around the corner, Odin will be desperate. Whatever he's planning to do surely won't be to the benefit of anyone but himself.
Exactly.
Kratos, understandably, isn't too quick to assume that Odin's plan, whatever it is, must be stopped, and certainly not if doing so means endangering his son. While obviously he does not trust or like Odin or his family, he has no real quarrel with them. As he just said, images from long ago do not tell a whole story. Atreus and Mimir have regaled him with the tales of Odin and Thor murdering their way through the 9 realms and wiping out the giants, yet Kratos does not rush to condemn them. Or at the very least, he does not wish to be the aggressor, however contemptible his enemies may be.
Atreus, another mental exercise. Would one who spends their life fighting, such as Tyr, have any desire to prove themselves? The proof leaves a wake of destruction.
But if the wake of destruction is a bunch of bad guys, why does that matter? You're strong, and you did the right thing.
War does not measure the strength of a man. I hope one day you understand.
I love how Kratos is no longer hiding from his past, but instead openly, if not blatantly and explicitly, using it to teach Atreus, or at least attempt to teach him. Kratos' war on Olympus did leave behind a wake of destruction that was largely, but certainly not entirely, bad guys, and yet Kratos now does not see it as a testament to his strength, because he understands that true masculine strength is far more than the ability to see your enemies dead at your feet. Rather, proper strength is moral fortitude, persistence in doing what is right because it is right, and acknowledging our weaknesses and failings in order to learn from them and become better men. However, that hardly means that Kratos does not also value physical strength, competent leadership, and proficiency in combat. Those are very much necessary for a man such as him. They are traits that his son must embody. And when it turns out that Tyr is a sad sack of a man with absolutely no fight left in him,
This is the god of war.
which I should have seen coming. His name is Tyr, after all. Kratos does not shrug it off and say, what are you gonna do?
I don't belong out here, please. It's worse when he's angry.
Are you not a soldier? Are you not a leader of men? Master yourself! My son brought us to this place. For you! Look at him!
And you thought Kratos wouldn't make a good therapist. His loyalty to Atreus here is simply heartwarming. My son expected a god of war, so act like it, or I'm going to give you a personal demonstration. Kratos, to absolutely nobody's surprise, has no patience for weak-willed men who are scared of their own shadow. For all his distrust of prophecy and dislike of his son's devotion to it, at least Atreus is confident in his actions and not cowering in a corner at the thought of Ragnarok, an event Kratos would rather not have a part in.
We do not seek war.
We just want some answers.
I don't know how to help you.
It doesn't matter. The Giants trusted you. That's the Tyr we need. We need you.
In case you're getting sick of hearing these same points repeated over and over again, let's spice up the conversation a bit. Atreus' desires have been rather nebulous. He seeks the fulfillment of prophecy, yes, because he's a giant, wants to do giant things, and trusts the giants who, like his mother, he believes have something truly special in store for him. But what does he want for himself? Who does he seek to be? He couldn't really answer those questions. Atreus wants to know who he is, but he wants other people, namely the Jotnar, to tell him who he is supposed to be. Rather than examining himself, his life, and the needs of his loved ones and discovering a purpose he can wholeheartedly embrace, he looks to outside sources for a guide on how to be Loki. Kratos has the opposite problem, and yet the same problem. His constantly expressed desire is to not go to war, to avoid the plotting and scheming of Odin, to simply be left alone.
I want things to be the way they were.
Well, I'd like to climb a tree again. Certain ships have sailed.
I just wish Atreus were not so restless. I care only for his safety.
Imagine Kratos, of all people, wishing things could go back to the way they used to be. Dare I suggest he was actually happy in the few years they spent surviving Fimbulwinter, hunting, training, and relying just on one another. Doubtless, Kratos found peace in the simple life he and Atreus had managed to build, even if it was punctuated by the odd woodland skirmish. For any normal man, there would be no shame in that. But Kratos is clearly no normal man, and as much as he would like to deny it, he was hiding in those woods. Kratos, as he is, has learned to avoid evil, but he's not yet learned how to choose good, at least not unless he's struck with a dichotomous choice. That is to say, Kratos also does not know who he is supposed to be, but unlike Atreus, is terribly afraid of his future and will do all he can to delay it, because he fears what will happen to Atreus upon his death, not because he fears death itself. His reason for his hesitancy still remains a secret, however. Otherwise, Atreus would not likely be quite so eager to hunt down the major players of the foretold battle, and also would not go traipsing off to Midgard to find Freya and attempt to convince her to, stop trying to kill them. And on his way to see her, he demonstrates just how much he isn't his dad yet.
Not so easy, huh?
Shut up!
And I think that's just plain hilarious. But I'm glad we're finally getting to see Freya again, because although the journey of father and son is immensely rich and beautifully written, the arcs of the significant side characters are worthy of examination. When last we saw Freya, she was screaming in agony after a failed assassination attempt, watching the only thing she cared about in the world ride away from her. That thing, of course, being the opportunity for vengeance.
Your father. Where is he?
Yep, that's how I always begin conversations. I don't want to talk to you. Where's the person I actually want? Freya is quite possibly the most Grecian character in this entire saga, save for Kratos himself, of course, due to her utterly tragic nature. She agreed to marry Odin in order to protect her home realm, only for him to turn on her, cast her out, entrap her in Midgard, and proceed to decimate Vanaheim anyway. She was told her son would die needlessly, and then her attempt to protect him from such a death drove him away from her, until finally he returned intent on killing her, only to be killed himself. She is an empty shell filled only with grief, rage, and the need for revenge.
You mean to plead for your father, save your breath. His fate is sealed.
And yet, Atreus doesn't see her that way. No surprise there, hopefulness is one of Atreus' most foundational traits. He sees the best in people, it's just who he is.
He took my son. What makes you think I won't do the same?
You're better than this!
Those words are unexpectedly powerful. Atreus doesn't plead for Freya to put down her sword, but simply stares her down, trusting that the woman who once saved his life will not now take it from him. She is not, he rightly assesses, a cold-blooded killer willing to murder him for the sake of causing Kratos pain. Because, well, what kind of sadistic person would do that? Despite what Kratos might think, Freya does know that his killing Baldur was done in her defense, not because Kratos wanted to kill him or even because he had his own vendetta. Attempting to take vengeance on Kratos is one thing, an understandable if not justifiable reaction of a mother broken by grief, but exacting that vengeance through shedding innocent blood would be crossing a line. In making Freya realize that, Atreus begins to open the way for her healing. Sometimes the best thing anyone can do for us is simply believe that we can be better than we are. Almost like that's a theme here. It helps that the stories of Kratos and Freya share some key similarities. Kratos was tricked by Ares into killing his wife and daughter. Freya only lost Baldur because of her attempt to protect him, which she never would have done had the stupid Norns not foretold a meaningless death for him. And being the calm and rational people that they are, both kept their composure and very calmly, very politely, set off to exact vengeance. Except in Freya's case, she can't even reach the man who is truly responsible for so much of her suffering, the one who invaded her home realm and used her son as yet another pawn in his relentless search for knowledge. Or so she thought.
I think maybe I'm supposed to help stop Odin, somehow. But since all the giants are dead and you won't fight Odin, then he'd already won.
Honestly, some top-notch manipulation by Atreus right there. By telling Freya that there is no giant army to throw down Odin in Ragnarok and revealing that he is a giant, he presents himself as her only option to get the vengeance she so badly desires. And then he puts it on her by appealing to their need for her sword in their fight.
Why aren't we working together? Now that you can fight again!
I am far from whole.
Another moment where I have to gush over the voice acting. Danielle Basuti's injection of a mix of anger and grief into that line is just plain perfect. And credit where it is further due, the animation team absolutely killed it with their depiction of Freya as she finds out that the 9 realms are open to travel again, that she could possibly be free of her curse. As hope at achieving her vengeful goal blends with the anger that inspires her to pursue it and to throw Atreus out of her home, den, lair, campsite, whatever, so she can think things over. That is, to think over whether or not she's going to continue on her rampage of attempted murder. And since Atreus would rather not have his father know how close he came to losing his head, he tells Sindri to keep things quiet, which the dwarf is happy to do, but also has a secret of his own to share.
Long before you were born, there was an accident at the forge. Brok died. I couldn't accept it. I went to the Lake of Souls in Alfheim to steal him back. Legions of souls tried to stop me. I can still feel them crawling all over my skin. Thing is, I could only get 3 of his 4 soul parts back.
Sindri.
Brok just thought he got knocked out. I've been lying to him ever since. It's been eating at me lately.
You have to tell him. He has a right to know.
When the time is right.
I don't really have too much to say about this at the moment, but it's an important plot point that I had to bring up, as well as perhaps the most critical character point for our favorite germophobic dwarf. The most relevant line of Sindri's thematically is this one.
I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
The choice between life and death will come up again at least a couple of times as we progress through this story, and the character's philosophy regarding that choice is worth discussing, but not quite yet. Instead, let's return to our favorite prophecy-chasing little half-giant.
After Tyr was such a failure, just wanted to...
Now hang on, little Jotun. Tyr may not be everything you expected, but a failure? You saved him from a terrible fate. That's not nothing. And hey, maybe he'll be some help to us yet.
Maybe.
I wanted to highlight how different this Atreus is than the boy in that previous game. That kid who was just happy to be out of the woods and eager to help literally anyone and everyone they came across. And while that altruistic little runt hasn't outgrown his helpful streak entirely, we can see that the purity of his desire to help has been tainted by his overwhelming desire to fulfill prophecy. His search for Tyr wasn't motivated by the old god of war's own good, but rather because the giant said he would lead the armies at Ragnarok.
Do you see who's leading the armies against Odin? That's Tyr. If he's gonna be around at Ragnarok, that means he's gotta be alive. Right?
Tyr was useful to Atreus, until he wasn't. Sindri calling him out on his selfish attitude is not only good for Atreus, it's also indicative of how close the two have become as they explored and hunted for secrets together, and kept secrets from Kratos together.
Where have you been?
Peeing?
Hope you're all hungry.
I could eat.
Sorry, I just love how Kratos looks around like, what the hell just happened? Which happens to be the same sort of reaction out of Atreus when Kratos reveals that they are planning to search for Groa's shrine and the secret prophecy within it in Alfheim instead of pushing Atreus to go back into hiding with him. I'm not really sure why Atreus was surprised though, considering that he eavesdropped on the conversation in which Mimir told Kratos he needed to let Atreus make his own mistakes.
Holding him too tight won't keep him out of danger. The lad's determined to make a few mistakes of his own.
Kratos does tend to listen to Mimir, and has since they met. If Mimir led Kratos astray, he'd probably end up underneath their outhouse, so I imagine he tries very hard to provide good advice. And he has twice now, in this game, advised Kratos to walk with Atreus, wherever he goes. I don't believe Mimir is aware of the prophecy of Kratos' death, as he wasn't there in Jotunheim, and Kratos isn't exactly the sharing type, so he likely thinks, as Atreus does, that Kratos' desire to stay hidden is simply due to his fear of Atreus getting hurt. Which it is, but Mimir doesn't know that Kratos believes such a fate to be inevitable. Nonetheless, his counsel is certainly wise. Atreus is a headstrong teenager unwilling to stop chasing his destiny, and unless Kratos is willing to physically restrain him 24 hours a day, the only way to ensure they stay together is to keep pace with Atreus, hence the Alfheim decision. Although it's a little odd that Tyr wants to come along. What use does he have for prophecies of Ragnarok? He's made it quite clear that he's planning to sit this one out. Also, he knows it's a war zone, right? That's not going to be a pleasant experience for a man who has forsworn all violence. And sure enough, as soon as they show up, things devolve into fisticuffs.
We don't want to hurt you.
We do not have a choice.
Why are you fighting us? We helped you last time.
Atreus, focus.
Just another line that is so Kratos. Dude really is the ultimate pragmatist. This is the way things are. Accept it, deal with it, move on. Which isn't always a good thing, to be clear. It certainly helps him keep focused when he's being attacked, but in situations like, shall we say, his rocky relationship with Freya, the dude could use a touch more optimism, which is why he balances well with Atreus, whose outlook can be quite accurately described as hopelessly optimistic. Such an attitude leads Atreus to believing that in any given conflict, there must be a way to resolve it. Such is the case with the Elf War, which apparently causes both light and dark elves to attack any strangers on sight.
Is there truly no other way?
Not like they're giving us much of a choice.
So your father said. I'm just naive, I suppose.
No. Just an optimist, old friend.
Again, I have to ask what Tyr is doing here, aside from throwing subtle shade at Kratos for being realistic about having to fight off the murder-crazed elves. But we were talking about the Elf War and Atreus' desire for an answer to its conflict.
I get it now. Why they keep fighting. The Dark Elves want the souls in the light left alone. The Light Elves want to keep using them.
That's the long and short of it, aye.
So then, which side is right?
Rarely is it so simple.
And not our place to say. This is an elven conflict.
I said as much the last time we were in Alfheim.
You have to admire Atreus' childlike desire to know what is right and what is wrong. I say childlike not because it is an immature desire, but rather a pure one, and one that should be fulfilled and properly formed before we leave childhood for adulthood. In fact, one might say that being able to properly distinguish between right and wrong is a prerequisite for attaining authentic maturity. The problem is, of course, that the world is messy. Not that morality is gray, relative, or fungible, that's not what the game is saying at all, but that making distinctions about a right side and a wrong side in any given conflict is not always as simple as we would like it to be. Specific acts are easier to judge and examine, but how they fit into and shape the greater whole can be wildly complex and not easily understood, especially by an outsider. And yet, wanting to comprehend the troubles of others and the desire to resolve them are praiseworthy traits, but sadly not ones that Atreus can explore at this time as their mission beckons. And as the search for Groa's shrine continues, the companions encounter the light of Alfheim, which featured heavily in the last game, where Kratos experienced visions of Fae and heard how Atreus longed for Kratos to be a father to him. But now it won't play a role at all, or so they think.
So, did you ever meet Groa?
Many times. But she was plagued by constant visions, so conversation was difficult, to say the least.
What are you doing?
I heard something.
The soundtrack for this scene is called, quite appropriately, Pull of the Light, which begs the question, what's in the light? The answer, of course, as far as Kratos cares, is Fae. We knew that from before, and her theme plays as a part of this song. Does this scene show Kratos longing for, or at least accepting his impending death, for a reunion with his wife? I thought that at first, but as I think about it more, I think it simply shows his longing for Fae, for her presence, inspiration, and guidance. The last time he encountered the light of Alfheim, Kratos emerged a changed man, one who now could, due to Fae's presence in the light, understand his son better. Perhaps he now hopes for the same. He desires once again to receive advice and wisdom in order to connect further with the son whom he now loves so deeply, the son who is slowly becoming a stranger to him. Which is a rather unfamiliar activity for Kratos. Hoping, that is. As long as we have known him, going all the way back to God of War 1 and his initial quest for vengeance, Kratos has rarely, if ever, expressed or demonstrated any sort of hope for himself. Oh, he had goals. Kratos has always been quite purpose-driven, but what Kratos intended to accomplish could never be classified as a longing for joy and an expectation that he might just find happiness and peace. Even his journey in the previous game was not one inspired by hope for the future, but rather by his dutiful promise to his late wife, by Fae's steadfast belief that if father and son were to take this journey, they would find in each other meaning and purpose. And now that he has found such purpose, Kratos finds it on the verge of being torn away from him by the apparently omniscient prophecy of the giants. Although it turns out even Atreus' closest confidant doesn't share his steadfast belief in said prophecy.
Do you believe in fate, Sindri?
Oh, of course not. You think I'd wash my hands this much if I thought that what I do doesn't ultimately matter? There's only one thing with any say over how we live our lives, and that's us.
I love this, not just because it's funny, but also because it gets to the heart of the contradictory nature of prophecy. If prophecies were to come true, no matter what, then the people involved could simply sit around and do nothing, waiting for destiny to hit them. But they don't, because, well, that would be a rather boring story, because often prophecy counts on them attempting to avoid it in some way, but most importantly, because the prophecies rely on the choices made by the people whose stories they foretell, which means either the prophecies are really good guesses, or these aren't people with free will at all, but merely a bunch of meat puppets acting out a play. And since Sindri doesn't want to think of himself as a meat puppet, I dare say he would rather not think of himself as corporeal at all due to the tendency of bodies to contract diseases, he chooses not to believe in fate. a belief that Kratos is all too happy to share, even though he is most definitely aware of the power of prophecy and its tendency to be fulfilled, even when its subjects would really rather it not. So you can imagine his visit to Groa's secret shrine room was not a comfortable one. Actually, you don't have to imagine because we're going to talk about it. Starting off, of course, with yet more of Atreus inserting himself into the prophecy, so sure of its grand design in which he must play a pivotal role.
The champion?
I think it's supposed to be... me.
You assume too much.
Cocky little bastard, isn't he? But I've ragged on Atreus enough for his overconfidence at his interpretation skills, so let's examine the rest of the prophecy, which depicts Tyr, the god of war, fighting the armies of Asgard, and then, unexpectedly, the destruction of that realm, and no others.
Asgard is destroyed? But the other realms thrive?
Odin's death seems to fascinate Tyr in a way none of the rest of this has. Again, especially for a god who has renounced his former ways of war and is adamant he will not take up his spear no matter what is foretold.
I won't allow prophecy to define my choices.
But we just saw you.
No, Atreus.
Yeah, we know, dude. Seriously, what is this guy doing here? Just stay home and sulk. It's all you're good for. But at least his words ring true somewhat for Kratos, who, true to form, doesn't exactly share his son's trust in and enthusiasm for the vision they just saw.
So then, we can win Ragnarok. We can beat Odin.
We are not present in any of this.
But that was Tyr leading the charge against Asgard. Plus, Hell's army was there. And the elves. Champion.
What Kratos really means, or at least what he should mean, is we do not know if any of those characters depicted there are supposed to be us. But again, this is becoming a belabored point. There is not much more to analyze other than to say that the reason the story keeps hitting these same notes is because they are gradually escalating their immediacy and impact, and thus bringing the conflict between Kratos and Atreus to a boil as they repeatedly clash due to their respective distrust and enthusiasm for the Jotnar prophecies. It's not even that Kratos doesn't believe the prophecies will come true. He has enough Grecian experience to at least strongly suspect that they will, but likely not in the predictable and gloriously victorious manner that Atreus interprets. And who can blame him, considering the god of war supposedly leading armies into battle against Odin is currently throwing a temper tantrum because he ended up killing one doggedly persistent murder elf in self-defense.
It's gonna be okay, Tyr.
You've seen what is to come. I told you I would not follow you to war, and yet here I am, dragging an innocent elf and marching towards the destruction of Asgard.
What choice do we have?
There is always a choice. I will not lead you to war. I won't. I'm not that god anymore. I don't want to fight. But with you three, there is no avoiding it.
I mean, I understand the pull of pacifism after you've experienced lifetimes of warfare, but dude, stop being a little baby about it. If you want to sit this one out, that's on you, good for you. Go back home, make some tea, curl up with a good book, but get your whiny ass out of everyone's face. Again, it just makes no sense that this nincompoop is even here in Alfheim, dragging a corpse behind him because he's sad or whatever. Oh, I guess it's not a corpse.
No!
Atreus!
You have to love how Kratos was there immediately. My man did not hesitate for even a split second, but just dove right in after his son. I'm almost surprised he didn't beat Atreus to the lake's surface, him weighing at least 5 times as much and all. This is just one of those moments that makes you appreciate Kratos for being the badass dad that he is. For all his struggles to connect with and understand Atreus, his dedication to his son is beyond question, even if that son persists in antagonizing him at every turn.
Look, I just want to do the right thing. And according to prophecy...
Speak no more of prophecy.
War will not give you the purpose you seek, Atreus. Only slaughter.
So what are we supposed to do? Roll over? Do nothing?
Enough. We will discuss our next move when we are out of danger.
Two things to take away from that clip. Atreus conflates the idea of doing the right thing with acting as foretold by prophecy. That kind of attitude has got to be a nightmare for Kratos, although we can't exactly absolve him of all blame. Yes, he has taught Atreus to be better, but his moral formation lessons, from what we have seen anyway, aren't exactly the best guide.
Is it always moral to kill something that's trying to kill you?
Yes.
Well, there you have it, lad.
I mean, he's not wrong, but there's a gap between simply not doing what's wrong and doing what's best. Again, it's not exactly clear what sort of lessons Kratos was teaching Atreus while they survived Fimbulwinter, but I think it's safe to assume that they were more focused on mental and physical toughness, discipline, and preparedness, and less on how to soundly and rationally discover your path in life. You can't teach what you don't know yourself. Of course, Atreus turned to prophecy, at risk of sounding like a broken record, though only one in which he'd ever featured produced exactly the intended result, with him as the beneficiary. Why wouldn't he use his people's visions as a moral guide? Second, Tyr is the one to tell Atreus, war will not give you the purpose you seek, while Kratos basically just tells him to shut up until they get back home. This is a sign of the growing tension between father and son. That's not to say that Kratos isn't trying. However much Atreus may get on his nerves, and it's quite frequently considering the kid won't shut up about Ragnarok, Kratos still wants what is best for his son. He still clings to the bond they have formed even as this new journey begins to test its limits. Kratos from the previous game would never have gone on this side quest to rescue a giant jellyfish just because Atreus heard it and realized it was in pain. Okay, he probably would have, considering this is a video game after all, but he would not do so quite as willingly as he now does, to the surprise of Atreus, who finds it necessary to repeatedly express his shock that his dad actually wants to join him on his little rescue mission.
Never been this interested before. Can I talk to animals or enchanted rings or whatever?
Much has changed for both of us.
Well, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out why you'd help some random animal.
Is this not what you want?
No, it is. I'm just surprised at what you want too.
Kratos, in true Spartan fashion, doesn't bother telling Atreus his true motivation.
But I'm usually the one who drags us around trying to rescue animals. Why do you care so much? Is there something you're not telling me?
No.
Okay.
And in that same manner, doesn't provide any answers for his son, who wonders if they're doing the right thing by freeing this creature, if it means invading dark elf homes and provoking them to invoke castle doctrine and thus sign their own death sentences.
Are you sure we're doing the right thing?
If you wish to abandon this creature, we will leave.
Well, no, I don't want to abandon it. But if we have to kill a bunch of dark elves to get there...
And of course, he ultimately leaves it up to Mimir to let Atreus know why he's been so willing to help the wounded animal.
Father, thanks for bringing us out here, but you don't have to do this kind of stuff just to keep my mind off Ragnarok, you know?
This was not a distraction.
No? Then why are we really out here?
Have you ever considered he just wants to spend time with you, lad? While he still can.
Really?
We do not know what lies ahead. But if Ragnarok approaches, I wish to enjoy the time we have left.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for bringing us out here. I'm glad we did this.
As am I.
Oh, Kratos, you big softy. He just needs a little push to actually open up and admit that he cares, that he knows the time they have is limited, that he needs Atreus. Atreus, not Loki. I haven't touched on that dichotomy yet, but we have heard Atreus speak of Loki as the figure portrayed by prophecy, the person he is supposed to become, if only he knew how. The person he firmly believes to be the champion who kills Odin at the end of Ragnarok. And of course he thinks that's him. Although he's not still the little twerp who found out he was a god and immediately let it go straight to his head, Atreus still is a god, and thus logically should be a major player in the events to come. At least, so he would think. And so apparently does Tyr, who has taken over cooking from Brok, the first useful thing he's done all game, and for whatever weird reason, seems to want to encourage Atreus to play out the prophecy that Tyr himself wants no part of.
Here you are. A meal fit for a champion.
Enough. I said we would speak no more of that.
Yes, of course. Didn't mean to offend.
I'm not offended. It's just a word.
The word that clouds your judgment.
Oh good. Thanks, Tyr. Now you've started an argument. I mean, yeah, they were probably going to end up arguing about the prophecy at some point, but you didn't have to force them into it when dinner has barely started, you lumbering idiot. Seriously, you would think a god who has lived for so many lifetimes of mortals would know better. And yet, here we are, once again witnessing Kratos and Atreus bicker over the giant's visions. But things are a tad more heated now. Atreus' idea of who Loki is and the path he is supposed to walk has become more concrete. And this increased confidence inspires an equally strong pushback by his father, who not only fears for their lives, but also for who Atreus will become should he go off to war. Kratos knows better than anyone the toll that war exacts on a man, and the thing he fears perhaps above all others is that his son will follow in his footsteps. He believes that war will mean the end of their bond as father and son, one way or another.
You really don't think it means anything? After the journey Mom sent us on? Everything we saw in Jotunheim? What was it all for? Don't you ever think about that?
Every day. But I cannot believe her purpose was to inspire you to take foolish risks.
Faye once again is central to the story of her husband and son, but now we witness the difference in how Kratos and Atreus view her. To Atreus, his mother was a giant, a visionary, someone to guide him to his destiny. To Kratos, Faye was a wife and mother, one whose utmost concern was that her son be cared for and protected by a loving father. It's also worth noting that Kratos apparently thinks about Faye and the prophecy they witnessed in Jotunheim every day, but he never talks to Atreus about it. He's clearly come a long way from the completely closed off grump he was at the beginning of the last game, but come on, man. Did it never occur to you that your son might also be dwelling on the meaning of those same events and would welcome your input? Well, not so much now, since Atreus has more or less decided for himself what it all means.
But what if the giants are counting on me?
What giants? I'm counting on you. To be safe, to be smart. But use the judgment of a man and not of a child.
Kratos, look who you're talking to. Do you see a man standing before you? Yes, Atreus desperately wants to be a man. He is, after all, a teenager. And he's just about got his whole life planned out with unshakable confidence. Again, he's a teenager. But the fact remains that he is a child. And expecting him to judge with the wisdom of a man is unrealistic. Without the lifetime of experience, mostly the lifetime of mistakes, that his father has, how could Atreus have the ability to assess and discern as Kratos does? It's the typical teenage conundrum. The kid thinks he's a fully mature adult who should be trusted to make his own decisions, while the parent just sees his child making stupid decision after stupid decision and wants to yank him back under tight control, giving him less of the very thing he so desperately wants, and causing the child to push harder for independence. Obviously, not every parent-teen relationship works out that way, but since Kratos is a rather passionate and reactive person, that is exactly how things happen here.
But what if Loki going to Ironwood is the only way that...
Atreus. My son. And nothing more. Do you hear me?
I'm not hungry anymore.
Forgive me, Kratos. My words were chosen carelessly.
Oh, were they, Tyr? Were they chosen carelessly? If I knew anything about you, other than the fact that you're a weak-willed wet blanket whose only purpose is to spoil the fun of some perfectly morally justifiable violence, I'd say that you stirred that pot on purpose. Get him out of my sight. Again, I want to take a quick moment to praise the voice acting of Christopher Judge. The dude kills it in every scene, especially when he's allowed to actually, emote. When Kratos gets angry, it's like a pot that is suddenly sprung to a boil, and the lid is still hanging on, but you can tell just one extra bubble would send it flying. It's hard not to sympathize with Kratos, though. He fought for well over a decade to master himself, to learn control of his emotions, particularly his anger, so he could finally open up to his son, reveal the truth of his past, and forge a bond the likes of which had been for so long lost to him. Of course he feels possessive. What father wouldn't? What good dad would listen to his son's plan to go off to war against the most powerful being in the world and just say, yeah, sure man, let me know when you get back. However, His fatherly instincts are not now, as they ought to be, tempered by compassion and sympathy. It would be one thing if Kratos were to question Atreus, to kindly push back on his ideas with the goal of ensuring that he makes properly informed decisions based off what he knows to be, not what he thinks is supposed to be. When Kratos hears his son refer to himself as Loki, he can't help but envision the loss of the boy he has come to love so deeply, and he can't bring himself to let go. So he grabs on tighter than ever with predictable results. What teenager wants to be told that their whole identity can be summed up as the child of their parent? And while Atreus does act in the typical sulky, broody teenage fashion, he is at least correct in that he is and will be more than just the son of Kratos. But like most teenagers, he lacks the virtue of patience and demands answers now.
I just don't understand. Why is there all this stuff about Loki and the champion and Ironwood if none of it's real? He's just so...
Thankfully, Atreus does have someone on his side with lifetimes worth of wisdom and experience, along with a touch of germophobia.
Mind if I give you the best advice you've heard all day? And possibly ever? Sleep. That's when all the troubles of your mind work themselves out.
Despite this video being longer than pretty much all feature-length films, I honestly think I've not spent enough time talking about Sindri and Brok. It's not always shown, but we know from what Atreus has said that Sindri has been his constant companion and ally during his search for the truth about his destiny. The dwarf provided a home for him when he and Kratos had some roofing problems, and now Sindri goes to Atreus when everyone else has decided to let the youth stew, giving advice freely without expecting anything in return. And Sindri doesn't try to persuade Atreus of his foolishness, despite his own professed disbelief in fate, nor urge him to any given course of action. Instead, he simply advises that he take care of himself. Advice accompanied by the rarest of gestures from Sindri, which is then hilariously followed up by him apparently getting ready to sever his now assumedly disease-ridden arm. In short, Sindri acts as a gentle guide and advisor, in much the same manner as Kratos should be. And while he speaks in a more friendly and less authoritarian tone than perhaps would be appropriate for the boy's father, his counsel shows genuine care for Atreus' well-being, a trait that his father very much possesses but hasn't been communicating well as of late. But those worries are for tomorrow as far as Atreus is concerned, though I do wonder how he sleeps with his bow still slung on his back. But he does, somehow, which brings us to perhaps the most confusing and open for interpretation sequence in the whole game, in which Atreus sees his younger self reaching for a mask and then proceeds to witness all the bratty things he said after he first discovered that he was a god.
It's all you ever talk about, over and over. Do something about it or shut up already.
Little people's little
We're
problems.
sick of hearing about little people's little problems.
Culminating with his past dream self stabbing him in the neck.
Please.
So what exactly is happening here? Well, Atreus/Loki is a giant who tend to have prophetic visions, but this one takes place in the past. Why? Seeing as how it shows Atreus his past mistakes, how he acted just like the worst little twerp when he was caught up in his idea of being a god, I would say that this vision is given to him as a warning about the future. That is to say, do not be so sure of who you are and what you are supposed to do. Just because you believe yourself to be a great champion in the war to come does not justify acting foolishly or rashly. Charging forward assured of the righteousness of your choices because of your assumed nature could lead to your downfall. It's also a warning against seeking all the answers and knowledge in the world, but we'll get to that later. That's my takeaway from it anyhow. Clearly it's not Atreus's, because when he arrives in Ironwood and runs into Angrboda, we get this exchange.
You'll get your answer soon enough, Loki.
Right.
Is that not your name?
No. It is my name. I'm Loki.
And while any player who actually cares about gameplay feels meh at best at this sequence that was way longer than it should have been, our protagonist is thoroughly enjoying it. He has met another giant, he's finally going by the name that he's wanted to assume, the name that carries the weight of prophecy, and he might just be getting some answers about all the questions that have been plaguing him for the past few years. Things, as he sees them, are finally looking up.
But why wait for me?
Because my destiny is to tell you yours.
Awesome, right? The last time someone told him his destiny, well, it had already happened, but the story shown to him was the greatest adventure of his life. How could this go wrong? He's so enthralled in this experience, so caught up in finally getting to roleplay as Loki, that he would rather forget about his life as Atreus.
Do you like breaking stuff?
It's just something my father... You know what? Never mind.
These little bits of dialogue that occur as you traverse the world are honestly some of the best storytelling in the game. Atreus swung from frustrated and annoyed to excited and enthusiastic as he entered Ironwood, only to momentarily dip back to irk and irritated at the thought of his dad and the last words they exchanged, not wanting to let that memory spoil a perfectly good adventure in learning his destiny. As it turns out though, the real mood killer is him learning his destiny.
Wait. No. No! It's not right. That can't be what happens. No. No. This isn't real. Ironwood's not real. Ungar's not real. None of this is real!
Hey! Whoa, you're okay!
I love that Teen Wolf Atreus tries to destroy the shrine as if that's going to avert his father's death prophecy. Funny how one's attitude on prophecy can make a U-turn when said prophecy turns out to suck.
That cannot be my future. It says I serve Odin and my father dies. There's just no way.
Look, this is the only way things turn out. The sooner you accept that, the better.
Angry Boda? More like Angry Boda. My wife thought it was funny. Okay. Also, why is she so angry, aside from the fact that she is yet another temperamental teenager? We'll get to that in a bit, but only after some horribly boring gameplay that you get to skip, but I did not, all under the guise of Angry Boda teaching Atreus giant stuff.
Forget about that now. Forget the future. Forget Loki.
This is approximately the 5,000th time that this game has had someone tell Atreus not to think about the future, but unlike the other 4,999 times where it was just his overbearing father wanting to keep him safe, a father he could never have guessed is destined to die in his arms, Atreus is finally all too happy to take this advice. It helps, of course, that Angrboda actually offers an alternative to dwelling on prophecy by teaching him about his own people, an offer too enticing for the knowledge-hungry Atreus to refuse, though naturally he can't help but ask about what he just witnessed.
What about my prophecy then? If it is true, what do you think I should do?
Doesn't matter. There's no changing where you end up. You can try whatever you want to avoid it, but it'll happen anyway.
You're telling me nobody has ever changed their fate? Ever?
I mean, sure, maybe some details change, but the endpoint remains the same. It's better to walk your path than to struggle against it.
It's funny how blatantly contradictory the nature of prophecy is. Things are going to turn out this specific way, no matter what you do, so it doesn't matter what you do, even though you are clearly depicted doing certain and specific things. Okay, maybe not quite specific. As mentioned, the details of prophecy tend to be open for interpretation. For example, who knows what the Odin panel means exactly? It could mean any number of things. Atreus serving Odin as Loki merely one of dozens of possibilities. The other panel, yeah, that's Kratos. Unless you can think of another bearded man with a red face tattoo around these parts. But maybe, if Atreus goes to Asgard before losing his father, not after, he can subvert the prophecy and, this is how they all feel, isn't it?
You know, maybe Odin needs you for something.
Or maybe it's not what it looks like. Maybe I'm tricking Odin.
And this is how you end up fulfilling prophecy by trying to avoid it. Did it ever occur to you, Atreus, that you could just sit on your ass in order to prevent this horrible future? I mean, of course it didn't, because A, he's a headstrong teenager, and B, he's a character in a mythological story, and him doing nothing would be slightly more boring than the gameplay during this sequence. But then I suppose the prophecy would have accounted for that, and he'd somehow end up fulfilling it anyway through some unforeseeable means. Better to walk your path than to struggle against it. Assuming your ending is foretold and unchangeable, this is honestly excellent advice. It would be far better to spend your life doing good and loving those around you as best you can than it would be to obsessively fight against an inevitable end, discarding the precious time you could be spending with your friends and family in pursuit of an impossible goal. Such was Freya's failing in the first game. In an attempt to subvert the prophecy of Baldur's death and save her son, she drove him away from her, made him resent her to the point that even after his curse was broken and he could finally feel again, the only emotion he could feel was anger at her and the desire for revenge. And like most good advice, the dispenser of subtle wisdom isn't the best at adhering to it. After Angrboda shows Atreus the marbles containing the souls of the giants, we find out that she isn't exactly pleased with her own story.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm done. I guess. now that I've given you those, my part in all this is over.
You could always come with me. We could fight Odin together.
If I was supposed to fight alongside you, I wouldn't disappear from your damn mural halfway through.
I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks that your part in the story is over, Angrboda, but you don't have to get so angry about it. Okay, I'll stop now. To this point in the story, the prophecies we've seen have always been told by those long dead. And while that is still the case here, Angrboda, as the messenger of this particular prophecy, clearly believes in it fully, to the point that she intends to live according to it, which, of course the prophecy will then come true. But in these moments where a character is struggling with the knowledge of a future they don't want, and even being a little whiny about it, I'm inspired by the words of a young Atreus.
Do something about it or shut up already.
Which is funny, coming from the boy who wholeheartedly believed in prophecy, right up until it showed his dead father, and then he starts calling it names.
Hey, just because of some dumb mural, your story doesn't have to be over.
I know.
Right, sure, Atreus. It's now some dumb mural because you don't like the paintings on it. Atreus' character arc in this game can be summed up as a series of mood swings regarding his feelings towards prophecy and his relationship with his father, and this is the low point on the former. Well, almost. Angrboda gave Atreus the bag of giant soul marbles, stating that he is supposed to know what to do with them when the time comes. So when they come across a soulless snake, Atreus, being Atreus, wants to restore life to the poor creature, and has Angrboda help him put a giant soul into the serpent, which then immediately slithers off into the unknown, leaving Atreus frustrated. I don't know what he expected to happen. Did he expect a thank you from the snake? Anyway, this is the low point. He had swung back up and was feeling a tad more optimistic about prophecy when he'd had the soul injection idea, but now that, I guess, the snake didn't immediately pan out to be some incredible revelation, he'd rather leave the marbles with Angrboda.
Loki, are you certain?
Call me Atreus.
Hey, if prophecy says you're going to know what to do with these marbles in the future, and you're not feeling too hot about that prophecy right now, what better way to avert it than to simply not have the things with you? Seems brilliant to me, except for the fact that Atreus did in fact already use one of them. Damn prophecy, always prophesying things in unexpected ways. More on that later though. As we've seen, Atreus is not the only one struggling with his destiny. It's easy to forget that Angrboda is a teenager herself, one who has played along with her assigned role for years, and now that it has apparently ended, wants more. She seeks purpose, even though her very reason for existence in the grand scheme of things anyway, has already been fulfilled.
You are nothing! And no one will ever remember you! Not even Loki! You'll just be a forgotten chapter in his story!
While Angrboda isn't the most fleshed out character, I still appreciate the parallels between her and Atreus, as she counsels him through a struggle she thought she had overcome, only to discover that once her apparent destiny had arrived, she too is unsatisfied with her foretold future. And her newly found unease is echoed by Atreus.
We've got to be more than a bunch of stories with our endings already written.
Finally, Atreus gets to the heart of the issue. If everything is foretold, then he is not a real person who can make real decisions that really matter. And there is not a person alive who believes that. What we do matters. The choices we make count for something. Atreus is at last realizing that living according to prophecy as he so long desired is no better, and apparently quite worse, than living under the rule of a father who loves him, even if the two do not always understand each other. And now that he knows what he knows, it is time to be reunited with Kratos, who is of course completely understanding of his son's disappearance and unwillingness to talk about where he has been and why he has been there.
What were you thinking?
I wanted to visit Fenrir.
For 2 days.
Do not lie to me again!
Why did you come here? Alone? Do you seek death?
No more than you.
Then why? Why? What is it you will not tell me?
First off, Kratos popping out of the portal and jump scaring Atreus is just perfect. The game only uses that gag a couple of times to great effect on both occasions before it becomes a predictable bit. Second, we see and hear the building desperation of Kratos as Atreus continues to dodge his questions and evade his control.
I have tried to walk this path with you. We follow your every whim.
But you don't believe in any of it.
And still I follow.
This moment is simply heart-wrenching. Despite Kratos' shortcomings, his impatience, and his distrust in prophecy, he is trying to stay connected to his son, and yet he feels Atreus slipping away. He is losing his son, his purpose in this life, his very reason for living. And while Kratos' desire to protect Atreus is both natural and admirable, it is becoming all-consuming.
Because all that matters is that you are safe.
Kratos has essentially fallen into the trap that ensnared Freya before we first met her, and the trap that Sindri is currently stuck in. His ultimate good is the safety of his child, but not necessarily the well-being of said child. When we seek to protect our loved ones, it can be altogether too easy to do so for our own sake, for the aim of avoiding the pain losing them would cause. Kratos cannot imagine living without Atreus, which isn't a bad thing, mind you. I would hope that there are people in our lives whose absence we simply cannot fathom. For Kratos to have come this far in his relationship with Atreus is wonderful to behold. From calling him boy and not even being able to lay a hand on his shoulder, to now both physically and metaphorically clinging to the boy who means everything to him. And yet his love isn't perfect. Kratos, being a full measures kind of guy, has gone from uncaring and removed to extremely caring and overly protective without prudently tempering his vigilant nature to prevent it from becoming possessive and jealous. In the previous game, we witnessed Kratos struggling to bond with Atreus, fighting to overcome the belief that the sins of his past made him unworthy of the title of father, having to accept the fact that this boy needed him, that they needed each other. His arc in this game is almost the opposite, as he learns to let go, to trust, to stop being Atreus' sole protector and authority figure, and instead to become his guide and counselor as his son sets off on his own journey. But that endpoint for Kratos is still a ways off.
But that's not all that matters. Who's keeping you safe?
I do not need you to protect me.
You sure about that?
What do you know?
I can't talk about it, but I just need you to trust me. You kept secrets, but I trust you.
That is not the same.
Why not?
Just so we're clear here, both of them now know about Kratos' death prophecy, but neither is willing to reveal that fact. And it makes the player want to scream at them to just sit down and have a talk about it already, so they can stop playing Ring Around the Secret and frustrating each other to no end. And unfortunately, they don't get the time to resolve that conflict now because a Valkyrie shows up and starts some trouble, only for Kratos to realize that it's Freya and stop fighting. But unlike earlier in the story, when Atreus couldn't take the shot, this time he bears down on her without hesitation. That's a rather different reaction than one would expect out of Atreus, the boy who just a moment ago put his life totally in Freya's hands, certain she could not bring herself to kill him. Well, when you discover a prophecy stating your father is to die in your arms, I suppose that can make you a bit more desperately protective, which is, of course, exactly how Kratos feels. Hence his intervention that prevents Bear Atreus from getting gutted by Freya or from tearing her to shreds. Either way, not an outcome Kratos wants. Such a badass dad move, wrestling his literal bear of a son away from danger, all the while encouraging him to master himself, until Atreus finally calms down and transforms back. Anyone accusing Kratos of going soft in this game needs to rewatch this scene. He uses his enormous strength and skill effectively and with incredible control, keeping Bear Atreus from biting him without, tearing the kid's jaw off, a feat of which he is more than capable. And as it turns out, this display of fatherly affection seems to break through Freya's hardened desire for vengeance. She is, after all, not a completely depraved monster who wants to kill people just for the thrill of it, but rather a wounded mother who has lost herself in her grief. Seeing another parent treat his child with such care, even as he wrestles him into submission, is enough for her to think that maybe she should in fact not mindlessly continue this cycle of violence. Just the look in her eyes is enough to tell us that this is a deeply broken woman, one who knows, even if she doesn't want to admit it, that killing Kratos would not bring her peace, but would only serve to further increase her agony and self-loathing.
Maybe. For the moment, you're of more use to me alive.
And fortunately for her, Atreus had told her that the Realm Tree was open for business, and so she actually has hope of ridding herself of Odin's binding curse. Otherwise, she probably would have kept attacking, which likely would not have ended well for her. More on that later too. So, to Vanaheim, to her home realm, they go.
Well, guess it's just us then.
That's not really an important clip for the character arcs or the show's philosophy. I just find Brok and Freya's reaction to him incredibly amusing. I also love how pragmatic Kratos is about their situation.
I will help you, but it will not change what I have done.
I know. That's why I still might kill you when this is over.
We going or what?
Most people, I would guess, would think of this quest as a way to redeem themselves, to quiet the quarrel and make Freya give up her vengeful path, but not Kratos. And although his eminently practical attitude is extremely in character, it isn't ideal. True, he killed Freya's son and nothing can change that. But Freya can change. Freya could find it in her heart to forgive Kratos for, saving her life. As we heard earlier in the story, that is not a possibility that Kratos entertains. Things are the way that they are, and he assumes they will always be the way that they are until one of them kills the other. This tells us not so much that Kratos doesn't believe in the possibility of change, he clearly does, but more that he does not believe himself worthy of forgiveness and redemption. If there is not a way to make things right, that is to unkill Baldur, then that's that. Why would Freya forgive him when he could not undo the damage done? That is because Kratos misunderstands the concept of forgiveness. To forgive someone means to release them of a debt they owe you, whether that is an actual legal debt because you dinged someone's car door, or just one you created in your own mind because someone snapped the neck of your only offspring. It is not the same thing as reconciliation, which means the restoration of the relationship prior to the offense. So if Freya decided to stop trying to kill Kratos, but had no interest in allying herself with him, that would be forgiveness without reconciliation. The first is necessary for the second, but the former does not necessarily mean the latter will occur. This begs the question, what is required for forgiveness? The answer is simply a change of heart. But Sam, Kratos didn't have a change of heart. Correct. Freya did. Because although I talk and think about forgiveness and redemption generally in terms of man's relationship with God, and although this is a story about mythological deities, there really are just people. People who are both capable of hurting each other, and who both need to change in order for reconciliation to occur. For Freya, this means forgiving Kratos, absolving him of his debt, that is, a vengeful death. A change of heart he is certain is not possible for Freya, because he does not deserve it. Even though he was completely in the right when he killed Baldur, Kratos cannot help but conflate that action with his own prior sins, the ones for which he has never fully forgiven himself, the ones that make him in his mind a wretched and unworthy man. He has accepted those sins, yes, and he does not let them torture him as once they did, but absolving him of their debt and believing he is worthy of Freya or anyone's goodwill is currently beyond him. Kratos is a man of incredible strength, fortitude, and even wisdom, and yet he still has the opportunity to grow, as do most of the characters in the game, specifically Freya at the moment, who hasn't exactly lost her taste for revenge as of yet.
But if it helps these two find peace...
This is a temporary alliance, Mimir. Anything beyond that would require trust.
Oh, please. You know damn well Kratos isn't the true cause of your suffering.
You're both as much a part of my suffering as anyone.
Of course, Mimir is the only one speaking on Kratos' behalf. The god of war never defends himself against any accusation, yet another sign of his belief that he is not worthy of forgiveness or redemption, even if that accusation comes from a woman who is in a rather unstable emotional state. And though she herself is quite broken, Freya's character in this game is damn near perfect. The writing and voice acting display this anguished, long-suffering woman who, for much of her life, could at least rest in the knowledge that her son was safe, and now finds herself lacking even that small comfort. Seeking revenge, but also struggling against those vengeful instincts in search of healing. It's a struggle that causes her to lash out in grief and anger repeatedly, even at her own brother, who we have not yet met.
Freya is not a part of this.
And this is where she gets another dose of wisdom from her traveling companions, except this time it's from Brok, of all people. I apologize in advance for the length of this clip, but it's important.
Listen, I know how bad it can get with one's own kin. Sindri and I were on the out so long it was like not having a brother at all. Now, I take some of the fall for that on account of me walking out. But it never stopped me blaming him most. Any of this sound familiar so far?
And what is your point?
My point is, that weren't the end-all of things after all. Once we got our heads right, it was like no time had passed. He went straight back to being as big a pain in my ass as he ever was. That's family. You gotta keep them close, or they make you good and crazy.
Why do you think I need to hear any of this right now? My focus is on regaining my freedom, and I have no intention of being distracted.
All I'm saying is, if you happen to find yourself talking to your brother, maybe the worst words said between you don't have to be the last one said.
Enough! When the day comes to face Freya again, it will be when I am standing on my feet and free. You understand me? It will not be while I'm stuck in this preposterous situation.
Got a case of pride, I get it. Hope yours clears up quicker than mine did.
Is Brok the wisest character in this whole game? Our favorite foul-mouthed blue dwarf just succinctly diagnosed Freya's problem and offered concrete, meaningful advice on how to remedy her falling out with her brother, all inspired by his own failings. I love how he talks about Sindri as the one who drives him crazy, but he holds him close nonetheless. The two dwarves could hardly be more different in terms of attitude and mannerisms, and yet they cling to each other as tightly as Kratos holds on to Atreus. That's family, as Brok puts it. We don't choose them, save for our spouses, I suppose, but we do choose to love them, as they are the ones placed in our lives and thus the ones for whom we are responsible. And once we make that choice, it cannot easily be set aside. Unfortunately, this also means that the wounds they cause cut that much deeper, and reconciliation is that much more difficult. But the first step in any endeavor where we seek healing is to let go of our pride, to stop thinking that our self-image is the most important thing, and to humble ourselves, that is, to tell the truth, to admit not only to our own faults, but also to concede that we are vulnerable and can be wounded by others. And it turns out Freya has to do just that, showing up to talk down Freyr, who had no idea who Kratos is, but recognized Mimir as the Aesir god he once was and was ready to throw down.
I guess we'll settle for blood.
Stop!
One thing worth noting from this scene is that the only words Kratos says are,
"We do not serve Odin."
I mean, come on, man, give him a little something extra. I get that you're trying your best to protect Freya's confidence and not betray the fact that she's here, which Freyr would assume was a lie anyway, but you didn't even try to talk Freyr down. Kratos would have absolutely slaughtered this entire band of renegades in self-defense if Freya hadn't stepped in. The man is far too easily resigned to the fact that if others want violence, he has no choice but to pick up his axe. Another point of potential growth, one with a payoff much, much later in our story. But Kratos' struggles and flaws take a backseat on this journey through Vanaheim, which focuses on Freya's hope that finding and destroying the source of Odin's curse that binds her to Midgard will finally bring her some peace.
I have words if you would hear them.
Speak then.
This anger you feel for your brother, I know it well.
You have a brother?
Okay, hang on, sorry to interrupt, but I just have to laugh at the utter shock in Freya's voice when she finds out that Kratos had a sibling. She probably assumed he was born 6 feet 4 inches tall and frightened his parents to death at birth. Anyhow, continue.
His name was Deimos. When we were boys, he was taken by two gods obsessed with prophecy. The gods of my homeland seldom left survivors, so by the time I learned he had lived, it was too late for amends. His anger poisoned him against me. But I never stopped loving my brother.
You think my anger is irrational? You've known Freyr for mere moments and already you're taking his side?
I am not taking his...
No. You're just sharing your thoughts on a subject you know nothing.
Freya seems convinced that her pain is unique, that Kratos cannot know the best way for her to act because he doesn't know her brother, and he doesn't even know her. This is just as it was with Brok, and I'm sure it's an experience many of us have gone through. When in pain, we don't always want to hear that others have suffered as we have. We can be tempted to believe that what we are experiencing right now is completely alien to anyone else, that no one could possibly know the agony we are enduring, because then no one can judge us. That is, unless we are confronted with the uncomfortable truth that someone does in fact understand our pain and has come through such a trial without letting it destroy them and has become whole again. And of course, that is, as Freya finds out, exactly the situation with the man she accuses of not knowing her pain.
Everyone is so eager to advise me, as if any of you know me or what I need. The biggest loss in my life is due to you saving me when I specifically told you not to. Well, it was my family, my mess. I know Baldur wasn't perfect, but he was mine.
I know.
You know? You think you can even begin to understand the pain of losing a child?
Yes, I do.
There was another. Before Atreus?
Her name was Calliope.
Calliope.
I know your son's story. You should know my daughter's. In the service of a cruel god, I was tricked into destroying a village, not knowing my own wife and child were there until their blood stained my hands. I swore revenge.
That's... I can't imagine.
I paid back their blood 1,000 times. and burned Olympus to the ground. Yet, the guilt remained. Perhaps you will kill me, Freya. But it will bring you no peace.
Perhaps it is not peace I seek.
Again, apologies for the length of the clip, but I just couldn't cut it off. I love hearing wise old man Kratos talk about his past. Sue me. There's something so remarkably satisfying about hearing him openly describe without Freya prompting the events that he kept hidden for so long. The sins that he ran from because he was afraid of the monster he was, and because he feared what the truth might do to his son. And yet Freya isn't the most open to his counsel, even though she knows that he does understand her pain. That hardly lessens its reality. And like most people in pain, she is obsessed with removing it and laser focused on the single path that she believes will set her free. That is to say, ultimate and final vengeance against Odin.
Ragnarök will not bring back what you have lost, any more than killing me.
I'm reaching my limit for enlightened platitudes from you today. Can you please just shut up and kill things?
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
Freya is lucky that she's dealing with Kratos, the father of a teenager, who is used to getting sassed every 5 minutes. Kratos from 3 years ago might have ripped her arms off for saying that, which would have been hilarious in a darkly ironic sort of way. As it is, he's just a little angrier than usual.
Do not tell me to kill again.
What?
I killed to protect my son, to aid my friends. But I will be no one's monster. Never again.
You don't get to make that choice. Not with the debt you owe me.
I am not here for debts. I would always have helped you.
So much has been taken from me, and I'm just supposed to let it all go?
Freya.
Enough.
I love how Kratos is completely understanding that Freya wants to take vengeance upon him by, murdering him. But the idea that he owes her the debt of being her hired blade is preposterous to him. He would rather die than be someone's monster again, and you have to admire that about him. And of course, the paying Freya back, making her whole after the death of Baldur is not something Kratos can accomplish, and he knows this all too well. Freya has suffered a great loss, a great number of losses over the years, and no one other than herself can do anything that will finally grant her peace. So in a sense, yes, she should let it all go. She must release the iron grip that her pain has on the choices she makes in order to be healed. And in the aftermath of their battle with Nidhogg, and Freya finally setting herself free of Odin's binding curse, she has to make that decision. Does she continue to let her anger at Kratos drive her to attack him yet again, or does she find in her heart the ability to forgive him? Again, Kratos didn't really do anything wrong, but considering Freya's perspective, it's understandable that she thinks so.
Is it done?
It's over. It's really over.
And now that you have what you seek,
I suppose this is the point where I forgive you, where I kill you.
have you decided?
I really tried hard to make this video not 90% me gushing over Kratos' character, but sometimes I can't help it. Him adjusting his grip on the axe, completely ready to take on a fight he really doesn't want, tells us so much about his character. His respect for the choices of others, his willingness to stay alive for his son even though he hardly thinks he deserves it, and his unmatched acceptance of the situation as it is. No pleading, no begging for Freya to forgive the blood debt she thinks he owes her, just cool, calm preparation for what must be.
To be honest, I don't think I can do either. There's still a part of me that is so angry. And it'll always be. It'll always be angry. But no. You are not the one who needs to die. I do see that.
The main conflict experienced by characters in this story, and in so many great stories across the world of fiction, is the struggle between acting as their strongest emotions tell them to, and acting as they ought to, doing what they want versus doing what is right, holding on to those passions and being driven by them, or letting them go. Kratos desperately wants to hold on to Atreus, but he needs to be able to let him go, to let his son choose his own path. Atreus wants to fulfill the prophecies and be the glorious champion of the Jotnar, but he needs to set aside his aspirations of grandeur and simply do what needs to be done, to help those whom he encounters and those who need him. Freya wants to exact vengeance on all those who have hurt her, but she needs to find within herself the ability to forgive, if not necessarily to forget, and thus to be at peace. In that scene, she takes a step in the right direction, even if her ultimate destination is a good ways off. And Kratos is, of course, completely understanding. He has already received from Freya far more mercy than he gave the gods of Olympus. Again, Ares was legitimately in the wrong where Kratos wasn't, but a dead child is a dead child to a parent's eyes. So he actually almost kind of apologizes.
I do not regret saving your life, and never will. But the choice between life and death should have been yours to make. I should not have robbed you of that choice.
This is a highly intriguing and apparently contradictory statement from the big guy. It is at least consistent with what he tells Atreus at the end of the last game.
So you'd let me kill you?
If it meant you would live, yes.
Kratos' expressed lack of regret is due to the fact that Freya is his friend and ally, the woman who saved his son's life, and he's glad that she still lives. If he had to do it all over again, he'd probably kill Baldur again, even knowing the consequences. And yet at the same time, he empathizes with Freya, even to the point that he states he should not have acted as he did, should not have taken that decision away from her. And on that last point, I disagree. Baldur had every chance to stop attacking, to let go of his desire for vengeance against his mother, but he chose to persist and got his neck snapped as a result. Kratos was right. The cycle of violence must end. I understand his compassion toward Freya now, but if we truly have a choice between life and death, we should never select the latter option if we can help it. Even in a situation such as a soldier diving on a grenade to save those around him, he should not wish for death, but rather that his comrades should live. He should hope, possibly against all hope, that he somehow might survive. The show hit on a similar point earlier when Sindri revealed his secret about Brok to Atreus.
I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
But there's a distinct difference between accepting death as a natural part of life and allowing your friend to be murdered by her crazy son. All that being said, if I was faced with a choice of letting my child kill me or killing my child, yeah, I'd probably choose to die. And if someone interfered in the same manner as Kratos did, assuming that my kid had somehow become a vengeful monster, I'd probably still be quite angry with them. So I completely understand and sympathize with both characters here. But how I feel does not dictate what is right or wrong. This is a tough one, mostly because the situation is so fantastical and dramatic. Either choice would unavoidably lead to great pain. Is Kratos merely expressing empathy when he says he should have not robbed Freya of her choice? Or is he making a definitive moral statement? I'm fully in the camp of Kratos did nothing wrong this time, but also can't imagine the pain of being Freya in that scenario, and would absolutely be every bit as mad as she was. Those aren't necessarily easy viewpoints to reconcile, but it's what I got. Getting back to the actual story, Freya still seeks healing in her present relationship with her brother Freyr and in her past, as she seeks to rid herself of her memories of her marriage to Odin. I won't go into depth on her reconciliation with Freyr, other than to say that, as so often happens, both siblings felt they were wronged and felt the other needed to apologize first. And of course, our enlightened Kratos has words of wisdom to offer.
What do you want from him?
An apology would be a start. I want to forgive him. I'd like to think he's changed. He's all I have left now. Did you ever apologize to Deimos?
It is difficult to seek forgiveness when you feel unworthy.
I know I've talked about this before, both in this video and in the prior one, and I'm sure we'll talk about it again in the Valhalla video, but it's just so important. Forgiveness is a gift. It is not earned, it is given. We forget this. We feel the need to earn something that cannot be earned. And since we are struggling with an impossible task, we feel like shameful wretches who can never repay the debt we owe, because we can't. What's done is done. Words spoken in anger cannot be unsaid, and even wounds that heal over time leave scars on the body and mind. When we hurt those whom we love, we cannot make it right by any other means other than repentance and forgiveness, both freely given out of love for one another.
Forgiveness can be powerful, even for the unworthy. My wife Faye taught me that.
The hints at Faye's influence on Kratos are dropped here and there throughout the game, leading up to the flashbacks that we'll see later. And of all the lessons for Kratos to learn from her, this has got to be the most obvious. Kratos is the most unworthy man when it comes to deserving forgiveness for the sins of his past, having committed some of the most heinous offenses and sunk deeper than one might think possible into the pit of self-loathing, thus requiring an even more powerful redemptive pull. Forgiveness can be powerful. Forgiveness must be powerful, especially for the unworthy, because they know they have received a far greater gift than those who think themselves worthy of redemption. And all of this, repentance, forgiveness, redemption, and reconciliation, requires one foundational virtue to take over in our hearts: humility. We must be able to tell the truth about ourselves, to admit our faults and failings, and yet not to wallow in them or fall into despondency, but to admit that we deeply desire to be made whole again, no matter what we have done, no matter how unworthy we feel.
I thought you were dead. I've had to live lifetimes with those last awful words I said to you. Have any idea what that's like? Knowing that your own selfishness hurt the person that you cared about the most. Abandon you. Oh, Freya. I mourned you. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Freyr's character isn't the most well-developed one in the game. They can really only do so much with how large a cast they had, but this scene was absolutely beautiful. It didn't drag you through every detail of the siblings falling out, though it did hit a highlight or two.
The man's family set me on fire. How did you expect me to react?
Like my brother!
Because this is naturally how a brother and sister would talk to each other, assuming they had a dramatic falling out that involved marriage to an evil god and the near destruction of an entire realm, that is. And of course, the moment of healing comes when Freyr finally breaks through the finger pointings and accusations and expresses the pain he suffered due to him failing to love his sister as he ought, and Freyr recognizing her own pain in her brother's words. Compassion that is suffering with is an incredibly powerful healer, but it requires humility. We first need to admit that we have been hurt, to rid ourselves of our pride and accept our vulnerability before we can be reconciled and healed. But Freya's journey to wholeness is hardly complete. As mentioned earlier, she seeks to destroy the remnants of her marriage to Odin and to be free of her ties to Asgard.
The closer we get, the more tightness grows in my chest.
You're sure you want to continue?
Confronting the past comes with a price.
It must be done. I've lived with this pain far too long.
Freya believes that if she seeks out and destroys the artifacts from their wedding, she will at the same time be free of the wounds caused by that dreadful marriage.
I thought I'd feel peace by breaking it. But I feel nothing.
Perhaps what you seek cannot be found in a circlet.
You may be right.
Perhaps, though, if she is able to destroy the last remaining relic, the sword forged as a symbol of her union with Odin, she will find peace. Freya has been trying to purge from her memory, from her story, all remaining vestiges of her Asgardian past, but that endeavor has proven fruitless. Why?
The deepest wounds form the strongest bonds.
And the strongest bonds have the potential to cause the deepest wounds. Freya says herself that she was happy with Odin for a while, and we know that she loved her son imperfectly, yes, but she did love him. The wounds caused by the loss of that which she loved truly and deeply are not ones she can simply cast aside as if they had no effect on her. Thinking she could was a sign of her pride, which told her that she could simply refuse to be hurt, could reject her vulnerability, could deny the fact that her sufferings changed her and still affect her. But when her pride ran into a sword that would not budge, she is eventually and finally able to cast it aside and admit the truth.
Asgard holds a part of me I can't sever. I bond to my son, to the Valkyries. That damn realm isn't just Odin's. It belongs to me too.
The mistakes we make, the sins we commit, and the sufferings inflicted upon us are all a part of us, whether we would wish it or no. There is no going back to expunge them from our lives. There is only how we choose to react and respond to those failings. We can hide them from our loved ones, afraid that they might one day rear back up and transform us into the monsters that we were. We can reject them, act as if they never happened, simply wishing to be the person who never made those mistakes and suffered that pain. Or we can learn from them. The only failures and sins that persist are the ones we fail to allow to change us for the better. Freya can never be who she was, the Valkyrie queen who did not know the grievous pains of loss. She realizes that now. The pain she suffered changed her. She can either hold on to that pain, staying stagnant, wallowing in her agony and wishing for a return to better days, or she can let go, moving forward, acknowledging her failings and sufferings as an irremovable part of her, but refusing to let them define her and drive her every move.
The pain he caused is his. I refuse to keep holding on to it. You know, an arrogant man once told me you can't change the past, only how it shapes you. I think he might be right. It's been a while since I've had a confidant. Would the god of few words lend me his ear now and again?
As long as I am needed.
We can hear how Freya's pain still manifests itself in her little jabs at Kratos. Sure, she's grateful to him for his help during her journey of recovery, but she's still not fully whole and at peace. It would be weird if she was. Just a moment ago, she had a sword at his neck, and a few seconds after that, she was complaining about his enlightened platitudes and telling him to just kill as she asks. Now, at least she was able to admit he was right and asks for his help further. It's not perfect humility, but it's perfectly consistent with what we should expect of one who has been consumed by grief and the desire for vengeance for years. Characters should have notable and dramatic turning points in their arcs, but they absolutely should not turn on a dime and become totally different people in the space of a few seconds. This story understands that. This is why, and I apologize if you're sick of hearing about this, but, well, that's the story. The game has Kratos and Atreus repeatedly clash over the nature of the prophecies and the paths they are supposed to or intend to walk. Tension needs time to build, and at this point in the narrative, it is built to quite a crescendo, as Kratos is sick of Atreus' secrets and disappearances.
Well, brother, before you see the lad again, might we discuss an approach?
He will tell me where he has been. That is my approach.
Ah, classic Spartan diplomacy.
Funnily enough, both father and son want the same thing. Answers. Kratos wants answers about where Atreus has been, why he went there, what he has learned. Atreus, this whole time, has been seeking answers about where prophecy will lead him. And then when he got them, decided, nah, I can change that. So, what does he seek now? You guessed it, answers.
Odin had the chance to kill me, but he didn't. He offered to teach me. Maybe if I had more answers, I could prevent...
Prevent what? What is this about?
It doesn't matter.
What Atreus seeks is knowledge, the answers to life, the universe, and everything. He wants to have all the information he can lay his hands on so that he can logically select the correct path that will lead to the future he desires. The problem with this quest is that the virtue of wisdom is not present. Knowledge is good and necessary, but without wisdom, all of that information is a bunch of facts that might lead you somewhere you shouldn't go. In Jurassic Park terms, knowledge is figuring out how to resurrect the dinosaurs. Wisdom is knowing that you really shouldn't. No matter how much knowledge we accumulate, if we do not prudently order our wills, we are bound to make terrible mistakes. And sadly, Kratos is making that same mistake. Not that he has no right to know where Atreus has been, but his methods of demanding answers is hardly the ideal one.
So you're back.
Are you ready to answer me?
About what?
Where did you go? Who did you see? Was it Odin?
What? Is that what you think?
Do you deny it? Answer me! Did you go to Asgard?
No! Of course not! But so what if I did? It's my future, it's my life.
You are my son!
Then why don't you trust me?
If you want me to trust you, then tell me the truth.
The truth is you're being a complete asshole!
Teenagers.
He doesn't have any faith in me! It's fine if he keeps secrets, it's fine if Mom did.
It is not fine! Her secrets haunt every step of this path.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in her anymore either?
This is not about your mother!
Gotta love the classic redirection Atreus throws out, taking Kratos' words in a completely different fashion than they were meant. Again, very teenager. And where once father and son may have had a calmer and more rational discussion, the repeated arguments, Atreus' unhappy discovery, and the impending ending of the world have caused tempers to rise to a boiling point where rational discourse has a hard time establishing a foothold. This is especially true for Atreus, whose thought of going to Asgard is met with less enthusiasm than he might have liked.
I was only thinking about going to Odin, but I swear it's for a good reason.
There is no good reason to go to Odin.
He'll only cloud your mind.
But I'd be going for us. I gotta stop something bad from happening.
Something bad did happen! Look at me! At Freya! At Tyr! Odin did this to us!
What's got everyone caterwauling all of a sudden?
Atreus wants to go to Asgard.
Asgard? Get kicked in the head or something?
Great. I guess everybody's against me now.
Yet again, classic teenager attitude of the world is against me, which of course only solidifies in his mind the idea to do exactly what everyone is telling him not to do. He knows something they don't, or so he thinks. He is the only one who can avert fate. Everything relies on him. No one else understands what he is up against.
You must choose who you are going to be. Are you going to continue to lie and keep things from me? Or are you my son?
Choose? I never get to choose.
The irony of that statement is that Atreus has been chasing prophecy this entire time, and Angrboda literally just told him it doesn't matter what you do, fate will arrive no matter what. And undoubtedly that awful revelation inspires his words here, alongside his exhaustion with his father's increasingly overbearing nature. Speaking of overbearing...
Just leave me alone.
Listen.
Let go of me!
Listen!
I said let go!
What the fuck?
Atreus! It's Sindri. Just try to keep control!
Come on! Boy!
I'm just going to let that one sit for a moment. In order for the characters of Kratos and Atreus to grow, they had to struggle. And that means that at some point they had to hit a low point. This is it. Apologies if that's a spoiler, but we have in fact reached the bottom of the valley. Kratos has become angry, impatient, and possessive. Atreus is also angry, impatient, and possessive, except for different reasons. Kratos has been holding on with an increasingly tight grip, even as Atreus has insisted with rising fervor that he let go. And ultimately, the two do not trust each other. Kratos does not trust Atreus to make wise choices and stay out of danger. Atreus does not trust that Kratos has his best interests at heart. Rather than seek to understand each other, they have insisted on their own ways, until Atreus finally does something unimaginable. He runs away from his father. At this point, the story is shaping up to be a classic Greek tragedy. Father and son who do genuinely love and care for one another are driven apart by the secret that they keep from each other. The exact same secret, of course. And the son seeks to avert prophecy by uncovering the mysteries of the universe, only for his actions to fulfill that very same prophecy.
If I go to Asgard, following the prophecy where father ends up dead, if I stay locked up at home, there's nothing I can do to stop it. I guess in Asgard, I could at least keep an eye on Odin. Be a spy. Find out his plan. Get control of this.
Notice Atreus' attitude here. He is planning to subvert prophecy by acting according to prophecy, seeking to take control of the situation. Despite his steadfast belief in prophecy, despite Angrboda telling him,
"This is the only way things turn out,"
and despite the fact that going to hang out with Odin is a monumentally stupid idea, as he well knows, given the Aesir god's history of violent betrayals which Atreus has apparently memorized, it's either go back home with his tail between his legs, which is a literal possibility for Atreus, or take charge of his destiny and go to Asgard. His every action, every choice he makes is made with respect to prophecy, whether intended to fulfill it or reject it. And of course he does go to Asgard because duh. where he is deposited into a river and then washes up next to a Midgardian refugee camp. And finally, we get to continue our discussion of Odin. This story's biggest problem is absolutely its pacing, and Odin's eye patch not gracing the screen for almost half the narrative is a big part of that. For the player, it could have easily been 20 plus hours at this point since the Aesir incursion into Midgard, so it's altogether too easy to forget the details of Odin's manipulative nature, like how in his first and thus far only scene, not so subtly encouraged his son to taste the mead that Thor has clearly been avoiding at no small effort. And one might not realize that Odin could have very easily dropped Atreus anywhere in Asgard, and yet he ensured he would run into the people from Atreus' home realm who have been taken in by the Aesir and given food, shelter, and a respite from Midgard's freezing cold. Show don't tell, right? Odin telling Atreus that he's not so bad would feel hollow, especially since they've barely met. But if Atreus sees that Odin helps people like he, Atreus, aspires to, well, he might be a little bit more open to believing in the Allfather's good intentions. But why did Odin drop Atreus into the river? I don't know, probably because he's a dick. Anyway, Odin's manipulation seems to work quite well on Atreus pretty much immediately.
Wait, you know the Allfather? I'm sort of his apprentice.
Wait, where did that come from? Apprentice? Straight up, this might be one of the most disturbing moments of the entire story. It tells us that Atreus has a deep desire for identity and belonging, especially one that grants him what he wants, what any teenager wants: independence, autonomy, and the apparent freedom to choose for himself, to take control over his life. To be fair, he's also just exaggerating a bit, again, because he's a teenager. Odin so far has played him perfectly, giving him the free choice to visit Asgard and demonstrating that he's a good and benevolent god who looks out for others, not just himself, not even just the people of Asgard. And that manipulation continues in its perfection when Atreus meets Heimdall, who is, how do I put this, the worst.
So, what part of the enormous wall made you think, oh, visitors must be welcome? Wow. I do have to say, Loki, I am profoundly unimpressed. You should probably stay down. Great.
This ends with Thor showing up to interrupt the decidedly one-sided fight, followed closely by Odin himself, who quickly acts to settle things down and show just how understanding he is.
He means to betray you.
Is that true, Loki? You a little trickster? I'm just messing around. Of course he means to betray me, huh? Heimdall, why else would he come? I've given him no reason to trust me. Not yet. But he's got some very big questions. And I have so many answers to give.
What's brilliant about Odin is that he doesn't really lie. All of his words are true, even if his actions are deceptive and manipulative, to the point that not even Heimdall realizes the role he's playing in the Allfather's plan to put Atreus at ease. Imagine being able to manipulate Heimdall, of all people. The way Odin acts as if all his cards and Atreus' cards are out on the table, their agendas both clear to one another, is diabolically brilliant. What better way to get someone to trust you than to say you know that he intends to betray you, but you don't care? Odin projects this air of indifference as to his guest's intent, although it's quite apparent that he has carefully placed all the pieces on this game board so that their every move is according to his design. And the best way for him to prevent Atreus from figuring out that he is just a pawn, well, technically he's more like queen due to his importance in Odin's schemes, is to simply go about his day, acting nonchalantly as if Atreus finally arriving in Asgard is not the most important event of the century. In the process, of course, he continues to work on undermining Atreus' image of his own father.
So how'd your father take the news that you decided to accept my invitation?
I don't think we should talk about my father.
Not well, huh? Can't blame him. Between my ex-wife and my disgruntled former employee, he's not exactly getting an unbiased view. But you're curious, open-minded. That's important.
Note how Odin doesn't outright insult Kratos. He knows doing so would provoke a strong negative reaction in Atreus, but instead simply implies that Atreus is better and smarter than Kratos, that he's able to rise above the anti-Odin grumblings of Freya and Mimir. Although I'm not quite sure why Odin thinks Kratos is getting any sort of information about him from Freya, considering she only just stopped trying to kill him. He said is getting too, very much present tense. Odd. I had to mention this bit of dialogue where Odin lets his mask slip a little bit, but Atreus doesn't seem to notice because the man seems so genuinely genteel.
If I'm being honest with you, Loki, you're lucky my offer still stands after you went and sprung Tyr. But I suppose spending time with him is punishment enough, isn't it? At least Mimir never lost his sense of humor.
Note how Odin laughs at Tyr being a sad sack of a man and chuckles as he talks about Mimir, two gods whom Odin imprisoned and tortured, and he's laughing about what he did to them. He clearly delighted in their misfortune to the point that he can't even contain himself when talking about it to a boy whom he is trying to convince of his goodwill.
I need to know nobody's gonna get hurt.
Why would I hurt anybody? A truce is all I've been asking for from the start, if you recall. Look, you're here now. Stop worrying. It's all gonna be fine. Almost to your room.
My room?
Yep, just over here. Feel free to come and go. Take what you need, poke around as you please. You're not my prisoner. And more importantly, I'm not your father.
Odin really has set himself up as the exact opposite of Kratos. He mentions a project he's working on that Atreus could benefit from, piquing the boy's curiosity. He gives him his own room and the freedom to move about as he so chooses. He talks freely and shows interest in those whom they pass. He's practically deferential to Atreus, just happy to be hosting him, hardly giving off the slightest clue about how desperately he wants Atreus to join his quest. Before we discover what said quest is, we and Atreus are introduced to Thrud, the daughter of Thor and thus sister to Modi, whom Atreus granted a rather infamous end. And despite pretending to really not be, she is remarkably okay with the fact that he knifed her brother in cold blood.
We're better off without him, Loki. Trust me.
This casual dismissal of Modi diminishes, or at least is intended to diminish in the boy's mind, the severity of Atreus' sin that day, in complete contrast to the lesson his father would have him learn. I'm not entirely sure if Thrud said what she did under Odin's direction, but they assumedly could have put Atreus up in Magni's old room, and yet, here he is. Thrud is one of the characters that, in my humble opinion, the story doesn't do quite enough justice. The same goes for her mother and father, who just aren't on screen all that much, and thus aren't able to receive much character development. They each have a setup and payoff for their arcs, and the bones of all of them are quite good, but since they're all crammed into the last 40% of the story, which has a lot happening, none of those three get their characters as fleshed out as much as they deserve. But we'll put that thought on hold for now, because it's finally time to find out what Odin's big project is. Well, after Odin gifts Atreus a sword, that is.
Take it, if you like it that much.
For real?
Consider it a perk of the job.
Thank you. I mean, really.
And they say I'm the bad guy. Come on, let's walk.
The offhand, casual manner in which Odin says that is villainously disarming. Why would he give a sword to Atreus if he had any quarrel with him, any fear that Atreus would harm him? Everything about the environment Odin has manufactured in Asgard is designed to make Atreus feel at ease and at home, more so than he is in the treehouse that serves as his current residence, especially when it comes to his quest for answers.
Everyone's got me all wrong. You think war drives me, or power, wealth? Nah, never have. You know what drives me? What I really want? I want answers. Same as you. See, mortals have it easy. When they push up against life's big questions, they can look to us. They give them meaning, divine comfort. We both know that's a sham. But when we have questions, why are we here? To give meaning to mortals while living without it ourselves? No. We're more than that. And I found something that proves it.
Aside from the everyone's got me all wrong shtick, because they absolutely have him pegged just right, Odin is actually genuine here. But there's a trick to what he's saying. He just wants answers, he tells Atreus. What he doesn't say is what he will do to get them, which of course is anything and everything, as long as it gets him the meaning that he seeks. Did it ever occur to Odin, I wonder, that the mortals themselves might be the gods' purpose? That guiding them through their lives into the afterlife was the responsibility of those who are immortal? As discussed earlier, the pursuit of knowledge can be dangerous, and since Odin has a history of pursuing knowledge, such as Freya's Vanir magic, for his own gain, I'd say his quest is downright treacherous. But Atreus is in a vulnerable state, determined to save his father, so his judgment is a little clouded, and he's perhaps a bit more suggestible than he should be.
What is it?
It's what drives me. You feel it, don't you?
Feels like knowledge.
Truth. All truth. All the answers. We could find out why we're here, learn how to change our fates, stop Ragnarok for good, maybe. Save the people we love.
See, this is how you know that Odin's a skinny little liar. Who exactly does he love? Thor? He just uses his son as his personal sledgehammer. Freya, obviously not. Sif, Thrud, not that we've seen. Heimdall? Odin treats him like a dog. For all Odin's posturing earlier, he is alone. Who is Odin trying to save? Himself. That's it. And that is the fundamental difference between the villain and our heroes. Kratos, Freya, Atreus, Brok, Sindri, and Mimir fight for the love of one another, whereas Odin fights to save his own skin and to pursue answers he believes will lead him to infinite knowledge and thus infinite power. I don't know what the point of Tyr is. Any authentic story about heroes and villains will come back to this foundational truth that the pursuit of love for the sake of love is good, and the pursuit of power for its own sake is evil. And that's what Odin's quest is. It's just gift wrapped in a box that says, "I want to help you save the world" on the wrapping paper. But Atreus didn't bother shaking the box, and thus he doesn't know it's as empty as Odin's promises are. So off he goes to Muspelheim with Thor to find the missing piece of the mask. Which begs the question, why didn't Odin do this? Could he not have just dropped into each of the 9 realms with the mask in hand to check if it glowed as it does now? Or does Atreus' translation of the mask seriously narrow down where in the realm the other piece could be found? Whatever. Not that important for our discussion. What matters is that Atreus is now in a lava realm with a behemoth who hates his guts.
I took my blood payment from your father for what happened to my sons, but I haven't taken it from you.
Uh-oh. Oh shit.
Listen, Modi had some problems, but he was my son. And the only reason you aren't mush right now is because of that broken piece of wood.
Look! Clearly neither of us can do this mission alone. And I want to impress the Allfather just as much as you do. You don't have to like me, but we're gonna have to trust each other. Just a little bit.
Trust.
Well, would you look at that? Another character who has been hollowed out by grief and exists primarily to exact vengeance. In all seriousness, though, I'm quite happy Thor is getting some characterization beyond just the wrecking ball that Odin throws in whatever direction he so chooses. His introduction was fantastic, and it's about time we learned some more about what drives him, which isn't much, it turns out. He acts according to the will of Odin, his own desires only bleeding through on the rare occasion when he actually gets to fight something, even if that something is the urge to send Mjolnir through Atreus' spine. He is a man resigned to his present circumstances, who doesn't worry about fate or prophecy, in stark contrast to Atreus, who even now is still looking for answers in the giant shrines. And yet, even as he is reunited with Angrboda, the very same person who revealed the fate he now fights against, Atreus is re-energized, the indomitable spirit of youth pushing him to believe that he can prevent his father's death and do more besides.
A while back, you talked about how the giants left. You ever think about them?
All the time. They're far from here. Far from Odin and Thor. But I wonder what lands they've gone to. What seas they've crossed. Why?
I want to find them. I'm gonna save my father and then I'll find them.
This is the first time we hear Atreus talk about desiring anything beyond the scope of Ragnarok. The first purpose he expresses is a desire all his own, not one foretold for him. There's something beautiful in that. Although we should not go through life doing whatever we so please, we are required to choose the path we walk. No one, Atreus is discovering, can truly pave the way for him. Even if what he does fulfills some aspects of prophecy, the choices he makes still matter. They change him. They change the way events play out. They are real. As Angrboda reminds him,
our endings haven't been written, right?
If he is to write his own story, what better way to do so than by seeking out the people who have suffered the most? The ones who could finally return home once Odin is gone. This is what Atreus does, after all. He helps people. But for the moment, he's really just helping Odin.
It's here. This is the spot.
Well, where is it? In the lava?
I don't know. No! No! Ah! Damn it!
Some advice. Sticking your hand in lava is never gonna feel good.
Wasn't thinking.
Good. It's better that way. All right, get out of here. Oh.
First off, good to know that Atreus can stick his hand into lava and act as if it's just a pot of water that's a little too warm for his taste. I forget that these are gods with superhuman strength and toughness sometimes. Second, don't ignore Thor's offhand comment about it being better to not think. And third, I don't have a good transition, so we're just going back to see Odin now, who is of course quite pleased with the results of the expedition.
Look at this. We make a good team. Don't we? Don't we? Make a good damn team?
Just like you and Baldur.
You both behave out there?
Thor was really great. I learned a lot from him.
You learned something from him? Really now? Okay. What did you teach the kid?
Nothing. What could I possibly teach him?
Exactly.
I could talk about how much of a diabolical, smarmy worm Odin is, with his whole "we're such a good team" bit pumping Atreus up in a manner quite unlike that of Kratos. But when Atreus tries to include Thor in the compliment train, Odin can't help it and just has to diss his own son. This is where we see that Odin really is the opposite of Kratos, where our favorite laconic warrior is constantly pushing Atreus to be better, to make better judgments, and to clear his mind and think before he acts. Odin dismisses out of hand the idea that Thor brings anything of worth to the table other than his hammer, and has no interest in believing his son will ever be anything more than a mere brute, nor does he have any desire to. Thor being a mindless wrecking ball suits Odin's designs perfectly. It's a little surprising, honestly, that Atreus doesn't seem to mind Odin's spiteful disposition towards Thor, but I suppose that's what happens when he is caught up in the whirlwind of searching for answers, in the mystery of the mask, and the challenge of translating its writing to find what he seeks. All thoughts of his father seem to have passed from his mind, and yet the connection remains in the knife he uses to clean dirt that was somehow not burned off of the mask when it fell into the lava pit. The knife whose twin brings us back to Kratos, who is now determined to seek out the Norns, the fates of the Norse world, in order to discover Atreus' whereabouts.
But if Atreus is in Asgard, there's no getting him back without an army. We should be raising one.
Yes, nothing like a catastrophic war to improve the situation. The boy seems quite capable, perhaps if you simply give him some time.
You are not free of blame here. You encouraged his foolishness, his confusion. I do not seek war. But if Odin has stolen my son, do not doubt the lengths I will go to.
Your nature has always been clear, Kratos. But you, Freya. War is a first resort. That's not the Freya I knew. I hope the Norns can give you the counsel you need. Perhaps mine is no longer of use here.
Yeah, your counsel never was of use, you oversized pansy. Tyr is also rather dismissive of Kratos, acting as if he has not changed significantly from the Greek warrior who decimated Olympus into a much better and wiser man. Although Kratos did just suggest he might be willing to tear Asgard to shreds if it meant freeing Atreus, there's definitely some ghost of Sparta seeping through the cracks that have been forming through the repeated clashes with Atreus and the rising tension as Ragnarok approaches. Still, you would think that Tyr of all people would understand what it means to go from a god of war to one who seeks to avoid violence if at all possible, and, actually try to be a little helpful instead of being a sulky baby. I know he doesn't look like one, but that's exactly what he is. If only there was a more poetic way to express the idea of the way you look not being nearly as critical as the way you actually are. Anyway, they're off to see the Norns, and Mimir is curious as to why exactly Kratos proposed this little field trip.
Brother, what exactly do you intend to ask the Norns?
How I may find my son. Nothing more.
I don't imagine it's a chance to clear up all this mess about prophecy. Perhaps get a second opinion on your alleged demise.
You didn't tell me you had a death prophecy?
When Atreus and I reached Jotunheim, we found a hidden mural. The giants, Faye herself, had foreseen our entire journey long ago. Who we would meet, who we would fight. All of it, as it happened.
But you aren't dead.
That image was from a time yet to come.
I see. You've never struck me as someone who fears death. That's not the problem, is it?
No. Death can have me when it earns me.
Then maybe it's not the future that bothers you. Faye sent you on your journey, and she made sure you'd see that image at the end of it. And you're still not sure why.
I wish to speak of this no further.
The line, "death can have me when it earns me," goes unspeakably hard, as they say, and yet it's so illuminating as to Kratos' attitude regarding prophecy. If what is foretold really will come about, then so be it. But he will face it head on, doing what he must for the sake of his son and his friends. He understands that running from prophecy is pointless. It is best to simply do what you feel you must do, whatever the future may hold. That is, he must ensure that Atreus is prepared to live without his father. And yet, Kratos can't help but be worried and confused. Why did Faye leave that part of the mural that told their future undamaged? Did she intend for Atreus and Kratos to see it? Did she not have time to destroy it? What was on the rest of the mural? Did Faye foresee some terrible fate and thus destroy the mural in the hope that Kratos and Atreus not knowing it would mean they would not fulfill it?
Her secrets haunt every step of this path.
As much as Kratos doesn't run from prophecy, he also knows that it is largely inevitable in one way or another. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the Norns to learn the nature of their prophecy for him and his son, so at the very least, he can be best prepared for the end. And the biggest takeaway from their visit to the Norns is simply this.
There is no destiny, Puck. The protagonists are speechless. They do not understand. There is no grand design, no script. Only the choices you make. That your choices are so predictable merely make us seem prescient.
Sindri and Brok were right. Hold your brothers 1, every other sorry, sad sap 0. This scene is really quite brilliant in its design and execution, but let's talk about that central point. Well, 2 central points. The one just mentioned, and this.
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
In short, the Norns tell Kratos that the choices he make will lead to his own death. A fact they know for certain because killing gods is what he does. His choices do not change, he is utterly predictable, and therefore his fate is certain, even if there is no outside force carefully crafting his story. Which of course is how things have to be for any of this to have any meaning. If our protagonists do not have a choice, then they are simply characters in a story with its ending already written, instead of living, breathing people with the ability to freely choose how they act. But does that revelation put the minds of Kratos and Freya at ease? Quite the opposite. It deeply upsets and unsettles them. Such is the nature of truth. It is rarely comforting, and truths about ourselves and our loved ones are often the most disquieting.
You are the sum of your choices, nothing more. And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard, and you will do what you do best. And then Ragnarok. The skies burn, the curtains fall. Exunt omnes.
Heimdall.
Now, one might wonder whether this epiphany might have some effect on Kratos' determination to bring Atreus back from Asgard, whatever the cost. And if you do think that, I might wonder where you have been for the last 4.5 games.
You wouldn't seriously consider killing Heimdall, would you?
I will do what I must.
Oh, is that all?
Kratos has had years to reckon with the fact that he will die, so that prophecy hardly scares him anymore. But ultimately, Kratos is simply resigned to act as he believes he ought to act. His duty to protect his son takes precedence over trying to change the supposedly inevitable future through inscrutable means. What is he supposed to do? Leave Atreus to the mercy of Heimdall? Sacrifice his child in the vague hope that it will prevent Ragnarok? He knows better.
There are many tales in my homeland of those who fulfilled prophecy by attempting to avoid it. So it was when Freya tried to protect Baldur, and so it was when I accused my son of going to Asgard.
Then we agree. It'd be foolish to go after Heimdall.
No. If Heimdall must die for Atreus to live, then Heimdall must die.
How can you say that, knowing what you know?
Because if Heimdall is a threat to my son, I must act. It is my...
Your nature. Well played, Norns.
When speaking with the Norns, Kratos was the only one who didn't question them. Where Mimir and Freya both questioned the nature of the Norns' prophecies and the supposed futility of attempting to subvert destiny, he seems resigned to his fate in a way they are not.
Now tell me of this power Heimdall wields. He sees the future.
More like he reads the person, sees their intention.
My intent will be to kill him. Knowing that will be no advantage.
Brother, this is no one to underestimate. Any move you make, he'll have seen it coming. If you must face him, we need something else. An edge.
You gotta love the big man's absolute confidence going into this endeavor, which turns out to be the forging of a Draupnir spear, a weapon capable of multiplying itself in a way that apparently not even Heimdall will see coming. A weapon observed inside Groa's shrine, a beacon that signifies the imminence of Ragnarok. The creation of this weapon is, of course, as always, reliant on the dwarves. When Sindri goes to retrieve the ring, we see his expression sadden. And then when it comes time to part with it, he can't bring himself to let go. At first, this appears to simply be Sindri not wanting to relinquish the source of the metal he uses for forging, but deeper examination suggests that Sindri is being forced to let go of something far more meaningful. In particular, in the forging of this spear, he is willfully drawing Ragnarok ever closer, bringing an end to the peace that he so desires, as he holds on tightly to the life that he and Brok have rebuilt together. And to make matters worse for Sindri...
Time to go see the lady. I'll take it from here.
Oh, no. This whole thing were my idea. I'll speak to the lady. I never get to speak to the lady.
There are reasons for that.
Brok will go.
What? No.
You heard him. Quit your fretting. I ain't gonna mess.
Of course Kratos chose Brok. Considering Sindri's history of aiding Atreus on his secret excursions all around Midgard, Kratos doesn't exactly trust him, and Kratos is quite tired of not being able to trust those around him. So Brok it is.
You sure he was the right pick for this, brother?
I trust him. He speaks plain.
And yet so colorfully.
It's ironic that speaking plainly is one of the aspects of Brok's that Kratos praises, and yet the next two significant sentences out of his mouth are both complex and somewhat obtuse. First, there's the riddle to Mimir.
Hey, got another riddle for you. What gets bigger, the more you take away from it?
And then shortly after that, he delivers a brief lecture on dwarven magic.
Dwarven magic's all about the intangibles. The relationship between the stuff what you can touch and what you can't. It's about understanding.
Understanding what?
The nature of a thing's more important than the form of a thing.
I love how Kratos responds with a more thoughtful grunt than usual, as if he's actually taking in what Brok says and pondering the meaning of his words. Which is, of course, exactly what we're going to do now, since Brok just hit us with one of the core philosophical messages of this game. Yes, 2+ hours into this insanely long video, we have finally reached the center of the lollipop. The nature of a thing is more important than the form of a thing. Put another way, you might say that substance is more important than accidents, that what something truly is matters far more than what it appears to be. Consider the path that Kratos has chosen, hunting down and killing Heimdall, an event that is fated to begin the ending of the world. Kratos kills Heimdall is that event's form, but the nature of the event depends on Kratos' intent, on how he kills Heimdall. But I'm getting ahead of myself. In case my examples haven't made any sense, perhaps Brok's will.
One more crank to turn and it's on to the forge.
I see no forge.
You don't see the form of a forge, but we're going to the nature of one.
In this story, form appears to be somewhat synonymous with expectation. Kratos knows what a forge looks like. He's seen dozens of them in his days, and this, quite frankly, is a lake. A lake which just so happens to conceal the mermaid, our mysterious lady, who serves as the nature of the forge, and who ignores Brok for a yet unrevealed reason, but seems happy to fashion the Draupnir spear nonetheless. And as she takes the final ingredient, the blood of a god, we see her form two symbols. First, the Greek letter omega, the symbol for war, at least that is how it is commonly used in these games. But she's unhappy with that, and instead makes and incorporates into the spear what appears to be the Greek letter lambda, which stands for Lacedaemon, the historical name for Sparta, and the symbol engraved on Spartan shields. There's a significance to this new spear sharing that symbol with the shield that Kratos would have carried in his youth. First, in that a shield is meant to defend and not to kill. While the form of this spear is obviously not that of a defensive weapon, its nature is. This is not a tool designed for destruction or intended to inflict as much damage as possible, but rather a means through which Kratos can protect his son. Second, in her rejection of the Omega and acceptance of the Lambda, the lady shows that she first sees Kratos as he appears to be, the god of war, the ghost of Sparta, but she knows that is not who he is, not anymore. She goes back further to his roots as a soldier, and the ideal soldier is one who fights not for glory or wealth, but for the sake of those whom he has left behind. In other words, the god of war may be Kratos' form, but his nature is that of a soldier, A great warrior, yes, but one who now fights without the hatred that used to drive his every step. And yet, despite all that meaning packed into a few moments, the story of the spear's creation is not yet done.
Ma'am, it would be an honor if you might bless it for us. Are you, hello? Hello? The fuck was that? She acts like I weren't even here.
Mermaids don't speak to our corporeal bodies. They speak to a part of our soul. A part specifically you might be missing.
Fuck! Damn it, Sindri, you lion cat scrubber! I knew it. I died. I fucking died! The fuck you want?
It needs a blessing.
Yeah, well, the one to give us the blessing just fucked off into the tomb.
I'll admit, this being the way that Brok finds out that he died and Sindri brought him 75% of the way back is not the most compelling method of moving a character arc forward. It kind of comes out of left field, but I don't really mind all that much because once we've hit the actual plot point, even if it feels like we took a shortcut, the emotional character work of the scene is simply fantastic. Brok absolutely loses his mind, which is fair, but Kratos as always remains focused on the mission. He has no way of knowing exactly what Brok is talking about, though it's not hard to get the general idea, and he seems to not really care. But he does though. Kratos very much cares about Brok, and he knows that whatever words he might say would be of little help. So instead he jolts Brok out of his tirade by giving him a purpose, by assuring him that regardless of what happened in the past, he matters.
It needs the blessing of a great blacksmith.
What? I can't bless shit. I don't have all my soul bits. The blessing wouldn't mean squat.
It is the nature of a thing that matters, not its form.
All right. May this weapon strike true. May it be wielded with wisdom. May it be put down when its job is done.
See, I told you that Kratos' grunt on hearing Brok talk about the form-nature dichotomy was more thoughtful than usual. What matters is not the appearance of the one who blesses the spear, nor even how broken that person may be, but rather the blessing itself. The words spoken by one whose nature is to craft and forge great works of metal are what truly matter. And of course Kratos wants Brok to bless Draupnir. He made the very axe Kratos wears on his back, the weapon wielded by the woman he loved as much as he has ever loved anyone. Who better to give the spear its blessing? And said blessing itself is simple, yet so powerful.
May this weapon strike true.
That is, after all, the hope of any weapon.
May it be wielded with wisdom.
This is a weapon to be used only by one worthy of it, one who fights for good causes and for those he loves.
May it be put down when its job is done.
Weapons should only be wielded with the hope that they will soon no longer be needed, that their use in a good and just battle will bring about a lasting peace. All of that is exactly what Kratos needs. He intends to face an enemy who is seemingly impossible to defeat, so his weapon must find its mark against all odds. He has, to put it mildly, struggled in the past to rein in his aggression and fight judiciously and with restraint, and despite his best efforts, he has continually found himself in battle after battle, ever hoping that one day he can let his weapons rest for good. I cannot emphasize how meaningful and impactful for the rest of the narrative these scenes in Svartalfheim are. I mean, Kratos learned and applied an abstract concept, and they added so much more depth to the character of Brok, who to this point was mostly used for comic relief. There's also the additional discussion on life, death, and the choices made regarding them.
I appreciate what you said back there. It's good to have friends when you find out your brother's a rack-scabbing liar.
No doubt he only wished to protect you.
Weren't his call to make. The guy dies, he's got the right to know about it.
In this particular instance, I am fully on Brok's side, and the story is too. Sindri, A, not accepting Brok's death, and B, not telling Brok about his own death are both deeply misguided actions. We'll have this discussion more in full once certain events transpire, and talk about our main theme of holding on and letting go then, but I wanted to include this bit because it is, like so many other pieces of dialogue like it, crucial in building up toward the payoff that will fulfill the story arc of the characters involved. That is the main reason why most of the A-tier characters feel underdeveloped. We don't spend nearly enough time moving about the world with them, hearing their stories and listening to their struggles as they work their way through their respective arcs. Odin has that problem far less, since once he finally shows back up, the game devotes a decent amount of time to his character, and oh look, there he is now.
Now a good time. I just want to talk. Dad to dad.
I'm going to restrain myself from breaking down Odin's dialogue line by line because I'd like to sleep at least a little bit this week, but I have to hit on some points, like how just now he tries to establish a connection with Kratos, pointing out a similarity in order to encourage mutual understanding. I'm a dad just like you, he implies, as if he isn't pushing his own son to resume drinking so he'll be easier for Odin to use as he sees fit. But oh, it gets so much worse.
That boy of ours. He's everything I expected. So clever, kind. You sure he's yours? Hey kid, you really ought to be very proud.
I'm sorry, did you just say ours? That boy of ours? I can't believe Kratos didn't immediately ram Draupnir down Odin's throat for that one. But of course, Odin views everyone who is of use to him as his. He is equally, if not more, possessive of Atreus than Kratos is. He's just better at concealing it from Atreus. And the nature of his possessiveness is not fatherly and protective, but rather is entirely self-serving. So too is his apparent desire for Kratos to be better.
I know you're not the god you once were. And now is your chance to prove it.
Odin is playing on Kratos' desire for growth, on his need to no longer be haunted by his past, which was of course the major point of the first Norse game. But again, not for any reason other than it is in Odin's best interest if Kratos were to sit back, relax, and watch fate unfold. Being a strong believer in the power of prophecy, Odin is disturbed by Kratos' presence in the realm he considers his own. It is thanks to Kratos that Magni and Modi, who were both prophesied to survive Ragnarok, are now dead. I only know this thanks to this video from Overly Sarcastic Productions, which I will link down below, and you should definitely watch if you haven't already. So what is Odin to do with this destroyer of fate roaming about the 9 realms looking for trouble? Encourage him to set aside his anger and bloodlust and to be better. Which is of course what Kratos should do. Not because Odin wants him to, but simply because it would be the right thing to do. Not that Kratos shouldn't seek to protect Atreus, even if that means going to Asgard, but when the Nords told him of Heimdall's intent to kill his son, he immediately snapped to kill Heimdall mode. Not rescue Atreus directly, but rather remove the threat to his life.
Return my son, or you may meet the god I once was.
This is one of those lines that is just so Kratos, and thus so incredibly badass, and yet we have to acknowledge that it is not quite ideal. Kratos' desire to protect his son is of course good, natural, and justified, but if doing so means becoming the god he once was, the god who destroyed an entire pantheon and decimated his homeland in repayment for his dead wife and daughter, then he should probably rethink his options. I don't mean to present here a false dichotomy. There are plenty of choices that are not let Atreus die or become the ghost of Sparta again. I don't even mean to say that forging the Draupnir spear was the wrong thing to do. It's not a bad idea to have a plan to deal with Heimdall if necessary. But as long as Kratos has been a god, embracing his godhood has meant unleashing death and destruction upon those who have wronged him, and many who hadn't but were simply in his way. This ghastly reality makes it easier for Odin's next accusation to hit home.
And what kind of god is that, Kratos? What do you even know of godhood? In your lifetimes, has anyone ever worshipped you? Ever prayed to you? Can you even imagine that kind of love? No! You don't care about mortals. You don't care about anything beyond yourself. Beyond the monster who kills without cause. You fear what you can never even hope to understand. Is it any wonder that your boy
is in no rush to come back to you?
Again, Odin lies by telling the truth. He is right. No mortals have ever revered Kratos. They have assumedly only ever feared him. His godhood was never, for a moment, spent in service of the men and women of Greece, but was only ever focused on his own designs, on his desire for revenge. And yet, is giving meaning to mortals what Odin believes the purpose of godhood to be? We know it's not. He said as much earlier. He accuses Kratos of not knowing what it means to be a god when he himself has rejected the same purpose he now espouses. Odin is the one who no longer cares about mortals, who acts purely out of self-interest. And as for fearing what he could never hope to understand, yes, Kratos does fear his own godhood, does fear what it would mean to be loved and adored by men because he thinks himself vastly unworthy. And yet, Odin is the one who truly fears the unknown, the secrets of life, the universe, and everything. This is what we like to call projection. We accuse others of the same sins of which we are guilty, not only because it's easier to see our own faults reflected in others, but also because it's far easier to justify our own heinous actions if we can cast those around us as similarly and equally depraved. And if those accusations have some grounding in reality, so much the better.
I do worry though, if I'm being frank. We've crafted a weapon to kill a god. One could say you're on the verge of returning to form.
Does it scare you? Aiding another violent god?
I'm scared for you, brother.
This is as close as Kratos ever comes to berating Mimir for his past sins with regards to Odin. Mimir is right, of course, that Kratos is very much on the verge of becoming the ghost of Sparta and the god of war once again. And at the moment, Kratos isn't too worried about avoiding that. For all his efforts to master his emotions, when it comes to threats to his son's life, Kratos is very much vulnerable to emotional manipulation, an art which Odin happens to have mastered. Yet Kratos is better than the man he once was. He reins himself in and attempts to focus on his true purpose of protecting Atreus without getting lost in his anger.
I am no one's champion but his, nor no one's god. That may be my form. It is not my nature.
Over the course of the 2018 game, we witnessed a Kratos who had been stripped of his identity and purpose, who was merely surviving and trying to prevent harm from coming to the boy entrusted to his care, gradually and reluctantly embracing his role as father. And now he is attempting to cling to that role, and that role alone. When he tells Atreus, "You are my son," and nothing more, he is also saying, "I am your father," and nothing more. And as unmistakably important as that identity is, it cannot be his only identity. Like it or not, and he does not, Kratos has a larger responsibility in the Nine Realms than simply ensuring his son is able to survive without him. He rejects his godhood, his deific form, and insists that his nature is simply that of a father to a son. In this, his image of himself is incomplete, ignoring the charge placed upon a man with powers such as his, instead choosing to use that strength to serve a single cause. And when he is unable to act as he would wish, as they have no way to Asgard, Kratos appears defeated, exhausted, almost despondent. A man who is so used to action, now forced to wait.
Where are you going, brother?
Sleep.
The next several minutes pass by with not another word from Kratos. And yet there is so much to examine, such as the way he carelessly discards the blades of chaos, the weapons that symbolize his enslavement and the monster that he was. Why bother putting them away in an orderly fashion when they will always find him? He cannot escape them, cannot run from who he was. Now more than ever, that appears to be true. The old god of war is re-emerging and he feels powerless to stop it. And although he treats Faye's acts in a far gentler and fonder manner, he still lets it drop the last foot or so to its resting place. He loved, respected, and depended on his wife, and yet he remains frustrated with himself for his failures as a father, and with her for withholding so many answers from him and Atreus, the very same answers that Atreus now seeks in Asgard. Before finally drifting off to sleep, Kratos ponders his wounds, the marks of the chains and the scar on his chest, wondering if the man who received them can truly be held back, pondering the meaning of all his suffering, questioning whether he wants to keep fighting, whether doing so is worth it if it means losing the man he has become. And still, despite whatever resentment he may bear, he still relies on the memory of Faye, without whom he would not have a son whom he loves so deeply, whose peril has brought him to the brink of becoming the god of war once again. It is no wonder, then, that the dream into which Kratos enters is one of Atreus as a baby, tiny, helpless, and entirely reliant on his parents to provide for his every need. This is how every parent sees their children, at least up to a certain point, I think. Honestly, I don't know. My kids are still quite young and dependent on me and my wife, but I would like to think that at some point my own parents stopped viewing me as a child in desperate need of their guidance and protection. Anyway, Faye is, being a mother, incredibly gentle and loving in her words to young Atreus, whereas Kratos, well...
I suppose it will fall to me to teach you language. Your father can teach you to hunt. Or perhaps that will fall to me as well, since all he seems to be good for is grunting.
I want to address Faye's character real quick, since this is only the second time we've seen her, the first being all the way back at the beginning of the story. Unlike the Aesir, however, she isn't required to have much of an arc, and her character is generally already established, serving as Kratos' guide, his muse, one might say, as he tries to adapt to this new life. Faye is, as you may have noticed, rather impertinent to Kratos. She pokes fun at him, she tells him to speak his mind when he would clearly rather just grunt, and, in modern parlance, she simply doesn't take his shit. Because of course she doesn't. A woman of a softer disposition absolutely could never have survived a day with Kratos, let alone married him and borne his child. Like Brok, the one person in these realms that Kratos actually appears to like, Faye speaks plainly, if with decidedly less profanity and vulgarity. No wonder Kratos loves her. And no doubt he loves baby Atreus, or at least he desperately wants to. But his silence when Faye suggests that he would teach their son to hunt reveals that he is driven by fear to inaction.
Have you nothing to say to your son?
What would you have me say, Faye?
Anything. Let him learn your voice. Let him know you.
He is far better off knowing as little as possible.
Knowledge is not always a burden. Think. The mighty god of war, frightened of his own child.
I do not fear our child, Faye. I fear for him.
The veiled pain in Faye's voice as she begs Kratos to connect with his infant son is brilliant voice acting. Shout out to Deborah Ann Wall, aka Karen from Daredevil, who I did not realize voiced Faye until my wife recognized her. Here is where we get the answer to the question, why is this memory coming back to Kratos? Because the fear he expresses in their canoe is the same one he is now experiencing. It was, at least in part, due to his failures, his anger, his possessiveness, and his lack of compassion that Atreus fled to Asgard. His own sins might just cause the death of the son whom he loves so dearly, as he feared they would that day so long ago. So much of life is learning the same lesson over and over again as we continually fall and fail, repeating the same mistakes, committing the same sins day after day. And yet we cannot hold on to those failures, cannot let them define us, because if we do, then we will never truly leave them behind and grow beyond them. We have to believe, no matter how many times we fall, that one day we will stand back up for good. You have to try every time. You can't quit because you're afraid you might fail.
We are not our failures. We are not who we were. We must be better.
Faye clearly speaks from the heart here. She does not say you, she says we. Although her past is largely shrouded in mystery, we do know that she has failed and that her failures caused great harm to others. And yet she found the wisdom and the strength to forgive herself, to trust that she was not doomed to repeating the same mistakes forever. And loving wife that she is, she seeks to share that peace of soul with Kratos. She wants Kratos to see himself as a gentle, loyal, and loving father to their son, as she certainly trusts he can be.
Atreus is our future. Keep him safe, Kratos. Protect our son.
Although we know Faye wished for Kratos to do more than merely keep Atreus safe, that was the entire point of the last game after all, Kratos' role as a father has as perhaps its most foundational element the responsibility to protect his son. And he is failing to live up to that call, in large part because he is still clinging to it as the highest of calls, albeit with a broader scope of mind and an eye to the future, as opposed to in the previous game where he was simply focused on survival from moment to moment. So as he awakens from his nightmares, his failings staring him full in the face, Kratos goes to the Spartan version of therapy. That is to say, he starts punching a wall, which is how the game and this script will now transition back to Atreus, who is doing the exact same thing in Asgard. And I love this being included in the story, because even though Atreus is rather annoyed with his father, he is still implementing the lessons that Kratos taught him, even if he doesn't really get it.
What did that wall ever do to you? Building focus. Something my father taught me. It work? Not yet.
There is still a bond between father and son, a trust that has been forged through their journeys together that cannot be easily broken. Atreus still very much believes in his father's experience and wisdom, that the training he put Atreus through was for the boy's own good. In short, Atreus still clearly cares for his father and trusts that Kratos loves him, even though the two have not exactly been seeing eye to eye lately. In this, Atreus feels connected to Thrud, who he hears arguing with her mother about her quest to be a Valkyrie.
This is my dream. Haven't you ever? You're not some farmhand. We're Aesir. We have duties, not dreams.
There's more detail I could go into about why Sif doesn't want Thrud to be a Valkyrie, but suffice it to say that the similarities between their situation and that of Kratos and Atreus do not end at the teenager being headstrong with respects to their chosen destiny. And in sharp contrast to those dynamics is the relationship between Odin and Thor.
What are you going on about? I just don't get it. The mask, bringing the giant that killed my sons here. Why?
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Stop letting your wife think for you. She's clouding whatever's left of your brain.
This isn't about her.
No, it's about your limitations. Accept them and move on. Now go smash something, will you? Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk.
This conversation reveals Odin to be everything that Atreus, at the height of his emotional turmoil, would accuse his own father of being. Odin is dismissive of Thor, ridicules him for being an idiot who doesn't understand the Allfather's grand plan, and tells him that he would be better off as an alcoholic who would simply do as he's told without question. Okay, maybe it's just mostly the dismissive bit that sounds familiar to Atreus, but that attitude, or at least Atreus perceiving it in his father, is central to their conflict. Atreus is currently, however, happy to ignore the fact that Thor's attempts to think for himself are being brushed aside in the same manner that Atreus felt his own plans were, as he is so focused on the quest to find answers. I should say on Odin's quest, because again, Atreus is really just a piece on the game board. Here is when Odin finally reveals his true motivation, and I do believe he's actually genuine about it.
I don't know where I go when I go. There's no Valhalla for me. Ragnarok cannot be the end. I need to know there's something more than this. I need to know what happens to me. And that's the truth, I swear, on my last good eye. That's the truth.
Although Odin saying, "I swear that's the truth," makes me think he's not telling the full truth. And of course, he's not. He's simply telling Atreus as much as the kid needs to hear in order to stay invested in the search for the rest of the mask. What are we to make of Odin's need to know what happens after the death of a god? I was discussing this topic with my wife the other day, and she mentioned how it reminds her of Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, in which there are these primordial forces, the shards of Adonasium, that are treated as the gods of their respective planets. And yet, there is a higher reality than those shards, which are held by ordinary people, causing them to ascend to godhood, and whose bearers can be killed, and even the shard they bear shattered further. What happens then? No one really knows. Maybe we'll find out in the 10th book in like 30 years. Anyway, getting back to Odin and his existential crisis, it's worth noting that this, like all his endeavors, is a purely selfish one. He mentions how there is no Valhalla for him when he dies, an event he assumes will occur at Ragnarok, which is of course the very event he seeks to prevent by finding these answers. First off, there is no Valhalla for anyone after Ragnarok. Valhalla is a part of Asgard, no? Odin's Hall, where he, in conjunction with the Valkyries, I believe, allows those who have died bravely in battle to find eternal rest. Except it's not eternal because Ragnarok will destroy Valhalla, along with Asgard, I think. Second, the overwhelming need to know what happens after death is being fulfilled, he hopes, by searching this place of answers, by peering into the birthplace of reality and discovering a source of infinite knowledge, and thus learning how to prevent his death. Odin is not seeking to learn about the one true god or whatever exists on the plane of reality above his own, which in Norse mythology is just the kind of energy of the universe, if I'm not mistaken. But since these games mix mythologies, it's anybody's guess as to what it actually is supposed to be. Instead, Odin is seeking to be God. If he has infinite knowledge, he will have infinite power, or at least so he thinks. This is why the search for answers is so dangerous. It is far too easily conflated with the search for control over every aspect of life, and that kind of ultimate power cannot help but ultimately corrupt any man. And yet, as is continually the case, Atreus doesn't see it. He is far too excited by Odin's quest, the challenge it poses, and the reward it promises. So he heads off to Helheim with Thrud and Heimdall, only for the latter to immediately piss off to somewhere else entirely and leave us wondering just why he exists at all. There's not too much else to analyze when it comes to this part. Thrud wants to be a Valkyrie. Atreus is supportive because he's just that kind of person, and because he sympathizes with being held back from your dreams. They argue over Thrud's family history, that is to say, Odin's alleged misdeeds, and then finally the mask leads them to a giant wolf held captive by massive chains. Atreus, being Atreus, decides to free the wolf, and then it turns out the masked beast wasn't there after all. Which begs the question, what? Why? Did the wolf swallow it? If so, why did the mask just go blank instead of continuing to point to the wolf, wherever it was? Was the mask pointing to the wolf all along, knowing Atreus would free it? I have a lot of questions and no answers. I'm inclined to give the developers the benefit of the doubt, since their story generally does follow a very strong logical order, but this plot point feels like the most contrived, since we needed to get the wolf free in order to move things along. Because it turns out the giant beast was in fact chained up in Helheim for a good reason, believe it or not.
You absolute, unqualified moron! You know that thing tears holes between realms, right? Well, I suppose I should expect nothing less from half-breeds.
Don't call me a half-breed.
I will call you whatever I like.
I haven't really talked much about Heimdall's philosophy yet, so now seems like a good time. I hesitate to call it a philosophy because, despite him having the ability to read minds or at least intentions, or maybe because of that ability, his own brain does not appear to have had an original thought in, well, probably forever. He is, as we've been told by Mimir, and then shown in Asgard, Odin's lapdog, his most trustworthy and trusting servant who does as his lord commands without even a hint of doubt. This total subservience to Odin makes him completely reliant on the Allfather for everything. His entire identity is wrapped up in whether or not Odin approves of him. And if Heimdall assumes that Odin has only so much goodwill to go around, then he will not tolerate those who try to gain the Allfather's favor, and will revel in their failures. In short, Heimdall's philosophy is that it pays to be a jealous and spiteful little twerp, which you can get away with when you have the gift of foresight and can avoid receiving the punch in the face that you very much deserve.
You see, everyone takes it easy on you because they are afraid of your father. I am not. That fat, drunken, utter piece of trash! Hey!
Again!
Yes, the dumb does not fall far from the tree. Very well, then. Give me your best shot. You have a lot to learn, little girl. Starting with who your family is and who it is not.
This fight is enlightening for two reasons. One, because it shows us how Thrud cares for her father and does not take lightly the insults that Heimdall throws at Thor. We have yet to even see Thrud and Thor on screen together, and while this scene does not totally make up for the general lack of the development of their relationship, it does at least draw an outline. Two, because of the last words Heimdall says in that clip. Family is important, incredibly so. Brok stresses how familial bonds are fiercely powerful in a very good way. The duties we owe to our family members help us to learn how to serve lovingly and look beyond our own selfish needs. However, The bond of family can also be used as bondage, exploiting someone's desire to stay connected to the ones they love. Love between members of a family must be bidirectional. It must be freely given by all parties involved. It cannot be commanded by a tyrant such as Odin as something owed by his children and descendants, but not something he gives in return. Thrud, Heimdall implies, is bound to her family, by which of course he means the will of Odin and nothing else. Get in line. But behind Heimdall. So they get back to the Great Lodge and Heimdall taunts them some more.
If we could only somehow harness your uselessness, we could fuel this entire city.
Before bragging to Odin about the success of his unknown mission, while Atreus is sent away to await the wrath of the Allfather, which it turns out is not quite as terrible as Atreus likely expected. Odin seems to be downright understanding of the situation.
We all make mistakes, son. But freeing Garm, that was a big one. Chaos is already spilling out into the other realms. We're safe here in Asgard, but everywhere else.
Once again, Odin's manipulation is brilliant. He doesn't berate Atreus for his failure, doesn't insult his intelligence, or even question his judgment. Instead, he is sympathetic, while still impressing upon Atreus the seriousness of his mistake. This leads, or at least is intended to lead, Atreus to continue to view Odin as the opposite of the judgmental, argumentative father that he left behind. The father that Odin wants him to go see, hence him mentioning that the other realms were in danger by the release of the Helheim Hound. After all, Odin just talked with Kratos, who is impatient, threatening, and aggressive. Odin cannot imagine that the god of war will be as compassionate and understanding of Atreus' mistake as he is. Not to mention, Odin does very much want to avoid war, at least until he has unlocked the secrets of life, the universe, and everything, so sending Atreus back home serves a second purpose of appeasing Kratos, assuring him that Atreus is not held prisoner in Asgard. And naturally, Odin doesn't actually say any of this. Instead, he subtly plants the idea in Atreus' head, certain that his return home will be decidedly unpleasant and cause him to want to return to Asgard and the quest he left behind. As we will see, Odin was right about the form of those events, but not so much about their nature. If this bit is getting old, blame Brok, not me. But like I said, Odin was absolutely correct that Atreus' return home would not be peaceful, as he emerges from the gateway to find Sindri's house almost overrun by Hellwalkers. In part because his father is out searching for a way to reach Atreus in Asgard. And just when you think Atreus is going to be joining the ranks of the glowing dead, good old dad shows back up.
Father! Off your back. Help Freya. I will draw them to me.
You gotta hand it to the Spartans, man. Their society had its problems, to be sure, but the ability to ignore distractions and focus on the mission at hand is invaluable. If I were to sum up Kratos' attitude here in a few words, they would be fight first, feelings later, which everyone seems on board with. Well, almost everyone.
Is it over?
No thanks to you.
Oh wow. Tyr was completely useless in this battle. I'm so surprised. I mean, come on, man. What were you doing the whole time? Hiding in your broom closet? You couldn't even pick up a spear to fight Hellwalkers that have already died? Putting aside my completely rational and totally justified anger at this stupid idiot for the moment, let's check in on everyone else. Freya's doing fine, Sindri's all good, Brok too, unless you listen to Sindri.
I told you I'm fine.
Oh, you're bleeding.
Quit your blubbering.
But Atreus? Well, let's watch.
What do I call you?
Kratos starts out fairly antagonistic. His question to Atreus is a challenge, making his son decide if he is going to be Loki, the boy who allows himself to be dragged along by prophecy, or if he will be Atreus, the son of a god who has made a habit out of shattering fate. And yet, Kratos still wants to know. He does not demand that Atreus remain Atreus. He lets his son choose, even if he firmly believes the former choice to be the wrong one. Any anger that Kratos may have felt is, if not eliminated, at least severely lessened by his son's desperate hug, the embrace of a boy who has made mistakes, who is feeling crushed by his own guilt, and who needs the support of a loving father. There is a deep desire within all of us to be needed by those whom we love. We want to know that we matter to them, that we can change their lives for the better or for the worse if we're not careful, that they depend on our presence to make it through each day. This gives us a sense of direction and purpose that we cannot find anywhere else. For most of the game so far, Atreus has not shown that he needed his father, even as Kratos tried to help his son better himself, to master his emotions and to make wise judgments. Now he returns home, the prodigal son having failed miserably due to his imprudent decision-making, fully expecting to get a tongue lashing for the harm he has caused. And he receives it, just not from Kratos.
There was a wolf in hell. He was in chains and I set him free. I thought that if...
Garm? Great bleeding fuck, lad, you freed Garm!
Garm? Who freed Garm? That's madness. Surely not you, young one.
If the Hound of Hell is loose, he'll chew through the fabric of the realms. Hellwalkers are just the beginning. What were you thinking?
Aye, this is a fuck-up of not insignificant proportions.
What would drive you to such mischief? Is this Loki's doing?
Enough. Leave him. Atreus has made a mistake. One that we will fix together.
Again, good old Spartan practicality comes to the rescue. Kratos is clearly not one to hold back when his son needs correcting, but he's all too familiar with the experience of having screwed up on a cosmic scale and wanting nothing more than to undo the damage you've done. And in this case, that opportunity actually exists. No doubt if Kratos could go back and not destroy all of Greece, he would do so, provided it didn't involve any more time travel shenanigans, since that's what got him there in the first place. But no such foolishness is necessary here. The two will simply do what needs to be done. But don't let that fool you into thinking that everything is all hunky-dory between Kratos and Atreus. Kratos was wise not to chide Atreus in front of the others. That was a mistake he won't soon forget making. And while he doesn't waste breath upbraiding Atreus for his mistakes, he isn't about to let go of the fact that his son just ran off to work for an infamously nefarious god who cannot be trusted under any circumstances.
Your work for Odin. You said it is hard to explain. Why?
I just need you to trust me. I know I have no right to ask. Can you anyway?
What does he have that you need? Why can you not tell me?
It's complicated. What about you? Why do you have a new weapon? I thought you didn't want war.
I do not. But
it's complicated.
Does anyone else want to scream at these two to just tell each other that they know Kratos has a death prophecy already? Kratos, Brok just told you that keeping secrets about death isn't a good idea. Stop holding on to the man. The same goes for Atreus too, of course. He wants to protect his father, so he doesn't share that he knows of Kratos' fated death. But what would it do to Kratos if he learned that? From Atreus' point of view, of course. Would it cause Kratos of all men to freak out and start being like Tyr, hiding in a closet with a shield while everyone else risks their lives? I don't think Atreus has really thought that through. He just figures that learning of one's own impending death is bound to be psychologically scarring, and he wants to keep his father from harm until he, Atreus, can get the answers he needs to avert destiny. And although we should absolutely want to protect our loved ones and keep them from harm, there is such a thing as being overly protective, wanting to prevent any amount of harm from coming to those whom we love. This often comes at the cost of deteriorating both their agency and our relationships, as the secrets erode the trust that should be present. Currently, both father and son have fallen into that trap. As my dear friend Roberts puts it,
life is pain, Highness.
Holding on to secrets in an effort to protect those whom they would hurt only sets them up to experience the additional pain of a betrayal, along with whatever suffering they inevitably have to endure. Our loved ones are going to suffer, even if the actual harm falls on us. If we cannot prudently prevent it, it is far better to suffer with them than to delay that suffering until they have no one to walk with them. But for Kratos and Atreus, the secrets they keep, well, the secret, prevent them from fully understanding and trusting one another. Kratos repeatedly questions what Atreus was doing in Asgard, what his motivation was, what Odin taught him, all because Atreus hasn't told his father what he knows. And Kratos, for his part, does not reveal the secret of the spear, so the two-way street on which trust is supposed to run still has a significant traffic jam, to the point where Atreus even doubts that Kratos genuinely is trying to succeed in their mission, after Atreus raced forward with his plan to capture Garm without accepting any input from his father.
Okay, I'll distract Garm. You freeze his chains with your axe so he can't run and latch him onto something.
No, too dangerous.
It's a good plan. Let's move.
Wait!
Are you okay? We almost...
Your transformation. Did Odin teach you to control it?
No.
We will not rely on what he taught you. Next time, we do it my way.
Yes, sir. Why didn't that work? You didn't mess up on purpose, did you?
Now, who does not trust?
Sorry, that wasn't fair. I thought it would work.
Patience. We will find a way.
You gotta love the teenage cockiness of Atreus. There's no way that plan didn't work. I thought of it all on my own in like 20 seconds. It must be Dad's fault. So naturally, the pendulum of trust swings back the other way to Kratos, enforcing his will and insisting on his own method of stopping Garm, which of course means killing the wolf. There's that Spartan practicality again. Remember when Atreus asked if it's moral to kill something that's trying to kill you, and Kratos answers yes without any hesitation? While Kratos isn't wrong, his answer's lack of nuance is less than ideal. Are they justified in killing the Hound of Hell and thus stopping him from tearing a million holes in the fabric of the realms? Yes, absolutely. But is that the best option? That's not a question that Kratos tends to ask.
It is over.
I wish it didn't have to end that way. It's my fault he got loose. That he's dead.
Sometimes there is no other way.
I know.
Again, he's not wrong. But that doesn't mean he was right about this specific instance. Both father and son charged ahead with his own idea of how to stop Garm, pulling the other one along behind without listening for advice or input. So when Garm revives himself after apparently being only mostly dead, naturally our heroes finally think, hey, maybe we should have a plan that both of us are okay with this time. I mean, the implanting of Fenrir's soul into Garm's body is Atreus' plan, but since Kratos' one idea didn't pan out, and his son is decidedly the more creative one of the pair, is that remotely surprising? So at last, the bond of trust is beginning to heal, to the point where they finally reveal to each other that they know about the death prophecy.
When I found you in Midgard, before Freya attacked, you said you needed to protect me. Why?
I saw prophecy. You were... in my arms. Dead.
I saw it too. In Jotunheim.
What? You knew? That's why you've been training me so hard.
One day, you will have to survive without me.
Not gonna happen. I won't let it. I won't.
All journeys come to an end.
Not ours. Not like that.
As is proper considering the theme of this video, I have to note that Atreus is now the one holding on, whereas Kratos is becoming ready to let go. He does not long for death, but he certainly desires, as any parent should, that it take him before it takes his child. The child he is now finally beginning to see in a new light, not as a boy, but as an intelligent, capable, and skilled warrior. Oh, Atreus is far from fully mature, and Kratos for his part is completely aware of that, and his trust in his son is not complete.
We did it!
Sit. How is this possible?
It's giant magic. I've been learning things.
In Asgard.
This has nothing to do with that.
More secrets.
No. A promise. Wouldn't that someone's trusting me to keep? Like you kept your promise to Mom? See what I can do when you trust me?
To be sure, Atreus is being rather cocky here, again, but he's not exactly wrong. Yes, Atreus has made mistakes, and Kratos fears that him doing so will cause Atreus to get hurt. But if we never trusted anyone who messed up once in a while, we wouldn't trust anyone. Kratos has spent years training Atreus in the ways of the warrior, in discipline, in mastery of himself. And while Atreus' journey of growth will never be done, whose will? As much as he would like to, Kratos cannot keep watch over Atreus until he is assured that the boy will only ever make the right decision every single time. Instead, he needs to, you guessed it, let go. He needs to trust that the training he has provided his son will enable Atreus to act justly and wisely, and to atone for and correct his inevitable mistakes. There is no such thing as perfect trust in another person. We are far too flawed for such trust to be anything but grossly misplaced. Rather, we must trust that those we love act out of love for us. Father and son are beginning to approach that point, as indicated by the change in tone as Kratos confronts Atreus about the source of his knowledge of giant magic. Atreus is far less confrontational and frustrated that Kratos does not immediately and totally trust him, which is fair considering all that's happened lately, but rather is understanding of his father's discomfort, and yet holds his ground and keeps the promise he made to Angrboda. And yet their reconciliation is not complete. Because, as discussed earlier, reconciliation requires repentance. And when both parties have wronged each other, it requires double the repentance.
What's wrong?
I have been falling back into my old ways. Angry. Distrustful. With you. Now and before. I chased you away.
Without you, I got reckless. Overconfident. Made stupid mistakes. I don't know why I thought I could do this alone.
This scene is quite simply beautiful. Both father and son, who love each other so deeply, are finally able to let go of their pride, to admit that they desperately need each other, that without one another they are lost, purposeless, and prone to erring in ways they would not if they were together. I hardly need to list all the examples here, we've covered them quite extensively, but I want you to think back on how the mistakes they have recently made reflect those of their pasts before they had formed this bond. How many times during God of War 2018 did we see Atreus run headlong into danger or act impulsively and excitedly? And I hardly need to remind anyone what Kratos was like in the before times. In order to be who they ought to be, both Kratos and Atreus need each other, to give each other purpose, to temper each other's passions, to check each other's instincts, to be present to one another, and remind each other who they fight for. When apart, Atreus falls into the trap of thinking that his journey is his own, and Kratos becomes once again the father whose child was lost, and whose unchecked passion drives him to do heinous deeds.
You were right.
No. On our journey together, you have grown into a warrior, worthy of your namesake. I was the one who was not ready.
The smile on Atreus' face as his father offers him the rarest of gifts, a genuine compliment, is simply heartwarming. And to hear Kratos say that he is the one who was not ready is similarly touching, albeit in a very different way. Kratos did not believe himself ready to take on the challenge of guiding and mentoring a young boy through a tumultuous and dangerous world. He believed that the sins of his past made him unworthy to shape and mold his son. He wishes he could have been better from the very start. And as admirable as that desire is, it is not realistic. Any father with even one honest bone in his body will tell you that he was completely unprepared for fatherhood, that every new stage of his child's life was a challenge for which he was woefully ill-equipped. Every parent will make mistakes and fail their children, often multiple times a day. Such is human nature. But that does not mean that we should not apologize to our children for wronging them. The parents bear the far greater responsibility to be better. They are the adults in the relationship after all. Our failures, even if expected and normal, are still the result of our choices, our lack of discipline, and our selfishness. And so we should say, that we are sorry.
You don't have to be who you were just because I'm not there. Let's make a promise. I'll listen for your voice in my head when you're not there, to guide me. And you do the same. All right? I need to know you'll be okay without me.
Atreus. I am sorry.
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better. Let's go home.
I would apologize for the length of that clip, but I won't because A, it's awesome, and B, we're like 3 hours into this video. If you don't have the patience to sit through 1.5 minutes of slower paced dialogue, I have no idea how you made it this far in the first place. Okay, but why is it awesome? Point number 1, Atreus' idea. The main thematic element of this video has been holding on and letting go. You can't help but notice how often I have brought up those apparently opposite terms. And while they are opposites in a very real sense, they need not be mutually exclusive. You can let someone go, you can let them walk their own path even if it diverges from your own, and still hold on to them. Still hear their voice in your head guiding you, still acting in a way that would make them proud, still being the person they know you can be. Point number 2, this line.
I need to know you'll be okay without me.
Like father, like son. These words show how deeply Atreus loves Kratos. He doesn't just need his father because he needs to be protected and provided for. He needs him because he desires his good. He wants Kratos to live and thrive for his father's own sake. That is genuine, true, selfless love. Point number 3, the apology. We witness Kratos prepare to say those most difficult of words, adjusting his grip on Faye's axe as if asking her for strength, taking in and letting out a deep breath, and then finally saying simply,
I am sorry.
And he says this not because he wants Atreus to feel good, or even to rid himself of feelings of guilt, but simply because it is true. He is sorry. He could and should have been a better father to his son, and he is resolved to be one now. I'm sorry should not mean I feel temporarily bad because I hurt you, but if I say these words, I'll be absolved and I will be free to do whatever I want. Rather, it must mean I want to, intend to, and am trying to change, which Atreus understands and why he responds with,
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
Look at the smile on that man's face when his son says this. In case you somehow don't remember or just didn't know, this is a callback to the first Norse God of War game.
Holy fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
In that, Atreus says sorry as a reflex, a word intended to placate his father by showing sorrow that he may or may not actually feel. Kratos, in his rather gruff way, turns that around by telling him,
Do not be sorry. Be better.
That is to say, only apologize if you do in fact know what you did was wrong and intend to change. Present-day Atreus thus knows that his father would only say I'm sorry if he truly meant it in that sense. His words are simply a reminder of the theme of the last game. We must be better. And they serve to tell Kratos that his son has been listening to him, taking in his wisdom, pondering his teachings, and learning how to live according to them. I've seen a lot of different theories about when Kratos and Atreus break free of prophecy, with this moment probably being the most commonly suggested one. And that theory certainly holds some water, as Kratos apologizing to his son, saying that he truly wants to change his nature, directly contradicts the Norn's statement that
your choices never change.
That, and immediately following this cutscene, is this dialogue.
Nothing is written that can't be unwritten. Remember?
We shouldn't let prophecy define our choices.
Then we will make our own destiny.
However, I do think the breaking of prophecy goes beyond this one scene, but we'll get there eventually. Also, you may notice the growth that Atreus is undergoing, as he is finally the one to say that prophecy should not dictate their actions. First, he sought prophecy, then he fought prophecy. Now, he seeks to act as he ought, regardless of prophecy, which will not necessarily come easy for him. His struggle in this regard becomes manifest when he joins Kratos in visiting Vanaheim in order to rescue the captured Freyr, only to discover that the Einherjar, that is, Odin's infinitely replenishable army of the dead warriors recruited from Valhalla, have stolen the moon, and thus the celestial wolves are just napping, instead of chasing it and the sun across the sky and perpetuating Vanaheim's day-night cycle.
No moon.
Just like in their shrine.
Their shrine?
It's a long story.
Our heroes, being heroes, set out to restore the moon to its proper place and thus set Vanaheim aright. And of course, they managed to recover the moon without a lick of trouble.
This is definitely an ambush.
Yes.
But on the way back to the wolves' lair, Atreus begins to wonder whether they ought to be acting as they are.
All of this? It's almost exactly how we saw it play out back in Skull and Hati's shrine. The wolves are back in Vanaheim. We're rescuing the moon.
Yes. I remember the prophecy.
So, doesn't it make you worried? If everything we're doing now happened in the Jotnar shrine?
Remember our agreement. Prophecy will not dictate our actions.
Yeah.
Our allies need help. That is our focus now.
It's one thing to make a resolution, and yet it's quite another to steadfastly adhere to it, especially when a loved one's life appears to be on the line. Kratos and Atreus continue this conversation as they travel back to the den, but I won't bog you down with those clips since it's really more of the same, and the point is this. Even after all they've been through, after coming to trust in his son's judgment and apologizing for having failed Atreus, Kratos is still the father, his son's rock, the man who understands that acting according to principle is far more important than trying to guess how your actions will play out in the unknowable future. When Atreus falters, Kratos is there to assure him that he should not act in discordance with his judgment, regardless of what fate or prophecy says.
If I do this...
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
This is a large part of who Atreus is, a helper and a lover of animals, especially wolves. To abandon Vanaheim's wolves would mean to discard a good and virtuous part of himself. And in his doubt and desire above all else to save Kratos' life, Atreus needs his father to remind him to hold on to who he is and what he believes to be right, and to let go of worries for the future. And yet, Kratos is still very much aware that they do in fact seem to be fulfilling prophecy, and is not without apprehension himself, despite his confidence when it comes to actually taking those actions.
Our actions in this realm follow the prophecy of the giants. Atreus believes Ragnarok is inevitable.
The Norns were quite clear on the nature of prophecy. They told us the sum of our choices were predictable. But we have changed, haven't we?
Perhaps.
Do the Norns not account for personal growth? From their own words, it appears that they don't.
And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard, and you will do what you do best.
Which honestly just makes them a trio of gigantic idiots. If your predictions rely on people never changing and making the same mistakes, committing the same sins over and over again, okay, probably they're actually right like 99% of the time, but not this time.
Not tonight.
But that forceful declaration of free will gets challenged when Heimdall shows up and forces Kratos into a fight that, unlike a day or so ago, I don't know how time works here, Kratos does not want. A fight that ends, or at least appears to end, with Kratos being victorious and yet merciful. Heimdall is beaten. Not worth killing.
Wait. What is going on in that empty little head? Oh, no. You are going to spare me out of pity!
Let it go, you may live.
Is this about the little runt? Oh, now I am definitely going to gut him.
This is your final warning.
I don't think a warning's going to cut it.
You think you get to just walk away No. That is not how this works. You do not get to decide my fate!
Ah, pride. The chief of the 7 sins. The one that drives us to do all sorts of evil and stupid things, such as throw our lives away when we are clearly outmatched in single combat and we can't fathom accepting our opponent's mercy. What, that's not a common experience? Heimdall has to know, I would think, that his death heralds the beginning of Ragnarok, and yet he charges ahead with one arm, somehow thinking he can still win. Which of course he can't. He's fighting Kratos, and it appears that at the end of their bout, he might just be fighting the Ghost of Sparta. Those haymakers and those face lambs do not look like the actions of a man in full control of his emotions.
This isn't who you want to be!
This begs the question, has Kratos already diverged from the path of prophecy, or is he still on it? Although he initially spared Heimdall, and he did stay true to his word of final warning, the brutal way in which he kills Heimdall suggests that maybe the Norns were right after all. And that, I think, is the rub of so-called prophecy. The Norns' apparent prescience relies on the major players acting predictably, according to their base instincts, doing what others expect them to do because that's just who they are. While it is possible to break free of those instincts, it is far, far easier to fall back into comfortable and familiar ways. And in times of stress and heightened emotion, that is exactly what just about everyone does. Even Kratos here and now, despite doing his best to change his nature by granting mercy to a man who does not remotely deserve it, loses that better version of himself when he gets dirt kicked in his eyes.
Kratos, that was just... I don't know if we are breaking fate, or fate's breaking us.
Kratos was given no choice when it came to killing Heimdall, true, and yet he let the fight affect him in a way that he would rather it not. According to his codex, yes, that's the thing in this game that I am just now mentioning, he took some satisfaction in killing Heimdall, though that may just be because Heimdall was the worst, and he wonders whether he is proving the Norns right or wrong. They would, of course, insist that he is proving them right. He kills gods. It's just what he does.
Should I bring him a crown then? He still slays gods, but now he's sad about it?
How he feels about it doesn't matter. Except it does. It very much does. The nature of a thing is more important than the form of a thing. Killing gods in a merciless and remorseless fashion may look the same as killing them regretfully, but the man who kills in anger could hardly be more different than he who kills out of necessity. Does it matter if it all leads to the same place? If Gjallarhorn can now be used to spark Ragnarok? As it turns out, yes. Yes, it very much matters. But we'll get to that eventually. First, we need some words of wisdom from everyone's favorite blue philosopher.
Heimdall is dead.
Good.
Is it?
Look, I don't know from fate, but I know Heimdall was a prize-winning taint stain with a capital stamp. If he was gonna hurt your boy, it's a good thing he ain't around no more.
The Norns didn't quite see it that way.
The opinion of them 3 shut-in spinsters ain't worth a goat fart in a hurricane. You did what you did. No need to fret about it.
Again, this is why Kratos actually likes Brok. He did what he did, and the past is the past. There is no changing it, only learning from it, and perhaps doing better in the future. But with Heimdall dead, it certainly seems as if the end of the world, or at least of Asgard, and thus Kratos' death, is inevitable. And yet he does not run from it, does not attempt to hide Gjallarhorn from his friends who might want to use it to enable their vengeance against Odin. Kratos does not seek to control the future. Mastering himself has proven time and again to be more than enough work. If Ragnarok comes, so be it.
Well, happy Ragnarok, everybody! Let's drink.
But of course, here comes the god of wet blankets to poo-poo a perfectly good celebration of the impending end of the world.
Odin swore peace only so long as you spilled no more Aesir blood.
I refuse that deal.
Yet he honored it. But now...
But what? You and I know better than anyone that Odin's promises never last.
Yeah, I'm with Freya on this one, mostly because she's arguing with Tyr, and Tyr sucks, but also because she's right. Odin is a self-serving, power-hungry tyrant who makes and breaks promises without a second thought. Why on earth is Tyr, a man whom Odin imprisoned and tortured for lifetimes, acting as if Odin did Kratos a huge favor by not waging war against him just because Kratos refused an informal peace agreement? Where does he get off arguing on Odin's behalf? But that's not the main point of this conversation. That would be Atreus convincing Kratos to let him go back to Asgard to finish what he started with the mask. It is a conversation quite unlike the prior one that led to him going to Asgard, and yet not without its struggles. For all of Kratos' growth and his trust of Atreus' judgment and capability, he is still the boy's father. Allowing him to walk straight into the home of an enemy whose captain Kratos has just killed is hardly preferable. It would be weird if Kratos just shrugged and said, "Yeah, kid, do whatever you want. I trust you." He does relent, but only after all the others have had their say.
I don't much like it, but it is our best play.
Even the useless one, who for whatever reason is on Atreus' side.
And give us a pair of eyes in the enemy's inner sanctum.
Dude, you just said that Odin wanted peace, and now you're calling him the enemy. Pick a lane. But like I was saying before this idiot distracted me again, Kratos eventually accepts his son's idea.
I can do this.
Remember my promise.
You too.
What was once an inconceivable action taken in haste, anger, and panicked determination to avoid a terrible fate is now a calculated one, made by careful discussion, planning, and mutual trust. I don't think I need to say the form nature thing at this point. You get it. Instead, let me briefly spotlight Sindri being the one to express the most concern about Atreus' plan.
I hope you know what you're doing. I do too, Sin.
Sindri has always been a worrywart, so this is hardly out of character, but now we are beginning to understand that his phobia goes far beyond germs. Where his brother embraces the chaos that is to come, Sindri still obviously fears it. He has clung tightly to his home, his friends, and most of all, his brother. And he is watching all of that become endangered because of the plans made under his roof and at his table. And his worry is certainly not unfounded, as Odin immediately questions Atreus about any knowledge he may have of Heimdall's death as he arrives back in Asgard. If I didn't know any better, I think he knows exactly what happened to Heimdall and is testing Atreus to see how he reacts. But that's not really important to us or to Odin. What matters is the mask. And since Thru didn't work out too well last time, Odin sends Atreus to go retrieve Thor, who is currently drinking himself blind at a local establishment. Now, here's where I wish the story had been a bit more fleshed out. Yes, we can see that Odin did, in fact, all but shove Thor off the wagon. He tries to get him to drink the mead in Midgard, and then whenever we hear the two interact after that, Odin is supremely rude and dismissive of Thor, culminating in him saying,
"Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk."
The problem is, those are the only interactions we witness, with little context given around them. We don't really know the history of these two. Odin could have been treating Thor like this for decades. There's not much to suggest that this abuse he is doling out is anything unusual. So Thor's decision to abandon his sobriety does technically make sense, but it isn't given the rich detail that is provided to practically every other choice our main characters make. But nonetheless, this scene does hit home thematically, mostly because we find out that boy is a trigger word for Atreus, regardless of who calls him that.
Please, let's just...
I said, quiet, boy.
My name is...
In all seriousness, though, this scene is another depiction of the harm caused by the sins of the father, how the wrongdoings of one man can pass down from generation to generation. Such sins cause the cyclical violence which Kratos sought to disrupt in the prior game. Odin treats Thor like crap, leading Thor to resent him, bury himself in a bottle of mead, and take out his frustrations on his sons when they screw up.
Thor, blame me. Me, for what you did to Magni.
Leading them and his daughter to resent him, and so on and so forth. It would go on forever until someone is able to break free from the weight of those sins. Again, thematically, that is all present, and we have been shown the outline of such traumas, but have not spent quite enough time with Thrud and Thor to understand the nature of their floundering relationship. Thrud lays it out all fairly plainly now.
Mom and I are here for you, even when you're here. We love you. You know that.
I want to like this more than I do, because it fits excellently with the themes of these games, and the writing itself is quite good. Through doesn't expound about the nature of her father's drinking problem, or list all the things he's done in order to paint us a picture of their struggles. The dialogue feels natural. I just wish this wasn't the first time we'd seen Thrud and Thor on screen together. Such are the limitations when you are telling a story only through the eyes of your protagonists, and can't just cut to Asgard to flesh out your side characters more. As I mentioned, when they were in Helheim, we came to know that Thrud does love and care for her father, but there's just not quite enough meat on the bones of their relationship for these moments where she alternates between anger and pleading to hit home in the way they're supposed to. Atreus, however, is far more easily swayed towards sympathy than I am. His own experience with an absent father certainly helps, and so he takes it upon himself to try and bring whatever healing he can to the bond between father and daughter.
Was it worth it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine. But I hope you know what seeing you like that did to me.
That last line of Thor's is quite telling. He knows what he did, what he is doing, hurts those who love him, and who, as far as we can tell, he loves. There's a conversation that I did not record, in which Thor and Sif argue about Thrud's future and Thor's willingness to stand up to Odin, or rather his unwillingness, which shows us that Thor is, or at least has been, trying to hold his family together as best he can. But the lack of love from his father, the constant jibes from Odin, and the repeated insults to his own intelligence and self-worth have torn him down, leaving nothing but the desire to be free of pain, and to have a good fight on the rare occasion he can find one.
Thor, I hope everything goes okay when you see Sif and Thrud again.
Well, hoping is better than thinking.
These are the words of one who feels trapped, who can imagine a better life for himself and his family, but who cannot see a way to attain it. Odin is Thor's father, ergo, Thor must do as Odin says. He does not know of any other way to act. Thor has been hollowed out by Odin's abuse, reduced to nothing more than a weapon to be wielded by the All-Father's hand, and as much as he resents it, he feels stuck. He feels as if he deserves it. It is simply who he is. Or at least, so he believes, despite Atreus repeatedly trying to connect with him and sympathize with his plight. Such pity, as Thor would call Atreus' attempts at connection, is often most unwelcome by the people who deserve it and need it the most. It's one thing to be beaten down and despondent, but our pride hates it when others rightfully perceive us that way. And that same pride tends to make us lash out at the very same people who are trying to help us.
Can't you see what's happening? He's not protecting us. Magni, Modi, our boys. We used to tell them stories by the fire. Do you remember? We would carve those wooden horses. We would play and laugh until the sun sank and they fell asleep in our laps. They were thrown at the All-Father's problems like brittle knives to a mountain face. And for what? What if Thrud's next?
Kill my sons. Sleep in their beds. Turn my father against me. My daughter.
I have no idea what's happening.
You know, I finally thought of something I can teach you.
Hey,
young.
stand down! Sentry better be right. Where you?
Now, obviously, Thor's motivation for going murder mode on Atreus go beyond his pride being wounded, but the fact remains that he is ignoring the true source of his pain, and goes after Atreus because, well, he's still at least a few steps shy of being able to commit patricide, and his anger has to go somewhere. This leads to Atreus taking the emergency exit that Sindri provided him, and returning to the home for misfit deities in the realm between realms. This leads to the great debate. Now that they have the mask, the key to unlock all the answers to life, the universe, and everything, what are they to do? Tyr, of all people, suggests sneaking into Asgard to use it without Odin's knowledge, a plan that seems nigh on impossible considering how omniscient Odin has appeared to be throughout this game, and one with a transportation hangup.
Except begging your pardon, you don't have a way into Asgard.
They got the big horn, don't they?
Oh, so you expect them to sneak into Asgard blowing a horn that sounds across all the realms?
I expect you to bite my blue butt cheek.
What? That was an incredibly deep and philosophical exchange. Anyway, the gang does in fact need to make a decision, and although Kratos is not without apprehension, he ultimately leaves the choice up to Atreus.
This mask. The easy answers that it promises. I know this. Shortcuts always have a price. Atreus, you have carried it. What do you think?
I think it's a chance. At worst, we'll have something Odin wants as leverage. At best, if it really gives us all the answers, then we can make our own path. Nobody has to die.
That last grunt tells us that Kratos is still not exactly enthusiastic about this plan, but he will nonetheless walk with his son, continuing to serve as guide and counselor. Kratos is remarkably risk-averse for someone who spends his life in combat, and yet even he cannot deny the reality that if they wait, Odin will find a way to reach them with all the power of Asgard at his disposal. Desperate as the idea of sneaking into Asgard may be, it is the only one that could conceivably avert war, which has, as we have seen, been Kratos' main goal this entire game. And the other god who shared that goal, albeit in just the lamest way possible, finally decides he's going to get off his ass and lead them to Asgard via a way only he knows of, a proposal that tickles Brok's suspicious bone.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this, new way to Asgard you got. Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where you going with that mask, Brok? That belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brok, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you! You never shut up!
All the things, Odin.
Yep, he's dead. He's dead! Come here, Odin, let me introduce you to the Flame of the West. Okay, I'm calm. I'm calm. It's just a game, Sam. Just a game. Let's continue watching, shall we?
Let go of the boy and face me!
Tell your brother to throw me the mask and you've got a deal.
Stop moving.
Freya, if he dies...
Now. Wasn't part of the plan, but if he dies, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
Mm-hmm. So nice spending time with you again.
Freya, please.
Can't be in two places at once, Frig. Hey! I don't move, you don't move. Don't do anything you regret.
I regret many things. Killing you will not be one of them.
I'm in control! Here! Throw me the mask! Now!
Too bad, son. Looks like war after all.
There are so many little character bits in that clip that I have to call out here. Kratos doesn't even have a weapon out lest he hurt Atreus, and when Freyr throws the mask and Odin leaves himself wide open, Kratos goes to ensure that his son isn't hurt rather than attacking Odin. Freya's desire for vengeance drives her to face off with Odin and delays her from helping Brok. Odin shouting, "I am in control," when he very much isn't, because the power to determine his own fate is the thing he desires above all else and will stop at nothing to attain. There's not much else to analyze really, especially from a philosophical or moral standpoint, but I felt compelled to include those clips because of how impactful this event is on the surviving characters. Brok's death at Odin's hand proves to be the spark that ignites the flame of Ragnarok.
I know what you've done. And I forgive you. But you gotta stop. You gotta let go.
I told you, Brok is the wisest character in this story. Pain will destroy us if we hold on to it, if we do not accept that loss is a part of life, and that we cannot control the fate of those whom we love if we do not let go of them when it is their time to leave. Sindri resurrected Brok not purely for Brok's own good, but because Sindri could not stand the thought of losing his brother. He could not fathom being able to handle the pain of loss.
I couldn't be alone.
It was ultimately a selfish choice, especially since we find out from Mimir that since Brok's soul has been separated, he is dead, denied an afterlife. And yet, Brok's final words aren't to berate his brother, but to forgive him and encourage him to be better, to let go of Brok, to not let pain consume him. Sadly, Sindri doesn't exactly listen. Throughout the two Norse games, we have seen the dwarves in just about every location imaginable, due to A, Kratos' need for a blacksmith in this video game, and B, the dwarves' ability to, well, basically teleport. But they never appear or disappear when you're looking at them, keeping their magic veiled, because in a world in which their race has been totally subjugated by Asgard, such secrets are all their people have left. But now, Sindri no longer cares.
Brok.
And it appears Kratos no longer cares either, as he takes Atreus and leaves Gjallarhorn behind. He feared this path of theirs would lead them to death, and then when his fears were manifested, he finds himself unable to cope with the thought of Atreus being next. He doubts his own judgment of what is right, or even what is real, and so he retreats back to who he was, a man whose only and ultimate concern is the safety of his son. And Atreus, for once in his life, accepts it.
Father, can we... I want to go hunting.
I will follow.
We are with you, Atreus.
The shock of what they have witnessed is completely understandable and serves to demonstrate how much they loved the vulgar dwarf that they called friend and ally. Atreus is in such pain that he walks right past Svanna and Sveki like they're not even there. But as that shock begins to wear off for Kratos, and he tries to pull Atreus back as well, he finds his son unresponsive to his efforts.
Do you wish to speak of what happened?
I think I heard something. This way.
Do you remember what Kratos told Atreus when he first killed a man?
Close your heart to it.
This is what Atreus is trying to do now. Close his heart to the pain, shut it out, focus on the task of tracking his prey instead, because that's what they did the last time they lost someone they loved. Atreus is trying to show his father and himself that he can endure such agonies without breaking down, without becoming weak, despondent, and helpless. But in trying to run from his pain, he is showing that it has a hold on him, that it is dictating his actions. The only way for him to let go of that pain is for him to face it, to acknowledge it, to begin the process of healing. And of course, his path to that healing can only be found through his father's leadership.
Why? That was running.
And so are we.
I don't understand.
When an animal is wounded, it must stop the bleeding, or it will die. We have been wounded, and this is a distraction.
These games shifted the narrative from being almost exclusively focused on Kratos, with some Atreus and a bit of Freya sprinkled in, to a more even distribution between father and son, with Atreus' story forming the more central piece of the game's plot. Since Atreus, or rather Loki, figures prominently in the prophecies of the giants and Kratos is largely absent, his path is the one that actually moves events forward. Kratos serves as his advisor, guide, teacher, and disciplinarian, but his own arc is largely focused on how he reacts to his son's journey, and how he has to grow as Atreus seeks his own fortune. I suspect that narrative shift may have annoyed some people, and while I certainly would much prefer to play as Kratos than as Atreus, the change in focus did not bother me one bit, and this scene is a fantastic example of why. Parents will have to experience their children growing up and becoming people whose identity is not entirely wrapped up in their mother and father. When you, as a mom or dad, are everything to your kids, it's easy for that conflation of identity to work both ways, such is the case for Kratos. Atreus is his everything, but he shouldn't be. And Kratos knows that he cannot be everything to Atreus, or else his son would not survive without him. If Kratos does not want to end up like Sindri, completely destroyed by the loss of the one whom he loves the most, he has to heed Brok's words. Yet even as Atreus becomes the man he is meant to be, Kratos can still be there for as long as he is able and needed, instructing, guiding, even consoling. Such is the nature of parenthood. It's so refreshing to see Kratos now take such good care of Atreus as he mourns Brok and pours out his regrets and his sorrows.
I miss when the lake was still water. I feel like I want to get on a boat and just sail away from here. From everything.
You cannot sail away from your mistakes. It is impossible to forget them. I have tried.
I will follow you no matter where you go, little brother.
If you are to sail, do it toward somewhere.
This is wonderfully pragmatic Spartan advice tempered into wisdom by many long years of hardship and the kindness fostered by raising a boy to be a better man than Kratos was. And while it's largely the same lesson that Kratos has been doing his best to impart over the past little while, it highlights a different aspect of the nature of healing. That is to say, healing cannot be found in the past, but only in the future. When in pain, we should not look back on the times before we experienced it with mourning and regret over what we've lost, but rather to the future, to the hope that we will someday be made whole again, even though we will always carry the scars of our wounds. The worst fate we could ask for is one in which we lose ourselves in our pain, in the mistakes of our past, one in which we have no hope for a better life. Such is the tragedy of Sindri.
Sindri? Sindri, I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it. You don't know what sorry means.
We're not letting Odin get away with this.
Would that be the Odin you invited into my home?
We were all fooled.
But some of us were bigger fools than others, aren't we? I gave you everything. My skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures. And you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family. You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of my sight.
Come, Atreus. Leave it be. Mourn how you wish.
At this point in the video, I feel like I have communicated and elucidated all the major themes to the point where we can just watch this scene together and understand it without me having to break it down line by line. We've seen what Sindri describes. Atreus and Kratos repeatedly calling on him, relying on his skills and those of his brother to survive their journeys, asking the Huldra brothers to sacrifice time and again for the sake of their cause. And yet, is that not what friends do? Is not the quest to stop Odin aligned with the desire of the dwarves to be free from the Aesir rule? What would Brok say if he could hear Sindri air his grievances? I would guess something along the lines of,
"Yeah, let go."
But Sindri couldn't, and still can't, because Brok was all he cared about. His brother's safety had become his only and ultimate good, and once he no longer could cling to that purpose, he was empty. And as we have seen before, one who is hollow, angry, and grieving is so easily overtaken by their hatred and desire for vengeance.
There's no making this right, is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice? Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance. Every path I walk leads back to vengeance.
Maybe that's all we have left.
You hear it too, right? The haunting emptiness in Atreus' voice as he says those last words, and the angry, fierce resignation in the voice of his father. At this point, it seems to them that fate is inevitable. Odin must pay for his crimes, whatever the cost. Ragnarok will come. They sought to break fate, but as Mimir said, it appears that fate might just break them, as has happened time and time again in mythology. And as we saw in the previous game, every attempt to avert prophecy and avoid the foretold pain seems to lead right back to the inevitable ending, with the only change being that the tragedy is even more painful for all the attempts to prevent it. When Freya wondered whether they have changed and whether those changes meant anything, she forgot something important. Change is not necessarily permanent. No matter how much we mature and grow, there is always the possibility that we will fall, that we will slip into old and destructive habits. Such a shift can happen in a moment, undoing so much progress and disheartening us as we stare back up to that distant point on the mountain of virtue where we had been just moments before. Finding the will to resume that climb is one of life's toughest battles. Think of it this way. What is the hardest thing to do in a Souls game? Beat the boss, right? Wrong. The most difficult challenge is summoning the will to pick your controller up off the floor and enter that fog wall again, knowing that your struggle is bit by infinitesimal bit making you better. Because you have walked the same path, made the same climb, fought the same fight over and over again, you have learned the way, even as your repeated failures cause your frustration to grow and your desire to quit to mount. If our heroes are to break fate, they cannot let fate break them. They must choose to be better, not just once, but after every single fall. My last God of War video's title began with, "We must be better," which was, of course, the main theme of the 2018 game. I honestly could have titled this one, "We Must Be Better-er," and it would have been appropriate, but probably not quite as algorithmically friendly or, sensical. But as it stands, Kratos, Freya, and the others will have their vengeance against Odin, and that means Ragnarok. There is no longer any doubt of it.
So be it. Good luck to us all.
So, for the first time in this story, Kratos moves to fulfill prophecy by seeking out Surtur, who was foretold to combine with his wife Sinmara, creating the monster from which Ragnarok gets its name. Not because it is written, but because it is necessary. Although if it weren't written, there's no way Kratos and Atreus would even know who Surtur and Sinmara are, but self-fulfilling prophecies are quite common around these parts, so we can hardly point that out as a flaw in the narrative. There is an apparent flaw in their plan, however, since Surtur isn't too keen on helping them, since doing so would mean causing his beloved wife to merge with him into the Ragnarok monster, effectively killing her, and he would rather not do that.
He must die. It's true. But I won't sacrifice her any more than you would him.
To no one's surprise, this gets Kratos to turn around and leave. He would not willingly sacrifice Atreus for the sake of vengeance or for any other reason, so he's just like, understandable, have a good day. But then the fire giant notices the blades of chaos and figures those will work if stabbed into his heart, well, Sinmara's heart. And then Kratos does just that, and voila, we have Ragnarok. Which begs the question, what exactly would have happened had Kratos, who had significantly interfered in Jotnar prophecies before, not been around? The giant's prophecy did not appear to be happening as expected, since Surtur and Sinmara were very purposefully staying separate in order to prevent becoming a world-destroying monster. But I suppose you could say that the giants knew these two would combine, they were just wrong about a few details. The other burning question one might have is this: did Kratos and Atreus do the right thing? They did what they thought was necessary to get to Odin, as Ragnarok himself is supposed to be the only one able to exploit Hrimthur's flaw and break through Asgard's wall. Now that Ragnarok has formed, Atreus is showing some of his old confidence in prophecy, and Kratos his hesitation at the cost it will demand.
Father, I know we're doing the right thing. Ragnarok has to happen.
The price we and others paid for this war is high. It will only get higher.
It'll be worth it.
Kratos is worried that they will win this war and lose themselves. Not only do they risk all their own lives and the lives of countless others by planning to invade Asgard, their pursuit of vengeance may also demand that they abandon the people they truly want to be. And yet, he is out of options. Things are in motion which cannot be stopped. Kratos may not love it, but this is the only path forward that he sees, to the point that when Freya requests he take on the role of general once again, he does not outright and immediately turn her down.
I don't care about the honors. I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya.
I know what I'm asking. Just sleep on it.
So then, when Kratos settles into his tent, he does not discard the blades as we saw him do the last time he slept. Despite his apprehension, despite having pushed against the idea of war with Odin all game, and despite the fact that he believes going to war will bring him no peace, Kratos will lead men into battle once more. Except now, one of those men whom he leads is his son, the son who knows what prophecy says tomorrow will bring, and who cannot stomach the thought of spending this night apart from his father.
Can I sleep here tonight?
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
Then I will tell you a story.
I hardly know what to say other than this is just beautiful. Father and son have suffered together, argued and fought, struggled to trust one another, even as they wanted nothing more than for the other to be safe. And now that their final separation is upon them, Atreus wants only the opportunity to rest in his father's presence. Speaking as a husband and father, there is quite possibly no greater earthly feeling than knowing that your loved ones feel safe and protected in your presence. Being able to provide comfort and reassurance in times of trouble, the ability to give to others a sense of safety and peace, is one of the greatest gifts a man can receive. So yes, one of the greatest moments in the arc of the esteemed god of war is when he tells his son a bedtime story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Of course.
Atreus does not merely want to ensure that he hears the ending of the story that Kratos will tell. He wants assurance that his father will be there to tell him the end. For all their chasing of prophecy since Brok was killed, these two still hold out hope that what they saw in Jotunheim and Ironwood need not come about. Their promise to each other still holds firm, even as they prepare to kick off the end of the world. And this story Kratos tells Atreus, the tale of a man who has carried a heavy burden for far too long, and who finally throws it down and asks for death to come and take him. It's hard to put into words how powerfully haunting it is to see a man grieve even as he lives. Kratos has never sought death before, but now it seems he's beginning to long for it, to be spared of the pain of living, of seeing the toll that war will take on Atreus, of having to be the monster he once was. Most of all, of course, he fears losing his son. Would it not have been better for him, for Atreus, if the two had never formed their bond? If this is where it led them? And with those haunting thoughts in mind, Kratos drifts off to sleep for his monthly nap. And as is tradition by now, he awakens to find himself once again reunited with Faye, this time as she prepares for her own death, an event which past Kratos also cannot fathom living beyond.
We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. Faye, you feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it.
Try to exclude the possibility of suffering, which the order of nature and the existence of free wills involve, and you find that you have excluded life itself. Every wedding vow, or at least every one that takes itself seriously, includes some variation on the words "till death parts us." That is not merely an acknowledgement that husband and wife pledge to stay true to each other all their earthly lives, but also that they know their union will one day come to an end. The pain of loss is inevitable, but life cannot be spent trying to avoid pain. If you are going to run towards something. Run toward those you love. Care for them and hold on to them for as long as you are able. And when the time comes, let them go, knowing that any pain you may feel is only because of how strongly and purely you loved them. And now that pain, the result of the love they had for Brok, drives Kratos and Atreus to war.
I came to these lands to escape my past, to start a new life. I can hide no longer. I do not want this war. We have suffered enough. Prophecy did not lead us here, nor will it win this battle. Wars are won by those that are willing to sacrifice everything. If that is the cost of vengeance, so be it.
In case you couldn't tell from his words in the music, the old god of war is back in form. But his words are now colored with warning, emphasizing to those around him that if they do this, if they bring war to Asgard in pursuit of vengeance, they will surely sacrifice part of themselves as well. Odin has taken so much from them, yes, but are they willing to give away still more in order to exact vengeance? The answer, of course, appears to be a resounding yes.
If going out in a blaze of glory means that Odin burns too, that's where I'll be. A big, fat smile on my face.
That is not to say that those gathered in Tyr's temple do not have objectively good reason to go to war with Odin, to overthrow his tyrannical rule, but rather that they must consider their intent. Is killing Odin worth it if doing so means destroying yourself, sacrificing everything? Kratos says so, or at least states that it is necessary, but as the battle begins and their plans are falling apart, we hear that he does not fully believe so.
No! That Valkyrie falls onto the realm tear!
Your friend,
She'll be fine! We got more important things to worry about, even if we can breach the wall.
Perhaps it is better this way.
Better for who?
Right there, Kratos sees what he feared would happen, that war would change Atreus, that the pursuit of his ultimate goal would consume him, would make him forget who he is. The boy abandons his friend and pet wolf to the mercy of a Valkyrie because he is so focused on reaching the wall and thus Odin. Perhaps he picked up a little more from Kratos than his dad thought. And as a manic-looking Sindri smashes the dwarven-built war machines, Kratos and Atreus stumble upon the Midgardian encampment. Atreus tries to hold fast to the lessons that his father had taught him.
No. Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything.
Closing your heart shuts out the pain caused by your own actions, allowing you to push forward, unrelenting, mercilessly, obtaining your goal no matter what the cost may be. It does not allow for sympathy, compassion, or caring about anyone but yourself.
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus. I was wrong. Open your heart. Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well. Today's. Today, we will be better.
In every moment, at every opportunity, we must choose to be better. In order to truly break fate, Kratos must reject his instincts and his base self, not just once, but constantly. For himself, for his son, even for those whom they do not know, but who would suffer at their hands should they pursue vengeance without hesitation or remorse. The Midgardians were placed there not only to trick Atreus into seeing Odin as benevolent, but also as meat shields for whenever this invading army inevitably appeared. Odin has constantly cast Kratos as a brute. Thor fought him just to bring out the ghost of Sparta, because they believed that was truly who he was, who he is. Odin was certain that when this moment arrived, Kratos would charge through the Midgardian encampment, doing what he does best, and in the process ensuring that those who might waver in their support for Odin would be firmly turned against his enemy. And since Odin doesn't have any true friends, all he needs is the people around him to hate Kratos more than they hate him. This is the ultimate and defining difference between Odin and Kratos. The Norse Allfather manipulates his family and his people to do what he wishes, through fear, intimidation, trickery, or whatever means he needs to achieve his goal. Even as they set off to war, Kratos did not ask for anything but the willingness to fight. But now he leads not through strength of body or mind, but through strength of character. Perhaps when their stories began, one could say that the Odin-Kratos dichotomy was best explained as Odin thinks his way around problems and Kratos simply smashes through them. Now, Odin relies on everyone, his enemies and his allies, being as morally depraved as he is, but Kratos trusts that his son and friends are willing to turn from their vengeful path to be better than he was. And so he instructs them to get the Midgardians to safety, to slow down the Ragnarok beast as best they can, and to trust him to take care of Odin.
We will breach the wall at Hrimthur's Flaw.
With what army?
Atreus and I will be enough.
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Freya has come an incredibly long way in this game, now trusting that Kratos knows what he's doing, accepting that his new plan is the right one, and yet we still see in her eyes and hear in her voice the desperate need for vengeance. She's still holding on to the pain that Odin caused her, still letting it drive her even as she strives to be better than the man whom she despises. She is, or at least she should be and will be, grateful to Kratos for setting them all on the path to justice. A path that was likely their only way to victory as it was. When Thrud shows up and is understandably pissed at Atreus for invading her home realm, she is only talked down when her mother shows up with Skjoldir in tow. A fun fact that I learned thanks to the OSP video, which is linked down below, Skjold is the Norwegian and Icelandic word for shield, which is exactly how Odin was using Skjoldir and his people, a fact that Sif now knows and shares with Thrud.
It's who Odin is. It's who he's always been.
Mom, why are you here? What?
He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem in front of him. The Midgardians. Your friend. Our family, any of us. I had hoped that your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Again, I really wish we had spent more time with Sif and Thrud. Last time we saw Sif, she was quite pissed at Atreus for getting Heimdall killed, making Thor miserable and putting Thrud in danger. She blamed Odin too, for sure, but mostly in that scene anyway, simply for not protecting their family from Atreus and thus from Kratos. Sif didn't seem to have much of a problem with Thor turning on Atreus and almost turning him into a meat pancake with Mjolnir. Not that I don't buy her anger with Odin here, it was set up, just not as fully as I would have liked. And I would like to know why she's not at least a little pissed with Atreus for bringing war to their doorstep, which he did objectively do. This lack of detail in the Aesir character arcs is part of what makes this final act of the story feel rushed. Their intra-family conflicts were only just set up, had very little time to progress, and then are resolved in the space of a conversation or two. However, they do at least stay true to the thematic elements that form the core of this game's philosophy, breaking free of the cycle of violence, of the sins of the father, letting go of trauma that has been handed down from generation to generation, and instead holding on to what is good. Those are all present here. The other main theme, of course, being the importance of trust. That all-important assurance that the one you love loves you in return, and acts not out of selfish interest, but for your own good. It's incredibly rewarding to see Kratos and Atreus trust each other totally now, to the point that when Thrud introduces herself as Thor's daughter, Kratos has no objection.
Get back to your sister. You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I trust you.
Which, as you can see, leads to the rematch we have all been waiting for. A battle to the death between these two gods with equally sordid pasts, one of whom has sworn to choose to be better than the man he once was, and the other who has let himself be dragged down to his lowest point and is seemingly content to remain the brute that he is known to be.
We do not need to do this! We do! It's what we are!
Thor has no hope that he can change, that his past will ever stop haunting him, that he can ever be free of his sins or of his father's tyrannical rule of his life. Resignation to this nature has sunk in and cannot easily be uprooted. Kratos does not share Thor's despair, because of course he doesn't. It would be wildly hypocritical of him to believe that the God of Thunder was beyond redemption, when he did as Faye said and opened his heart to the world, to the pain of those around him. He saw his own agony reflected in Thor. And it is with Faye's knife appropriately that Kratos pins Thor to the ground, ending the fight, and yet not ending his opponent's life.
What the fuck are you waiting for? Your daughter. My son calls her friend. If you try to hurt her... I would not.
Thor is not just an enemy, but a father, a man with a daughter who loves him despite everything he has done. Killing Thor would inflict upon Thrud the same pain from which Kratos hopes to spare Atreus, a pain which his righteous sympathy will not allow him to inflict unnecessarily.
Don't you know what I've done? Yes! But what will you do now?
I can't tell you how hard it is for me to not just start every bit of commentary on the previous clip with, I love this so much, or isn't this just awesome? Kratos knows Thor's sins. Atreus and Mimir listed them quite thoroughly during their canoe rides, in an attempt to bolster Kratos' willingness to go to war against the Aesir. And yet, he doesn't care about them. Not that the atrocities committed don't matter, but it matters far more how we choose to act now. Whether we let ourselves be convinced that we are who we were at our worst, or whether we choose to believe that we can reject our base instincts and fatal temptations and simply do what is right. So Kratos offers Thor a choice. He can continue to fight, or he can be better.
We don't change. Or destroy us. No more. No more. For the sake of our children, we must be better.
I want you to pay attention to the music there. I'm not by any means an expert or even an amateur in musical theory, but notice how we start out with the incredibly familiar 3 notes that form the basis of Kratos' theme, which gradually move up the scale or into a higher key or whatever. The transition signifies a move from darkness to light, from despair to hope, from destroyer to healer. And it is only after Thor's statement, "We are destroyers," that Kratos puts away his axe. Just moments ago, he had left open the option to continue the fight should Thor choose to do so. Now he takes it away. When first the two clashed, all Thor wanted was to see the real god of war, to test his mettle against the ghost of Sparta. He desires a challenge, a real fight, not simply to kill. Kratos removes that possibility. Although their forms may be that of destroyers, that need not be their natures. They can choose who they are, but someone has to start. Someone has to do what is right because it is right. And so Kratos does. He chooses peace. He chooses to trust that Thor, this son who wants to be free from his father's ever-present thumb, this father who desires to be able to freely love, care for, and encourage his daughter, will follow his example, will reject the lies that led him to believe he is no better than his worst sins, will choose to change his nature. And against all odds, despite the weight of his sins and the sudden appearance of his ever-demanding father, Thor does. For the sake of his daughter, he will be better.
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk. You don't think. I think. You kill. It's a simple fucking concept.
Because you see, simple concepts are the only one Odin expects Thor to be able to understand.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
You are nothing but my weapon. A tool cannot choose to be better. It simply must be what it is. You are not even a man, simply a means by which I attain my end.
No.
The immediacy with which Odin skewers Thor with Gungnir is both shocking and completely expected. It's hard to fathom the depths of self-service one would have to descend to in order to be able to kill his own child, let alone do so without a second thought the moment he refused your complete and total control over his life. And yet, of course he does. He's Odin. As mentioned before, he is not content with merely being a god. He wants to be God, to hold all knowledge and wield all power. If anyone will, or even might, stand in the way of his quest, they must be disposed of. And such utter selfish depravity is of course accompanied by the perception of one's own actions as justified. And if they are even perceived to be unjust, blame must be cast elsewhere. Hence, Odin telling Thrud,
"This was all their fault. They've done this to us, to our family."
Dude, you just severed her father's spine with your spear. She's not an idiot. The arrogance of this man, honestly.
Your own son? You brand on you! Why?
Thrud's gonna be fine. I say Thor. That one's on you. You turned him against me. You turned them all against me.
Quite literally, it's your fault that I had to kill Thor because you helped him finally realize that I'm a complete monster who doesn't remotely care about his well-being or that of his daughter. Is it any wonder that everyone hates Odin? And the one who hates him perhaps the most of anyone shows up when he appears to be back in control, turning the tides of the battle and finally getting her opportunity to exact the vengeance she has sought for far too long.
I spent many long winters thinking about what I would say to you as I watched you take your last breath.
Do those words sound familiar to anyone else? I could have sworn I heard someone say something like that before.
I've spent the last 100 years dreaming of this moment. I rehearsed everything I ever wanted to say to you, every word, to make you understand exactly what you stole from me.
Even now, even after all the healing she has gone through, the forgiveness she's extended to Kratos, and the peace she has regained, Freya still pursues vengeance. And now that it is finally within her grasp, she is not about to let it go.
I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore!
And yet, her words do not ring completely true. If Freya was totally free of Odin's hold on her, she would not still be holding on to her quest for revenge. A quest which gets interrupted by a distracting Raven and Odin using some Aesir magic or whatever to break the floor and get us down to the next part of the scene before Freya can finish the job. And as it turns out, they were right above the birthplace of the Rift, the source of infinite knowledge, a door which they can finally unlock thanks to Atreus' presence. At long last, Odin has the opportunity to obtain what he has desired for so long, if Atreus will only heed his words.
Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation. Unfold the secrets of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion. You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki. Ask it the question.
Atreus must choose. Does he chase ultimate knowledge and the power it promises, or does he let it go?
This is your choice, son. I trust you.
This is the culmination of their journey, the one final decision that will shape their futures, and Kratos does not cling to control over the situation. He does not know the weight of having carried the mask, having been offered the opportunity to know all that you need to know to save the ones you love. But he has warned Atreus about the dangers of such shortcuts to knowledge, has advised him that whatever the mask may give, it will exact an equal price. If it truly grants everything the wearer wants to know, then surely it must cost him everything. And due to Kratos' trust and reliance on his son's decision, Atreus trusts his father in return, heeding his warnings, rejecting the temptation to become God, letting go of the corrupting allure of ultimate knowledge and power. It is ultimately thanks to his father's advice and guidance that Atreus makes the mask go snap, which of course makes Odin just the happiest guy in the world.
Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing!
Can we appreciate in the final QuickTime event where you kick Odin's ass for good, how restrained Kratos is? We've seen him knock Thor's teeth out, decapitate a troll in less time than it takes to do a pull-up, and cause an earthquake with Heimdall's face. But here, he just gives Odin a few love taps to keep him off balance while Atreus and Freya go ham on the Allfather. We all know Kratos could have knocked Odin's eye patch all the way to Niflheim, but he is not that god anymore. He doesn't want to be, and he doesn't need to be. Odin is beaten. And yet, our heroes do not go for the kill.
We could have made the 9 realms better!
This was never about the realms, or me. It was about you!
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom!
You did those things! Your choices! You killed your own son!
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice!
If you take anything away from this video, it should be this. We can always choose to let go of the sins we've been holding on to. We can always choose to change our nature, whatever our form may be.
You have to stop. You can choose to be better.
No, I can't. I have to know what happens next. I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that?
Our failures are only final if we let them be so. If we persist in them until the very end, refusing to let go of our selfishness and pride. Odin ultimately fails because he refuses to be better, doesn't want to be better, and perhaps he doesn't think he can be better than the self-obsessed, power-hungry egomaniac he has become. And admittedly, it would feel weird from a storytelling perspective if the big bad guy who has been so stubborn in his pursuit of power suddenly renounced his past wrongdoings and swore off his self-centered ways. It worked with Thor because he was a broken, struggling man who did, despite all his flaws and evil deeds, love his daughter and want to be the father he ought to be for her. Odin is and always has been of sound mind as far as we can tell, and yet he has persisted in serving only himself for lifetimes. To turn 180 degrees in a single moment is certainly possible, as Atreus says, but it is far from easy, and for a story such as this one wouldn't feel well earned. Which redemption technically isn't, but again, I'm talking from a setup and payoff standpoint here, not a moral philosophical one. Atreus' words do have an impact on Freya, however. She finally holds Odin's fate in the palm of her hand, quite literally, and yet...
I have waited so long for this moment. And now that I'm here, I don't need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
What a perfect ending to Freya's arc in this game. She began furiously pursuing vengeance against Kratos and slowly opened her heart to the possibility of understanding, forgiveness, and reconciliation, but still remained fixed on revenge, intent on killing Odin. And she almost did. But when she finally has the chance with nothing and no one to stop her from ending the existence of the man who had caused her so much pain, she lets it all go. She has done her duty. She has brought him to justice. Killing him would be simply giving in to her anger, admitting that Odin does still have some hold on her, and that she succeeds where her own son failed. Despite, like Baldur, holding on to the pain for so many, many years, she finds within herself the strength to resist its pull, and no longer lets it drive her. Sindri, however, is not quite so far along the journey of healing. Sindri, the champion of the Jotnar, responsible for the creation of the spears seen inside Groa's secret shrine, the one who kills Odin in the same secret prophecy. Even as our heroes broke fate, they fulfilled it, just changing a few details. One might say that they did not divert from the form of the prophecies, but rather from their nature. What we see here looks almost exactly like the Ironwood Shrine, and yet it could hardly be any different. And with that, our story has ended. Except, not quite. After Asgard falls due to the Ragnarok monster that they unleashed unnecessarily, as it turns out, and our heroes escape thanks to Freyr's sacrifice, a death I felt was not well set up and did not hit home emotionally at all, Atreus must now decide what comes next. But first, Kratos must finish what he started the night before Ragnarok, fulfilling the unspoken promise to his son that they would survive that day.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, he asked that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
Kratos has opened his heart to life, even one without his son's constant companionship, as we will soon see. His foretold death was one he feared for the sake of his son, but also one he welcomed because it meant he would not have to experience the pain of loss with which he was all too familiar. That prophecy was, as we now find out, not one that even Faye truly believed in.
My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you.
As it turns out, even a giant believed that what was written could be unwritten and rewritten with a new and better ending, if only father and son were allowed to forge their own paths. The funny thing is, Faye didn't exactly accomplish her goal, at least not the form of her goal. Kratos still saw the panel depicting his death in Jotunheim, and Atreus saw the entire prophetic mural in Ironwood, and yet they averted fate anyway, coming to trust totally in one another and resolving to make their own choices regardless of prophecy, accomplishing the nature of Faye's plan for them. It's worth noting that the man in Atreus' arms is definitely Kratos, as we can see the red tattoo, but it also bears some passing resemblance to Odin, another bearded man who did kind of die in Atreus' arms. Again, the form of prophecy was fulfilled, but its nature was vastly different than it was believed to be at the first glance. And now that they have lived out their foretold story, even while changing it in a fundamental way, they must continue writing their own stories, with no prophecy to pursue or from which to flee. For Atreus, that means, as we have heard him say before, searching for the giants who fled Jotunheim and all the 9 realms, I believe, finding his people, doing his duty.
I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust, who to call friend. Son, you are ready.
Just as grief is the culmination of love, letting go is the ultimate and inevitable end of holding on. Parents and children cling tightly to one another for so long, as rightly they should. Children rely on their mothers and fathers for nourishment, protection, guidance, and wisdom, and, well, just about everything, but not forever. As we have observed in this story, there comes that crucial point where the child believes he is ready to be let go, to be self-sufficient and rely on his own cunning, courage, and capability to survive and thrive in the wider world without parental oversight. Rarely is the parent ready to let go at that point, and rarely is the child truly ready when he thinks himself so. The journey of father and son to this point came through extensive and difficult growth for both of them, as Kratos gradually relaxed his grip on Atreus' life, accepting that he could not be a boy forever, that he must be allowed to make his own choices, mistakes and all. And as Atreus' capacity to judge wisely grew, through absorbing Kratos' constant and often out of necessity repeated bits of wisdom, through coming to learn that if he wanted his father's trust, he must trust Kratos in return. Ironically, it is only when father and son have come to truly rely on and trust one another that they are finally willing and able to let go.
Remember our promise.
Loki will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
I hardly know what to say at this point. This moment is simply beautifully heartwarming. Again, I must praise the voice acting of Christopher Judge. There are very, very few times Kratos repeats a word because he is struggling to say what he wants and needs to say. So when that happens, we take notice. It tells us how incredibly difficult this decision is for him, even though he knows beyond any doubt that it is the right one, that he cannot hold on to his son any longer. Not in a literal sense, anyway. Because although we must ultimately let go of those to whom we hold so tightly, we do not need to let go of their memory, of what they mean to us, or of the love we have for them. We can still cling to the person they have helped us become, honoring their memory by keeping the promise we made to them to be better for their sake. And even though Loki is the one who was chosen to leave, Kratos is the one to finally break the hug. Not because he wants his son to get going already, but because he knows that he must, and that when a child finally does receive the freedom he thinks he has wanted for so long, he finds that independence, that weight of being completely responsible for your choices quite terrifying. As Kratos said earlier, that is why he must go. Loki cannot stay behind because he is afraid, or else he will never be able to take that journey to fulfill the duty that he now knows is his. Which begs the question, what is Kratos' duty now? For so long, his mission has been to connect with, protect, teach, and train Atreus so that his son will be ready to experience the world without his father's guiding hand ever on his shoulder. But that mission is accomplished, at least for the time being, so what comes next? Well, it turns out, despite Atreus trying to do his giant magic thing and open up the shrine to no avail, the kid never thought to just walk around to the other side, which Kratos now does and discovers his own story. His arrival in these lands, his battle against the Norse gods, and finally him being honored and revered by mortals, a good and gracious god.
What did you see in there, brother?
Path. One I had never imagined.
And what now?
There is much to do.
Throughout these past two games, Kratos has been on a long, arduous journey of healing. First, he stopped running and hiding from his past sins, from the monster he was, and acknowledged that only by revealing the painful truth to Atreus could he help his son be better than he was. Now he has learned to trust his son, to trust in his own training and teaching of Atreus, and was able not only to further heal from the wounds of his past, but to help others heal from theirs. And yet, he never could have thought of himself as someone to whom others would look for meaning and purpose, because he did not believe in his own goodness. But Faye did. And even though she wanted him to walk his own path, she still had a dream for his future. And Kratos now knows that said future depends on him, on the path he walks, the man he chooses to become. He must let go of the shame at who he was in order to hold on to his wife's vision of who he can be. It's a beautiful ending to a tale fraught with conflict and distrust among friends and family, the struggle to choose what is right over what is written, choose who we ought to be over who we want to be or who others believe us to be, and the battle against despair, against the pernicious, persistent whisper that we are no better than our worst sins. I can hardly think of a better culmination of this journey than Kratos being inspired to be better than he ever thought he could be. And yet, it still isn't quite the end of our story, for we have to say goodbye to a dear friend, the one who was always there for us whenever we called on him, one whose vulgar language and blunt speech could not mask the care and love for his brother and friends, one who saw through a deception that fooled everyone else, and who gave his life in the service of truth and goodness.
I have met many on my travels. You are one of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
Big words from a head who couldn't figure out a simple riddle. This story is largely one of growth, healing, and ultimately triumphing over fate, so this scene feels like a punch to the gut, a check into the boards of realism as we witness the price that was paid, the price that Sindri paid. The formerly germophobic dwarf hasn't cleaned Brok's blood off of his armor or even his bare skin. He's still holding on to his brother. Perhaps he will always hold on to him, clinging to the regret and guilt he feels at having selfishly brought Brok back, dooming his brother to a final death, and hanging on to the anger he feels at his former friends for bringing his brother's murderer into his home. Like Odin, his story is one of warning, showing us how seemingly impossible it is to let go of something or someone when we have held on to them as if they are the ultimate and only thing that matters.
A hole.
What?
Gets bigger the more you take away.
The more we lose, the worse our despair gets, and the more tightly we are tempted to cling onto whatever we have left. And when even that is gone, we are unable to see our way out, perhaps even unaware of which way is up, unless we let go, put down the metaphorical shovel, and call for someone to help us get out of this damned pit. One of the most wonderful aspects of these games is that they highlight the natural and unshakable need for relationship. Kratos would never have become the man he was when he called Thor to be better if it were not for the inspiration of his wife and his son's need for a father who loved and cared for him, who had to strive to be better for Atreus' sake. Freya needed Kratos to show her that she need not be defined by her pain, that taking vengeance on those who wrong you will not fulfill you or give you peace. Atreus needed his father's guidance and wisdom in order to make the right choices, and Kratos' blessing and assurance in order to be ready to take on his next journey alone. Thor needed an example to show him how he could be better, and a daughter who loved him and whom he loved in return, whom he wanted to be better for. Odin failed because he treated everyone around him, including his own offspring, as merely tools to accomplish his goal. This is what pride ultimately does. It drives others away because it cares only about what we want. Odin had no one to live for but himself, so he felt unable to change, to alter his goal and walk a new path. There was simply no one else he could live for or serve but himself. Sindri is the opposite and yet the same. He held Brok's well-being above everything else, including the realm's freedom from Odin's despotic rule. He would have sacrificed it all to keep Brok alive, a choice Brok himself certainly would not have made. Without that singular, all-consuming purpose, Sindri lost all hope. And it is with that note that the journey ends. I mean, not entirely. The final credits do roll after Mimir finally deciphers Brok's riddle, and yet the player is, of course, free to wander around the realms, cleaning up messes and encountering sights such as Thrud lifting her father's hammer.
I'll make you proud, Dad.
Well, good for her.
I like to think that Thrud witnessed her father's final moments, his ultimate and fatal decision to stop fighting, to begin to believe that he could change his nature, and to finally stand up to his father before being struck down. She witnessed a broken, imperfect man finally beginning to heal, and she seeks to continue that journey. When talking about the philosophy of a particular story, we have to look at the central conflicts, as it is from those struggles that learning and growth come, and philosophy is, of course, the study of wisdom. So what were the main battles faced by our cast of characters? We have the struggle between Kratos and Atreus, the lack of trust due to their inability to trust each other with what they knew, and the universal experience of a teenager wanting to forge his own path while his parent tries frantically to maintain some semblance of control. We have Freya fighting her temptation to seek revenge on all those who have wronged her. We have Thor trying to win the favor of a father who wants only to use him, battling his own tendencies toward despondency and inadequacy. And of course, we have Odin, grasping for answers, knowledge, and power, set against all those who oppose his egotistical quest. In all these conflicts, we see the themes of holding on and letting go. It would be easy to say that it is better to let go than to hold on, and while that may be generally true, it would be better to say that our heroes grow the most when they are prudent and judicious when discerning what to hold on to and what to let go. Freya needed to embrace the fact that her painful past is still a part of her story. She could not be rid of it, but needed to acknowledge how it changed her and how she could still heal despite the presence of those wounds, even as she had to release the hold that her pain had had on her for so many years. Kratos, of course, clung tightly to his son, refusing to let go to relinquish control, but by the end had accepted that he could hold onto the memory of Atreus, the things his son had taught him, and of course the boy's voice in his head, always encouraging him to be better, to be the man who Atreus and Faye believed he could be. Atreus, fascinated by his role in prophecy, eventually had to discard that attachment and instead choose to hold on to his morals, his beliefs about acting in a just manner, regardless of what the giant's visions of the future showed him. I think you get the point. None of these changes altered the form of our heroes. They look and sound much the same as they did when we first met them, although Freya lost the hysteria in her voice. And yet they act differently. They choose differently. Their natures have changed. Because our natures are always changing. The person you are today is not the person you were yesterday. And with that knowledge comes a choice. Do we accept who we are, knowing that if we do not seek to grow in virtue, we will one day find ourselves completely devoid of it? Or do we strive to be better? This is why these games really matter. Why they leave a lasting impact on those who play them. They speak to universal truths about human nature. We are broken, but we are not our failures. We must hold on to what is good, but we also must know what and when to let go. Trust cannot be a one-way street, but needs to be reciprocated and packaged with love, with the guarantee that we place the good of the other higher than our own. And of course, we can be and must be better. Among all the themes that pervade God of War Ragnarok's story, the emptiness of revenge, the dangers of seeking glory and knowledge, challenging fate and destiny, choosing to be better for the sake of those whom we love, and so forth, two motifs stand out above all the rest. These two themes can be found existing alongside and within all the others, played out as the characters seek their vengeance, change their paths, and face their destinies. Such dominant themes should, ideally, be displayed most profoundly by the true hero of the story, and here they are, by a scruffy, foul-mouthed, irreverent blue dwarven blacksmith.
We'll see about that.
You might say Atreus is the hero of this tale because he finds his destiny, because he experiences the most growth, because he is tasked with making the choice that will decide all of their fates. Or you might hold up Kratos as the story's hero, as he is the one who defeats Thor, yet in an unexpected way, thereby breaking fate and denying the prophecy of his own demise. And you wouldn't be wrong, but suffice it to say that, like a certain ring-bearer, those heroes would not have gotten far without their short-statured friend.
Frodo wouldn't have got far without Sam.
Brok is the linchpin that holds this story together. Without his direct influence, both the plot and the themes of the narrative would never come to fruition. At least, not in the epic, inspiring, and edifying way that they do. And yet, at first glance, you could never guess he would be so impactful. Even a surface-level analysis of the story wouldn't really tell you that. Brok is, after all, rather ordinary, at least compared to the company he keeps. But there's something special in that. There's something incredible about relatively ordinary people simply doing everything they can, giving themselves fully to a cause they believe in, to people whom they love. The first of those people are usually their family. One of the many themes of these games is the power and the danger of familial love. It is during a discussion of this very topic that Brok begins to unveil the deeper and broader theme of holding on and letting go.
My point is, that weren't the end-all of things after all. Once we got our heads right, it was like no time had passed. All I'm saying is, if you happen to find yourself talking to your brother, maybe the worst words said between you don't have to be the last one said.
The reason that this theme is simultaneously so deep and so broad is that it can be found almost everywhere, and yet it is also complex and nuanced. There are so many things which one should hold on to, and so many others which we need to let go. Deciding which is which at any given point in time requires prudence, the right judgment that is formed from years of experience, and quite often, after many mistakes and failures. So it was with Brok.
Got a case of pride, I get it. Hope yours clears up quicker than mine did.
Another level of complexity to this theme. In order to be able to hold on to what is truly important, we need to let go of what is not, but what we so often perceive as the most important. This is what pride does. It warps our perception and judgment, making us think that our desires and our feelings are of paramount importance, that events unfolding according to how we planned them is worth any price we might pay. It was only once he had dispensed of his pride that Brok could hold on to Sindri, could love Sindri for his brother's own sake. And genuine love, of course, requires that one seek the good of another, rather than clinging to that brother or son out of fear of the pain that losing them would bring. As we saw in the first game, such a love, even when apparently well-intentioned, is harmful to both parties and can lead to irreparable damage in their relationship. So when it is revealed to Brok that he did in fact die those many years ago, and that he is missing one of his soul parts due to Sindri's incomplete rescue of him, there is a tension in the air. Brok himself is clearly none too happy about the affair.
I knew it. I died. I fucking died!
And Mimir, having witnessed similar events play out before, worries about the eventual fallout of this revelation.
I only hope Sindri's in one piece by the time Brok's done with him. The ice beneath those two is thin enough under the best of circumstances.
However, that nuclear meltdown that one might expect out of Brok never materializes. The short-tempered, perpetually blunt dwarf does not immediately confront Sindri upon returning to their home in the realm between realms, but rather pretends that everything went exactly according to plan during their visit to the Lady of the Lake.
You're sure nothing unusual happened with the lady? Nothing at all?
Nothing whatever. Smooth as snail shit, like I said.
Now, it is decidedly unlike Brok to not speak his mind. He is not typically one to lie. The entire reason Kratos chose him over Sindri to accompany him to Nidavellir was because
he speaks plain.
So why hold back now? Is Brok waiting for the perfect time to reveal that he knows Sindri's secret, patiently anticipating the ideal moment when he can use this new knowledge to his advantage? Perhaps weaponizing Sindri's guilt to win an argument or to get Brok something that he desires? No. Brok has, believe it or not, let it go. He felt betrayed and backstabbed upon discovering the truth of his accident.
I appreciate what you said back there. It's good to have friends when you find out your brother's a rack-scabbing liar.
He allowed his anger and resentment to wash over him, and then he simply let them continue to flow and pass on, rather than seizing them and bottling them up to be released in dramatic and explosive fashion at a later date. I want to reiterate that Brok absolutely felt those negative emotions. One can hardly help but feel strong emotions. What we do with them, however, is entirely up to us. Brok is a man of passion. There can be no doubt about that.
It needs a blessing.
Yeah, well, the one to give us the blessing just fucked off into the tomb.
But he did not let his anger evolve into wrath. He refused to let his passion control him. He let go. And in demonstrating the first major theme, Brok also becomes an example of the second, which is, in his own words,
the nature of a thing's more important than the form of a thing.
Right before that moment, Brok had been discussing dwarven magic with Mimir and Kratos.
Dwarven magic's all about the intangibles. The relationship between the stuff what you can touch and what you can't.
I found that statement rather confusing at first. The relationship between stuff you can touch and the stuff you can't? What? But after some time thinking about it, Brok's words reminded me of, well, human nature itself. Our whole lives are spent managing that relationship between the things we cannot touch, our words, our thoughts, our feelings, and the things we can, ourselves, our bodies, and other people. We do not merely have a brain and have a body, we are a brain and we are a body. The two are not the same, and yet they are part of a contiguous whole. That includes the intangible part of our minds, not the neurons and the gray matter, but rather the thoughts and ideas which they produce, the things which no one can possibly measure or quantify. Those things, such a term seems incomplete and insufficient, affect our bodies, affect us in real and meaningful ways, and changes to our bodies in turn affect our brains, our thoughts and emotions, our intangibles. What I'm saying in this abstract rambling is that apparently dwarven magic is all about life itself. Because if you truly understand how the relationship between the intangible and tangible works, then you understand how life works, how a person functions, how we develop, change, and grow, who and what we really are. If I wanted to oversimplify it, I would say that dwarven magic, that this entire theme of nature versus form, is simply about seeing past the surface to the true essence of a person or thing. It is more complex than that, and I tried to explain it as best my addled brain made sense of it, but perhaps you understood it differently. The thing about these deep, rich, and meaningful ideas is that people will distill them in unique and individual ways. Kratos certainly does. You may have noticed the more thoughtful than usual grunt from Kratos after Brok said his bit about nature and form. That was no accident. Kratos absolutely took Brok's words and pondered them. And that's quite a rare occurrence for the big fella. Kratos learns a lot in these games, don't get me wrong. His character development runs quite deep, and he changes in significant ways, but there are very few times when someone directly teaches him something. Most of his development happens simply due to events that transpire as the story runs its course, as it ought to be. Watching Kratos sit in a classroom and take Stoicism 101 would be a rather boring experience. But on rare occasion, another character shares wisdom that Kratos simply needs to hear at that point in his journey. This is one of those moments. The others notably mainly happen in his flashbacks with Faye, a woman Brok was quite fond of.
Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men, of course.
In Faye's words to Kratos soon after the birth of Atreus, we hear the echoes of Brok's wisdom.
We are not our failures. We are not who we were. We must be better.
Our thoughts, our decisions, and our actions do shape us. In a fantastic tale such as this, they literally and permanently alter Kratos' form. A form is often, once created, fixed, static, and unchangeable. Or it may be an idea or belief about what a thing is or how it looks.
I see no forge.
You don't see the form of a forge, but we're going to the nature of one.
Forms and natures may match up. Sometimes a forge looks exactly how you'd expect a forge to look, and I dare say the form of old Kratos quite accurately depicted the nature of that raging, vengeful Spartan warrior. Quite often, our form in life cannot be changed, or at the very least, it will change far more slowly than we can change our nature. For example, if I decide to lay off the double stuffed Oreos after ballooning up to 300 pounds, and I finally start hitting the gym with rigor and discipline, my form will still be that of a gluten-obsessed glutton for many months, even if my nature has changed to that of someone who actually cares about what he does to his body. A silly example, I know, but one that I hope illustrates my point. Kratos in the early games made certain undesirable choices that altered both his form and his nature. The relation between the two was a tight and inseparable bond. Now it is not. His form has hardly changed at all, and yet his nature has undergone a dramatic shift. Naturally, this change, this destruction of that near perfect correlation between form and nature did not come about easily, and it continues to cause tension.
You will always be a monster.
But Kratos has already, for the most part, cut through that tension, at least for himself. Now it is time for him to take the wisdom he has been given, the ability to put into words the idea that he already knew instinctually, and turn it around on his teacher.
It needs the blessing of a great blacksmith.
What? No, I can't bless shit. I don't have all my soul bits. The blessing wouldn't mean squat.
It is the nature of a thing that matters, not its form.
What strikes me the most in this scene is Brok's humility. Personally, I have a very, very hard time when things do not go according to my plans, especially when I was particularly excited for said plans. Such was the case for Brok, who was finally, after waiting literally his entire lifetime, going to be able to visit the lady.
Why, I've been waiting for my chance to meet her since I was knee-high to a Noken.
And who then found out he couldn't even speak to her because his soul is only 75% intact. Talk about emotional whiplash. But he recovers, quite quickly too.
That's bollocks now that I say it. Never mind.
Today's all right.
It would be all too easy, not to mention entirely understandable, if Brok went spiraling into despondency upon receiving this double dose of disappointment. But with the help of Kratos' laconic yet heartfelt urging, he finds that he is not worthless, that he still has something to offer, that his nature is, still that of a great blacksmith, whatever his form may be. Humility is, after all, not merely knowing when one is not quite so great as one's delusions of grandeur might have one believe, but rather can be more accurately characterized as telling the truth about yourself, knowing and understanding your place and your role in this life and in the lives of others. The humble man, or dwarf, can see right through his form to his nature, and can do so for others as well. This manifests for Brok, first in his blessing of the spear, which I will now let you watch in its entirety because it is utterly brilliant.
May this weapon strike true. May it be wielded with wisdom. May it be put down when its job is done.
I won't break down every line of that blessing. I did that already in my brief analysis of the story as a whole, but let me simply say this. There is powerful symbolism in the weapon given to Kratos specifically for the purpose of killing a god, being a spear, the first weapon he would have learned to wield as a Spartan child. The weapon he likely used when he first killed the man. The weapon which represents the culture that urged him to become a bloodthirsty warrior who would sell his soul for victory. That is the weapon's form. But Brok's blessing tells us that it has a different nature. This spear is not meant for wanton death and destruction, but for a single mission, one undertaken for the sake of a boy in danger, undertaken by a father whose chosen nature matches that of the weapon he now accepts. But Brok's humility, his ability to see the truth about himself and others, goes beyond a mere spear. I am of course referring to perhaps the most pivotal scene in the entire narrative, where Odin as Tyr is on the verge of escaping back to Asgard with a mask, with none of the rest of the band of misfit deities being any the wiser. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling Brok. I want to reemphasize that point. The cohort in this room includes a man who has defied fate, time, and death itself on multiple occasions, a goddess who is intimately familiar with shape-shifting magic and with the man whom Brok reveals, another expert in dwarven magic, Brok's own brother, not to mention the smartest man alive. Atreus is also present. And yet, none of these incredibly powerful, wise, and experienced people saw through Odin's deception, but Brok did. Because he understood. He knew to look at the nature of the supposed Tyr rather than the form that was presented to him. While the others were caught up in who Tyr used to be, Freya and Mimir knew him from a long time ago. Atreus was wrapped up in the Norse god of war's mythology. Kratos tends to take people at their word, and Sindri was simply worried about how to feed everyone and the mud on his floor. Brok looked at who this Tyr is right now. We can see this in practically every interaction between Brok and the form of Tyr. When Tyr takes over his kitchen, Brok's suspicious gaze never strays far from the stew pot. Brok is the one yelling at Tyr to make himself useful when the home falls under attack, thanks to Atreus being a nincompoop in Helheim. A battle that ends with a foreshadowing of what is to come.
God, just hold still.
I told you I'm fine.
Ooh, you're bleeding.
Quit your blubbering.
I feel I owe it to Brok to let his final, fatal confrontation play out in full. So, let's watch it together.
Excuse me, but if you got away to Asgard, where's that idea been this whole fucking while?
That's rather a fair question, brother.
You withheld Asgard.
You would have gotten us all killed. And we needed to give Loki time to find his destiny. Here it is. It's all led to this.
If we can get inside, I'm going after Odin.
I will not stop you. We can do both.
Spot on, brother. If the mask doesn't give us an out, we'll still have the drop on him.
Works for me.
Let's do it then. And quickly, before he sees us coming.
He does hate surprises.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this, new way to Asgard you got. Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where you going with that mask, Brok? That belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brok, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you! You never shut up!
Without Brok's intervention, Odin would have stepped into his room, ravened away back to Asgard with the mask, and either obtained infinite knowledge or, I don't know, maybe caused that rift to open up a singularity which would have then swallowed all the 9 realms. Either way, it certainly wouldn't have worked out well for our heroes. As I said before, I believe this scene to be the story's most pivotal, where the most dramatic shift in possible futures occurs. A shift which Brok certainly believes to be possible.
Well, happy Ragnarök, everybody! Let's drink.
The nature of fate is naturally a prominent theme throughout this story, and one that hasn't really come up yet in our discussion of Brok to this point. If you're curious as to why, I would simply point you to this exchange he has with Kratos shortly after the death of Heimdall.
Heimdall is dead.
Good.
Is it?
Look, I don't know from fate, but I know Heimdall was a prize-winning taint stain with the capital stamp. If he was gonna hurt your boy, it's a good thing he ain't around no more.
The Norns didn't quite see it that way.
The opinion of them 3 shut-in spinsters ain't worth a goat fart in a hurricane. You did what you did. No need to fret about it.
Like I said, that conversation doesn't really fit with the 2 main themes we've been discussing, but I felt compelled to include it because it highlights Brok's gruff and impudent nature beautifully, because it shows that he believes that what we do really does matter, and because I'm stalling for time before we finally have to say goodbye to our favorite blue-skinned blacksmith. But I suppose it's time for me to let go. Which is, of course, the theme that reemerges now. As Sindri clings desperately to his brother, the light fading from Brok's eyes, Brok breathes out a few final words of wisdom.
He got his job. He gotta let go.
Death is a part of life. The culmination of love is grief. To attempt to subvert it at any cost will result in a far worse pain than the loss of a loved one. We see this manifest in Sindri, but I won't go into his character in depth in this video. Rather, I'd like to emphasize that Brok's final words are ones of concern for his brother. He does not beg for his own life to continue, does not bemoan what was taken from him, but instead he urges Sindri to let go, to move on, to find peace and healing. Because, like all true heroes, Brok cared more for the well-being of others than he did for his own. He lived for, loved, and was willing to die for those whom he called friends. But you may have noticed that I only played the second half of Brok's final words, so let's hear the first half now.
I know what you've done, and I forgive you.
Brok, however briefly, felt the pain caused by Sindri's betrayal, but now it is undeniably clear that he has let go of those feelings. And Sindri's act was no small misdeed. By failing to retrieve all of Brok's soul parts, he has, at least according to Mimir, condemned his brother to a final death. No afterlife for Brok, just gone. Yet Brok forgives Sindri anyway, because what good would it do to rant and rave, even if his every accusation was accurate, when there exists some chance of healing? Being able to let go of our hurt, our anger, our desire for vengeance, and our pride requires incalculable strength of will, but Brok shows us the way.
Don't you know what I've done?
Yes! But what will you do now?
Sound familiar? Without Brok's example, without him showing Kratos that you can and must let go, without his words regarding forms and natures, this moment, the moment where fate is finally and definitively changed, would not be possible. Right here is where the two main themes come crashing together like a certain someone opening up a perpendicularity between realms. Nature versus form and holding on versus letting go colliding in spectacular and dramatic fashion. Kratos sees Thor's form, the Thor he has known, if not personally, then from local legend. He sees the man who slaughtered his wife's people, the man who may be in some manner responsible for Faye's death. In a single, forceful word, he expresses all the anger pent up within him toward this god of destruction. And then, in the next breath, he lets that fury go. He affirms the truth that who Thor has been need not be who Thor is.
For the sake of our children, we must be better.
None of that would be possible without Brok, without the true hero of this story. The only way in which Brok is not a hero as they are typically found in fantasy stories is that, well, he dies. He does not complete the hero's journey and receives the hero's welcome. Brok's final moments on screen are utterly somber and silent, save for the dirge being played as he receives a Viking funeral. In contrast to the joyous homecomings which characters like Sam Gamgee and Luke Skywalker receive. But Brok is a true hero, the true hero nonetheless, because he lived, fought, and died for the friends whom he loved. And though he may be gone, his example of selfless courage, of unassuming wisdom, and of unyielding loyalty to what truly matters will endure forever in the lives of those who knew him.
And it was a proper adventure to boot.
Protocol 1, link to pilot. Protocol 2, uphold the mission.
The Titanfall 2 campaign, a sci-fi story about men who run on walls, turn invisible, and pilot giant mechs, has some of the most poignant and effective character build-ups and payoffs that I've ever witnessed in a video game.
Protocol 3, protect the pilot.
PT, what are you doing? If you ask me, there are two ways to view this moment. A moment that was indelibly seared into the mind of every gamer who played through this campaign. This story that stays with us. Viewpoint 1. BT-7274 is merely acting according to his programming. He may be an AI capable of learning and emotion, but he is still a program with core protocols that he cannot violate and must uphold if possible. His decision to throw Cooper out of the soon-to-be detonated weapon core was thus no decision at all. At least, it wasn't his decision. BT's action was essentially pre-programmed into him by whoever developed the Vanguard-class Titan AI. BT is simply following his programmed protocol. If that is the case, our praise of his final sacrificial act is not deserved by him, but by his programmer. And I don't know about you, but that's not exactly what I would call emotionally satisfying. So let's consider viewpoint 2. BT acts according to his purpose. He was designed and created with 3 purposes. Yes, he calls them protocols, and certainly that's what they would be referred to in his programming, but has BT grown beyond simply following protocols because that is what he is programmed to do? Does he act not out of programmed compulsion, but of his own free will? If the answer to that question is yes, then BT saves Cooper not merely because it's what he's designed to do, but because he respects and cares for his pilot. That would make this moment emotionally fulfilling, being saved by someone who lays down his life for us because he loves us. Can a machine love us? Can we love a machine?
I think somebody's in love.
A human's concept of love requires admiration, attraction, devotion, and respect. Conclusion. I am 50% in love.
Close, BT, but you're missing one crucial element. We'll get to that later though. First, let's examine BT and Cooper's relationship as it develops over the course of this short but excellent campaign in an attempt to answer these questions and determine which viewpoint is correct. Cooper is linked to BT by BT's mortally wounded pilot, Captain Lastimosa. Lastimosa assigning BT to Cooper is an act of desperation. There are no other militia forces around, and the mission is on the brink of failure. This is not a moment that Cooper has earned, though he has certainly wished for it, albeit not under these circumstances. It imparts upon the player how undeserving and unready we are for this incredible power and responsibility. As a new pilot, Cooper is initiated through trial by fire. This is an FPS game, after all. As the first enemy Titanfall occurs, Cooper clearly does not feel ready for the challenge.
Sure about this?
Yes. Trust me.
Trust me. These two simple words imply so much. This mech is not merely a weapon of war. He is a companion and combat veteran who has been here before and is confident he can see us through this battle and into the next one. However, what these words do not imply is a bond beyond what is necessary to complete the mission.
Protocol 2. Uphold the mission.
We get a sense of BT's attitude towards us in some brief moments in between combat, in which Cooper's wry humor and mild sarcasm go unnoticed.
Pilot, exercise caution.
You can say that again.
Pilot, exercise caution. Pilot, our paths will intersect just up ahead.
Missing me already?
I was not shooting at you. That would be in violation of Protocol 3.
Never mind. It's good to see you, buddy.
It is good to see you too, pilot. The controls to deactivate the sludge flower in the next chamber.
Note the difference in how the two talk to each other. Where Cooper uses a term of endearment, BT simply calls Cooper pilot, a term also used by the antagonist when talking to Cooper.
Oi, pilot. This is Cuban Bliss. Your journey ends here, pilot.
It's a fairly simple touch that shows us, without spelling it out, that BT has not formed a familial or brotherly bond with his acting pilot. Not yet. BT's attitude begins to shift when he and Cooper are separated, and the new pilot is thrown into a futuristic gladiatorial arena without the support of his Titan.
Pilot, your heart rate is accelerating. Are you in distress?
Kind of busy, BT.
As a response to his pilot's danger, fearing he will lose 2 pilots in one day and feeling helpless, BT's mechanistic, mission-driven mindset softens a bit.
Titan video feed reestablished. Cooper, the houses contain weapon caches.
This is a beautiful moment of storytelling that might escape notice if you aren't paying close attention. By finally calling the player character Cooper, BT is acknowledging a connection beyond mere duty. His care for Cooper's well-being is shown not simply by him providing advice, but by acknowledging the former rifleman as a person, not just a pilot. It's essentially a mirror of how the player's emotions develop over the course of the game. In time, both pilot and Titan acknowledge each other as more than halves of a deadly weapon. That is not to say that their relationship is transformed at that single moment and a new bond is established. That would be too cheap and easy. And although the overall plot of Titanfall 2 is pretty standard sci-fi fare, the story does not take emotional shortcuts when it comes to the bond between these two main characters. And we see this evidenced by BT continuing to call Cooper pilot as the story and action continue.
Suggest you embark, pilot. Pilot, the security lockdown has been disengaged. I recommend we leave through the tunnel.
As BT and Cooper continue their mission in adherence to Protocol 2, we are treated to another moment that displays the growing bond between pilot and Titan.
Recommend you check the main lobby at reception. I would accompany you, but unfortunately my chassis will not fit through the door.
Oh, lucky you.
I detect sarcasm.
BT is not only increasing his combat effectiveness with Cooper, he is coming to understand his pilot, to recognize his dry humor. Little snippets of conversation like this are an incredibly effective way to show Cooper's bond with BT developing. This is important because it goes a long way towards supporting the purpose viewpoint as opposed to the programming viewpoint. If we're going to take viewpoint 2, we need to know that BT has truly come to care for Cooper. This is only possible, of course, if BT can learn, can change, can grow. The 2 instances we've seen thus far indicate he is capable of emotional growth, and we know he can learn even from a new pilot like Cooper. For example,
Nice. Maybe next time you can throw me.
Noted.
Throwing his own pilot was not something that appears to have been programmed into BT, and yet he will take Cooper's suggestion and put it into action several times throughout the rest of the campaign.
My scans detect a functioning uplink targeting module, 428 meters northeast. My analysis indicates a throw is our only option here. I can throw you across the gap.
That's insane.
I'm incapable of insanity, pilot.
I absolutely love Cooper's reaction. When he suggested BT throw him next time, he said it in his offhand, joking manner, but BT recognized it for an actual suggestion and now capably puts that idea into action.
Trust me.
Additionally, we now hear BT alternate between calling the protagonist Pilot Cooper and Pilot Cooper, indicating more familiarity and comfort.
Standing by for your return, Cooper. Pilot Cooper, Anderson is dead, but we can complete his mission if we can re-establish contact with the fleet.
That's not to say that he's completely up to date on all of Cooper's idioms, though.
Are you okay, pilot?
Hell yeah. I'm on a hot streak.
Your vitals do not indicate a temperature problem. Do you wish for me to investigate this hot streak sensation further?
Funny, BT. You're funny.
Apparently.
Even as we have seen BT become more of a friend and brother to Cooper, he still retains his nature as a machine, not programmed with all the expressions and colloquialisms germane to the human experience. As another example of this, Cooper gives BT a thumbs up after his Titan saves him from an untimely gravitational death, and we see BT form the gesture for the first time. I love the little details here. Note how his eye squints in concentration as he looks at his hand forming the thumbs up, and then his eye open wide in this brief moment of excitement and connection with his pilot. BT's bond with Cooper has grown to the point that when Sarah Briggs attempts to have BT linked with the fully trained pilot, the Titan refuses.
We'll get you transferred to a fully qualified pilot.
Objection. Cooper is my pilot. Our combat effectiveness rating now exceeds 90%.
Cooper doesn't climb into BT's cockpit here. BT places him there. It is his will, his choice that enables Cooper to continue on as a pilot. To BT, the player is no longer called pilot, but Cooper, during what appears to be the final mission, an epic mid-air battle as the militia pursue the Ark and the ship holding it.
You can do this, Cooper. Cooper, ready for fastball. Cooper, aim for the cockpit.
Brief though it may have been, the bonding journey between BT and Cooper is now complete. Their mission, however, remains incomplete. They are on the verge of victory, the Ark retrieved and stored within BT's chassis, when they get trapped inside a ship hurtling toward the ground.
Get the Ark out of here!
Negative. We are trapped.
What are you doing?
Protocol 3. I will not lose another pilot.
BT's words here do not merely express his protocol and his programming, but his personal resolve to protect his pilot. This moment right here, the words,
I will not lose another pilot,
are how we know that BT is not merely a machine programmed to protect us. He is a comrade, a friend, and a brother who was created to link with, work with, and defend us at any cost. And so, when Cooper's life is threatened, BT appears to abandon Protocol 2. But does he actually abandon it? His message of, trust me, which, if you'll remember, is a running theme throughout this campaign.
Trust me. Trust me.
Indicates he does have a plan. It's a beautiful moment because it doesn't have to explain to us what will happen next or what BT's plan is. It simply forces us to trust him, as well we should after all he's done for us. But when BT's desperate plan fails, we have to watch in horror as his chassis is shattered and once again left for dead as the ship crumbles and burns around us. We have lost him. Except not yet.
Cooper, over here.
Of course, BT is a machine, a program, an AI, so he is contained within a data core that can be removed and transferred to a new chassis. It's a moment of incredible catharsis when the newly chassis BT looks us in the eye and says,
Hello, Jack.
BT saved us. We returned the favor by bringing him out of the wreckage of a burning ship, and now the two of us can once more uphold the mission and, because this is a sci-fi FPS, save the day. And we almost do.
Injector back blast has overloaded my critical internal systems.
Once again, hope appears to be lost. But, of course, BT has a plan.
I believe I have a solution. In its exposed state, my reactor core may be able to destabilize the Ark at the center of the full weapon.
scrambled audio from earlier plays, foreshadowing what is to come.
This indicates that the throw is our only option. Is our only option. The throw is our only option.
BT's protocols slowly form before our eyes as we trudge to the edge, to our doom, trusting BT, believing that he knows what he's doing.
Trust me, I have done the math.
He has earned that much. It is here that BT once again shows us the final, all-important element of love, self-sacrifice.
Protocol 3, protect the pilot.
Whether it's giving up sleep and free time for your baby, driving hours out of your way to console a friend, or spending your own money to ensure your aging parent lives in peace and comfort, real, true love requires sacrifice. And there is no greater love than giving your life for your friend. Who would have thought that a first-person shooter game featuring jetpacks, giant robots, and planet-destroying weapons could possibly culminate in a moment so poignant that it demands to be remembered by everyone who experiences it? This was a beautiful, well-earned finale. The relationship between BT and Cooper is told subtly yet effectively, the bond between them growing stronger with each passing firefight and each quiet moment in between. We have watched BT lose his pilot, carry on with his mission, overcoming his loss by bonding with the new pilot, and now we watch him fulfill his purpose in a final, desperate act of love.
Protocol 3, protect the pilot.
BT, what are you doing?
Trust me.
Of course we trust you, BT. You are our brother, and we will miss you.